Chapter 290. What about his half-blood inheritance? Dumbledore asked him. He worried that Magnus might make some wrong decisions. I will not reveal it to the world right now, not before we find the Horcruxes. What if he had hidden the Horcruxes in places he considered close to himself, somewhere personal? If we tell the world we know the real identity of Voldemort, he will start changing locations of the Horcruxes. Magnus planned. Dumbledore agreed with his plan. That's good thinking on your part. Then let's work together to bring down Voldemort and establish peace in the realm. Dumbledore may have been trying to ignore Magnus before or trying to stop him from getting involved in this whole fight as he felt it was morally wrong. But now, seeing he had an army, much stronger than his and also personal strength enough to fight an army of werewolves, he had no excuses to push Magnus away. It was better to shake hands and fight the enemy together. Magnus proposed a term. However, I am ready to ally with you if you promise me one thing. That you will not keep secrets related to Voldemort from me. Dumbledore nodded. I can accept that. And hence, the army of Merlin and the Order of the Phoenix started an alliance. But Magnus also hopes to someday absorb good members of the Order of the Phoenix into his own secretive Order of Merlin. Of course, Dumbledore would also be in that order, but only under the condition that he will work as per the agenda that Magnus and his round table will plan. For starters, he was trying to get Moody in it. His order lacked a good military leader and there was nobody better than Moody. He did have Adrian, but he already had Meta and Magnus' private army to run. Infirmary. Magnus came to check on Professor McGonagall. She was in a much more stable condition. How are you, Professor? He asked her. McGonagall didn't look like a serious woman at this point. She looked old and pitiful. Smilingly she spoke, I heard what you did for everyone. If you had not lured the werewolves away, all those students would have either died or bitten. You showed extraordinary bravery that most people do not have. Sigh, I still don't understand why the hat didn't put you in Gryffindor. It was the perfect house for you. Magnus chuckled, Professor, in my 4 years, I have realized one thing, your house does not define you, one's ability to do extraordinary things when the situation asks is what defines us. You won't believe me, I know many ex-Slytherins who want to fight Voldemort and stop him, while there are also ex-Gryffindors who have joined Voldemort's army. You're too wise for your age, has anybody ever told you this? She said. But, alas, him being like this also instilled her with a sense of confidence, that no matter what, Voldemort can never win over him. Professor Dumbledore said this to me just an hour ago. Seriously, old people think the same. Anyway, I shall take my leave now, and Professor, don't worry, I will find a cure for you. Until then, you have a free lifetime supply of Wolfsbane potions. He waved her goodbye. The Wolfsbane potion was a very innovative and complex potion that relieved the symptoms of lycanthropy. The main ingredient was Wolfsbane, also referred to as aconite. As such, this potion was very dangerous when incorrectly concocted, since aconite was a very poisonous plant. It was extremely difficult to make. The ingredients were also very expensive, which made it difficult for some werewolves to brew it themselves, as they usually lived in poverty due to their difficulty in finding stable careers. Of course, finding a job was not the problem for McGonagall, but it was the cost of procuring the potion. However, Ragnar's machine automated potion manufacturing company was good enough to produce the best potion every single time with no waste because of its accuracy to repeat one thing again and again. Soon, the world was going to be seeing a lot of Wolfsbane potions becoming available at a very affordable price in normal potions shops. The emergency meeting of the Wisengamot was to be held today in a few hours. But, before he left, he had one last thing to do. So he went to Severus, who was also in the infirmary and talking to his mother. Eileen would bring him food every day. How are you, Severus? He asked. I should be the one asking this, Severus greeted him. Well, I'm fine. I came here to talk about your dark mark. As long as it stays there, there will always be a hidden danger that Voldemort might be listening. Magnus said, checking out the dark mark on Severus' wrist. Severus was not hopeful about getting rid of it. I don't know the incantation. Voldemort silently did it. I do, Magnus muttered. I know the incantation. As long as I can overpower Voldemort's magic, I can get rid of this dark mark. Magnus took out his wand and put its tip on the wrist of Severus. Erdramsrum. Saying this, he tried to unwind the spell from his wrist. It wasn't just a matter of being magically stronger, to remove this one you also needed to be knowledgeable about spells. Magnus tried to do it for 5 minutes, but still, no result was seen. So he realized he was missing something. He did not know what it was though. It seems I still need to research it a bit. I will return later again, Severus. Until then, you stay here and rest. Aunt Eileen, I will take my leave." He left Severus alone to talk with his mother. Magnus, meanwhile, was annoyed by his inability to fix Severus. So he just went to Dumbledore's office to head to the ministry. Whoosh! Magnus and Dumbledore operate directly inside the ministry as always. However, as soon as they arrived there they got surrounded by a horde of news reporters and other enthusiasts. All of them were trying to push each other and reach Magnus. Some wanted an interview, some wanted to shake hands with him. "Mr. Pendragon, how are you feeling? How many werewolves did you kill? Why did Voldemort attack the school? What is the secret behind your strength?" Magnus sighed and tried to calm them down. "Everyone, maintain the decorum of this place. I do not hide major things from people. Today, the Wisengamot will be held. Whatever conclusion we arrive at there will be revealed to the people if it does not involve any national risk. So please be patient." He and Dumbledore left immediately after that. They took the lift and soon arrived at the usual Wisengamot hall. But today, there were many more seats, since all major lords and ladies had been called here. As soon as Magnus stepped in there, a round of applause resounded in the hall. Most of the ones clapping were from the light and neutral faction. Magnus waited for that to stop and took a seat. With that, the meeting was in session. Eugenia stood up and started. "What happened 2 days ago, not just shocked us but the whole magical world. The world also laughs at us now for not being able to contain a Dark Lord. What Voldemort did was a direct slap on the face of the Ministry of Magic and the British wizarding community. But, as many sacrifices were made in the war, many heroes also arose from its shadows. And for the bravery of Mr. Pendragon, the Ministry grants him Order of Merlin, First Class. The same goes for Mr. Ragnar Ouroboros and Severus Prince, who have not joined us today. Now, coming back to the important part, this meeting today was called by Mr. Pendragon to urgently discuss the matters of the future. Mr. Pendragon, the podium is yours." She announced and took her seat. Magnus stood up at his seat and spoke in a loud voice. "Thank you, for granting me this medal that has lost all its meaning. Now let's move on to what's worrying us right now. As my first announcement, anybody who is related to Voldemort at all will get their properties sealed. The house, the money and property, all shall be taken. As the traitor law speculates, the traitor shall receive their prize appropriately, which is a Dementor's kiss." There was an uproar, so Magnus continued. "I know, it's officially imprisonment in Azkaban, but they attacked me, which means if you're helping them, you are one of the traitors who attacked the King of Britain, and this amounts to treason, punishable by death." Boom! Chaos erupted in the hall as everyone on the dark side boiled in anger. The majority of dark pure-blooded families had dealings with Voldemort, so they were afraid. But Magnus was not going to let them go so easily. This was just the beginning of the meeting. Chapter 291. How can you differentiate between who is good and who is bad? Do you have any proof? Patriarch of Black family shouted. He knew Magnus was going to attack them with his schemes. Magnus silently took out a file from a huge stack of files on his table. "Ah, yes, the Black family. Arcturus Black III, you bribed Ignatius Tuft, then Minister for Magic, and countless other ministry employees with gold. All the transactions have been verified by the Gringotts and testimony of the surviving wizards who took bribes have been received. You used dishonest means to get an Order of Merlin First Class. And let's not forget, you are the grandfather, not directly, of Narcissa Malfoy née Black, married to the now confirmed, one of the closest Death Eaters to Voldemort, Lucius Malfoy. Your granddaughter, Bellatrix Lestrange née Black, is now a lapdog of Voldemort. Tell me why your house shouldn't be dragged into the mud. Time and time again you have stood against the magical community and tried to destroy it from within. Corruption, illegal magic and worship to a Dark Lord, all these are crimes in the eyes of the law. Arcturus Black III was enraged by this allegation. House of Black is one of the purest and most ancient houses in this county, this is slandering over our name. Everyone, do you accept this? A boy, passing judgment on our families, stepping on our names. No. This is unacceptable. Go home, boy. This is his scheme. Although the crowd that was shouting was small, when multiple stupid people shout together it usually sounds very loud and also clouds the judgment of a few normal ones too. Magnus, not even breaking a sweat, picked another file. Lord of Avery family, one of your family members is currently in Azkaban for planning an attack on my life in my first year, he had a dark mark on him. Lord Caro of House Caro, your son and daughter have joined Voldemort as his Death Eaters, your daughter was killed in the recent attack on me in Hogsmeade. Lord Corban Yaxley, Aurors. Arrest this man. Lord Yaxley, you came with Voldemort as one of his Death Eaters 2 days ago. You thought you could get away due to your mask. You shall be put in prison, then in a public trial you will speak the truth. Magnus' orders were loud and clear. No one dared to speak at that moment, and most of the good families were actually rejoicing and didn't mind Magnus taking just authority. You are not the minister, you have no authority. Someone shouted. Minister for Magic, Eugenia, shrugged, he has the authority, I gave him. So please cooperate. Magnus didn't give him another chance. Ah, Lord Not, one of the closet Death Eaters. People gasped at this accusation. Not family was one of the Sacred 28. They enjoyed the same status as the Malfoy family used to. Aurors. Check his wrists. Magnus ordered. Immediately 2 Ministry Aurors entered with Moody in the lead. He had a smirk on his face, clearly enjoying this. He pointed his wand at Not to make sure he does not do anything stupid. Not was scared now, he damned himself for opening his mouth. Moody ordered him, cooperate with us, it can end quicker this way. The 2 Aurors quickly held him and forced his sleeves up. Everyone saw his wrists, they were clean, not even a shadow of a dark mark. But before Not could take a sigh of relief, Moody pointed his wand, Revelio. This was all that was needed. This spell was used to reveal concealed objects, messages, invisible things, and passages. It could also be used to reveal the true appearance of someone who changed their appearance with a spell. Thud. The dark mark appeared, as clear as a day. Not slumped and fell to his knees with a thud. It was over, his family, the legacy was over. Magnus sighed and ordered, check everyone's wrists. Who knows how many more are hiding here? Bam. The door slammed open and tens of Aurors entered, the hall that used to look big now seemed crowded. However, Aurors didn't have as many powerful men, so Magnus' army of Merlin was here to help, disguised as Aurors. Most families that had nothing to do with the Dark Lord obediently did as asked and cleared off their name. Most troublemakers though were mainly families from Sacred 28. I will not accept this, Ava. Sectum Sempra. Magnus countered in less than half the time and sent the crews zooming at the man. He flew back a few feet and fell down with dozens of deep cuts over his body. Magnus was, on the other hand, surprised. Whoa, Sev made a pretty good spell. He focused back, please cooperate. No blood needs to be spilled. At most, you shall go to Azkaban. Of course, Magnus was against sending them there and instead wanted to kill them. But ending so many heads of big families in such a short time would paint Magnus as the bad guy among the people. Hence, he decided to keep it slow and covert. They will die eventually. After all, accidents do happen. After the event of Magnus' counter, nobody dared to make any moves. Magnus eyed everyone. He was surprised that the Greengrass family came out to be clean, as they were one of the vocal supporters of pureblood theory. Black family was a smart one though, they never directly got involved with Voldemort, it was always some family member, but the main family members never did it. This always saved them. But not today. Although they won't go to Azkaban, they will face economical losses. Magnus waited for 9 members of the Sacred 28 to be arrested and taken away. Not all of them were Wisengamot members. Magnus had invited lords of all notable families, and these ones dug their own grave by coming here. Magnus landed the next bomb, all those named today, your Gringotts vaults shall be sealed from now on and your properties will now be under the care of the ministry, meaning you cannot sell it or do any business from it. This ban will continue until our investigation is done and all supporters of Voldemort are found. Magnus expected some of them to protest, but it seems they had accepted their defeat for now. So he continued with the final announcement. For God's sake, I am just a kid, and I have to fight that monster for my survival. He killed 5 kind wizards a few days ago, he attacked little children of Hogwarts, I had to fight an army of werewolves. Why? Does your blood not boil? Who is Voldemort? What right does he have to decide who is a blood traitor, who doesn't deserve to live and have magic? He's a lowly insect, one that bites and infects. He has already infected so many of our ancient magical families, but no more. Gone are the days when the ministry did nothing, it feared the Dark Lord, it feared the public, it feared the families that supported the Dark Lord. From today onwards, I am declaring, jointly with Minister, Voldemort is the most wanted global terrorist, his army is an illegal organization and everyone in it is a terrorist. 1,676 wizards, men, women and children have been murdered by them until now. That's 1,676 wizards dead who could have increased the magical population by thousands. They killed our community's future. We must get them justice. A warrant is being issued, all Death Eaters and Dark Wizards are to be caught dead or alive. We are in the state of war. If you want a future for your kids, it's time to fight. The Ministry is going to develop a strike battalion of 900 wizards. We must not rest until Voldemort is dead. And this is the best chance as he is weak. Why must we wait until the situation becomes so bad that we must fight? Why not now? Maybe your children won't have to fight him then. For as long as he lives, we can never sleep calmly at night. Our families can never roam the streets safely. So we must fight. I myself will fight. Yes, my blood will be spilt, but for every drop, I shall bring down 10 of them, that I promise. So, those who are in favor of this decision, raise your hands. There was silence in the hall. What Magnus was suggesting was an all-out war. Something that was done before, only at the brink of collapse does the wizarding community act. This was the case with Grindelwald and they expected the same here. But Magnus suggested they take offense. When nobody raised their hand, one wrinkly hand rose, it was Dumbledore, on his left stood Flammel and on his right stood Newt. He spoke calmly in an old hoarse voice, I am quite old. I have seen what the last war did. Both magical and muggle. War does bring misery and death to both sides. But, war is a necessary tool for our freedom. If we didn't fight, we'd be living under the tyranny of Grindelwald right now. If we don't fight Voldemort, forget about freedom. Here we have a young boy, merely 13 years old, ready to fight. Why? Why did he save hundreds of our good men that night by fighting the thousands of werewolves alone? Because he values the life of good people above all. And if we don't end Voldemort, Muggle wizards will be killed, half-bloods will be treated worse than house elves. Those purebloods who didn't support will be called blood traitors and their properties will be confiscated. We have, a young Merlin, a dragon, leading us. Magnus is strong and wise. What do we have to fear? Death? I am ready to lay my life if it means the end of Voldemort. I agree with Mr. Pendragon's proposal. We shall fight. Dumbledore raised his arm, along with him all of the Order of the Phoenix members present there also raised hands. Newt and Flammel as well. Magnus was already doing it, Minister too. Seeing so many raised hands, slowly people started to gather courage. One by one, all 149 people present there raised their hands. Even Arcturus Black III and other pureblood supremacists raised them, they feared that they would be labeled as traitors to wizard kind if they didn't do it. After all, it was true that Voldemort had killed many pureblood families by calling them blood traitors. With unanimous voting in the agreement of the proposal, Eugenia signed the papers, the death warrants of Voldemort and all his supporters. Her seat as minister was confirmed now for as long as she sided with Magnus. Finally, today the magical world saw Magnus in action for the first time. Not only did he cleanse the Wizengamot in one fell swoop but also initiated the offense on Voldemort. Next morning, countless owls left the post offices and various business offices to deliver today's newspaper to the whole of the United Kingdom. Many stacks were sent around the world in big bundles through port keys. They were even sent to families that didn't subscribe to the paper as today's edition was free, only Magnus paper though. But the news was the same on the front page of each paper. There was a giant headline with a whole page group photo of everyone that was present in Wizengamot Hall. In the middle were Magnus, Eugenia who held the declaration, Dumbledore, Flammel, Newt and all other big names. The headline simply read, Declaration of War. Death warrant of Voldemort signed. It was certainly not going to be calm anytime soon in Europe in the coming years, as the game of cat and mouse began. In Hogwarts, Severus read the news and felt pumped. He quickly got up from his bed in the infirmary and went to Professor McGonagall. Professor, look. Surprisingly, McGonagall was knitting a sweater with her hands, it was her way of relaxing. She smiled and took the paper from Severus and read it. It left her in shock and at the same time a shiver went down her body, activating goosebumps. A proud smile appeared on her face, now he looks like a king. Chapter 292. All those who were worried about the condition of the wizarding community in Britain now calmed down, seeing that this time the ministry meant business. And in fact, nearly all wizarding governments across Europe sent the British ministry word that they were willing to cooperate, even France agreed. The representative from Makusa had also arrived and assured the ministry that they would give all the help possible. So Voldemort was not going to find any place to hide now, unless he goes to those African or Asian countries with no single magical authority. Besides this, a lot of Gringotts vaults were sealed due to people being found to be either a Death Eater, these were mainly the big lords, or supporting dark wizards. It was very easy to find these dark wizards working inside the ministry. How? Well, the Battle of Hogsmeade was very gruesome, especially for Voldemort. Due to this, no person from his side was left unscathed. So whenever an employee came with injuries or took a sick leave, immediately Aurors got to work. Magnus, specially recruited, highly loyal Mind Arts division of the army of Merlin, was fast at work and used legilimency to read all their crimes. So Magnus now found himself with a lot of gold, books, and magical items from the seized vaults. So he decided to use these for expanding the ministry, since in the future Great Britain will become greater. Hogwarts would get some facilities updated, St. Mungo would also open new branches. Magnus owned the hospital already, but using these funds to open a new hospital was a service to wizardkind. But currently, Magnus was busy, as he and Ragnar tried to find a way to get rid of the dark mark on Severus' hand. They had been at it since he returned from the ministry. Severus was made to only live in the infirmary due to fears that the Dark Lord might listen in or do something else. I think we can use Voldemort's blood. It has to be blood magic, how else it is that even though I have higher magical purity than him I can get rid of the mark? Magnus postulated. Ragnar thought long, blood magic is something that a creature like Voldemort would use. Let's go, I just hope that the battlefield was not cleaned. Voldemort did get injured by my and Professor Dumbledore's attacks. His blood must be on the glass, even a drop would suffice. Let's go then. Magnus and Ragnar rushed out. They had basically no restrictions about entering or exiting the castle anymore. It was mainly for emergencies though. They arrived at the location of the battle. The ground still looked blasted from many places. It was burnt and in some places there was blood. They quickly looked at the place Voldemort was standing. There was indeed some blood. But then Magnus remembered. Damn it, Lucius was here too, he was injured. No problem, blood can be separated. So let's just pick the samples from this whole patch and go back. Ragnar suggested. It was really helpful having a genius potion master. They soon returned to their lab and started working. It was just Ragnar doing it though. It will take me an hour to separate the blood if there is any. Then I will return later. Magnus left him at work. He still needed to train the Hogwarts team for the Inter-School Cup after all. Big events may have happened, they couldn't hinder future plans. When Magnus was doing so much, what were other members of the Order of Merlin doing? There were not many to begin with. There were Ted, Adrian, Edgar, Tom and Zenrock. Ted was a lawyer, a very famous, successful and rich one. He had the record of never ever losing a case that he personally took. Currently, his company, Tonks and Tonks, worked in 56 different countries and it was a success everywhere. Even though their fees were high, cases keep on coming. He was not told about the attack of Voldemort beforehand as he was not a part of the army of Merlin, and he was not a fighting wizard either. So he was shocked as well and a bit annoyed that Magnus didn't tell him. But when Magnus said that he would never be able to forgive himself if Nymphadora lost her father, he calmed down. But, he felt useless. No matter how much money he had or successful he was in the Muggle world, it meant nothing if he wasn't useful in the wizarding world. Hence, he decided he would start a wizarding law firm as well. This one, however, will be focused on property management and helping Magnus use the ministry law against those who stand against him. Adrian was a busy man, he personally participated in Magnus' plan, as the one responsible for finding and saving Severus' mother. He did his task easily and returned to his post. Adrian was not a normal man anymore, not even by the magical standard. The reason being his work. Meta was world famous now, and people from around the world use its services, sometimes to help them in their legal cases to find the evidence, and sometimes to solve many personal problems, and too many big names were regular customers. This way, Adrian came to be in possession of so many secrets that if released, he could destroy the world economy, start wars between countries and destroy the careers of big men. All these secrets were however safely kept in a deep vault of Gringotts, just where the Nunda lived. Adrian was also responsible for creating the Muggle private army, the Golden Company. The company was by now 40,000 men strong. And he was currently amidst hiring 10,000 non-combatants for medical and logistics services. It was a force to be reckoned with. Adrian himself had no idea what Magnus was going to do with all these men. But he knew that this army was probably strong enough to fight and destroy countries, and he wasn't talking about small ones. The Golden Company was divided into 4 services: Army, which was the largest part; Navy, the smallest part; the Air Force, the second largest. Then there were the non-combatants. The special thing about these, however, was that the commanders and vice-commanders of all these services were experienced wizards. Their involvement would cause many godly miracles, ensuring victory. But, for now, all of them were still training, hoping a mission would come someday. Meanwhile, Edgar was a part and leader of the army of Merlin, hence he was involved in the attack and had felt satisfaction in dealing with the Death Eaters in the language they understood. But now he was back at work, as the CEO of one of the world's biggest construction companies. Their projects in Saudi Arabia were going as planned and will be completed by the summer of next year. But since Emery's construction had gone through a hiring spree, they had enough people to do multiple projects. Hence, they sent one team to permanently station in Zimbabwe. Their job was to create as much infrastructure as possible on Magnus paid money. Of course, it was going to be heavily publicized who was building all this. The current government was corrupt anyway, and with the arrival of Magnus people, a new and pro-United Kingdom candidate was made to stand election. He was very famous right now and might win next year. If that happens, Zimbabwe can be inducted into the United Kingdom easily. The people loved the UK already, as because of them they now lived a much better life. After Adrian came Tom. Tom was a muggle, yet he was as important as anyone else. Tom had been promoted to the rank of chief superintendent. But his rise didn't stop there, as he was already touching the threshold to become commander. Tom had learned and tried to improve himself in every possible way. Magnus' special potions and the Mind Stone helped a lot. He learned about warfare, intelligence gathering, anti-spying, human psychology, and also practiced martial arts, eventually turning him into some sort of super spy, and he was indeed that, as Magnus' strength potions had reinforced his body to be better than normal humans. But all this would not have been enough to quickly rise. This is why Magnus had sent him a wizard from his Mind Arts division. He was inducted into the police force and made Tom's assistant. Now, Tom never had to worry about not finding enough evidence. The last in the team was Zenrock, the diary-writing goblin. He was currently helping Camelot's goblins to take over Gringotts from the inside. Already the Camelot goblins had started filling many important positions. It was only a matter of time before they completely took over. The last remaining was Bobby. Bobby was a round table member, much higher in the food chain. But he had no idea what was going on in the wizarding world, so he was still studying in the United States and working on expanding and strengthening his super tech empire. Hogwarts. Found it. Hell yeah, Ragnar shouted in excitement after nerve-wracking 50 minutes. He finally had a drop of Voldemort's blood. It was darker than normal for some reason. He immediately looked for Magnus everywhere. But at last, he thought he might be in room of requirement, so he went there. Excitedly, he entered and announced, "Hee, I am a genius, I found, blink blink." Ragnar's mouth shut close abruptly. In front of him was Magnus, and in his arms was Emma and a Princess Carrie. Both had reddened faces. Ragnar quickly turned around and left. Sorry to disturb, I will come back later. Thud. Magnus let Emma go and she fell on her butt. He quickly ran after his brother. "No Rag, this isn't what you think." Chapter 293. 15 minutes before Ragnar arrived in the room of requirement. "Mag, let's test this broom. I just created its all-new propulsion system that will allow you the highest speed with minimum effort. But I don't know if it will work." Emma excitedly requested him. Magnus had just given her this project to keep her occupied. He never thought she would really make something out of it, but whatever it was good. "Sure, just get on it and try to fly around slowly." He agreed. Without caring much, Emma got on top of her new broom and kicked off the ground. The broom slowly hovered and gained height slowly. She wasn't going to give much acceleration as she was afraid she might just hit the wall. It was all good and simple at the start as she slowly showed progress. How high and fast can it go? It is supposed to fly at a speed of 350 km per hour. Cannon firebolts can fly at 241 km per hour. It even has a special braking charm to help you make a quick stop. But I still need to work on all those things. Oh, I'm also gonna have to design a special helmet for it, as you can't really fly so fast with naked eyes. She was explaining things about the broom. Boom. That was when suddenly a loud noise came from the frame of the broom and it suddenly stopped working. She started to free fall. Magnus quickly reacted and caught her in his arms. And that was when Ragnar entered. Magnus. Only after Magnus showed him the damaged broom did he really believe in him. Ragnar chuckled, I thought I could give Mum the good news and make her very happy. Magnus stared daggers, what did you come here for? Oh, I found Voldemort's blood. Here it is. With this, you can most likely overcome the dark mark. Ragnar showed him a vial with dark red blood. Magnus was elated, then let's go. Emma, leave that. Come with us, we're gonna heal Sev. Emma nodded and followed them to the infirmary. Severus was alone, reading a book that Lily left behind for him. He told her everything, about why he couldn't meet her more as promised. She understood and gave him a friendly hug. Severus has been on cloud 9 since then. Sev, let's try it again. Magnus arrived, startling him. Yes, if it still doesn't work we'll just chop your arm and regrow another one. Ragnar added. What? X3. Magnus, Severus and Emma all three questioned at the same time. Ragnar acted like it was obvious, what? We have to get rid of that dark mark, I just had a backup plan, nothing else. Severus looked at his arm, how long would it take to regrow? Ragnar patted on his shoulder, don't worry, my friend. It will grow in a week. You'll just have to use your other hand to do the deed until then. What deed? Emma asked them innocently. Magnus facepalmed himself. Ragnar laughed, oh dear Emma. You're so innocent. You need to stop reading princess storybooks. Emma didn't like being taunted like this, really. Then what should I read? Play Magnus had already put his hand on Ragnar's mouth and shushed him. Emma stomped, why won't you tell me? Mag, you said you won't ever keep secrets from me now. Magnus felt a headache, are you sure? This won't be nice to know. I'm not telling you because it isn't worth knowing. Emma confidently affirmed, yes, I want to know. Magnus went close to her ear and whispered in it for a while, explaining that Ragnar was talking about porn magazines and wanking. Ragnar and Severus silently kept looking at Emma's face, slowly her brows creased and then rose up and up. Soon her face became red in shame and embarrassment. AAA, perverts. She scolded them and ran away. Magnus sighed, girls, let's resume, Sev. Magnus this time put the drop of Voldemort's blood on the wand's tip and then started doing the reversal of the spell. He slowly overcame the power of Voldemort. It's happening. Ragnar cheered. Finally, the dark mark started showing signs of fading away. It made Magnus happy, Sev, you can join the normal world once again. Severus was delighted to see this. The first thing he was going to do was give his two brothers a big hug. They stood by him, risking their lives. Where can you find such friends in today's day and age? Magnus focused on the dark mark and slowly burned it to nothingness. He didn't stop even after it wasn't visible to make sure it was completely gone. And sometimes when he did that Severus felt something snap in his body. I think it worked, Magnus. I just felt like some kind of a connection broke up. Magnus took a relaxing breath and sat down on the bed, good. I was worried that we wouldn't have a way to confirm if the mark was gone or not. Piety. Severus suddenly jumped and hugged Magnus and Ragnar both at the same time. He didn't cry, he had already done it too much and there was nothing left to pour out. In fact, he had a delightful smile on his face. Today, he could even subconsciously say that if one day it came to it, he'd gladly give up his life for Magnus or Ragnar. Magnus and Ragnar patted his back. Magnus laughed, did you forget so fast? We're brothers for life. Hell yeah, no homo though. Ragnar added. They ended their hug and stretched. Magnus jumped to exercise his body, let's prepare for the championship in France now. We gotta win it and make history. Severus nodded, finally, I can focus on it. Previously I had to keep Voldemort in my mind and couldn't focus fully on my potions. Rag, I'm going to need your help with some things. Magnus stopped them from leaving, however, let's meet Professor McGonagall first, can't leave her alone to be bored. I'm going to give her satellite television later. Her injuries are going to take a long time to heal. Who will teach us transfiguration until then? Severus inquired. Magnus cheekily smiled, none other than our old headmaster. He used to teach Transfiguration before his promotion. The trio soon reached McGonagall's bed. She was still knitting the sweater and at the same time brewing some tea for herself with magic. She would always feel cheerful whenever Magnus would visit her. She was a married woman, but sadly a childless one. Due to some complications, she couldn't produce on. So, to her, all the students in the school were her kids. She was very strict with them, but she would also feel very hurt whenever one of the students takes a bad path in life. "Mr. Prince, I presume Mr. Pendragon has been able to deal with the dark mark?" she asked. Magnus interrupted her though. "Come on, Professor, I told you to call me Magnus. Ragnar here you can call whatever you want, Blondie, Dumbo, Charmless or anything else." Ragnar immediately protested, "Sure, Professor, you can call Magnus Little Dragon from now on." Magnus' face frowned at that instant. He forgot that Ragnar had a higher ground when it came to name-calling. He quickly changed the topic. "Professor, I got rid of Severus Dark Mark." She nodded, as expected from a talented student like you, Magnus. "Now hurry and go to your classes. You can't miss too many." She was still as strict as always. They said bye and left her. But they didn't go to the classes. Slowly, the first week of November passed. Something huge was going to happen in December. The Muggle world was going to get the world's most advanced and biggest hospital. It would have everything, from the smallest treatment to the biggest. The good part of this hospital was that it was divided into two sections. It would treat people under the NHS, but at the same time would cater to customers who were ready to pay up front. It was meant to become the favorite hospital of the world's richest. December 24th was the day Magnus had decided for its opening. By then, he would hopefully have a new sibling. Secretly, his plan was to get Grace to deliver in this new hospital. The hospital in question was currently going through the finishing touches. But the normal working had already begun. Starting from just a small building, it had expanded. The managing director that Magnus had hired specifically for recruitment and smooth work did a great job. All that was left now was announcing to the world that it was Magnus' pet project. This would not only reveal the hospital to the world, but also Magnus. That he was a highly talented boy. Though his wealth would still be kept a secret. But, because the hospital's main infrastructure was created through magic, it was important to make people believe that this was nothing but a modern marvel. Hence, as always, a documentary was aired on BBC and a few more channels, showing how the hospital was created from scratch. They had previously made a documentary, but because they didn't account for what the end result would look like, the documentary was cancelled and a new one was made. When Magnus saw it, he couldn't help but laugh. The whole documentary felt like a comedy show with awkward moments. They all probably went unscripted with this. But their acting was top-notch since they already experienced it from some other projects. A/N, imagine a documentary but cringe, awkwardness and cinematography of The Office. However, November wasn't a boring month, because a movie just got released in theaters across the world through Warner Brothers channels. It was simply called Cursed. It was the world's scariest horror movie. Created fully by Magnus movie company Magic Made. This movie was going to confuse too many people. The special effects used in this were too real. In fact, they were truly real or illusions made from magic. But, such scenes were beyond current technology. There was even a scene where the main character was pulled out of the house in the woods by the ghost, ripping a huge chunk of the house and then snapping body parts of the character. The script Magnus had come up with just on the go quickly became a huge hit and everyone wanted to see the movie. All well-known directors, as well as aspiring ones, went to see it to find out how the hell these special effects were made. Currently, one of these aspiring ones sat in a completely packed movie theater in Los Angeles. Around him, women hugged the arms of their lovers, but instead of taking advantage, their lovers were also invested in the movie and often screamed harder than their female counterparts. This young director, however, was not here merely to watch it, because this was his 7th viewing of the movie in a single day. He sat with his assistant and looked at the big screen with sparkling eyes. The scenes of the ghost, the destruction of the house, the breaking of the body, the sound effects, it all looked and felt completely real. In one scene, he stood up and shouted with passion, "How the FCK did they make this? How is this possible? With computers?" His assistant embarrassingly pulled him back into his seat. "Damn it, George. It's been your 7th rewatch, calm down." But how could George Walton Lucas Jr. calm down? He felt his own dreams of creating a certain special effects movie became reinforced. He looked at his assistant who was also his wife, Marcia. "Get me tickets to London." Chapter 294. It was November, meaning Quidditch season. This year in particular the hype was much more. The reason being what these matches would mean. Supporters of each house came in great numbers to watch each match. Quidditch Interhouse Cup. It was not simple as it was also a qualifier tournament that would decide which house's team goes to France. Currently, all 4 teams had finished playing their practice matches. Slytherin was nearly guaranteed to be one of the teams that would go to France due to great players like Magnus and Emma. Meanwhile, the other teams didn't have super wizards like Magnus. But most were interested in knowing who would be the second team to represent Hogwarts. Hence, the competition between Gryffindor, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff was fierce. The first rounds were fierce, and Hufflepuff was soon out of the tournament. Slytherin was the first to reach the finals, the second one was Gryffindor. Initially, they had a weak team due to the new Seeker. Now, after 1 year of experience and training, their Seeker was much better as well as coordinated. But their winning streak ended as soon as the match started with Slytherin. Magnus devastated them by catching the golden snitch in a record time of 20 seconds. It was right to say that even before Gryffindor mustered their courage and hoped the match was over. The crowd had just started cheering for their respective favorite teams and the match was already finished. Even Madame Hooch was left shocked and confused and forgot to whistle. Heck, it wasn't just the Gryffindor team that was shocked, even Slytherin folks were left in shock as they tried to understand what this even meant. Emma, who was beside Magnus, felt speechless. Was this necessary? Magnus shrugged, some questions are better left unanswered. Whistle. And the Slytherin team won with 150 points. This is a new record, a win in 20 seconds. It seems our win is all but guaranteed in France. Let's congratulate and wish both the teams good luck. The announcer kid shouted through the mic. Magnus happily handed the golden snitch to Madame Hooch and walked towards the exit. Behind him, his dumbfounded team followed. They hadn't even broken a single drop of sweat and felt as good as they were before the match. Cough. There was a weird eerie silence lingering. Magnus didn't like it. Come on, people. We won, you all can cheer. Thud. Reed, a chaser, dropped his broom. Man, I feel like I was given a big Christmas present but only found a nut in the box. It feels weird. Emma agreed, true, even though we won, it was too damn easy. I don't think I even blinked my eye and before I knew it, he had caught it. I have a suggestion. Everyone became alert. She was the captain after all, from now on, Magnus should be sent to the second line as a replacement player. It's no fun if he finishes the game before we can even move a muscle. How will we become better like this? All those who agree, raise your hands. Magnus on the side stared dumbly. He was being ignored like he had committed a grave sin. Come on, I thought you would appreciate me finishing early. We would have if it was a game with the French, not here. Anyway, you will play only after we all have done something. Emma decided. What if their Seeker gets the golden snitch? Don't be impulsive and overconfident. We're going there to represent our school. We need an absolute victory there, we're not going there to enjoy it. Even by mistake if we lose, we will become the laughing stock of the British wizarding community. Are you ready to take this chance? He scolded them. He felt that he should have let them lose a few matches in the prelims so they at least know what defeat tastes like. After all, ever since he joined the team from the first year, Slytherin has never lost a match. Emma thought about it and realized she was being too dumb. Magnus was their strongest link. He not only catches the golden snitch but also makes sure the opponent's Seeker can't get to it. You're right, Magnus. We should just ask you not to complete the game so quickly. She apologetically said. He shrugged, I will not be participating in interhouse tournaments from next year. I will remain a reserve, only if you all can bring the team to the finals each year will I play, even then I will stay as a reserve. He told them and left. The team felt disheartened that they just made him upset due to their stupidity. But at the same time, they felt that Magnus was just too good for school-level games. I think we pissed him off. One of them said. Another one cursed, damn right, who would feel good to be blamed even after winning the whole game. Meh, I'm going to eat something. Slowly the whole team dispersed. Emma also quickly changed her clothes and found Magnus in the great hall chomping on some pancakes. The elves in the kitchen now always keep some batter ready-made for Magnus. Whenever he asks, they just cook some and give him. It takes a few minutes anyway. Mag, I didn't mean to make you feel bad. Emma apologized. Magnus turned to her with half the fork in his mouth and his cheeks puffed. What? Ah, the game. Don't think about it, Emma. I'm not angry, I had already decided to quit from next year. The game has become too easy. No team can stand against me. Chomp, he ate his 12th pancake. Emma didn't even care, it was normal to see him eat so much. Well, my dad knows a lot of people in the English national team. What do you say, wanna play in the Quidditch World Cup? The minimum age for Quidditch World Cup players is 14. I'm just 13 right now, he argued. However, you will be 14 on the 15th of January. The World Cup will go on from the 25th of December to the 25th of January. You can play in a few matches if you want to feel challenged. She suggested. Magnus thought about it, but it all depends if the English team can even survive until then. If it gets out before I turn 14, it'll be a waste of time. You can just be the reserve, I will force the team manager to let you play after your birthday. What do you say? She asked excitedly. Magnus agreed, sure, tell me if you can get me in. Yesss, I'll be back. She ran away to write a letter to her father. English National Quidditch Team Headquarters. A few days later, the managing director of the English National Quidditch Team, Jackson Whiston, got a letter from a very beautiful orange owl. He had no idea who sent it, but he took it. At a glance, he saw the seal of the owner of Nimbus Broom Company. He quickly opened it thinking they made some new brooms and wanted to give them to the team. But after reading the letter, his face became conflicted. The World Cup was about to begin, and here he was, reading this strange request that he really wanted to deny but he also didn't want to. Why the hell should I let a kid play in the game? But, he's Magnus the Great. If I don't let him play, and then lose, people will blame me for the loss. But if we let him play, and then lose, people will blame the team for being too weak and not up to His Majesty's caliber. He realized. He quickly went to his other managing people, like the coach, the team captain and many others. So, what should we do? Just let him be the reserve. The captain said. Jackson shook his head, it specifically said that the moment he turns 14 and if our team is still in the game, he shall play as the Seeker. Does he have prior experience? We know he plays Quidditch, but how good is he? The coach asked. Sigh, we don't know. Do we have any new recruits from Hogwarts who can tell us about him? Jackson asked. Eventually, they found a third-liner newly scouted player from the Slytherin team from last year. He joined the team after finishing school. What? You must let him play. He's awesome, the best Seeker I have ever seen in my life. He just won a game a few days ago, he caught the snitch in just 20 seconds. We should be happy His Majesty is coming, with him, winning the cup is guaranteed, the boy enthusiastically said. But others didn't share his level of confidence and dismissed him as a fanboy of Magnus. Sigh, what can we even do? Stopping him from playing is like dropping an axe on our own foot. He's the richest, allegedly the strongest and the most influential wizard right now. He's also the king of muggles. Let's just endure it this season. I will go and try to talk to the Minister of Magic and see if she can do something about this. Jackson dismissed the meeting and went to the ministry. Chapter 295. He was swiftly granted the audience with Eugenia as she thought it was something about the World Cup. Although she was busy with Voldemort matters and the new army of ministry that was being built, she still spared time. He quickly showed her the letter. After reading it, she looked at his face in wonder. What? Why are you showing this to me? Madam Minister, His Majesty is too young and inexperienced for this. You can help us. We cannot have an amateur play as the Seeker, it's the most important position in the whole game. Jackson pleaded. Eugenia looked at his face as if he was making the joke of the century. She coldly replied, do you have any idea what you are saying? You're suggesting that a wizard, so powerful, so skillful, who alone fought and won over 1,000 werewolves, is too inexperienced. Are you telling me that a wizard who is so talented that he even makes his spells, a dueling champion, a rich businessman with superior intellect is inexperienced? Can you name me one player from the team who is more qualified than His Majesty? If he wants to play, you should gladly accept him with open arms. You don't know yet, but God has blessed you, it seems. Now go back and prepare for the World Cup, make sure you bring the team far enough to let him join in. Seeing her bad mood, Jackson retreated. He had no idea that Magnus was so much admired in the ministry. Even the minister was a fan. With a sigh of defeat, he accepted his fate and returned to his work. December 1st. As planned, the first week of December was supposed to be the inter-school tournament between Hogwarts and Beauxbatons Academy. A delegation of about 50 students reached the host school, Beauxbatons Academy, via a direct port key from the ministry. Along with them came Dumbledore, to watch over and preside as the judge along with the headmistress of Beauxbatons Academy, Olympe Maxime. The location of the school was in the Pyrenees Mountains of southern France. The school took many of its wizarding students from France, as well as large numbers from Spain, Portugal, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, and Belgium. The palace of Beauxbatons was a small castle with 4 floors. But it had a lot of surrounding open land. All Magnus knew about this school was from many books. The school, just like Hogwarts, had houses. But, here there were only 3. Belfoyle, its house colors were soft green and white, and the house symbol was a leaf. Members of this house were lovers of nature and had a strong sense of bravery and loyalty to all they held dear. They were basically a mix of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff with a mix of nature. The second house was Papillonless. Its house colors were purple and blue, and the house symbol was a butterfly. Students sorted into this house were naturally gifted in the arts, both visual and musical. They were very social people and sometimes abrupt. The third house was Ombrelon. Its house colors were gray and navy, and the house symbol was a moon. The members of this house were often manipulative and cunning. They were very cool and calculating students who were averse to irrationality and prize people who make well thought out and logical decisions. They were the most ambitious of the Beauxbatons houses. They were very smart, logical and structured, and were highly curious and interested in the world and the intricate way in which it works. So they were basically a mix of Slytherin and Ravenclaw. Magnus felt he matched with the third house the most on a personal level. The members of this house were explorers and seekers of knowledge. So as planned, he took his seat at Ombrelon House table during his stay. Ragnar, Severus and Emma followed him loyally. However, Magnus failed to realize how popular he was. And another fact about this school. Since the headmistress of the school was a woman, she focused a lot on femininity. Hence, the girls in this school had a lot of freedoms even to love and show affection. The girls even seemed to completely accept this and were very open. Not to mention, there were a lot of beauties. Hence, the moment he walked into the castle halls for dinner evening, he was surrounded by females of all school years. The small ones who didn't know anything about love and lust were just there to innocently shake hands with him and get an autograph. These innocent ones Magnus warmly welcomed. He shook their hands, smiled and even signed a few papers with fake signs. The problem was the horny ones though. These involved mainly the 5th, 6th and 7th years. These girls were uncontrollable tigresses, trying to take a piece of him as if he was a juicy sweet pancake. The boys felt jealous as they saw their crushes pressing their bodies on the Pendragon boy. Emma, though, was the maddest. She was trying to throw away all the horny girls and make her way to Magnus through the swarm. Soon, Magnus sighed and took out his wand. I will only count till 3, if you all don't make way, I will make a move. Please make a move on me. Step on me. Take me home please. Fill my cauldron with your hot potion. Let me taste your wand. Magnus, for the first time, realized. Magical France wasn't like the Muggle France. Magical ones embraced their friends across the pond a bit too enthusiastically. Fking horny bitches. Emma cursed, trying to protect Magnus' honor. Ragnar and Severus were just laughing from the side. Lily felt jealous and James too, who came with the Quidditch team, felt jealous. Magnus, seeing no way out, created a small hammer from his wand and started slamming them lightly on all their heads. Bonk bonk bonk. Bang bang bang. Madame Maxime suddenly stood up and tapped her giant feet on the floor, making loud sounds. All the girls stood straight like military soldiers. Gone were the horny, they embarrassed discipline all of a sudden. My dear darlings, please behave, they are our guests. Mr. Pendragon is in fact an esteemed guest of the whole magical France. He must be hungry right now, so let him eat first. Yes, madam. We're hungry too. The girls replied while taking a glance at Magnus. But they went back to their seats after that. However, Magnus was shocked by Madame Maxime. What the hell does she mean by, let him eat first? What happens after that? Magnus silently went to his seat. This time Emma stayed close to him, sandwiching him between her seat and Ragnar's. Ragnar was chuckling. I guess they are very open about their sexuality. We call those perverts back in Britain, Severus commented. Magnus however felt threatened and worried his stay in the school would not be simple. Emma, how do you say we move around this hostile territory? By blood and fire. Emma replied angrily. Cough. However, suddenly a French boy came to Emma and introduced himself, Gustave Bonaparte at your services, mademoiselle. Ah, your beauty has entranced me. Tu as de beaux yeux. Your eyes are like 1,000 sparkling suns, going through 1,000,000 explosions. Oh, let me drown in them. Ragnar held his breath as he saw Emma's face erupting in fury. Ragnar and Severus had both discussed it before and knew that Emma was head over heels for Magnus and would probably never want to be with anyone else in her life. They didn't name her Magnus Bellatrix just for nothing. However, Ragnar's soft chuckle invited the attention of Gustave Bonaparte. He quickly walked to Ragnar and shamelessly touched his long, shoulder-length blonde silky hair. Bonaparte looked him in the eyes with his face just a few inches away. Oh monsieur, how did I not see this handsome, Such beautiful blue eyes, I want to swim in them. Such silky hair, I want to get tangled in them. Ah, such a manly body. Oh mon Dieu. Je suis amoureux. Ragnar was utterly creeped out by this guy. Merlin's tits, they are too open with their horny. Hey, I'm not into boys. I like strong, pretty women. Go away. Vate faire foutre. Bonaparte turned back to Emma. But she just picked up her glass and threw water on him. Drown in this, pervert. I'm only Magnus' girl. Whoa. Damn. Nice. There were sudden gasps and compliments as soon as they heard Emma's public confession. Emma, when she realized what she had done, shrank her neck and wanted to just hide under the table. Magnus stared at her with an awkward smile. Wahaha, took you long enough, Ragnar laughed and joked. Severus meanwhile took out a camera from his expansion pocket and clicked a picture with flushed faces of both Magnus and Emma. Flash. Magnus, meanwhile, was confused about what he should do. This was not the time to be lovey-dovey with girls. His life was on the line here, so why would he put hers in danger too? He can't allow her to be Eileen version 2. Magnus, come here. Just then Dumbledore called him from the teacher's dinner table at the end of the hall. Magnus stood up, but rather than just leaving, he took out a handkerchief and transfigured it into a hat. He put it on Emma's head and tapped, "I'll be back in a sec." He quickly went to Dumbledore. Emma took a sigh of relief with that. At least she didn't get rejected outright. That would have been too embarrassing. When Magnus reached the two bosses of two different schools, they talked to him like he was their equal in everything, sometimes as if he was their senior. Madame Maxime was delighted to meet him personally. Dumbledore had made sure to say many good things. It's a delight to host you here, Mr. Pendragon. It's always a great honor to meet people from old bloodlines who are not blinded by their grand past. What happened a month ago must have been very taxing. Know this, you will have full support from the French ministry as well as me. I may not be as powerful as Dumbledore here, but I have good power in my big bones. She humbly said. Magnus laughingly accepted her offer. I will keep you in my mind the next time I get attacked, madam. Dumbledore then interrupted and told him about the reason he called him, Magnus, as an official delegation to Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. Someone from our side needs to put some words with their name in school's register. This usually happens when one nation's delegation goes to another nation. But since I believe you have a higher status than me, it should be you. So write something, a quote maybe, and sign your name. Magnus was taken aback but agreed. He lifted the quill and started writing on it. These words were from his heart, to the people of the British magical community. But he knew that even the French would feel inspired by this. If you dare not raise arms to fight for freedom, do not cry when the dictators come marching on your doors, by Magnus Grant Emery's Pendragon, December 1, 1973. Chapter 296. Madame Maxime read the words Magnus wrote and felt their profound meaning. That is, truly inspiring, Mr. Pendragon. And it seems the wizards of Great Britain have learned their lesson and finally started fighting against the evil. Magnus nodded, yes, but we still have many battles to fight. Well, if this was all, I shall return to my seat now. Good night. He went back to his table and ate dinner with his friends. Madame Maxime and Dumbledore just talked about his quote the whole evening. Magnus used his boggart locket to keep the horny girls away from himself after what happened in the Great Hall. He was going to be in France for 1 whole week, so he had to keep himself safe for just till then. He was focused on the competitions. Magnus was participating in charms, transfiguration, dueling, care of magical creatures, Quidditch, and the final team quiz in which the smartest of the two schools would participate. Ragnar was participating in potions, dueling, and the quiz. Emma was only in Quidditch. Severus was in potions, charms and quiz. While in Beauxbatons Academy, students from Hogwarts were supposed to study in normal classes with the rest of the students. There were no holidays. Nor could students from Hogwarts afford them. Unlike Hogwarts, where students take and pass their LS in the 5th year, here, they pass it in their 7th year. Meaning that Hogwarts was more competitive since by the end of Hogwarts' 7th year, students pass their NSFW, which are advanced level exams that prepare one for jobs. Magnus was the best no matter which class it was. He gave all the answers and asserted dominance. Well, all except potions. He was hopeless in that. Soon, the first competition started. It was potions. The winner was obvious from the start. If Ragnar didn't win this competition with the top marks, then he had no right to be called the best potioneer. And, as expected, he floored everyone. The competition consisted of multiple rounds. Since there were 5 students from each school, at least 3 rounds were needed. In each round, a potion's name would be given and they were told to make it to the best of their ability. In the first round, Severus and Ragnar both aced. It was their speciality to use their own methods to make the potion better. In that round, about 4 contestants lost now. Out of the remaining 6, 3 were from Beauxbatons Academy and 3 were from Hogwarts. Sadly for them, these 3 were the beasts. In the second round, Ragnar and Severus again made the best potion possible. So, after the disqualification of the 2, it was a battle between Severus and Ragnar. But Hogwarts was the clear winner no matter who won among the 2. Ragnar, taught potions by some strange old man, appeared to have an upper hand and easily won the potioneering tournament, proving that his strongest point was indeed his strongest point. Severus wasn't jealous, as he expected this result. Lily had won 3rd place though, making the whole potioneering contest dominated by Hogwarts. The next competition was Care of Magical Creatures. It was not a very popular event, but since Magnus was participating it earned a lot of crowds. There was just Magnus and one more kid participating anyway. But the way they fought was different. Magnus was supposed to name a beast that his opponent should befriend while the other would do the same to him. Both could only name the available beasts. When Magnus heard his opponent named Mackled Malaclaw, he chuckled, he probably thinks I will get bad luck and lose all the other competitions. The Mackled Malaclaw was a magical land beast that closely resembled a lobster in appearance, but it was not edible. A bite from a Malaclaw had the unusual side effect of making the victim unlucky for up to a week. Any witch or wizard bitten by a Malaclaw would call off all bets, wagers and ventures since they would definitely go against them. Magnus imagined his opponent expected the same. So, he decided to play a trick on him. It would be a 50 to 50% chance of success though. So, he named Thestral. Now, these beasts were native to France and hence were available in abundance. But, as Magnus expected, his opponent couldn't even see the Thestral. How would he tame it? At the same time, Magnus had shown his dominance over Mackled Malaclaw. Initially, the lobster was angry, but Magnus warned it, I will eat you if you don't become obedient. And trust me, I can digest anything. He scared the lobster with his fire and gained its undivided loyalty. Hence, he never got bitten. The same could not be said about the Thestral though. His opponent had lost the invisible beast. Magnus won another medal for Hogwarts, as well as a pet lobster-like beast. That was it for the day. They then returned to the dorms. The real games were going to start the next day. Since only Magnus was extraordinary on those subjects, especially dueling, or so he thought. On day 2, the first event was organized in the afternoon. A nice dueling stage was erected in the hall where they ate dinner. Many seats were erected on the sides for others to watch. In this game, from Hogwarts, it was Magnus, Ragnar and 3 other 7th-year students. From Beauxbatons Academy, it was a team of all 7th years. They were mostly tall and smart-looking boys. There was one girl too though. The first match was between the 7th years of both schools. Magnus saw Hogwarts losing badly in this fight in front of his eyes. Soon, he realized the reason. Dueling was a proper subject in Beauxbatons Academy, unlike Hogwarts, who had abandoned it, and not too long ago only he made it a club activity. Beauxbatons Academy won. Beauxbatons Academy won. One after another, only Magnus and Ragnar were left. The dueling matches were not held in a pyramid-shaped order, instead, they were linear. Once a wizard goes to the stage, he fights for as long as possible and defeats as many duelists as possible. Hence, Beauxbatons Academy had only lost 1 point while Hogwarts had lost 3. Ragnar was supposed to go next. This was the first time Bosbaton's Academy's duelists saw a sword wielder. He didn't even take out his wand, but that was an illusion. Ragnar's wand was connected to a moving contraption on his wrist. With one strong push of the hand, the wand would come out, /N, imagine hidden blade from Assassin's Creed. This was a secret weapon of Ragnar, which he used to shock his opponents. "Let's go, boy." He taunted the 7th year, something that irked him. Bosbaton's Academy made the mistake of only taking Magnus' presence seriously and didn't study Ragnar previously. Hence, they had no knowledge of his powers. The 7th year started to send a barrage of curses and charms. Ragnar blocked them easily with his sword, deflecting most of them. In no moment, Ragnar jumped in front of him and slammed the hilt of the sword on his head. The 7th year boy fell down like a doll. Ragnar had trained his body a lot, he had drunk a lot of supplement potions too. Hence, it was not surprising he was so fast. Everyone was left in shock there. Who brings a sword in a wand fight? Everyone thought. Sadly, they all had no idea that in old medieval times when wizards were being persecuted, many traveled the lands as knights, with their wands hiding inside the sword itself. Hee, let's fight. Ragnar cockily invited the next. Once again, Ragnar used his sword, but he also used his multi-powered stones on his sword. It was not too lethal but enough to let him win. 1, 2, 3. But now, Ragnar was panting loudly. Magnus, on the other hand, was shouting at him to quit it, as he wanted to fight too. But Ragnar did not. He wanted to fight till the end. The last contestant came, he was the best one too, as he initially wanted to fight Magnus. But, it seemed he was alert about Ragnar now. His name was Bocchino Mozzarella. Their fight lasted a few minutes first, then when he tried to take advantage of Ragnar's predictable legwork. But this was a deliberate action of his opponent. Ragnar tried to fool him to stay uncaring about what was happening above. Bocchino's attention was only on Ragnar below the waist. Boom! Ragnar pointed his left arm at the boy. Nobody knew what it was, but then a blue light came from it, throwing the 7th year at the wall behind him. This was a successful charm made by Ragnar, but for some reason, it even shocked Ragnar, since he knew this was just a fluke as his charms never work. Normally, all his spells would create a minimal effect. He only wanted a light beam to distract the opponent. Yeez! Magnus ran to him and lifted him in the air. "You rascal, you didn't even let me fight." He also complained. Ragnar scoffed, "You're too strong, Mag. They are amateurs with some personality issues at best. Even if I, who has crap charms talent, can beat 4 prodigy wizards so fast, proves that they are not up to your level. Now, move aside and let me bask in my glory." Magnus scowled, narcissist. Oh, how the tables had turned. Ragnar enjoyed getting pictures clicked with people and showing his sword. Magnus at that point decided that he's going to obliterate the whole tournament now. He couldn't show off his skills and attract strong wizards to his side from dueling, he must use the rest of the subjects better. He whispered something in Ragnar's ears before getting down. "Tell them you became strong because of me, this way we can attract more people." Ragnar nodded and shamelessly stated, "Ha, my brother, Magnus here, helped me get stronger. He spends days and nights with me, teaching me. It was painful and hard, but eventually, I became better." His words were right, but not right sounding, their meaning could be seen as something lewd, and people did, as many were laughing. Sigh. Facepalm, Magnus just sighed and left. Chapter 297. Only charms and transfiguration were left now. Magnus had nobody to fear this time, as Ragnar sucked at these and Severus wasn't good enough. Hee, boy. I'm gonna finish it before they even know it. Magnus was excited at showing his powers to the Bosbaton's Academy. That's what she said. Ragnar blurted all of a sudden. Magnus turned to him and asked, "What? What do you mean?" Ragnar took out a small booklet. "I read this comeback in this book. 69 things to say for a comeback. That's what she said. Apparently implies that your penis is so weak that you don't last in bed." Well, of course I don't last, I'm a 13-year-old virgin boy. Even you don't know how long you will last, so who knows, tomorrow it'll be me mocking you. Magnus turned things around. Ragnar worriedly looked at his pants. Nah, I was initially frail and weaker than you, but now I'm strong. I will last. Hey, guys. What are you talking about? Emma arrived all of a sudden, prompting Magnus to laugh and change the topic. I was just saying how Ragnar is so weak, his wand is useless since nothing powerful comes out of it. This bastard is still messing with me, Ragnar realized. Yeah, Emma. I was just talking about how Magnus potions don't work at all. Ragnar hit where it hurt the most. Magnus' brows twitched, and he nearly cursed when Emma agreed, the whole school, perhaps the wizarding world knows that. Even I can make better potions than him. Hear that, Magnus? Everyone knows. Ragnar teased him and put his arm on the shoulder. So Magnus whispered in his ear, you don't want Duck's nail. Ragnar shut his mouth immediately. He wanted the precious nail of Duck for his special potion. Duck was a beast of unmatched strength, he alone could take down any dragon in the world with ease, this meant he was way above the dragons in the food chain. Oh, it's time. Folks, I will be back in a few minutes, I just need to beat a few people in charms and transfiguration. Magnus claimed and left. The way this exam was taken was similar to Hogwarts selection exam. They will be told the name of a charm that they need to perform in a set amount of time. If they fail to do it in time, they get disqualified, if all of them do it, their charm's effect will be checked. Magnus expected that he would be at the top and Severus will be second since he was very talented in them. The first round was super easy, barely an inconvenience. But the results were beyond his expectations. Severus was in third place for some reason. Magnus turned to gaze at the girl who won second place. Her name was Geneva Blanchett, a pretty red-haired French girl. She was in her 7th year. Nice, another prospective Order of Merlin member, Magnus thought. The competition continued, eventually, the end result came and Magnus won, which was no surprise. Severus came third and the French girl came second. She seemed to be dissatisfied and angry at herself for losing, it seemed. For now, the whole championship was being dominated by Hogwarts. The Beauxbatons Academy could only get second or third place. Sometimes even that they didn't get. Magnus went to her and talked, hello there, Miss Blanchett. She turned to him and greeted him like a good lady. Etiquette's classes were a must for girls in the school. She may be dissatisfied, but she couldn't be rude to him. Congratulations, Mr. Pendragon. As I've heard, you are indeed the best when it comes to charms. He smiled, well, that's what you get when you start practicing madly from a small age. Anyway, I came here to give this to you. Take this card, after you graduate, I hope we can work together. With that, Magnus left her. On the card, Geneva read some words. Fight or flight. These words were actually supposed to unknowingly force the person to come and at least take the test. Magnus needed these smart wizards in his companies and forces. He was going to create a new department and it would serve him directly. He made this decision after discussing it with Ted. The thing was, he now had too many projects going on, both in the Muggle and Wizarding world. And it was not possible for him to keep an eye on everything. Hence, a special team, like the Secret Service, was being made. It would be called Dragon Service. Its job was to take on secret missions from Magnus and also manage all his businesses. Anything that he wants, they must do it. But for this, they needed loyal people, totally mad in Magnus' Royal Magical Blood's worship. This was what Ted was doing. He will be heading this team himself after all. Magnus knew that this Geneva girl would surely not join that team, but still, having her, such a strong charm practitioner in the ranks would be amazing. After the charms, it was time for transfiguration. Magnus and Severus won this time, poor Beauxbatons Academy was being humiliated. However, there was still a mad thing going on. At the side of where the contest took place, a few Beauxbatons Academy's girls had gathered with large posters, supporting him while singing songs. He wondered if they didn't feel like they were betraying their own home. But he ignored them and continued on. The last event was Quidditch. There were 4 teams, 2 from both schools. Magnus was the vice-captain, so he took the lead with Emma's permission. Guys, today, I want to create a world record that will never be broken. I want to end this match in 5 seconds. I know you want to play, but imagine the national pride we will bring back home. So tell me, are you with me? He asked them. Yes. They cheered. So they all flew out. Papillonless and Omberlin houses were coming from Beauxbatons Academy's side, and today, it was Slytherin versus Papillonless. The crowd gathered to cheer. Magnus checked the wind direction. It was the most important part. He needed the wind to flow against the golden snitch. This way, the snitch can't go fast, while he can. 1. 2. Go. The coach opened the box, releasing the bludger, the golden snitch and throwing the quaffle up. Magnus, I was on the golden snitch the second it left the suitcase. He zoomed past all the players like a gust of wind. The opposing keeper didn't even have time to react and Magnus was way past him. The golden snitch was trying its best to keep away. But Magnus inched closer. Argh, damn this wind, Magnus cursed. Finally, when Magnus caught it, he didn't look happy. He waved his hand, the referee saw it and whistled. Everyone was in awe that the game ended so quickly. Many hadn't even seen Magnus move yet as they were looking elsewhere. Magnus flew to the announcer, what's the timing? The boy was startled and nervously answered, F15 seconds. Damn it. Magnus cursed and returned to his team. Magnus, who should be happy, was instead sad. This confused everyone. However, the next two teams entered the field as Gryffindor and Umberlund House were going to compete for the finals. Magnus went to the changing room and got changed. The finals were going to be held the next day. Calm down, Mag. We won. Emma tried to calm him. He smiled, I am calm, Emma. I'm just angry at the wind. It changed at the end point. I don't know if tomorrow I can make the record. The fastest catch record belongs to Roderick Plumpton, the seeker for the Tuchel Tornadoes in 1921, Emma. He caught the snitch in 3.5 seconds into the match. It was a fluke but still, I want to break this record. Sigh, then, I don't even know what we can do about it, Mag. She sighed. Don't worry, I will come up with something. Let's go and eat lunch now. Whoever wins and faces us tomorrow is going to lose anyway. Magnus proudly said and walked with her. Before, he'd try to stay away from her, so people don't think wrong. But now, he just didn't care, or maybe something had changed in his mind. Emma was a true friend to him, just like Ragnar and Severus. After all, she also put her life at risk in that battle. And if being near him made her happy, he didn't mind it. Chapter 298. The match with Umberlund was here. Magnus desired to break the record today so that his name can be remembered forever. Not just because of the record, but also because this was the first ever inter-school championship. Nobody ever forgets the first ever in anything. Emma, I need you this time, Magnus told her before heading out. Emma blushingly asked, sure, whatever you want, Mag. He smiled, I know that. I need you to try to do a trick with the team. I want all of you to create a wall in front of the golden snitch, try to create a negative air pressure due to you flying ahead of it. All I want is for the air to not accelerate it. I will be right behind you, the snitch will have no option but to either get caught or keep on flying until it gets caught by me. What about the quaffle? What if they score? She inquired. Don't worry, one score will only get them 10 points, meanwhile if we catch the snitch, we end the game by getting 150 points. So don't worry about the enemy team. He assured her. She had the utmost confidence in him, so she nodded and ran to tell this plan to the rest of the team. They too agreed on the grounds that this was Magnus' last regular match. He will not play with them again if they can win without him. Soon, the teams took their position in the sky. The weather was sunny and slightly warm today, even though it was winter. The air was present, but not enough to give any push to anything. Now only if it stays like that for a few seconds. Whistle. The referee started the game like before. The Umberlund team was quick to move and they got the hold of the quaffle. But, shocking them, they faced no resistance. Zooming past them, the Slytherin team blocked the path of the snitch. Magnus had a big smile on his face as he sensed an opportunity. The snitch got thrown back by the multiple brooms in front of it. Magnus at that moment used his trick. He lit his feet on fire and pushed himself forward. Whistle. The fastest in the history of Quidditch. Only 3 seconds. I repeat, only 3 seconds. Slytherin has made history, the announcer shouted like he won the game himself. People were expecting an amazing quick game this time as well, so they all had their full focus, unlike the last time. None of them missed the moment Magnus caught the golden snitch. Go go Magnus. Win win Magnus. The cheerleaders that no one hired were dancing and cheering for his win, betraying their own school. Dumbledore, standing in the teacher spectator tower, was smiling giddily. Magnus, you boy, can't live a day without making news. He turned back to Madame Maxime and extended his hand. Well, you lost the wager, madam. Mr. Pendragon won under 5 seconds this time. Madame Maxime was not angry, instead, she was marveling. She quickly took out a golden coin from her purse and handed it to Dumbledore while speaking. Marvelous, to think this boy could have turned out to be a godly Quidditch player even if he wasn't all the other things baffles me. It's a normal day in Hogwarts, madam. Ever since he has arrived at the school, no day goes by silently. Sometimes his pranks are too much but they make you laugh in the end. Dumbledore praised Magnus. The school had a love or hate relationship with him, and it surely was more love than hate. I expect nothing less from the future of the wizarding world. Let's go. I believe this marks the unofficial end for the Interschool Championship. The quiz is just a formality to please the Education Board of the Ministry, she said and walked down from the tower. At the same time, in the field, Ragnar, Severus, Lily and James joined their celebrations. The opposing team was feeling disheartened. The game ended before they could even make a goal with the quaffle. But their captain was experienced and didn't allow them to feel too sad. The reason being he had already expected such an outcome. Magnus shook hands with all of them and returned to the changing room with his team. All of them were happy and they were going to be stars in the newspapers soon. Magnus was also going to specifically promote this championship in the papers zealously. He wanted other schools around the world to also take part in Interschool Championship. This was the exact reason they named it Interschool and not Hogbo's Championship or something. Everyone, let's give Magnus the appreciation he deserves, Emma shouted. Out of the blue, all the boys lifted him in the air and started throwing him up. Hip hip hooray. Long live Slytherin. Long live Magnus. Magnus enjoyed this. But, then all of a sudden he felt something prick him on the ass. He tilted his head and looked. It was Ragnar. Rag, you bastard. Stop pricking me with the needle. Ragnar heartily laughed, playing pranks on his brother. Soon, they changed their clothes and gathered with everyone in the Great Hall. The celebrations were held here. It was a normal snack party as they were just around the evening. The match was supposed to last longer but too bad. Emma, best of luck managing the team from next year. You can ask for help anytime you want, Magnus said. She nodded and cheekily smiled, waving a letter in front of his face. I guess I should also wish you luck. Look who just got selected by the national team. They selected me. Magnus snatched the letter and read it. It was indeed true. I guess, you should wish them luck that they last until I turn 14. Anyway, let's eat. Dumbledore and Madame Maxime gave their speeches later, marking the end of the championship. The next day, the quiz was held, where Magnus' team lost, the reason being that they didn't know enough about France's magical history. Magnus didn't even try, he let them have this worthless award to at least not feel damaged in the ego aspect. And on Sunday, they finally headed back to Hogwarts. Magnus had to sneak through the underground tunnels to avoid the fangirls who were roaming the corridors of the school. Still, he didn't disappoint them, as he arranged for a special gift for them. Magnus left through the portkey in the Ministry of Magic of France. The moment they arrived in the UK, they heard a loud round of applause. The minister was there, Moody, Kingsley and many more Aurors were present. They were all smiling ear to ear. Winning this championship with such an overwhelming result was a matter of pride for them all. This gave them the validity that their school was the best in Europe. Magnus let them live in their shallow dreams. The truth was, it was due to him that they won so many gold medals. Otherwise, only Ragnar, Lily and Severus would have won. Dumbledore was their official guardian, so he was at the front. Thank you for welcoming us, Madam Minister. I'm sure everyone at the school is waiting for us. We shall go now. The minister facilitated their departure. But at that time Magnus saw Moody's fake eye signaling him to stay and come with him. So he talked with Dumbledore. Professor, I need to talk about some business with the minister. I will return in 15 minutes. Dumbledore had no reason to say no, since Magnus had been to the ministry many times and even had a deeper relationship with it than him. So Magnus waited for everyone to leave. Once he was alone, he asked, what happened? The minister was still there. She was more loyal to him than even the ministry. Magnus was slowly turning her into one of his most loyal followers, and one day if she proves herself, she might even become a part of the Order of the Merlin. Follow me. One of the Death Eaters, related to Avery family, confessed something strange in one of my intro, questioning. Moody replied. What exactly? Magnus stopped. Moody looked like he was having constipation, Eugenia too. They seemed frightened to even speak about it. Moody didn't reply completely. Just follow me and look at the memory from the pensieve. You will understand. Yes, Your Majesty. It was too shocking for us. We didn't even record his statement in the official documents and kept the memory with us. Except for the two of us, nobody knows. Moody even made sure to use a clemency on the guards to ensure they didn't hear anything. If what that Avery family's lord said is true, then I'm afraid it will shake the world. She looked outright frightened. Chapter 299. Magnus was intrigued by them and followed them to the deep vault where the memories were stored from various interrogations and trials. This was more of a memory record room. Eugenia was rubbing her hands nervously as Moody put a memory in the pensieve. She moved closer to him and spoke, "Your Majesty, I should tell this to you before you look into the memory. You will hear him repeat a word, you might not know what it means as it's been kept a secret from the world. He will repeat the word whore." She was stopped as Magnus raised his hand, "You mean Horcrux?" "Wait, let me look at the memory." Moody and Eugenia were left in shock, seeing Magnus knew about it. Without speaking to them, Magnus took a dive and looked at the whole memory. Moody was pulling the Avery Lord's nails and inserting them back into his pee-hole when the man confessed. Moments later, Magnus was back. What he says is basic knowledge. I actually know this. I also know that Voldemort has made more than one Horcrux, in fact, many more than one. I know the location of one and know what the other two are but don't know their location. For the rest of them, I also have an idea. I don't want this information to travel around because if Voldemort knows that we know, he will start changing the location of the Horcruxes. We don't want that. I and Dumbledore are working to find all of them. We can only destroy all of them at the same time in case destroying one will send him a signal. Moody and Eugenia's faces were worth watching, they looked like a ghost just passed through them. They could not understand how even with so much organizational power and intelligence-gathering ability, they were outdone by Magnus. Moody couldn't digest this defeat and asked, "How did you find this out?" Magnus chuckled, "For this, you should look at this memory of mine." This time Magnus took a snot-like blue shining thing string out of his mind and put it in the pensieve. "Watch it together," he said. Both of them obliged and looked into it. They quickly found out why they were outdone. The reason was that they didn't have the most trusted follower of Voldemort. However, the content of Rodolphus' torture was something that people can't digest so easily. Eugenia vomited once she stopped watching. Moody's face looked contorted as if he had just drunk his own puke. He looked at Magnus with a horrified face and exclaimed in horror, "Bloody Merlin. This goblin's madder than me. Bastard outdid me." Magnus nodded in delight, "I know, right? I love that goblin, but I don't know how he eats after all that." "Since when did you have him?" Eugenia asked after burning her vomit away and cleaning her face. He honestly replied, "Ever since the battle. Ragnar caught him himself." Moody nodded, "I did see Ragnar charging at him, but didn't see him take him away." "Brilliant. He beat a strong dark wizard without even using charms." Magnus was also proud of his brother. "Minister, I hope you understand. If you don't remember, let me remind you." His face turned sad as he iterated the next words, "Ragnar's life was full of misery. The ones who killed his family were Voldemort, Rodolphus and another person. Ragnar particularly hated Rodolphus, because he saw him trying to RPE his mother, prompting her to kill herself before anything could happen. She did it to not scar the mind of the little 5-year-old Ragnar more than it already was. It was his life's aim to catch this monster alive and torture him. And so I helped him." "Is he still alive?" she inquired. He nodded, "He is alive and experiencing things worse than what you saw. He will live as long as Ragnar wants him to. And yes, I support him, this is what every single Death Eater deserves. Truly, it's a waste to send them to Azkaban. No prison is unbreakable, remember this." Moody and Eugenia for the first time truly felt scared of Magnus and felt good that they were on his good side. Especially Eugenia, who had nearly gone into Magnus' bad books. "Yawn, I'm heading back to school. Oh, by the way, keep the thing about Horcrux a secret. But you can still try to torture the remaining Death Eaters, the more we know about each Horcrux the better. We need to be sure how many there are. Know this, there is one that's Voldemort's diary, one is a ring, one is Helga Hufflepuff's cup. The remaining ones are most likely the other treasures of the 4 founders, all except the Gryffindor's sword since Dumbledore has it. So try to find out about them. But, make sure you don't talk about it." He ordered them and silently left. After he was gone, there was a looming silence in the room. Neither Moody spoke nor Eugenia. He's too good." Moody finished her words. She nodded, can't believe he's so young and yet so experienced in everything. Moody snorted, if there was no Voldemort, he would have most likely been an ordinary child. But the appearance of the Dark Lord, who's after his life from the first year of his school, pushed him beyond his limit. Don't forget, you have to beat the iron to make it stronger. Let's get back to work. I shall destroy every mention of those vile things. Hogwarts. Magnus returned to the school. Students left and right congratulated him, those from Slytherin hugged him and threw him in the air. Although Gryffindor lost the Quidditch, they still won many medals. All houses had winners today, and Magnus made sure not to overshadow them and dishearten them. Hence, he stood up during the dinner hall and climbed his table. Professor Sprout was about to scold him but Dumbledore stopped her. Magnus looked at everyone. He had a cup of orange juice in his hand. My dear friends, my dear teachers and caretakers of the school. Argus Filch was on cloud 9 to be mentioned. He was already a fan of Magnus, now he was going to be a fangirl. Not that Magnus would appreciate it. He continued, it was a very joyful week. France was merveilleuse. Beauxbatons Academy of Magic treated us very well. Their food was decent. Also your fangirls. Someone from the Ravenclaw table shouted. Magnus embarrassingly smiled, well, let's not talk about bad experiences and spoil this evening. We all know the French can sometimes get a bit too zealous when showing their love. Anyway, I shall not bore you. I know that all those 7th years who went with the team are dying to snuggle with their girls. His comment earned some blushing faces among the girls and boys both, as well as laughter. Out of the 50 students, 39 brought back medals. Those of you who didn't, don't get disheartened. The fact you were selected proves you are among the top in this school. To thank you all, I am awarding 10,000 galleons to each gold medalist, 5,000 galleons for silver medalists, 2,500 galleons for bronze medalists, and at last, 1,000 galleons to those who participated but couldn't win. Magnus. 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 Everyone started chanting, some whistled. Magnus decided to end his speech, and to those worrying about the fangirls, don't worry, I left them a surprise. Merry Christmas everyone. It was December after all, they were already 1 week in. Dumbledore also took the cue and to make the mood more fun flicked his wand towards the ceiling. It immediately started to snow. Everyone enjoyed themselves and ate happily. But it was only Ragnar and Severus who clearly understood Magnus' motive. Good job, all those who participated are the top students. Winning them is like winning a gold mine. Ragnar praised him. Severus nodded, even if 5% of them join our companies or the order then we'd call it a success. By the way, Magnus, I won 2 gold medals, do I get 20,000 galleons? Ragnar suddenly asked. Magnus smiled, oh my dear brother, we're family. Your medals don't count. Oi. Ragnar grabbed him and started playing around. France. Nearly at the same time, in Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. All of a sudden a lot of owls started to fly into the hall. The occupants were very disappointed with their performance and hence were depressed. But, these owls dropped letters in front of every single student. The words, from Magnus Grant Emery's Pendragon, with the royal seal were clearly visible. The girls quickly opened it and found a moving photo of him, in which he pointed at them and winked. It was a beautiful picture. The girls fawned over it. Just then one screamed, look at the back. Every single girl turned it and looked. There was a message for them, each had the same message but the addressed name was according to each girl. The message read, thank you, name, for hosting me and my friends. Stay healthy and someday we might meet again. The girls screamed in shock and excitement. But, not much later, a boy also screamed in excitement, Murd. Magnus is awesome. Each boy found a ticket to the Quidditch World Cup's finals. One after another, everyone's face turned into excitement. We got tickets too. Then the girls also screamed after they stopped lusting over Magnus' picture and looked inside the envelope. Meanwhile, Madame Maxime, who saw all this, couldn't help but sigh with a smile, what a leader, what a womanizer. You shouldn't play with this many French maidens' hearts, Mr. Pendragon, she thought and focused on the meal. At least the dinner was not depressing anymore. With this, Magnus won over or at least left a strong impression over the wizards who would one day run the French magical community. It was a decisive victory from Magnus. Chapter 300. The Yom Kippur War had ended in the Middle East. A ceasefire was imposed cooperatively on October 25 to officially end the war. But, the war had long-lasting effects. America didn't trust the OPEC countries anymore. These few oil-producing countries deliberately choked the economy that was already recovering from the losing Vietnam War. It was now decided that the USA will try to assert its influence in the Middle East, as much as possible. The rising Soviet influence in the region gave it even more of a reason. But, what actually shocked the country was how their cousins across the Atlantic were unscathed by the recent oil price jump. The UK even made money out of this whole situation. It was the only country that increased its working population, opposite of many other countries. It was 1973, and the US economy was $1.4 trillion and the UK was $192 billion. A huge gap, but still, it made them jealous. A bit of digging made them learn that the British had somehow struck a very juicy deal with the Arabs, specifically Saudi Arabia. After further prying from official friendly channels, the Nixon administration discovered that it was Magnus, the royal prince, who brokered the deal. As the President of the United States, Nixon knew who Magnus was, so he was not too shocked. But he felt frustrated, as it was December now, yet all his attempts to break a similar deal with the Saudi government kept on failing. King Faisal outright denied, saying that if it sides with the US, the whole Arab world will ostracize it, calling it a traitor. Nixon was desperate. In light of his loss of political support and the near certainty that he would be impeached and removed from office, he wanted to do anything so he could to garner public opinion towards himself. All his plans were failing. Now, everything seemed bleak. He had no option but to resign in the near future. Damn it, those Brits outdid us this time. King Faisal was extremely happy. When the war ended, not much was lost for him either. On top of that, nobody had the guts to speak against him. The people were happy too. The subway line under the city of Riyadh was just recently opened. He himself inaugurated it. It was a beautiful sight to behold. Emirates Construction had been completing various projects in record time. The highways were being constructed so fast that if one were to sleep watching it, the next day they wouldn't recognize where they were. The new Trans-Saudi rail line to carry oil and goods was nearing completion. A lot of large buildings in Riyadh were also looking very neat. Seeing so many infrastructural projects taking place, people felt a sense of a positive future. Reaffirming his hold on the throne. God is gracious, this boy. God has blessed him, it seems, to fight 1,000 werewolves alone and win. This was his reaction after learning about Magnus' battle. Magnus didn't know this, but a lot of people in the world had suddenly developed a very positive attitude towards him. This was because they felt Magnus was an insanely powerful person and he could be trusted or relied upon. King Faisal felt that he made the right decision by making friends with him. The future of the United Kingdom looked bright under him. London. I have been here for a week. Come on, how is it that your boss never comes to the office? George Lucas was in the headquarters of Magic Maid. He had been waiting here for a week to meet Magnus. Finding out about Magic Maid was easy for him, as a few contacts in Warner Brothers told him about the owner being British. He sat in front of the CEO of Magic Maid, Wim Joubert. Wim Joubert was highly satisfied by how their movie turned out to be. But he was getting a headache from how many calls he was receiving from people, wanting to know how he did it. He didn't want to be thrown into Azkaban, so he couldn't really tell them. All he could do was say it's a secret. The craziest one by far was George Lucas. He wanted to meet Magnus, but Wim knew that there was still at least 10 days left until Hogwarts starts the Christmas holidays. Mr. Lucas, the boss, will not be returning for another 10 days at least. Do you want to see a very private screening of our new moves? It has many times more special effects. Wim tried to lure George's attention away. George got interested. Oh, what's the name of the movie? This is the new project we took over from Warner's main studio. As you know, we own both Marvel and DC Comics. And our boss strongly believes that with good special effects, these superhero movies can be made into big moneymakers. So we are experimenting with the Batman movie. If everything works out, we might start a whole franchise, based around the DC Comics, where all superheroes exist, sometimes even coming together to fight in standalone movies. The current movie is called Batman Origins. Win explained. This was exactly what George had in mind. Explosive and mind-blowing special effects, something that captivates one's imagination. He was interested in this movie now. Sure, I would love to see it. But you cannot reveal anything to anyone outside. We have not even announced it yet. Win warned him and took him along. The movie had the origin story of Batman, much more visually enthralling than any other movie before. Also, not following the previous Batman movies, this one had two villains. Joker and Penguin would work together to bring down Batman. In the end, Batman would have a showdown, but Joker will escape and betray Penguin, leaving him to get beaten badly and eventually dying in an accident. At the end of the movie, however, a small scene was added. It had Bruce sitting at his home, watching the news on the television while drinking a glass of whiskey. On the television, the newswoman spoke about Metropolis City and its new hero with the red cape that could fly. George jumped in excitement. Next is Superman. And this method of teasing is brilliant. The whole movie was filled with large-scale destruction scenes, that if done realistically would cost too much. George was even more excited now. I will wait for eternity if I have to, but I will meet the chairman. Vim scratched his head. Did I make it worse? Hogwarts. Magnus, Ragnar, Severus and Gryffindor 4 were talking to each other. A small party was organized by the school's board of governors to celebrate their win. It was not a feast, but a party where one could walk around with a glass of juice in their hand. Just as their gang was talking, a girl, from the 7th year came. She was a Ravenclaw and had a blush on her face. She worked a skirt, a little too short for the winters. Mr. Pendragon, can I get a picture with you? She asked shyly. He had no reason to deny. And since she was leaving the school soon, it was fine to give the photo as a memory. She can later boast around with her kids and grandkids that she knew Magnus. Sure, he allowed. Quickly a boy from the photography club came running. She quickly held his arm and stood too close, enough that her large developed breast was pressing against his sidearm. Magnus quickly looked around, and there was no Emma. Keichuk. The camera flashed and the photo was taken. The girl however didn't let go and sighed. She looked at his face. I wish I was 4 years younger. Kiss. Suddenly she pecked on his cheek and left in sorrow. Magnus was dumbstruck. Wait, was that sexual harassment? And, didn't we see her kissing her boyfriend just yesterday? Why did she hit on me? Ragnar sighed and took a drink of his apple juice. Then spoke like a wise man. Someone great, with his name starting with R and ending with R said this, a shoulder to cry on, is a DCK to ride on. Amen, brother. Sirius swiftly nodded. What the FCK, Magnus cursed hearing his so-called wise words. Ragnar shrugged. What? She was a gold digger. She didn't hit on you because of you. She hit on you because of your name, fame and wealth. That's why I say this, you already got your Bellatrix, now stop looking for other fishes in the water. Wise words, my friend, Sirius added again. Magnus was annoyed and turned around to get another glass of orange juice. But, the glass dropped from his hand. Emma stood there with a shocked face. Did she see that? Her face says she did, he calculated. It's not what you think, Emma. He said. Humph, she looked away and went out with quick steps. Wait, it's not, Magnus followed her. But on his way, he questioned himself. Wait a minute, why am I even trying to justify myself? We're not a couple or anything. But Magnus couldn't just leave her like that. He considered her a good friend and knew that Emma had feelings for him. Any good girl would feel bad if her crush was snatched from her right in front of her. On his way, Magnus called an elf and ordered, get me a pizza, quick. Back in the party hall, Ragnar chuckled at Magnus following Emma. Look, Bellatrix got angry. Severus scoffed, knowing too well how Emma must be feeling. Ragnar, you shall know these feelings when you also fall for someone. Huh, nice joke, I will only ever love my potions. Humans are hard to understand and a waste of time. Of course, I'm not talking about you all, my friends. Ragnar replied. This time, Remus responded, true that. James and Sirius disagreed, however. So the two put their arms on each other's shoulders and walked away. Come, James, let's watch the fishes together. Ragnar taunted them though, be careful and watch the faces first lest you might end up with another Sophia Gonry's auntness. This was critical damage as it brought dark memories to James and Sirius. James in particular, as he jerked off to Dobby's edited pictures. He quickly had an urge to vomit and ran away to the toilets. He only heard Ragnar's loud evil laughter in the background. Muhahaha. Severus sighed and walked away. I'm going to go and look for Lily. I feel my IQ dropping by being in close proximity to you. Huh, wap boy. Ragnar taunted him too. But Severus still didn't know what this even meant, so he didn't say anything. If he knew that it meant weak-ass Pepe boy, then he would have surely started a duel. Chapter 301. Magnus followed Emma and caught up to her. Hey, what's wrong? Don't be jealous now. I didn't allow her to do that. That's not the point. You didn't deny it, that's the problem. Now, every other girl is gonna come and try to touch you. Emma said. Magnus, who just realized this, understood that the possibility of this happening was very high. Then, I guess I will just have to put some curses. Come on now, don't pout your face. It's a day to celebrate. Pop. Boss, your pizza. An elf appeared soon after. Magnus smiled as Emma's face changed following the announcement of there being a pizza. She quickly came to him and picked it up. I accept your apology. I didn't apologize for anything, he thought, but didn't say anything. He sat with her, outside, eating pizza as they talked about things. Emma calmly questioned him, Magnus, have you ever thought, what would have happened to your mum and dad if you had died? Why are you asking this? He asked. Think about it. You are the descendant of Merlin and Arthur. It's you to whom the throne submits. What would have happened if you had died? Do you think Aunt Grace and Uncle Adam would live happily? No, the royal family would murder them. Car crashes are very common anyway. She said. She was absolutely right. He knew people could fall very low in pursuit of power. If there he was not alive to threaten the people, the royal family had no reason to put up with Grace and Adam. And why are you telling me this? He inquired. She sighed and looked at the sky. Aren't you tired? From what I can remember, you have been fighting since the first day in this school. When was the last time you actually had a proper rest, where you just relaxed? Magnus could not remember that. Well, honestly, I am tired. But, I cannot stop. My life is at risk, and many others are too. Voldemort won't calm down unless he has killed me. So I must kill him first, and my fate was sealed the day I found I was both an Emrys and a Pendragon. I've just come to terms with the fact that my life is not going to be simple. It's hard being famous, I guess. She muttered. Well, Ragnar is much happier now, since we got him his revenge. I hope he stays a positive person now. Magnus changed the subject. Bonk. Emma suddenly threw a karate chop at his head. Stop worrying about others all the time and think about yourself for once. Ragnar's crazy, his personality allows him to handle problems in a much better way, which is to be an asshole. But you are different, you think too much, and usually keep everything to yourself. You call us friends and never even share any problems. Well, that's because you're all kids, Magnus replied. Emma, offended, asked back, what do you mean? You're some old man. No, what I mean is that my mind developed too fast. Physically I'm a kid, but mentally I'm growing faster than any of you. The only reason I prank people and mess around is that I don't want to grow up, I want to hold on to my childhood. Because, I know, being a grown-up comes with complementary depression. Magnus jokingly said. She chuckled, my mum says the same. Well, you got us. You know, we will never betray you. Heck, Severus even forsake his mother because he didn't want to betray you. He went to stop Lucius himself. You are blessed to have such awesome friends like us. Piety. Magnus laughed and suddenly put his arm around Emma's shoulder and held her close. He did it purposefully, teasing her. She immediately shut up, her face turning red, her mind going blank and her body becoming warmer. Ah, Ma, what? She forgot how to make a proper sentence. Magnus warmly spoke to her, yes, I have amazing friends. I will not forget how Ragnar had my back, how Severus probably saved my life and how you tried to find me, without a single care about yourself. He ruffled her hair and got up, let's go back in, Emma. Or else Ragnar might start some stupid rumors about us. She silently nodded and followed behind him. Her face revealed 1,000 words. But in her heart, she was blooming. Knowing that Magnus truly recognized her as a close one. A sense of pride rose up in her heart, damn right, those hoes got nothing on me. I will always be the closest girl to Magnus, maybe after Mrs. Grant, but still. The next day, in the early morning, Magnus heard loud knocks on his dorm door. Severus and Ragnar were still sleeping. Severus looked as if he was having his first relaxing sleep after a long time. Ragnar as always was snoring. Summer was also sleeping on her perch. He annoyedly opened the door. Bam! Suddenly someone hugged him. He looked down, it was Regulus. He released Magnus and happily chirped, "I'm so happy you're fine. I knew they were planning something but not that it was going to be this big." Magnus took Regulus with him to the common room, which was empty. "But you warned me, and that allowed me to start preparing from early on. You are also responsible for saving me." Regulus nodded, knowing Magnus was just being humble. "Well, big bro, can I get the notes for more advanced years? Your notes helped me a lot and I have already completed the syllabus for the 3rd year." Mind you, Regulus was in his 2nd year right now. But knowing he came from the black family, which most likely gave him some sort of magical class before starting school, it was understandable. Magnus scratched his head, I will have to make them first. I will drop them in your room by tomorrow." Bam! The Slytherin common room entrance was slammed open and Slughorn entered. "Ah, good morning, Mr. Pendragon. I see you're also an early bird. Well, you should have these boxes. We have been receiving fan letters for a whole month now. Since nobody knows your exact address in the school, they were addressed to the school. We wanted to let you rest so we waited until now." Magnus was awestruck. Slughorn probably had about 5 big cartons. Each was filled to the brim with letters. Magnus took out a few and read them. Some were outright written by thirsty women. He threw them to the side. While some were written by kids with limited writing skills. These were the cute ones, in which they said Magnus was their hero. Not just that, many were written in other languages: French, German, Russian, Chinese, Japanese, Korean, Hindi, Arabic, Spanish and so on. There were many with fan art. "Mr. Pendragon, I'm a big fan. I saw you play Quidditch in France. I will cheer for you in the World Cup," the little kid's letter said. Magnus wondered when the world found out about him joining the Quidditch team. What he didn't know was that the English Quidditch team captain had come to France to watch his game. And his reaction was way beyond the team's management's expectations. A few days ago, just the day after Magnus won the Inter-School Quidditch Cup, the captain of the English Quidditch team returned to headquarters. "FCK. He's so good. We must get him. No, offer him whatever he wants, I'm ready to give him my captaincy if he needs it. And director, you must use all your power and money to make sure our matches are delayed and we only meet weak teams until His Majesty's birthday," the captain babbled loudly. The management was confused, wondering what the hell the captain even saw. Only a few hours later in the newspaper did they find out that Magnus had broken the record for the fastest catch. When Magnus was reading the newspaper, a faithful follower of Magnus, Rita Skeeter, was writing a book. Originally, she was a slave to Magnus, but now she doesn't care. She was a true follower and believer in everything Magnus did. Hence, her new book was near completion. She had been working on it for a long time, but due to nothing major happening in Magnus' life, she couldn't fight a high point to end the book. Now, with this ground-shaking battle, she had enough material. The book was named, The Greatest Battle of the Millennia. Dragon vs. 1,000 Snakes. It depicted the events from the 2nd year of Magnus' school until right now. Rita, though, put the book on hold as she wanted to wait to see Magnus win the World Cup, giving her more explosive material to write. "This is going to be the greatest work of my life," she claimed, something that she did with the last book as well. Chapter 302. Mag. I made it. Here, look. I made the shrinking potion that can shrink all items as long as it's sprayed on it. Ragnar woke up Magnus in the middle of the night. Ragnar had been doing experiments the whole night. It was December 15th and the winter holidays were about to start in a day. Soon they would all be returning home, and honestly, Magnus needed some good rest and a warm hug from Grace. This school year had been too much. "What the hell, Rag? Let me sleep. We can do this in the morning too," he cursed. But Ragnar still dragged him. "Look, I was able to shrink the entire bookshelf into a brick-sized one. Hee, I'm a genius." Magnus felt his sleep go away and he tried to pick it up. He could not. "Whoa, don't tell me the weight remains the same." "That it does. Law of conservation of mass. You cannot create or destroy it. The potion just shrinks an object as much as possible while keeping its structural integrity. It's like a balloon but in reverse. After one threshold, if you try to shrink it more it will be destroyed," Ragnar explained. "It seems we will still need expansion pouches then. Because if just shrinking them does not reduce their weight, it's pointless, since we can't fill the aeroplanes with shrunken crates. Instead, we're going to need to use expansion pouches now that can ignore the weight limits," Magnus planned. I'm going back to sleep now. Magnus abruptly jumped back to his bed and slept. Ragnar, finally feeling tired, slept as well. There wasn't much to do on the last day in Hogwarts. There was no homework for holidays, unlike Muggle schools that acted like enemies of a child's happy holidays. Magnus was seriously going to ban holiday homework when he gets more power. Instead, he would make the children do something extracurricular. Play a sport, learn martial arts, archery, horse riding, painting or playing the piano. Anything but writing stupid essays. Magnus woke up like normal. Ragnar was still asleep, Severus was missing. It was life back to normal. He took a long breath and got out of the bed. He liked this normal life and hoped it would last as long as it could. He changed and cleaned up before heading out. Today, there were no classes. Slytherin House didn't need them anyway since because of Magnus, Ragnar and Severus helped they were able to bring up the level of average intelligence in the house as far as it went with academic studies. Magnus' special notes and classes on charms helped many. Even the 7th years come to him to ask what career they should choose. Of course, Magnus advised them without any bias, though he would indeed throw up a suggestion or two to join his company. The biggest reason for joining his companies was the pay. No shop in Diagon Alley or post in the ministry pays as well as Magnus' companies. Anyway, his day went by normally. Just goofing around, getting greeted by everyone. That was until Dumbledore called him for a chat in his office. He went there lightheartedly but found Newt Scamander also there. Magnus greeted him warmly, "Mr. Scamander, what are you doing here?" "Well, I never left. I have been around here. I called you here to ask you about your decision." Newt said. "What decision?" he inquired. Dumbledore explained, "Magnus, we counted the corpses of all the werewolves in the place where your battle took place. At most, you let 200 of them live. We would like to know what your thoughts are about them. Since the ministry has slowly started to catch a few desperate ones of them. Since they can only turn into werewolves on a full moon, they have to come out of the forest sometimes. But, all of them are being jailed right now." Magnus silently thought about it, and remembered the words Fenrir spoke. "Do you know what Fenrir told me about them? He revealed to me where he got all the werewolves from." Seeing that they were all ears, he continued, "He said that a lot of them were living in very bad conditions in the sewers under Nocturne Alley. All of them were unfortunate as nobody gave them jobs. They lived in hope that the ministry would do something for them, but that never happened. So, when they saw the option for a better life, they latched onto it. It didn't matter if it was Voldemort or someone else. Truly, it was a matter of shame. It was right to say that what happened to McGonagall was their fault too." Magnus told them his decision, just because once a month they turn into a beast they are not classified as humans, they're termed as beasts, demi-humans. Meanwhile, real monsters like Voldemort and his people are free, enjoying every right as a wizard. Tell me, if this isn't stupid, then what is? So here is my decision. Announce it widely, that I have forgiven them. They need to come out of the jungle and surrender. In return, the ministry will help them find jobs and also their wolfsbane potions will be heavily subsidized for all registered werewolves. One more thing, a new bill will be passed by the ministry and Wisengamot, making the werewolves equal to normal wizards. We can't have Professor McGonagall be seen as a second-class citizen now. You forgive them for attacking you? Newt asked him. Magnus sighed, yes. First of all, they were being forced by Fenrir during the battle. And their whole decision to join Voldemort came to be because the ministry didn't approach them before. They are normal people who dream of a better life. And having the right to live with dignity is something our country's constitution provides to every citizen. Old man Newt, I hope that you form the new bill and show it in the Wisengamot. I will give my support to it. Newt was happy to help. Dumbledore later sent Magnus back to pack his bags. He meanwhile talked with Newt. How are you, Newt? I heard you have chosen Magnus. Newt smiled, if not him then who can? The next morning, the Hogwarts Express left. Magnus, Ragnar, Severus and Emma took their usual seats with the Gryffindor 4. This time Lily was also among them so their small cabin was pretty crowded, but because they were talking and laughing the whole time they didn't even notice. On one side, Emma, Lily and Severus talked, on the other Magnus, Ragnar, Sirius and James were at each other's throats, berating each other on various differences in ideas. Peter was a loner and lacked the ability to make a good conversation. Remus was reading and chuckling from time to time. I'm telling you, the top floor is more appreciable than the bottom, Sirius argued. Magnus scoffed, really? Then why is it that most of the curses developed talk about the bottom part? Why nobody uses words to depict they do something to the upper part? James pointed, that's because not all have a developed upper part. Hui, what are you four talking about? Emma suddenly asked. All four sweated and answered, oh, we were just talking about buildings. They were not talking about buildings. Instead, they were talking about breasts and buttocks. They couldn't use direct words so they resorted to codes. You guys are weird. Who discusses buildings? You four are boring. Emma turned back to talk with Lily. They took a sigh of relief. Magnus suggested they change the topic, let's talk about something else. Oh, James, you're going to the States, right? Here, drop this letter at Makusa, will you? It's for the president. Sure. It would have been fun if you had come along. James said. Despite them fighting and bickering all the time, James knew Magnus, Ragnar and Severus were his friends. Magnus shrugged, too busy. But we'll be going during next year's summer break. You can come along. And so, they spend time talking senselessly. Magnus' mansion. No, I must go. Grace demanded that she also be taken to the train station. Come on, dear. You're nearly 9 months pregnant. You should not move too much. They will come home anyway. Adam tried to convince her. But Grace was like a hungry lioness right now. I must go and meet them quickly. Do you have any idea how much I missed my sweeties? Adam sighed and looked at Martha, then I can only ask you to stay near her. This was a daily sight of Grace showing her anger every now and then. Adam just faced it all silently, knowing it's temporary. Before heading off the train, Magnus gave Emma a gel, make sure it's all hidden perfectly. Mum is very observant. She nodded and put the gel on his face and neck. I know, Mag. She can never know what happened this year. Especially not now. They tried their best to keep Magnus' injury marks a secret. But, since they were caused by werewolves, they were not easy to deal with. Chapter 303. Magnus looked at himself in the mirror. This ointment he had asked the best alchemist, old Nicholas, to make. And certainly, it was better than any product available in the market. He couldn't see any injury marks on his face. So he picked up his small bag, put Summer on his shoulder and walked out of the compartment. However, as soon as he got out, the parents of all students stopped. They stared at him with reverence in their eyes and some saw him with fear. Woo-hoo! King Magnus forever! Don't know who it was, but someone started this chant. And soon, everyone followed with their own versions. They clapped, they cheered him on like he was some sort of messiah. Magnus just waved and quickly made his way towards the exit where Adam was waiting for him with his muggle bodyguards who were useless since he had wizards as bodyguards too. Dad, Magnus and Ragnar gave Adam a hug. Emma and Severus greeted him. But they didn't find Grace anywhere. Where is Mum? Ragnar inquired. She's in the car. I had to force her to stay there. Now let's go quick or else she might come here. Adam hastened. Emma and Severus said a quick goodbye and left with their families since they were going to apparate away. Magnus walked beside his father, thinking why Adam didn't ask him why people were calling his name so much. But soon enough, he received the answer. I didn't let Grace read the wizard newspapers, Mag, Adam said. Magnus and Ragnar immediately understood what he meant, that he knew everything. The papers after all proudly worked overtime to make Magnus famous around the world. Thank you, Dad. He replied. Sigh, I wish I had shot the gun those years ago at that beardy old man. I can already guess you will be fighting more and more in the future since he lived. Adam worriedly spoke. No matter how chill he was, Magnus was still his son and he cared for him deeply. He might not be as overprotective and emotional as Grace, but he always had Magnus' safety in his mind. Magnus nodded, Dad, you should understand. Voldemort is like Hitler but on steroids and much more power. As long as he lives, I, you, Mum and the world will be in danger. But don't worry, with time, I'm also getting stronger. If I was able to wound him today, I will be able to behead him tomorrow. Ragnar agreed, yes, Dad. Don't worry, the magical world is still relatively safe for us. I hope you're right, Adam muttered. Hope, that was all he could do. Magnus and Ragnar arrived at the long limo-like car, but it wasn't a limo for sure. Magnus. Ragnar. Grace's voice reached the two and they ran to her and hugged her softly. Magnus jokingly poked her inflated belly. Mom, you've grown fat. Hearing this, Grace burst into laughter. Well, a small price to pay to give you a sibling. Get in the car, let's go home. Today, I have cooked myself. Mom, you need to rest, Ragnar nagged her. Oh, how the tables had turned. Inside the car, Martha was also sitting. Magnus and Ragnar gave her a hug too and thanked her for taking care of Grace. Oh dear, Grace is like a daughter to me. And I should thank you instead for making them draw good books. She said, basically talking about Batman and Superman comics. She was a fan since both of them had mothers named Martha. Magnus reached home. And the moment he got out of the car, he saw a ball of black fluff running to him and jumping to hug him. Magnus caught Chad in his arms. Boy, why do I feel you got fatter? Meow meow, Chad pointed at his tummy. You mean it's just the fur? Alright, I believe you. Thank you for keeping Mom entertained. He praised the cat. Chad proudly raised his head and nodded. He put Chad down and let him hug Summer. Both of them then ran inside the house to play. They probably missed playing together a lot. They all went inside and had lunch together. Magnus asked her about her health. I'm fine and fit. Martha has been giving me many potions and herbs. I'm physically and mentally healthy. Doctors said the baby will be born near Christmas. So I will get admitted to the hospital a week before. She excitedly revealed. So it's going to be the 18th? Mom, I have hired the best obstetrician gynecologist in the world. She's currently working in the new hospital that opened near Richmond Park. Even its official opening is coming soon. Magnus started his plans for the big day. The surprise he had been working on for a year and a half. But, the Queen said that only a royal administration-approved doctor can operate on a royal. She said. Magnus scoffed, can they hire the world's best obstetrician gynecologist? I paid her $300,000 to come here and take care of you. And besides, I do not trust the royals. They have not yet passed the Inheritance Act in the Parliament and I have not been named the Crown Prince. What if they try to do something to the baby? She softly caressed his hair. Fine, I will do as my little king says. Don't worry, Martha and a doctor from St. Mungo will be there too. If any complications come, magic can solve it. Magnus assured her. And I will be there too with my whole potion box, Ragnar said, only to get pats on the head. Both of them put their heads on her lap and rested. Ragnar dreamt of having a little brother, Magnus dreamt of having a little sister. Ring ring. But then Magnus' godforsaken phone rang. He curses it for spoiling his calming day. It was from Vim, CEO of Magic Maid. What? It's not even been a day since I returned home, he annoyedly spoke. But a crying voice came from the other side. Wah, boss, help me. This mad man, he has destroyed my sleep. I sent him to the police station too, but he returned after one night. He sleeps and lives just outside the building. What? Who are you talking about? Magnus inquired. It's some mad movie director from Hollywood. He came here after watching the premiere of the haunted movie. He says he wants to learn special effects from you as he has plans for a big high-tech space alien war movie. Vim explained his situation. Sigh. Fine, tell him I will come to the studio tomorrow morning, at 10. Tell him to go to a hotel and freshen up there until then. Magnus ordered and hung up. Once again, he closed his eyes and enjoyed the head massage Grace was giving both her sons. She caressed their hair. Ring ring. Moth, Magnus nearly cursed. This time it was Goldruck, the boss goblin from Camelot. Yes, he picked. Goldruck's excited voice came, Your Majesty, we won. Gringotts is ours now. Bam. Magnus stood up, all his tiredness and anger disappeared, replaced with an excited and happy face. Really? What's the current status? I was elected as the managing director of the World Gringotts Council. We rule over Gringotts around the whole world now. Goldruck replied, giving the greatest news Magnus had received in a long time. Good, I want you to seal vaults related to all Death Eaters and known dark wizards who support Voldemort. And I'm talking about vaults around the whole world. He gave the first order. It'll be done, boss. Where shall all the confiscated money and items go to? Goldruck asked. He was a goblin of Camelot, hence, in his eyes, all that existed in Gringotts didn't hold much value, as he owned treasures worth much more. But what he did value were the goblin forges and smiths. Magnus thought about it. I will use it for the betterment of mankind. Make a new large vault in the safest region and dump it all there. Once you are done confiscating, count it and give me the report. That'll be all. He dropped the call after that. Finally, nobody called and he was able to fall asleep right in his mum's lap. And truly, it was the best sleep he had in the whole half year spent in Hogwarts. Albania. My lord, what do we do? All our money is gone. Bellatrix scaredly asked. Voldemort's face scowled, for an entirely different reason. The Hufflepuff cup was in Bellatrix's vault after all. They don't even know about the Horcruxes, Voldemort thought. Then he looked back at her. You are the last person surviving from the Lestrange family now. Rodolphus is gone, I want you to give all your inheritance to Lucius. Lucius shall eventually have a child and transfer everything to it. That mudblood prince was only able to seal our vaults because we stood against him. When Lucius' child grows, by birth and ancient law, the vaults will belong to the child. Voldemort planned evilly. Bellatrix, not even asking a question, agreed, wonderful plan, my lord. Your genius knows no bounds. Voldemort just smiled smugly. It was clear he liked being praised. Chapter 304. Ministry of Magic. The new law to make werewolves the same as an ordinary person as everyone else was on her table. She needed to sign it to send it to Wisengamot. This law will make it illegal for someone to discriminate against any person who is a werewolf. The law will also allow for the werewolves to register themselves with the ministry to get monthly subsidies when it comes to buying wolfsbane potions. The law was called Royal Decree Equalization Act. The word royal was used to make all werewolves realize whose grace it was. This would make them loyal to Magnus. Other than this, she had a letter on her table. It stated that she will receive some goblins from Gringotts. They will work with the ministry as an ambassador of the bank. From now on, all criminals caught by the ministry and sent to Azkaban will have their accounts sealed. The ministry was supposed to promote this new partnership. This would scare the dark wizards and those planning to turn to the dark side. While the good people will feel confident in the bank. Sighingly, she signed the papers. Truly, the world is a playground for him. London. Magnus and Ragnar had arrived at the Magic Maid headquarters. It was a subsidiary of Warner Brothers, but it mostly employs squibs and wizards. So he was pretty famous among the employees and was greeted warmly. Why am I here? Ragnar asked. Because we will be going to buy nice suits later. We gotta look good for the upcoming opening of the hospital. From that day, the world will know our genius. But, I want you to stand beside me, they need to see you as a royal prince as well. They already think we're twins. Magnus explained. It'd be crazy if Mum has twins now. We'd become such a huge family. Ragnar dreamily said. As they talked and walked they arrived at Vim's office. They entered without knocking. Vim quickly ran up to him and pointed at a man sitting in the visitor's chair. That's him, the madman. Magnus looked at the man, he was surely a muggle. There was nothing out of the ordinary about him. George Lucas stood up and greeted him. He already knew who the owner of Warner Brothers and this company was, so he was prepared to see the royal prince. Good morning, Mr. Pendragon, he greeted. He was an American and the British monarch held no meaning there, hence he avoided calling him Highness or something. Magnus nodded and gestured for him to take a seat. He and Ragnar also joined him while Vim took a seat away from George. I am George Lucas, Mr. Pendragon. I am a director, not a big name, but I have big dreams. I want to learn about the special effects used in your movies. How are they made so lifelike? He said. Magnus, of course, had no plans of doing it. What are you even planning on doing? You can't expect me to just hand over my company's secrets to you. You need to understand that it takes a lot of time and money to research and come up with all this. It will take years for the rest of Hollywood to reach my level of realistic special effects, but until then, I desire to stay at the top. George understood the meaning. It was a simple no, that he would not share his technology. Okay, hear me out. I want to make a large-scale space opera. A movie that spans the entire galaxy, as an order of monks called Jedi fights their evil counterpart, the Sith. All kinds of aliens, politics and technology will be combined. Magnus thought classic light side versus dark side. But I can't blame him, I'm fighting the same war. Ragnar spoke at that. Will there be hot aliens? George was confused but nodded. yes, I have planned some species that have a very high sex appeal. They will be one of the most enslaved species in the galaxy. What about religion? How many species will there be? Magnus inquired. George answered, religion will not be that much explained. The Jedi and Sith follow a code, not a religion. There is this invisible thing called force, that exists in the whole galaxy. A few people are born with the ability to use this force to do many magical things. Those that control their feelings can use the force to do good, and those that get corrupted by bad desires turn to the dark side. Magnus and Ragnar looked at each other's faces in surprise. This sounded a lot like magic and wizards. Their doubts were no more. It was that either George knew about the wizarding world or he was helped by someone who was a wizard. So Magnus asked, George, who came up with all of this? Just you or someone else was involved? George shook his head, no, I came up with all this on my own. I can't tell you from where, but I took my inspiration from some real things of this world. Magnus said just 2 words while keeping a close eye on George's eyes, wizarding world. As expected, George's eyes widened in shock. He stared at Magnus' face as if he saw a ghost. Why, you know? FCK, why didn't you tell me that earlier? Vim cursed. If he had known, he could have explained it to George. Magnus chuckled, George, do you know about the greatest wizard in history? Yes, I've read enough storybooks. It was Merlin. Why? George answered. Then, don't you understand the meaning behind Themries, in my name? Magnus blurted. Motherphew, you're related to, the Merlin? He exclaimed. Ignoring the cursing, Magnus nodded, not just related, I am his direct inheritor. Wait, are you not up to date with the magical world? George looked in awkwardness. Well, it was my grandfather who was a wizard. My father, as he said, was a squib. My grandpa was an Auror in the Makusa. But he was killed in Grindelwald's attacks in New York. I'm also considered a squib, but since I'm a second-generation squib, I'm not allowed inside the wizarding world. For most of my life, I used to think my dad was spewing nonsense. That was until I saw someone flying on a broom and I mistakenly entered the Makusa building. They let me keep the memories since I was a squib. Magnus turned to Vim, can you bring a few newspapers from today and a few days prior? Vim nodded and brought a few copies of Magical Daily. George read each of them like a child reading his favorite comic. It was his greatest desire to join this community, but he was gatekept. Yet, keeping the stories he heard from his father about his grandpa and that era, he came up with a whole space opera movie. He read them in order. By the end, he faced Magnus and paid respects. Your Majesty, you are so awesome. Magnus chuckled, calm down. You don't even know 1% about me yet. Let me give you a crash course about my strength, wealth and companies. And so, Magnus told him about his crazy strength, just to indirectly warn him that he was the big boss when it came to magic. Then he told him about his eventual ascension to the throne. Then finally, about all his businesses. George was gaping after learning about him. You are probably the richest person in the whole world. And the idea of using magic, no wonder the effects were so good. But, if I want to make a movie, I can't do it. Because of the number of people we will require in some scenes, it's just not possible to find so many people who know about the magical world. Magnus chuckled, you underestimate the power of magic. We can stay hidden for so many years, all because of god-tier illusions. We can, if need be, use muggles in scenes without letting them know about magic. However, Magic Made is a studio that will only specialize in large-scale and high-level special effects later. Future Tech is currently making me a few supercomputers and software that can help make low-level special effects. Can I join your company? I want to make this movie so bad. It's my life's dream. George pleaded since he could not think of any other way to make the movie. Magnus shrugged, only if you are ready to sign the contract that if you reveal anything about the magical world then you shall be obliterated completely. The punishment for breaking the statute of secrecy is very harsh. George gulped and nodded, I will sign it. I will read more about the magical world now and refine my whole story again. Thank you, Your Majesty. Magnus nodded and decided to leave. He instructed Vim on how to handle George before heading out. After leaving the headquarters, Magnus and Ragnar looked for a nice shop that made handmade tailored suits. It was already evening by now. Surprisingly, the meeting with George ran from morning until now. Ragnar had ice cream in his hand as they walked. I kinda want to see the space movie now. Magnus rolled his eyes, you just want to see the sexy aliens. I know you. God, how can you be so horny? Ragnar shrugged, a man must have a few hobbies. Being horny is a hobby? Magnus scoffed. After looking for a few minutes, they arrived in front of a very classy-looking shop. It had pretty neat suits in the glass showcase. But, what actually caught Magnus' attention was the name of the shop. Let's try this, Ragnar. Magnus pointed. Ragnar read the name and chuckled, hee hee, of course, you would want to try it, considering what a narcissist bastard you are. I just hope it's not disappointing. Kingsman, since 1849, this tagline puts a lot of pressure. Magnus ignored him and proceeded to enter. Rag, stop this floxinosinahilipilification and be positive for once. Ragnar's ice cream fell as his mouth hung open. His mind tried to replay what Magnus said, but he didn't even remember it. What the heck did you even say? Announcement, I am starting new fanfic, called Marvel, Mr. President. It starts in 1939. You can probably guess MC's background. He will be an old man, kind, yet badass, overbearing and cool, not completely kind as his other identity is Hell's Inquisitor. He was once a human. He's a mix of both, angel and demon now. Synopsis. Hector King, a man in his 50s, no family or friends to speak of, paralyzed from the waist down due to a work-related accident. Now lived alone with his pup Husky. But one day, he mistakenly summoned Satan. Ah, it's been a long time since I was summoned. You found my book. Good, what do you want? Riches? Women? Fame? Strength? Or perhaps, your legs? All at the discounted price of your soul. Satan offered. Hector, however, didn't need any of that. And so, his answer even shocked Satan, making that smug look disappear. I want you to be my friend. And from there, the friendship that would last eternity started, all at the price of Hector's soul. Year 2021. As a mortal, Hector died. But Satan decided to do something crazy, FCK it. You're my best friend, I can't let you die. Hector, I am appointing you as Hell's Inquisitor, a position only under me. 1939. Earth. Hector found himself in his old original physical body again, but he was now taller and buff, like a bodybuilder. I got a new last name. It has a nice ring to it. He muttered. He was, from then on, Hector King Washington. Woof. And the good boy Mooney was also there, bigger, buffed and more beautiful. Chapter 305. Magnus turned around. What? I just said floxinosinahilipilification. It means the habit of estimating something as worthless, something that you do a lot. Now let's get some suits for us and return home. They entered the neatly lit vintage-looking shop. It had a lot of wooden work. Magnus liked it. It seems it truly was established in 1859. I wish it was established 10 years later, in the holy year. Ragnar jokingly said. Magnus ignored him and went to the receptionist, who was an old man with measuring tape hanging around his neck. He looked to be busy, working on some piece of cloth on the table. Ahem, Magnus cleared his throat to signal his presence. Meanwhile, Ragnar just roamed around, looking at the various suits, showing ties and shirts. The old man looked up and voiced, How can I help you, today? Your Highness, welcome to Kingsman. Magnus' face being very recognizable, the old man quickly changed his tone. But, there were also a few creases on his forehead, showing some level of worry for some reason. Yes, I and my brother need to buy a pair of suits for a formal event, Magnus said. The old man smiled professionally, I shall take the measurements first, then you can choose the style and fabric. Magnus nodded and called Ragnar, Rag, come here. The old man seemed tense as he took the measurements. Magnus thought this was due to his status and ignored it. Once Ragnar was done, he went around looking at things. Magnus got his measurements taken and talked to the man. Can we get these before the 25th? Why yes, Your Highness, we can get them made before then. He agreed. Whoa. Magnus. Come here quick. All of a sudden Ragnar's loud shout came. The tailor looked left and right and didn't find Ragnar anywhere. Just then Ragnar spoke again, it's like, they've got the whole military armory here. I think we found terrorists. Magnus glanced at the man, who also looked at him. And for some reason, he tried to jump back, but Magnus didn't let him, Petrificus totalis. He cast a full-body binding charm on the man and let him fall on the floor. Then he quickly went to see where Ragnar was. It was a room, and once he arrived, he saw that Ragnar had opened a secret entrance it seemed. Behind it was a large room, fully covered with guns showcased on the wall, from small to new. There were also suits, shoes, lighters, hats and many more things. Magnus realized something. Rag, I don't think these are terrorists. These things seem to be spy gadgets. I think they are Soviet spies. Ragnar nodded, he didn't really care about what went on in the Muggle world. Let's ask that man. So they returned to the reception. Magnus put the man on the couch and asked, tell me everything, who are you and whom do you work for? I can't, sir. He answered. Fine, then, I have many ways to make this work. Magnus mercilessly used legitimacy on him. Oh, a mental shield. So you have a wizard working for you as well? Magnus muttered and continued. Whoosh. After a few minutes, he retreated from the man's mind. Rag, these aren't commies or terrorists. They are a part of a spy agency, called the Kingsmen. Government? Ragnar inquired. Nope, they are supposed to be independent. But they do have the support of the government. What I do not understand is why they named it Kingsmen. I don't think they work under the crown either. Magnus wondered. Will you allow them to exist later? Ragnar wondered. Magnus shrugged, who knows? I'll have to see where their loyalty lies. Anyway, get up, old man. Take the order for our suits so we can leave. Ragnar and Magnus spent another hour before heading out home. They didn't even bother with this so-called secret spy agency. The level Magnus worked at was much higher than them and he could at any moment get this agency shut. Because right now, the strongest spy, intelligence and private army agency in the world were Meta, though on the surface it was just a private detective agency. When the two arrived back home it was already dinner time. So everyone gathered and sat at the dining table. Grace was in a much happier mood these days seeing her whole family together. She misses this sight whenever the two were gone to the school. So, what did you two do today? She asked. Nothing, just some work at the movie company. Have you seen the one that recently came out? Magnus inquired. She sadly shook her head. No, Adam didn't take me. He said the movie is really scary and may pose some physical harm to me. But I want to see it. I wonder if it can really scare me. Adam nodded. I'm right. You've waited this long, just wait a few more days, then you can do anything you want. I won't stop you. She chuckled. See kids, how your dad is bullying me. Magnus chuckled. Don't worry, Mom. Let's put Dad in charge of diaper duty. Adam looked at him with eyes of sorrow. This was a betrayal, boy. I remember changing your diapers too. You were a poop machine when you were small. Want to hear stories? Magnus knew his taunting had backfired. No. Let me eat in peace. They laughed and messed with each other. After dinner, they spent time watching television. Magnus and Ragnar sat on the floor with their backs resting on the couch, while Grace, Adam and Martha sat on the couch. Despite it being a huge house, they don't forget to get cozy by staying close. Mag, I will be going to Wizarding School's Potions Championship next year. It's supposed to be held in Syria. Ragnar spoke. Magnus shrugged. Sure, why would I stop you? It's better if you take Severus with you. The television showed today's news as they talked. Magnus listened to it as it was important for him. Others continued to talk, however. News. Anchor, today marked the final day for the U.S. delegation of ping pong players in China. The leader of the team, Forrest Gump, won a decisive victory. In other news, the clouds of a deadly famine loom over the newborn nation of Bangladesh. Ever since its formation in 1971, it has faced many problems. As the enemy forces used scorched earth tactics and destroyed everything in their retreat, the country is not left with much infrastructure. With flooding in the river Brahmaputra, the nation of 60 million people faces grave danger. But its government still seems to be indecisive. Only time will tell what happens next. Next, the World Bank has revealed a new report. It shows that the British economy, which everyone thought would go into a recession, is now rising up, while the economies around the world face a downturn. This has been possible due to the government's preventive moves in securing the oil supply. But the Prime Minister has refused to take any credit for it and instead says it was the grace of His Highness, Magnus Grant Emery's Pendragon. It remains a mystery what he actually means. News end. Magnus pondered over what he heard. His plan was to one day use Asia for its huge population and natural resources to develop the whole world. But, currently, most Asian countries were very hostile towards the United Kingdom, not militarily, just ideologically and politically. It was understandable. India was still recovering from its memories of colonialism while falling deeper into the socialism hole and going closer to USSR. If they don't go capitalist fast, they will always remain a backward country. Pakistan was obsessed with India and Bangladesh was suffering on its own. China sees the UK as evil, bringing the century of humiliation to all the public statements they gave. Japan was already westernized and advanced, with no scope of going there. This left Burma, but it was a one-party socialist state under a military government. This left Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines and Vietnam. Well, not Vietnam, it was a mess after the war. He sighed, nobody in the world trusts us. It's stupid to try to defend colonialism by saying it was the world order of the past and they did what the era needed. Nobody would believe it, they will always judge us by today's modern standards. Maybe, with Bangladesh, I can show the world that they don't need to fear fellow Brits anymore. We don't want tea, nor do we sell opium. All we want is mutual trade. So Magnus took out his phone and called Adrian. Adrian, send a small team of investigators to Bangladesh. I want to know everything about why the famine is happening. I want the report back in a week. After that, he called the Prime Minister and straightforwardly asked, how much food do we export? Not much. Magnus hung up as soon as the man said this. He called his agent in Zimbabwe. How did the plan to grow crops go? Your Majesty, I was about to call you. We have harvested the winter season crops. But we have nowhere to store it, nor do we have that many mouths to feed, the agent replied. Magnus happily took a long breath. Good, don't worry, I will tell the construction company to create large storage facilities across the country. Later someone will come and take the harvest to export. But Magnus was not done yet. If he was going to eradicate hunger, might as well target the whole damn world in the long run. So he turned to face Grandma Martha, who was currently massaging Grace. Grandma, can we use the vast flatlands of Camelot to grow food? I want to end world hunger. He asked. As if this was a small matter, Martha nodded, sure, Magnus. You own the island, you can do anything with it. But know this, Grandma will always be proud. Bam. Grace suddenly moved and hugged Magnus from behind, and me too. The world is too lucky to have someone like you. She pecked his cheek and moved back, leaving Magnus embarrassed but happy nonetheless. Chapter 306. 18th of December. It was the day Magnus and the rest came to the new hospital. Grace was to be admitted here for the coming few days. The best doctor he had hired was going to stay by Grace's side all the time. Meanwhile, Magnus had asked Adrian to send 100 men from the Golden Company and 10 men from the army of Merlin to keep the area secure. Heck, even the ministry sent a team of the most loyal Aurors just because they feared that the world would be totally fricked if something happened to Grace. So 14 Royalty Protection Group, a component of the Metropolitan Police Service, MPS, Protection Command, was also there since she was still a royal princess and deserved all the protection. However, since Magnus had a good grasp over the media, he didn't allow anybody to publish anything about Grace. However, even though Grace was 9 months into the pregnancy, she looked as cheerful and healthy as she normally does. She didn't even complain about pain. This goes on to show the magic Ragnar's potions have done. Ever since Ragnar made the rejuvenation potion more than a year ago, Grace and Adam have been consuming it daily, as it was like a health supplement, taking care of all the mineral deficiency in their bodies and also strengthening them at the same time. This was the reason why Lord Mountbatten was now more loyal to Magnus than the Queen, because he had tasted the sweetness of this potion. It helped his body a lot and he wanted more of it. The only way to get it was by being loyal to Magnus. The world ran on the concept of give and take. Magnus knew what the people wanted from him. Some hoped for riches, some hoped for power, and Lord Mountbatten hoped for a few more years of healthy life. She appears to be normal, we have attached all the necessary equipment, the operation theater is just adjacent to this room for any complications. At the same time, I will stay here until the delivery. The female doctor from the United States informed them and left them to talk privately. However, not everything could be kept private. Since Magnus was not in power yet, he had no say in the old traditions, and they needed to be followed. For starters, it is important to have at least one royal gynecologist present during the delivery. This was to record various things, such as time, gender, health and other things. Because some hours after, royal birth is traditionally announced via a bulletin placed on a golden easel in the forecourt of Buckingham Palace. It includes details as to the baby's gender, time of birth, as well as a status confirming the health of the mother and child. Not just this, gun salutes will also follow in many places after birth. To be honest, Magnus was happy and proud, his sibling deserved nothing less than this. But he had already started to worry and plan, so his sibling doesn't turn out like some good-for-nothing spoiled brat, like Prince Andrews that he had met a long time ago. Magnus turned to his mother, changed into a hospital gown and resting on the bed. "Mom, if you want to eat anything, just tell us. Ragnar can probably put any flavor you want in the porridge." Ragnar nodded. "He's right, Mom. If you want chicken or some other dish, just tell me. I can make the porridge taste like that without making it unhealthy." She ruffled his hair. "You, always thinking about chicken. My one son is mad about pancakes and one about chicken. I wonder what the new entry will be crazy for." They all laughed and made Grace feel warm in there. The hospital was not much full, only a few people who knew about its good service were here. Other than this, the medical college was already up and running with its students until third year, currently going through the curriculum. It will take a few more years for all classes to fill up all the way till the 6th year. Other than this, the staff was already hired, from doctors to nurses, from helpers to cleaners. There were 3 helipads and emergency helicopters available as well. There were also electric buses and trams with futuristic designs. Surely, the various news channels are going to have a lot of content to film for many days here. But at the moment, various decorations were being put around the whole campus. They will remain there until the new year. Additionally, at all the entrances into the campus, huge welcoming pillars and hoardings were being placed with the name of the hospital complex. Meanwhile, each building will have a different name. But, right now, Magnus was feeling heartache, because he was bleeding money like a leaking drain. He could afford it, but his little capitalist heart felt bad. "Magnus, Ragnar and Adam, you 3 go home. You all must have work," Grace said as it was turning night. "No." Magnus and Ragnar climbed over the bed and laid beside her, one on the left and one on the right, and hugged her. Grace felt warm in her heart. Okay, don't give me diabetes with this much sweetness, my cuties." Adam scratched his beard. "Where do I go now?" "Ragnar, move your ass, let me get in the blanket." And hence, Adam also jumped in. Thankfully, it was a luxuriant room with a big bed. There were only a few of them as they were reserved only for the royal family. That night, they all cuddled themselves to sleep. Grace was happy beyond anything. She became confident now that her worries of growing distant from her 2 sons while taking care of the new baby would never happen. Because Magnus and Ragnar would never go away from her. Meow. However, only Chad was left. Seeing nobody giving him attention, Chad decided to jump over anyway. He went ahead and made himself comfy on his favorite bed, the bed he missed a lot in the past half year. It was none other than Ragnar's face. Chad didn't care if he suffocated the poor boy, his sleep was important. The morning sun shined in the room through the uncurtained window. Adam had already woken up. He had decided to stay with Grace for the coming week, while Ragnar and Magnus were supposed to go back home. However, neither of them had woken up and Grace was afraid of moving. She was like a human watching a cute kitten sleeping on her lap. But then Magnus' phone rang and he woke up. He had seriously started to question if making this thing was the right decision. The ability to call anyone at any time was a pain in the back sometimes. "Hello." Magnus sleepily picked up the call. "You're back. And why the heck didn't you tell me about the battle?" "Adrian just told me." "It was Bobby." "Well, it was a wizard-only event, Bobby," Magnus replied. "But, I wanted to test a few of my new weapons on live targets." Bobby turned out to be dissatisfied for an entirely different reason. Magnus chuckled. "Don't worry, there will be many more in the future." "Where are you?" "On a flight, I'm returning to London. I don't even go to college these days." "See you in the evening, hee, I'm bringing an awesome gun with me." Soon Magnus hung up and got up from the bed. He slapped Ragnar's back and woke him up too. "Wah!" Ragnar stood up with a scream and shaky breath. "Fuck, I had a weird dream, man. I fell into a sea full of cotton fur. I couldn't get out and sank down, slowly losing my breath as the fur got into my nose, ears and mouth." Magnus turned to look at Chad. The cat was turning, stealing gazes from the corner of his eyes. It was clear who was the culprit. Magnus patted Ragnar. Easy, as long as you don't wet yourself, it's fine." Grace held her laughter due to their bickering. Ragnar smiled, at least Grace felt happy. He yawned and got up. I'm gonna go to Diagon Alley to buy some items. What about you, Mag? Magnus had no idea. I will go home and read a few books. Bobby will be coming in the evening. Cool, I will be back by then. After making plans and saying goodbye, both brothers left the hospital. Magnus returned home and read the books until the evening when Bobby was supposed to come. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. The doorbell was actually the last step for someone to enter his house. First, they have to pass through the security gate at the compound wall. Bobby must be here. Magnus excitedly went ahead and opened the door. However, only disappointment got him. Who are you two? In front of Magnus stood two people. One was a man, probably in his early 30s, and then a young man, most likely in his early 20s or probably 20. Both of them wore formal black suits, glasses, hats and held umbrellas in their hands. The older man took out his card and handed it over. He lifted his hat a little and bowed to greet him. It's a pleasure to meet you, Your Majesty. I am Chester King, codenamed Arthur, from Kingsman. This here is my new recruit, Harry Hart, codenamed Galahad. We have come over to greet you after knowing what happened at the shop. He used His Majesty instead of His Highness because Kingsman knew Magnus was the true king. Using Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table's names. Magnus was not happy with this. He stared at the faces of the two intently for a few seconds. Harry Hart, or say Galahad, was young and impatient. He spoke up, may we enter? Magnus nodded, sure, come on in, but just a second, my friend is also coming. You two go inside. Just as the two entered, Ragnar and Bobby came. They probably met somewhere on the way. Bobby had a suitcase in his hand. Piety. They shared a hug and Magnus asked, so, what's with this new gun? Bobby excitedly opened the case and took out a pistol-like gun. But it had a very chunky part attached to its front. He explained it, this is specially made for a few spies of your company. It has a fingerprint scanner, only the one scanned into it can use the gun. And the other best part, it makes absolutely no noise. I can fire it near your face and you won't know it unless you see me moving due to recoil. But having the right kind of bullet is important for this. Magnus picked up the pistol. What if someone else tried to fire it? It will explode. Of course, only if someone vigorously tries to fire it. If it's used on a mistake like 1 or 2 times, it won't. Here, you scan your print on it. Bobby helped him. Magnus did as asked and held the pistol carefully. Come in, I've got 2 guests in there. He slowly walked into the living room, where the Kingsman agents sat together. Bang 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 bang. All of a sudden, Magnus fired 4 bullets, and of course, they were silent. The target was one man. Thud. What the fuck, Mag? Bobby exclaimed. Nice shot. Ragnar gave a thumbs up, knowing there must be a reason. Harry Hart, aka Galahad, quickly tried to check his mentor's pulse. He was dead. What the? You killed him. He quickly tried to take out his own gun. Magnus waved his wand and disarmed him. Of course he's dead, that's what I wanted, good riddance. And do you know where you are standing? You want to aim a gun at me? Chapter 307. Galahad felt his heart race, realizing he was about to shoot at the next king of Britain. Kingsman would become king killer then. But it was his overconfidence that he could even scratch Magnus. Why did you shoot him? Galahad asked. Magnus put the gun away. Tell me, who is the wizard that works for your agency? Did he help you get the mental shields against legilimency? I must say, they were weak. Anyway, I shot him because I looked through both of your minds. I'd be the biggest fool in the universe if I let 2 spies enter my home without looking into your heads. I can just never trust folks with your background. And I was absolutely right. Dobby. Magnus loudly but kindly called for the clumsy house elf. Pop, Mr. Pendragon, do you need something? Yes, can you go and bring the pensieve for me, he ordered. Easy peasy, sir. Dobby vanished and returned after a few minutes. Magnus walked to it. You think you people are so up and above the law, the protector of peace and whatnot. Then tell me, why did your mentor have a camera attached to his umbrella? And why did he put that listening device in the flower pot? He waved his wand and immediately a small device flew into his hand all the way from the flower pot on the side table. Do you want to know what I saw in his head? A traitor. He was allying with many of those your organization is meant to destroy. Many times he releases information that results in the failure of missions. And the biggest part, he is allied with the Soviets. Come, watch it then, Magnus said and pulled out a string of memories from his temples. He put it in the pensieve. Galahad came closer and looked down. Magnus knew he didn't know about it, so he just grabbed his head and pushed it into the liquid. All the images and scenes flashed in front of his eyes and he truly saw his mentor being a traitor. He fell back, first time using a pensieve was like this. Magnus ignored him and put the string in a small vial. Here, take this and bring it to your organization. And tell them, you people are suspended from doing anything from now on. You can only resume your work after a thorough audit by my people, both mentally and physically. And you must sign the documents to have government or imperial oversight over the agency. I will not allow a spy agency to freely run amok without having to answer to anybody. You must have an authority that approves you. Galahad, however, shot back, you run a spy agency. Magnus looked him in the eye, tell me what my official title is. I am the authority who oversees it. Do you know why? Because as the soon-to-be king, I am guaranteed to have the best interests of the country in mind. What about you? A civilian, whose sense of patriotism can change with the amount of money being thrown at the face, as seen with your mentor. He's right, Ragnar approved. Bobby meanwhile was for the first time hearing about this spy agency, Kingsman. Aren't they tailors? Galahad knew very well what Magnus was saying was right. So he took the vial, what about the body? You will get it in your tailor shop, Magnus replied. With that, Galahad was off. He went as quickly as possible to report to the upper management. But he had no idea whom he could even trust at this point. Once that was done, Magnus again greeted Bobby. Hey, my brother. Let's eat something. Abe must have made something already. Bobby was taken aback though, how quickly Magnus went from killing someone to talking about eating. Mag, are you alright? You just killed a man. Magnus sighed and took a seat, a spy, who wanted to bug my home so he can someday control me with my secrets. It was treason, death was de facto punishment by law. But, don't you feel weird? Bobby asked. He was a civilian, he had not seen much violence in his life, and it was right to say that Bobby was actually the normal one here. Magnus and Ragnar were crazy. Magnus nodded, I guess, you're right. Bobby, I'm mentally fed up right now. I killed 1,000 werewolves, who are nothing but humans with a medical condition. I initially felt bad, but if I am to feel broken after every life I take then it will break me before I achieve my goals. But, you are right. I am growing too uncaring to human life as I become powerful. Now I think I understand how many dictators in history were able to commit mass atrocities. It was because they felt invincible, above everything. Ragnar agreed with his evaluation. Showing a rare show of sad emotions, he sat down on the couch with a sigh, we're both fed up, man. But, we have monsters like Voldemort after us, if we act like little fluffy kids then, we will lose. Mum, Dad and you too, Bobby. Everyone will be in danger. Yup, Voldemort is a monster, Bobby. He dreams of taking over the world and enslaving all of humanity as servants with no rights. A man with such dreams, he deserves all the pain in the universe. Magnus added. Bobby nodded and understood. Well, I don't know what Voldemort looks like or. Here you go, this is his portrait. Magnus took out the paper quickly. Bobby unfolded it and looked, holy FCK. He threw it in an instant, how can this thing be real? This is like, a monster from the nightmares. Magnus chuckled, yes, and we have to fight him. Bobby was quick to support Magnus, Mag, I understand. Sometimes to defeat monsters you have to become one. You just tell me how can I help. FCK, if you need nukes I can arrange it. Just kill this thing. Magnus and Ragnar laughed. Ragnar patted his shoulder, we're trying to do that. That's why I have a new policy now, Magnus interjected. What is that? Bobby and Ragnar asked together. Gandhi said, an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. Well, I say, an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind and that's why you blind both eyes in one strike. Magnus quoted. Damn right. Oh, by the way, I have a question, Ragnar started, British colonized a quarter of the world for new spices, then why don't we use more spices in our food now? I mean, even what we do use is not enough for me, I want more. Magnus shrugged, how would I know that? I love spicy food. Mom has been making spicy food since I was small. But I do see many people here who don't like it. I have an answer to that, Bobby spoke. Magnus and Ragnar listened to him carefully. Well, the main reason why there is a lack of high level of spices in our food is due to him. Bobby pointed at Magnus. Shocked, Magnus stepped back. What the hell, me? How? I'm just a teenager. Well, not you, the royal family and the nobles. You see, tolerance to spices is not something that happens with just one generation. It requires many generations for people's palates to change. And, in the old times, spices were seen as luxurious commodities. This meant that they were costly. Even in times when there was an abundance, their prices didn't drop much. Heck, I think some kings were gifted pepper as gifts in important events in old times. So you can see that spices were gatekept. Only now with the advent of modern world and industrialization, everything became cheaper and people started to eat more spices. Bobby explained. Magnus nodded. I hope I can add spicy food to royal cuisine in the palace later. You'll be the king, you can do anything, Ragnar said. Then, I will ban chicken. Magnus replied, taking a jibe at Ragnar. As expected, like an angry cat, Ragnar got up. I dare you. I will feed you a potion that will make you hate pancakes then. Bobby, sitting in the middle of them chuckled, hee, I hope the third Grant one isn't crazy like these two. Magnus' days were fairly simple. He went to the hospital regularly to meet Grace and also oversee the decorations and prepared for the inauguration. Currently, the television channels were silently told to start showing news and propaganda about Magnus, his family and also the hospital. Many interviews were taken by news reporters. These were people from Magnus' childhood. The televisions were full of it. Interviewee, oh, yes, I was Mr. Pendragon's teacher in his elementary school. Everyone called me Mrs. Jones. He even mentioned me in an interview. Reporter, oh yes, I remember. He said you were grumpy, but very nice. A 13-year-old was being interviewed. I'm Robin, he called me a bully in an interview. Sorry, Magnus. A man in a tracksuit was also interviewed. I was Mr. Pendragon's PE teacher. He was very good physically. Reporter, oh, aren't you that Mr. James NTR? Who was after the French teacher and wanted to impress her? How did it go? The man turned sad. Well, she married the English language teacher. They have a kid now named Midfings that I teach in this school. Reporter, poof, anyway, that was reporter Cucky with cameraman Inbreds from BBC News. Magnus Mansion. Pfft, what the? Magnus, watching the news from his home sprayed the tea he was drinking. Ahahaha, Ragnar was on the ground laughing. Chapter 308. The day of the official opening of the hospital was coming soon. But Magnus wondered if all his plans will go to waste due to Grace not giving birth in time. After all, he can't really give her a shock by announcing the gift to her. It could cause problems for her. So, he asked Grandma Martha to secretly visit Grace and find out when the baby will come. The result was that Grace would most likely give birth on Christmas Eve. So Magnus let go of all the worry and started to write invitations for the event to be held on December 25th in the afternoon. Not many people will come, only a selected few, and most of the crowd will be the journalists. The names included many famous people. First, there was the Queen, the Prime Minister, Lord Mountbatten, a few more people in important positions in the government. Then there were his close allies, Adrian, Ted, Tom, Edgar. There were also many CEOs, most of them were running companies under Magnus. The rest were those Magnus wanted to show that allying with him can get their companies a lot, so sell them to him. From the magical side, Magnus had not called anyone since it did not concern them. The next concern was about how he was going to reveal his wealth to the world. For this, Ted was coming to help him. The man had decided to let his Muggle company run on autopilot while focusing on helping Magnus since that was good for the entire world, and of course, as long as Magnus thrives, his own business will also. Chad. Sit like a good boy. I will be taking you to the inauguration and show you on camera, so you better be good. Magnus trained Chad. Meow. Chad tilted his head in confusion. He understood him all right. What he wondered was why did his lord become so magnanimous to take him outside. What meow? I have named one building after your species' scientific name. You better be proud of it. He said. Chad had no idea how to even feel. So he just shrugged and moved to play with Summer. While messing with Chad, soon Ted also arrived. They quickly used their wand to secure the room. because nobody can ever be sure about such things. So, how's everything going? Magnus asked. Magnus, I have formed the Dragon Service. It has 10 wizards in total, all of them were selected from amongst the army of Merlin and my own subordinates. I have made them sign a much stringent magical contract, that even if they think about betraying you then I will know. This way, even if they start doubting you we can fire them. We do not need to wait until something bad happens. Ted revealed while giving him a file full of profiles of all these people. Whoa, don't tell me you will kill them. I don't want that. Magnus warned him. Ted coughed, No, you misunderstood me, I meant obliviating them of their memory about their entire time spent working for you. They will go back to doing their old job. Good, so how do you plan to reveal my wealth and control the media? Magnus inquired. Out of the 10, we only have 9 people, as one has gone to Zimbabwe to help our candidate win the elections. Coming next year, elections will be held in February. If everything goes well, by the end of next year, Zimbabwe will join the United Kingdom, becoming Greater Britain, and all Zimbabweans will get British citizenship immediately. Ted briefed. Magnus was very happy with this. Britain lacked land, that was one of the reasons the country had limited potential for development, but with more land, everything will change. After all, Zimbabwe, 390,757 kilometers per square was larger than the United Kingdom, 242,900 kilometers per square in landmass. Effectively, the United Kingdom will double in size with just an addition of 6 million people in a population of already 60 million in the UK. And this wasn't even the end of Magnus' expansion through the Goodwill Plan. There were many more overseas territories that were yet to become officially theirs. Good, this makes me happy. However, I have one worry. I am absolutely sure many people will call us colonizers. I cannot change people, but I can change what they see. This is why I need you to push for international documentary makers to go to Zimbabwe and all the other overseas territories where we are working to make everything better. As long as the world sees how good we are, people will automatically stop. The documentaries need to be translated into as many languages as possible and shown in every country in the world. Magnus planned. He was always worried about the image of the British Crown at this point. Everything depended on the world accepting that what they were doing was good. Ted nodded and wrote in his diary in codewords. I will put this on the agenda. Now about your wealth. We will show you as a super genius, most already think this about you already as such, but we will push for more. Then, we will reveal that after your father and mother made a fortune, you started to invest money and invent. Bobby comes into play here, as he's already a renowned young genius. It will help if the world knows you are the majority holder of future tech industries. From there, we can slowly reveal your other investments through Dragon Holdings. You are a prince, a renowned genius and a valiant hero who at just the age of 9 jumped into the fire to save his friends. Magnus burst into a laugh. You're going to use that to push all this, right? Ted smiled wryly. Well, people will automatically feel that you deserve all this success because you jumped in to save people and have a good heart. Sigh, well, I will leave all that to you then. I gotta go to the hospital now to Mum. See you later. Oh, bring your daughter and wife to the inauguration. Security will be tight there, so it's going to be safe. Magnus got up to leave. A few days went by like this, planning and working the whole time. Then, finally, December 24th arrived. Magnus knew Grace was going to go into labor that night. But he didn't tell her about it. Then, at about 10 p.m. that night, she said she was experiencing some pain in her abdomen. It was rare for her to feel it, so the doctor took it seriously and brought her to the labor room. Magnus, Ragnar, Bobby and Grace's parents were waiting outside the room. Adam was with her inside. However, Magnus also sent his trusted doctor from St. Mungo inside, not to do anything but to keep an eye. Since there was a royal gynecologist present inside, Magnus took all the precautions. And the moment the St. Mungo doctor noticed something funny, she would blast them with her wand. It was an order from Magnus. Inside the room, Grace was screaming. Adam was right there, to be Grace's pain squeezer. She had actually grabbed Adam's collar and had started to suffocate him. Grace, push. Don't strangle me. A mix of cheers and cries were coming out of Adam's mouth. However, Grace knew this was not as much pain as she felt when birthing Magnus. She had gotten much stronger physically due to magical potions. In fact, she didn't even have to hold Adam. But she still did it just to mess with him. Since everything was being recorded in angles that only showed their faces, she wanted to make it as memorable as possible. "Adam, you bastard." She played with him. Adam cried due to suffocation. "Yes, yes, I'm a bastard, now just let me breathe a little, my beautiful wife, push." After 15 minutes, the baby finally came. The doctor exclaimed happily, "It's boy." Adam, Magnus and Ragnar got a brother. Grace cheered loudly. Adam felt like crying and he looked at the baby. So Ragnar's wish turned real. "Wait. Yes, wait." Grace cried again. They had known for a while now that she was having twins. Ultrasound had shown them this. The nurse delicately held the baby in her arms as the doctor again went under. She was an extremely professional and experienced doctor and tried her best to make the process as simple and fast as possible. Yet, she was utterly shocked to see how strong Grace was. She was just like a superwoman from the comics. She gave birth like it was nothing. After a few more minutes, another baby came. "It's a girl." Grace and Adam cheered in happiness. "Yes. Both Rag and Mag will be happy now." Adam quickly held his two babies with tearful eyes. His family just became bigger and he was utterly happy. He showed the two to Grace, who also felt tears welling up in her eyes. Seeing this, the St. Mungo doctor quickly walked out of the room for a split second to announce. Magnus and Ragnar were sitting at the two ends of three-seater bench. Apparently, they had an argument on whether they would get a sister or brother. "Your Majesty. Twins. A girl and a boy." The doctor announced. "Yeah boy. Boo yeah." Magnus and Ragnar jumped in happiness and hugged each other immediately. Gone was their animosity. It was time to spoil their siblings. However, inside the labor room, something happened and the doctor flutteringly ran back in. "Your Majesty, I think, there's more." "What?" "Triplets." Magnus and Ragnar were dumbfounded. The Muggle Dr. Magnus had hired again went under and announced, "There's a third one." "What?" Grace and Adam were shocked because the ultrasound only showed twins. Chapter 309. Inside the labor room, Grace and Adam were in shock. The third baby was news to them. But, the doctor didn't waste a moment and initiated the whole procedure. Grace, like before, pushed. She still had enough energy left. Heck, she could probably birth a few more babies if she had to. She pushed with all her might. But, even after half an hour, the baby didn't come out. The doctor knew there was a problem. Grace herself was a doctor and knew there was a problem. "What happened?" Grace questioned. "We don't know yet." The doctor replied and turned to the nurse, "Give me the transducer of the ultrasound machine." The nurse quickly handed it to her and she immediately checked Grace's womb. Soon, she spoke with some fear in her voice, "It seems the baby is tangled in the umbilical cord." "How big of a problem is that?" Adam asked. "It depends. If it's tangled around the body, we can save the baby. But, if it's the neck, then the baby might suffocate. We need to decide, if it's the worst-case scenario, who should we save? The mother or the child?" she asked. Stupefy. 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 All of a sudden, the woman who had been waiting on the side all this time moved and waved her wand at the two doctors and the nurse. The spell rendered the three unconscious. She walked to Grace and said, "His Majesty would never forgive me if even in my watch something happened to you or the baby. I shall take over now, as your technology can only help you this far." Her name was Ruby, one of the big three doctors of St. Mungo. She took out a pair of glasses from her bag and kept her wand in her hand. "Don't worry, dear. I shall have the baby out in a jiffy." She wore the glasses and looked at Grace's stomach. Perhaps, these glasses allowed her to see in X-ray. She then started to wave her wand over the stomach. Grace felt like something was moving in her stomach. Adam too saw some movement in her bloated belly. "Don't worry, I am just freeing the baby from the cord." It was indeed tangled around the neck. And, done. "Now let's get the baby out." "Push, dear." Ruby instructed her. Grace did as asked and pushed. Ruby was able to use her magical powers to help even in this process by magically moving the baby. In just 5 minutes, the baby was out, but, it was smaller than usual. Ruby quickly covered the baby in a blanket, as this was the most vulnerable time for a small one. "It's a girl," she announced and quickly turned the baby on the back and patted lightly. However, even after a minute, no movement came. Ruby frowned. I need you, Mr. Grant. Hand me my bag. Adam ran and handed it to her. Ruby took out a small pipe-like thing and quickly put it in the baby's mouth. She slowly pushed it down. Then, she pulled it back. Now, the pipe looked full with some blood-like substance. Cough. A tiny, nearly inaudible cough came from the small baby. Ruby covered her in a blanket. She's alive, but vulnerable. Due to being suffocated, she has some deficiency of important minerals and oxygen. We will need to keep her under observation. The best I can do is give strengthening potions, rest it up to fate. She basically said the baby could die soon. Grace stayed strong and nodded. It had only been a few minutes since the three muggles were stunned. They soon woke up and saw everything was fine and a few more doctors were there. They had put the baby in the ICU bed and had connected the ventilator. What happened? They asked. Ruby scoffed. You three fell unconscious in fear of not being able to save the baby and her mother. How weak. I completed the process, the baby is out but very weak. They quickly ran to the little glass-covered bed and checked the signs. The baby was stable but not above normal marks. She was very small and most likely malnutritioned. There were limited minerals in a woman's body for twins anyway. In triplets, it was common for one of the children to have some complications, but they were not this extreme. Surprisingly, the two born earlier had blonde hair, while the last girl had black hair, completely different from any member of the family. The two healthy ones were beside Grace, sleeping. Adam had gone outside to inform Magnus and Ragnar about the situation. Magnus and Ragnar waited outside the main door. They were biting their fingers. Ragnar was especially worse, he feared losing his new mother. Mag, are you sure she will be fine? He asked. Magnus nodded. Don't worry, Rag. She will be fine, Ruby is in there with them. If anything happens, she will tell me. Door opens. Adam came out with a tired and sad face. Mag. Magnus' heart nearly skipped a beat after seeing this face. What? Just say it, Dad. Two babies are fine, the last one, she was born but there were some complications. She was tied in the umbilical cord. Due to that she suffocated and didn't receive the right nutrition. So, she's malnutritioned, small and weak. They have put her in the intensive care but nobody knows if she will even survive the night. Adam explained. How is Mum? Ragnar asked. Grace is completely fine, but her heart is in sorrow. The baby, she's small and very vulnerable. She's emotional right now. Adam replied, his own voice breaking. Anyone would be like this after seeing their little baby attached to those large machines in the glass-covered bed. But, the small life, she's fighting. Magnus fell back to his seat. Immediately, he spoke to Merlin. Is there any way to save her? There is, son. But, for that, you will have to commit taboo magic. Although it's not dark, painful or consequential to you, still, it comes under blood magic. This is because if overused, it causes the caster's death. But you will not need to push yourself too much, Merlin said. Magnus immediately agreed. Just teach me how to do it. If blood magic can save someone's life, it's worth doing. Then hear me. At 3 a.m. that night, Magnus returned to Grace's room. There were now guards in front of the gate, both muggle and magical. Even inside, Ruby stayed to keep an eye on everything. The guards saluted him and let him in. Magnus quickly cast a charm to make his feet sound soft. Inside, he just waved his hand to Ruby and the muggle nurse to leave. Without asking, they did as asked. That was when Magnus looked around. There was only dim light available, but one could see clearly enough. He first glanced at Grace. She was asleep, but there was a frown on her head. Don't worry, Mom. I won't let anything happen to our happy little family. Adam was also in the room, but he had fallen asleep while resting beside Grace's bed, with his head resting on the bedside. Then Magnus moved to see the two little blonde babies in the cradle. They were healthy with chubby cheeks, packed in blankets. He smiled and lovingly looked at them for a moment. Then, he moved to the side, beyond the curtain partition. There was more light in the area. The small glass cradle was set, on which, a small baby, just slightly bigger than 2 hands, was resting. She had skin whiter than normal. The machines beeped, and a small oxygen mask was attached to the nose. It broke Magnus' heart seeing her like this. He understood why Adam was on the verge of tears. Anyone would be after seeing this. Don't worry, my little sister. Your big brother is a mighty powerful wizard king. Nothing can ever hurt you, that's my promise, he muttered to himself and took the lid off of the glass case. Then, he softly opened her mouth and dropped a drop of a dark black liquid in her mouth. Then he silently put all the instruments back on and left without making a noise. Outside, he told Ruby and the nurse to go back in. Magnus just waited outside, for the shocked voices of the doctors to come tomorrow morning. I hope it works now, Merlin. Thank you for helping me, he thanked in his mind. Merlin responded, I can understand the pain of losing a family, son. I'd rather not have you feel it if I can help. Now have some rest, you need it. You've been working continuously for the past 5 hours. A small price to pay, Magnus tiredly replied and rested back on the chair. Chapter 310. How did this happen? This is magic. This is God's grace. Many words were spoken in the morning when the doctors checked the little baby. She now looked completely healthy and full of life, her face had also returned to normal human skin. She looked left and right with her dark eyes, curious about everything. She didn't cry, however, even though many instruments were connected to her that made various sounds. When the doctors saw her, they felt like they were hallucinating. They had even prepared for the worst, knowing the true condition of the baby. She was too weak. But it seemed she pulled through. They picked up the baby girl, wrapped her in a soft blanket and brought her to Grace. Ma'am, she looks to be completely fine, and no complications remain in her body. It's like magic. Grace looked at Magnus for a split second and took the baby in her arms. Yes, it probably is some kind of magic. Magnus meanwhile held his other little sister in his arms, while Ragnar held his little brother. Both of them were identical twins, with blonde hair. The only difference was in their gender. Ah, my cute little sister. I am Magnus, your big brother. He tried to introduce himself to the tiny baby, who was silently looking at his face that appeared to be that of a giant for her. Boom. She raised her arm and lightly tapped on Magnus' nose. Magnus felt like a shockwave went down his body. Her soft little hand was way too cute. I am melting. Beside him, Ragnar had the same situation, the baby boy was the same as the girl, but he instead mistakenly poked Ragnar's eye. Ah, hee, no problem. Even if you turn me blind, I won't mind. Your Highness, I need to return to the palace and prepare for the royal announcement. The royal gynecologist spoke to Adam. Adam just shrugged, sure, go ahead. But I won't allow anyone to take pictures of my children. That we will assure. I shall take my leave, the man left. He truly was a different breed, acting like he was some sort of a highborn. Not even knowing that the true boss was Magnus. Magnus walked beside his mum and picked the other sister in his arms. Now he had two. His heart warmed and he felt a tickling sensation in his body. I'm the luckiest brother in the world, my sweethearts. Piety. This time, the black-haired one caught Magnus' fingers with her fluffy palm. That was the best feeling in the world for him. Mum, don't worry. I take their responsibility. Nobody will step even 10 meters closer to you that you don't allow. Meow. Chad suddenly jumped over the bed and showed his cute round eyes to Magnus and tongue, as if asking to see the little humans. Magnus warned him at first, no, you're a dirty cat. Chad rested on his hind legs and showed himself licking his front paws, then he showed them to Magnus, as if saying, see, they're clean. Magnus couldn't say no to him now, it would be cruelty. Chad only had a language barrier, after all, rest he had a pretty high level of emotions and thought. Okay, jump over my shoulder and look at them. But without touching, their skin is very sensitive. He allowed. Mew, Chad acknowledged and jumped. He stared at the two babies, the babies did the same. It was as if they were bonding. But then Magnus put the two back in Grace's arms. Chad jumped over and sat down just beside Grace, overlooking the babies. You want to guard them? Magnus asked. Chad nodded his fluffy head with utmost resolve. Grace picked Chad and hugged him. Aw, you are the best cat in the world, Chad. Come, sit closer to me so I can pat you. If Chad could speak, he would have thanked her and called her mum. Leaving the fluffy things aside, Ragnar dragged Magnus to the side and asked, what did you do? Tell me the truth, Mag. Magnus sighed, it was taboo magic, Rag. Merlin taught me. Her body lacked vitality and strength. So I had to give her my own. It's blood magic, where I imbued my energy in a single drop of my blood. If one was to do this too much, he would die. But I didn't have to put in too much. Anyway, I fed her a drop of blood in the night. Rag was worried about something else. Don't tell me, you lost the energy forever now. Magnus rejected, no, but it will be restored slowly now, it might take a month. Ragnar sighed, man, you're crazy. And they call me crazy. But I guess, thanks for saving her. Rag, I feel that Mum suspects that I did something. Don't tell her anything, just say it was some alchemical potion. Magnus requested him. Grace would probably feel worried just hearing that the magic was called blood magic. Magnus said. Ragnar patted his shoulder, don't worry, Mag. Come, aren't we about to inaugurate the hospital today? I should give some energy potions to Mum so she can at least come with us to see the main gate. Then we will give her a tour of the whole campus in the roofless car. Nice plan. In Buckingham Palace, it was announced to the residents that the royal family now has 3 new royals. But, some were salty because of this, as this meant some people will get pushed down further in the line of succession. Magnus was already second in line, Ragnar third. Now the 3 more babies took the position of 4th, 5th and 6th. Queen was happy though, she had long forgotten to be salty about what had happened. From what she could see, Magnus was good for the country. So, she ordered all the normal ceremonial steps be taken. Immediately, a bulletin was placed on a golden easel in the forecourt of Buckingham Palace. It didn't mention the names of the babies, just their genders and health. It was customary for a birth announcement to be followed by a royal gun salute. So volleys were fired by soldiers in Hyde Park and the Tower of London to honor her arrival. Then, soldiers from the King's Troop Royal Horse Artillery rode out in a procession from Wellington Barracks, near Buckingham Palace, to fire 41 shots. Then finally, the Honourable Artillery Company also fired a 62-gun salute at the Tower of London. By now, most people had realized that something major must have happened. And since if it was a royal death, the gun salute would be made after the announcement, people automatically assumed it was birth. And when people turned on their televisions, news reporters were already swarming at the gates of the hospital, talking about triplets being born to Princess Grace. However, one thing made people curious, the large entrance gate's top was covered with a large cloth for some reason. In the hospital, Magnus, Ragnar, Grace and Adam were discussing what to name the babies. It has to be something regal, fitting names for my little siblings, Magnus demanded. Ragnar nodded, yes, absolutely. They are little prince and princesses. We must make sure people respect them. We can't have them be named Bobby or something. Hey. My name's not bad. Bobby's protest came. He was just standing at the door. Magnus laughed, of course, your real name is much cooler. Brandon Steele Armstrong. That's a cool name. But the majority know me as Bobby. Gah, I sound like some illegal drug dealer. Bobby was disheartened. But, he soon became delighted when he saw the babies. Hello there, you 3. I'm your big brother, Bobby. I am super rich and intelligent. If you want to study something in the future, you know where to find me. Bobby said boastfully. But he sounded shameless since he was complaining about his name not long ago and here he was, introducing himself as such. Hisses. All of a sudden Chad hissed at Bobby, who was trying to lightly poke the cheeks of one. Come on, Chad. I've fed you so much in the past, have you forgotten the debt you owe me? Chad ignored him and shielded the babies. Grace and Magnus chuckled. Ragnar patted Bobby's shoulder, Chad is a responsible boy now. Nya, Chad agreed. It was still morning, so Magnus let Grace rest, while Ragnar and Martha gave her many strength potions to keep her body well. She took them without a single complaint, knowing they were for her good. It was Christmas Day, meaning that many presents would be there. Magnus had already started to get a few owls, bringing his packages. Abe from the house would pop up every once in a while, bringing them to the hospital. One particular package caught Magnus' eye. It was from Professor McGonagall. She never gave him presents before. So he opened it and checked. Taking the cover off, he found a green-colored sweater, hand-knitted. Magnus realized this was the sweater that the professor was knitting in the infirmary. With the sweater was also a small card. He opened it, read it. Thank you for being the fire that burns the dark clouds that were looming over the magical world. He smiled, since when did the stern old Professor McGonagall become so emotional? Chapter 311. Rag, take this. Professor McGonagall also sent one for you. Magnus threw one sweater in his way. Ragnar was amazed, this was his first time seeing such a gesture from that teacher. But again, the woman was probably going through some tough mental phase after being bitten. "Hey Mag, will she be able to turn into a cat as an imagus or a wolf?" Ragnar inquired. Magnus had no idea. "I don't know, Rag. It's probably something for Professor to experiment on. Anyway, Bobby, I got you a present too." Magnus took out a small rectangular box and handed it to Bobby. Bobby knew it was going to be something magical, so he excitedly opened it, only to find a bracelet. It was made of silver metal and there was nothing outstanding about it. "What is this?" Bobby asked. Proudly, Magnus explained, "This is a bracelet made with combining alchemical silver and a lot of magical spells into it. It allows you to somewhat know the hidden feeling of other people about you. For example, you will feel the bracelet vibrating when there is someone present who hates you or wants to kill you. It will go warm when someone who likes and loves you is near and cold like ice when someone who just dislikes you is there." Whoa! This is awesome. I can better kick out directors from my company board with this. Bobby exclaimed. I feel warm. You guys love me. Adam patted his head. "Of course we do, you're like a son to us, same as Ragnar and Magnus." Slowly, they exchanged gifts one after another. Eventually, only Magnus was left to give Grace a gift. She was waiting but Magnus didn't move. Adam chuckled, seeing the disappointed look on Grace's face. He knew what was to come, as he was the one who designed the whole electric transit system across the whole campus, as well as installed advanced security mechanisms, including high-tech CCTVs provided by Future Tech. Magnus looked at his clock. It was 12 p.m. The time for the event was 12:30. So he decided it was time to move. "Mom, I have a big present planned for you. Will you be able to move?" Grace became energized once again. "Of course, I didn't even feel tired from yesterday. Where do you need me to be?" "Just come with us to the car at the building entrance. From there, I will take you directly to the present," Magnus said. His voice clearly showed great excitement. Grace could see it in his eyes. So she was helped by Adam and Ruby in getting ready, putting on makeup and new clothes. Then, they tried to put her in a wheelchair, but she outright denied it and stood up like she didn't just birth triplets a few hours ago. She walked like a supermom, holding a baby on each arm. Adam followed up from behind with the third. The hospital was empty and the security was taut. They easily reached the entrance where a long roofless car was waiting for them. It had enough space for 5 people to sit easily. Then, they headed to the big entrance to the whole hospital campus. As the area was walled off, there were only 2 main entrances. "What is it, Mag? At least tell me so I can prepare," Grace asked him. Magnus chuckled. "No, Mum. That would ruin the surprise. Just a few more minutes and you will know." Bobby decided to chip in and increase the excitement. "I can tell you already, Aunt Grace, you will love it. It took us a lot of time to plan this after all." They soon arrived at the closed gate of the campus. On the other side of the gate, a small stage was set with a podium. And on the other side, a lot of journalists had set their cameras and mics. The one peculiar thing though was the giant marble arch, which seemed to be inspired by Arc de Triomphe but had its own uniqueness. There was a red silky cloth covering something on the top. This made most people confused, including Grace. "Mum, this is a triplet stroller for babies. Let's not have them get photographed by the reporters," Magnus suggested as they got out of the car. It was a weird-looking stroller for sure, but it was functional, as it covered the babies completely if you wanted to. So they put the 3 in it and moved outside the gates. Sure enough, many big names were already present there, with the Queen being in the focus. She quickly walked up to Grace and Adam. "Congratulations, you two. The family just got bigger. May I see them?" Queen's guards themselves covered around to let the Queen see the babies without being photographed. The 3 were sleeping happily right now. Due to Magnus' spells, the noise was filtered out for them. Such cute bundles of happiness. "I really wish you all permanently move into the palace. I'd very much like to hear the happy giggles of children in that stone-cold place," she suggested. Magnus intervened. "We will after the 3 grow up slightly. For now, my mansion is the safest place for them. You should know about what's going on, after all." "Of course, dear. Oh, let's go, don't let me delay your plans." Queen Elizabeth merrily held the stroller's bars and started to push it. She was halfway really wanting to do it and halfway for the cameras. Magnus helped his parents take seats on the stage. Ragnar and Bobby also took seats, along with Queen and Lord Mountbatten, who was now like a good Death Eater of Magnus, but a muggle one. Magnus took to the podium and spoke to the guests and the journalists. Thank you for coming. All the guests, you already know why I invited you. And journalists, you probably think this is about the birth of my cute little siblings. But you are wrong. Although their birth does deserve a big celebration, I would not do it here for sure. No, today, I have asked you all to come due to what stands behind me. I presume most of you and the people watching us right now already know what's behind these gates. The largest hospital ever made in the world. With the state-of-the-art technology and some of the best doctors the world has to offer. Research facilities that will soon be pumping out innovations like a floodgate just got opened here. I know our economy is not very good right now. Many have lost jobs. But we are improving quickly, as seen by how we're still growing while the world is falling due to the oil crisis. This hospital was a dream for me. Something that I started building a year and a half ago. All with my own money, that I made through inventions and innovations. Bobby here can explain you later in the interview. Basically, I have wealth, but I do not want to waste it. So, I built this hospital. Not only is it connected with the NHS, but it also provides total health insurance to all of the thousands of employees that work for countless companies I own or control. But there is also a very personal reason behind making this hospital. My mum and dad always taught me humility and how to work hard to achieve dreams. My mum also had a dream. It was to create a reliable and good hospital, specializing in cardiology. So, I decided, why just cardiology? And here we are. Granny, Mum, will you come here please? Magnus allowed the Queen to pull the rope to unveil the name of the hospital as she was the eldest here, and if he didn't allow her the people would talk. Meanwhile, he held Grace's hand and told her, look up there, Mum. Grace by now had already realized what the gift was, and she was overwhelmed by it. The entire hospital was made by Magnus for her. But, these were just the initial shocks. The Queen pulled the golden rope, and like a leaf falling, the red silk cloth fell down slowly. But for Grace, the world had seemingly stopped. She heard no cheering or words, nor the intense clicks of the cameras. She just continued to look at the top of the ark. Mother Grace Hospital. It was clearly written in bold capital letters. Her eyes became watery, but she kept the tears under control as to not smudge her makeup. She just held Magnus tightly and looked at him. You, as a responsible adult, I should reprimand you and tell you not to spend money like this. But, at the same time, I am so proud of you. Magnus smiled gleefully. Ever since I could understand words, I've seen you working hard and saving money to make a hospital, to fulfill your dream. I know you gave up on that dream after all the royal family-related stuff started. But how can I forget it, my dear Mum? Magnus then spoke in the mic once again. Mother Grace, she created the new stents that save lives every day. She created the new cholera cure, which has already started to show its effect, reducing death rates in refugee camps in South Asia from 85% to just 7%. If she is not like a mother to all those whom she has saved without even knowing, then I don't know who is. And I promise, not just mother, but this entire facility will keep on coming up with new ways to save people. And if not now, soon everyone will truly understand why there is a mother in the name of the hospital, as the tagline of this hospital is, caring like a mother. Thank you. Grace, who was already like an angel in people's eyes, due to her work in medical science and beauty, now was elevated to near saint-like status. Of course, unofficially. Now, she was going to be a national treasure, and she will be the reason why many regain their faith in the crown, and this trend will continue to increase as Magnus and his family slowly enter the official spotlight. He moved back with Grace and let Lord Mountbatten take over the mic, who started to explain the entire hospital to the people. There were about 12 huge building complexes that housed all the departments of hospitals, research labs, and also the medical college. Their names would also be revealed on the field tour coming next for all the guests and journos. All the journalists will be taken in the electric tram around the campus. But Magnus would show Grace around in the roofless car. But after they sat down in their car, Grace hugged Magnus tightly. You have made me feel so proud, Magnus. And thank you for this present. You naming this hospital after me, I don't think I deserve this, but I will accept it as a badge of honor. I hug too. Ragnar jumped in for a hug as well. You too, Ragnar. You two have made me the most blessed mother in the entire world. She hugged them. Magnus chuckled, and there are 3 more now. Meow. Chad also notified of his presence and jumped in for a hug. But then Magnus whispered something in her ear. Mom, Dad also helped a lot in building this. Grace nodded and let them go. She turned to Adam and all of a sudden hugged his neck, then pecked his cheek. Thank you, my dear husband. I don't deserve you. You do not, you deserve someone better. Which is basically me from the future, so, anything for my queen. Adam smugly replied and hugged her back. Magnus silently smiled. But he was secretly excited because he had planned surprises for Adam and Ragnar as well. Chapter 312. They were currently at the northern part of the campus, where Gate 1 was located, the same gate the whole ceremony took place. Mom, do you know, we even built a whole new tube extension that goes through this whole campus. There are 3 tube stations inside the whole campus. There is also Dad's made electric tram. Magnus started to explain. Everyone heard him with focus, as even Bobby didn't know everything about the place. How big is this place? Grace asked. As far as she could see, she only saw trees, as if they were in a forest. Actually, this was a plan of Magnus. He tried to cover all of the unused lands in trees. Not just any trees, but fruit trees. These same fruits would later be given to doctors and patients. About 270 square kilometers, Mom. Don't worry, it didn't cost much. They were going to make a gold course and luxury housing here anyway. Now it will fix people. Magnus revealed. Grace and Adam's eyes widened. Bobby was amazed, but not shocked since he owned land patches bigger than this in America and Zimbabwe for his companies. But Adam and Grace were speechless because their dream was just for one hospital. In fact, they only dreamt of it being just a single building block. But here they were. Look, that building to our right is Merlin Medical College. It's the first building after entering the place, even the tube station is just 10 minutes walk from it. I decided to build the college by the river to give the students a beautiful view. Most of the sports facilities for the college are made beside the river. Students here can also rent bicycles to travel around the whole campus. I've struck a deal with the Royal Army Medical Corps. They are going to be sending a lot of their top doctors to give their seminars here every month. Magnus explained about the whole college. The whole college campus looked beautiful from the outside. There were 3 major building blocks, then many smaller blocks, which were most likely large auditoriums. There was still greenery everywhere. Adam awed at this, I'm sure many international students will dream about coming here soon. Bobby nodded, absolutely, I can already tell, this college is going to be the top medical college in the world soon, due to it being in such close proximity to a good hospital and also the huge research facilities. But Mag, what if you find an extraordinary student who is not British? Magnus cheekily smiled, with the government, I will be starting a program called Pride of Hippocrates. It will find super talents all around the world and give them a complete scholarship. Then citizenship, at the same time a high-paying job here at the hospital. Bobby relaxedly stretched his back, then it's all cool. Companies such as Medtronic and Pfizer need constant talent for innovation. Soon, the car moved further on the main road and they arrived in front of a huge modern-looking L-shaped building structure, with a park and small pond in the empty space. The name of the building was clearly written on the walls. This is King's General Hospital. Mum was here not long ago. As you know, everyone with minor problems or first diagnosis comes here. There is nothing much to say, this place is like a normal hospital. Let's move forward. Magnus made the driver step up. The next building was once again a tall and beautiful glassy building, with ponds in front of it beside the driveway. The name of the building was written at the top. And it immediately made Ragnar and Bobby burst into laughter. Please tell me that this was deliberate. Bobby asked. Magnus held his chuckle, well, it's a very important building, Bobby. It's the Queen Elizabeth Cancer Center. World's best treatments for all kinds of cancer will be here. Wahaha, yet Ragnar stopped himself from saying anything bad as his mum and dad were there. Magnus shook his head and let the car move. The car took a right turn onto a side road. It brought them near a huge area, with buildings spread around, and there was also a huge man-made lake. This place is called Felis Therapy and Mental Health Center. Basically, this is where people can come for leisure. It provides VIP as well as regular services. You can do anything from massage, exercise, other recreational activities, or even fishing and boating in the summer lake. Of course, named after our cute little Summer. And he suddenly picked Chad in his arms and showed him the building. Look at that, boy. I named this building after your species. Felis means cat. Magnus explained. Chad's eyes shined and he kept on staring at the building. Even when the car started to move back towards the main road, Chad looked back at the building. Grace patted his cute fluffy head. Don't worry, we will come here later to have fun. Now, the next building was the main course according to Magnus. As this building shared the name with the entire hospital. Slowly, they started to see a large building in a distance, hidden behind a tree line. A helicopter was taking off from there. It was a circular building, with a star-like shape in its center and protruding above. I present to you, your new workplace. Grace Heart Center. You will be its director. But if you feel someone is better than you, then you can give the post to them. But the overall chairman will always be you. It has all the world's best technologies. He revealed. Grace nearly stood up from her seat while the car was running. I've grown numb to your surprises by now, Magnus. I don't even know what to say. Magnus grinned, but I don't know how I will ever gift you anything in the future. She hugged him. You don't have to. You have done more than enough already. The tour continued. Now was the time for Ragnar to be shocked. The next building was a complex architectural building. One would not even think it was a part of the hospital. My brother, Ragnar. This one is to honor you and Ouroboros family. This is the Ouroboros Brain Center, Magnus revealed. Ragnar, without even saying anything, gave him a brotherly hug. Ragnar although had gotten his revenge, in fact, he still was as Rodolphus was still alive, still in trauma. Even a mention of his family would make him cry. Magnus patted his back and continued the journey. The next two buildings were on the side road, to the left of the main road. This time, they arrived between two huge buildings. These two were perhaps the most important part of the whole campus and even the most important buildings for the whole United Kingdom. Behold, Grant Research Center and Adam Medical Tech Center. Adam Medical Tech Center looks huge and futuristic because its job is to create new innovative machines that help in medical procedures. Medtronic Company has its presence inside it. The other smaller building may look small, but in fact, it goes 7 floors deep. It houses the world's best and safest hazard labs. Pfizer works from here. This place will be creating cures, vaccines and all kinds of meds. These two buildings are going to earn us hundreds of billions, or even trillions someday, Magnus explained to them. They looked at the two structures by the River Thames in awe and hope. Our country is going to be a powerhouse in medical science, it seems, Grace muttered. Adam cheekily replied, it already is, my dear Grace. It's all because of you. I'm shocked they have not given you a Nobel Prize yet. Soon, they continued. The next building was the upper and lower body diagnostic and surgery complex. It was a complex of many buildings, and they treat almost everything that isn't related to the heart or brain. Magnus then showed them gate 2 of the campus. From there they took a left to another road of the campus. Soon, a building came into view. This is Arthur's Recovery Center. Basically, if someone gets in an accident or has major surgery, this is where they can regularly visit for recovery through therapy and exercise. And the next building you see is Armstrong Long Care Center. People who need to get admitted for a very long time are treated here. Magnus revealed. Bobby faced Magnus with a grateful smile before giving a hug. Why didn't I know you named one after me? And what if people talk about it? Magnus scoffed, this is built from my personal money. And you are a god in the tech world, they'd be fools to do that. Finally, the last area was the one with tall skyscrapers and beautiful buildings. All of them were by the river. This is the staff living area, as well as visitors renting accommodation. With that, his tour came to an end and he took a seat with a tired sigh. Let's go to the Felis Recreational Center. The party will take place there. Meow. Chad became excited about this news. On their way, they again looked at the many buildings. Each having different thoughts. Some proud, some shocked. But, all were happy. One thing was certain, with this much hard work, the hospital was bound to be the best in the world. Chapter 313. Magnus arrived at the party. The people had just finished their tour. The journalists were not allowed to enter here as many rich people would want to have some private chat here. Grace was the point of a talk by all the women. They were all acting like some high-class women, but the truth was, most of them were unemployed and could only afford luxury lifestyles because either they married a rich lord or themselves inherited a lot of money and property from their lord father and mother. They had nothing on Grace to be boastful about, hence, they acted like they were her lackeys, showering her in praise, looking at the 3 babies and fawning over them. Though Magnus had put the jinx on the stroller, if anybody other than his approved person tried to touch them, then the offender would get a strong urge to itch themselves all over their body. Safe to say, about 4 out of 10 women were itching. Magnus scoffed and focused on talking with the people in front of him. All of these lords were sucking up to him, as the cat was out of the box and they knew how powerful and rich he was. Before, they just dismissed him as second in line and only focused on Adam. Now Adam was taking a sigh of relief as he didn't have to face as many people now. "My prince, I heard you also own the famous Golden Essence Wine Company. I myself own a wide number of exquisite wine shops around the world. But, the wine from your company leaves a very small margin for businesses. I wonder if I can get a discount," the man asked. "Sure, why not?" Magnus quickly agreed. But his next words were spoken silently. "Don't you open your mouth against me when I need support in the House of Lords later." Others were not as shameless, they talked in cryptic words. Magnus knew everything and agreed to many business opportunities. He was happy to do it since in the future many of his new laws will be against their noble lives. "Your Highness," Lord Mountbatten came to greet him. Magnus warmly welcomed him. My favorite noble is here. You did a good job handling the whole oil crisis. If we had left it to the government's slow decision-making, then we'd be seeing dozens of protests right now." "I did as you asked, Your Highness. Your friendship with the Saudi king was highly helpful." Mountbatten replied loudly. This was the purpose of the whole exchange. Magnus was reaffirming that the country was in better shape due to him. Now, automatically all these words will reach the rest of the decision-makers. Later, only Bobby, Ragnar, Adrian and Ted were there. Tom had to be responsible for safety and Edgar was busy in Saudi with the completion of the project they dubbed as the Great Saudi Contract. "Ted, how many requests did you get for you to represent in their divorce cases?" Magnus inquired. Divorce cases were one of the toughest things for any noble. Because it also means having to divide their property, something that most don't want. "About 20, Ted answered while sipping some wine. "And how many did you reject?" Ragnar inquired. "All of them. I have taken retirement from personally representing in legal cases. I only help my people from behind the scenes, only in high-profile cases. Rest, I am fully invested in helping His Highness," Ted resolutely said. "And I got about 20 requests to spy on their spouses. I rejected them all," Adrian added. Magnus sighed. "They are beyond finding, I guess. Let's just end this party and go home. I want to sleep. Mom probably wants that too." They all agreed. The 3 babies needed to reach home as soon as possible. So after the whole event, the hospital was officially in service. Magnus got into the car with his parents and left. Slowly, the guests also left. At home, Magnus asked something. "Mum, Dad, have you thought about a name for them?" "Not yet, we didn't know what their gender would be, although we knew they would be twins. But now, we need to come up with 3 names," Grace said. They all sat in the living room and brainstormed names. Just then Martha suggested, "Why don't we write 3 names each, then put it in a bowl and we pick out 3 names randomly?" Adam agreed, "But if the name is some kind of a joke-inspired one then we will reject it. Also, Grace gets veto power." Agreed. 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 They all agreed. Soon they all got 3 pieces of paper and a pen. They had about half an hour to come up with one and each was hiding their paper. Ragnar, being the paranoid guy, took it to a whole other level and used spells to construct a wall around himself. For Magnus, coming up with names was not hard. He just took some old names and their meanings and wrote them down. He was the first to finish and put the chits in the glass bowl. Next was Martha, then Adam and then Grace. The last one for some reason was Ragnar. Soon, the glass bowl was shuffled and Dobby was called. "Your job is to pick 3 chits from the bowl one by one and announce what's written in it." "Okay, Dobby," Magnus instructed him. "I will do a good job, sir." Dobby dutifully stood by the bowl. Everyone took their seats on the couch or the ground. The fireplace was lit and Dobby stood in front of it. He nervously put his one hand in and took out 1 chit. Everyone's intense gaze was on it, which made Dobby nervous to the point he started shivering. But, he opened the chit and announced. Oswald, meaning God, Dobby announced. Veto. Grace voiced quickly. What? Why? It's an amazing name for my little brother. Ragnar protested. Grace explained her reason. Well, didn't you think about his position as a prince? People will question our intentions, the church will question our intentions. We can't give such a controversial name. Dobby, take another one out. Throw that one in the fire. Magnus instructed. Saddened, Ragnar sat back. But, he accepted the reasoning like a grown-up. The next name Dobby took out was a female name. The name is Clementia, meaning merciful. What a beautiful name, Martha commented. Agreed, whose suggestion is it? Grace asked. Magnus, proudly with a puffed chest, stood up. It was I. So, which sister gets this name? Grace inquired. Magnus had already decided for whom this name was. He walked to the small cradle on the side of the couch. This one had his little black-haired sister sleeping. For her. I think, after how she fought for life. She will one day become a kind and merciful lady. Ah, that's so sweet. I accept this name. Far better than my suggestion of Raven. Grace gave the seal of approval. Yees. I won, huh? Magnus taunted Ragnar, who had a crying face by now. He had missed the opportunity to name his little brother. Okay, Dobby, next. Dobby once again took out a chit and read it aloud. Maximus, it means greatest. They all looked at each other's faces to see who it was that suggested it. Martha spoke up. Of course, your son should be given a great name. Magnus' name also means greatest. Even Ragnar's name means warrior from the gods. I approve. Grace gave her thumbs up. And hence, the boy's name was set as Maximus. Ragnar also nodded, giving his approval that it was a good name. Adam was silent, none of his suggestions had come yet. But not for long. Dobby picked the next chit and spoke. The next name for the girl is, Alma, means nourishing. Sounds weird. Too small and easy. She's a princess and needs a dignified name. Grace vetoed. Magnus was saddened this time. It was his suggestion, they realized. Hee, what a bad suggestion. Ragnar rubbed it on his face. Ignoring them, the next name was taken out. Aurelia, meaning the golden one. Hearing this, everyone glanced at the little golden blonde-haired girl. They nodded at that. The name made good sense. I can already imagine her growing into a beautiful girl with long golden hair. Grace lovingly said. And this was it, the third name was set. Good, the names are decided, Maximus, Aurelia and Clementia, according to the order of their birth, Grace announced. Only Magnus, Martha and Adam had their names selected. Ragnar was left to brood alone. Chapter 3:14. It had been 2 days since the birth of Magnus' siblings. Grace was extremely busy now since she had to not only feed 1 but 3 children. But Magnus and Ragnar helped as much as they could in keeping them from crying by being the jokers. Martha was the biggest helping hand, helping in changing the diapers. Grace needed a lot of health supplements to retain her body's energy and not end up falling unconscious at the end of every day. Adam had to go to work, as his work involved national security. Making missiles, tanks and whatnot was a high priority. But Adam also made sure to keep the patents of the things he himself came up with. His company was also the patent holder, and they were now manufacturing items as well. In the old car plant, Adam now had an automated factory. Though for now it was being used to produce Magnus-ordered specialized train locomotive that could run fast in extreme heat. Rag, what are you up to until New Year? Magnus asked. Nothing, just planning what I'm gonna make next. What about you? Ragnar inquired. I'm going to Saudi Arabia and then Zimbabwe. None of them are official trips though, Magnus revealed. I can understand Zimbabwe as it will soon become Greater Britain, but why Saudi Arabia? Ragnar wondered. I'm gonna sell my locomotive there. Dad has finished its trial run already. All we need to do is try it in the desert. If everything is fine, we will get our branded trains running on tracks that our company made. Magnus revealed his grand plan. Bloody capitalist, Ragnar cursed. That same money also makes you rich, and besides, I am a good capitalist who does things for the good of the world. Isn't this the best form of capitalism? Magnus argued. Did you even look at the newspapers and the television news lately? Nobody is taking your wealth, power and deeds nicely. Ragnar said. Magnus raised his brows and walked to the living room to see the news. The moment he turned it on, he saw his name in the headlines and some folks talking about it. There were two sides, one defending him and the other objecting to him. News. Guest 1, it is wrong to reject something before you have even seen its effect. The hospital is not just made for the people of the United Kingdom, but also for the people of the entire world. It is meant to be the best hospital there is. Guest 2, call her bitch, all that money could have been used in much better ways. There was no need to make it so grand and luxurious. We are living in a time when unemployment is on the rise and the economy is down. Guest 1, then what do you suggest? That he gives all the money to people. That is the government's job, and besides, according to official words, the hospital has created more than 3,000 high-paying permanent jobs. It also created countless jobs in the building of this hospital. Also, do not forget the amazing college and the research facilities that will keep on giving us doctors and new medical advancements. Guest 2, but what I fear is that he's too young and inexperienced. He needs to go slow or he will lose everything. This hospital, I cannot imagine it getting a high amount of customers anytime soon. Guest 1, I think we are very inexperienced in giving him any advice. He has created his huge empire of innovative industries at such a young age. If anything, we should thank him for getting the oil here through talking to the Saudi king in time. Guest 2, those are just rumors. Guest 1, sad face fixing his glasses smartly, then perhaps you lack information. The company that is building major infrastructure in Saudi Arabia is owned by His Highness. Is there any surprise as to why we got oil in time? News ends. Do we pay this guy? If we don't, then we should. Magnus exclaimed. Is this what you are worried about? Brother, they are walking over your name. Ragnar pointed. Magnus shrugged, I expected this much. Do you have any idea how powerful lobbying in the medical and pharmaceutical industries is? Especially the American side. The companies dictate what policies the government should adopt. And Mother Grace Hospital gives them a huge scare. Because of its major potential. They are majorly scared of our research and technology. Just imagine, my company was to make a cure for cancer someday, would I keep its price high to maximize profit? Or keep it affordable so everyone can afford it and I can alone reap the benefits? And what if they send spies to your company or someone leaves your company and goes to your competitor? Ragnar inquired. First of all, they have signed a contract of non-disclosure. Second, if they want to leave for money, I have given them the offer to just come to me and I will give more money than them. But, in reality, such people get obliviated of all the crucial information and are given the chance to let go. They end up joining our competitors with no or wrong information. Magnus revealed. Ragnar was taken aback, that's so scummy, but I like it. Magnus chuckled, bye-bye then. Don't worry about the little details. I know how to control public opinion. See you later at dinner. With that, Magnus took out a portkey box from his pocket and vanished from the spot. The next moment, he arrived inside the castle of King Faisal of Saudi Arabia. The man, although old, was excited and energetic to see him. Magnus, I wanted to meet you for a long time since I heard about your heroic fight with 1,000 werewolves. Come, a feast awaits us. And congratulations on getting siblings. I would have shown condolences if I didn't know you are the least likely person to have any succession problems to the throne. Magnus and Faisal were chill bros by now. Both had gained a lot with each other's help after all. They spent an hour eating and talking. After that, it came to business. Let's go to the track trial site. King Faisal led him to the chopper waiting for them. From there, they flew to a desert site. It was one of the hottest areas of the country. So it made sense to test the train here. But, when Faisal arrived at the starting location, he saw there were 2 locomotives instead of the one that they already owned. What is going on here? He asked. Well, I just wanted to test my dad's built locomotive. I don't know how it will perform in this heat. Magnus said innocently. Faisal just stared at his face, knowing all too well this was not about any test, it was about another offer and showing him how much better his stuff is. Choo-choo. The train one, the one from Saudi Arabia, made the sound. It started moving with about 100 cars. It was a really long train. Soon, the train caught speed. The whole test lasted about an hour. Then, the engines were changed and Magnus 1 was installed in the front. The previous train gave an average speed of 80 km per hour. By the time Magnus' test ended, everyone was left in amazement, at least those that knew a bit about trains. The speed was 200 kilometers per hour for Magnus' train. More than twice the speed of their original train. Even if the train was empty right now, putting multiple engines should be able to get it at the right speed. Faisal, knowing all too well he had fallen into the trap, asked, "How much for 10 locomotives in the start?" "I will order 30 more later." Magnus chuckled, "Hee, only 190,000 pounds, about 2 million today. But since you are a friend, I can give you a friend price for the first 20 locomotives. Which is 160,000. It's just the cost price and some punitive expenses to not make it a loss. All for a small favor." "I bloody knew it, what is it?" Faisal asked. "Well, I want you to broker a deal between the British government and Algeria, Libya, Niger and Chad. I want to buy a lot of land in the Sahara Desert." Magnus revealed. How big of a land?" Faisal asked. He didn't outright deny it though, since there was a Sunni majority in all these nations, just like his own. His country was rich and strong, while these were poverty-ridden and poor nations, with a lot of infighting. Magnus shamelessly replied, about 573,218 kilometers per sq. Chapter 3:15. There was silence between them, as Faisal contemplated the size. It was huge, too damn huge. "That's like 1/4 of Saudi Arabia. Are you crazy? Why would they sell you this much land and why do you want it? Is there oil?" Magnus scoffed, if there was oil that region would either be rich or in a huge war. "Don't you see, my friend? I need land, my country is too small. We're just 1/8 the size of Saudi Arabia. I have plans for construction and development, but got not enough land. Though if all my plans go through will become pretty big," he thought. Faisal thought about it, "I can try, but what do I even tell them? Why should they sell you?" "Well, first of all, that whole region will be an extension of the United Kingdom itself, British currency will be used. Next, there will be all kinds of schools, universities, factories, and whatnot. Meaning a lot of job opportunities. If these countries want stability in the region, they should sell it. If they want their people to get a high-quality education, they should sell it. If they want their highly educated people to have good jobs, they should do it. And, you have profit too, as you can invest in the new region." Magnus proposed. But Faisal scoffed, "You overestimate them. Their administrations have too much corruption. They don't care about the people. They'd rather have money in their own pockets and then sell it." Magnus laughed, "Then I guess the world is going to see many sting operations, revealing the deep corruption." Faisal nodded. This was the right way to do it. Put pressure on the government while winning brownie points. But he wondered if Magnus had plans to expand by conquest later. Magnus in reality did not. He didn't want to be called a colonizer and enslaver. He was happy with this much region that was uninhabited anyway. "All right, I gotta go home now. See ya." Magnus in an instant took the port key out of his pocket and left. Faisal was left there staring dumbly, but he was not angry, on the contrary, he laughed, what a good businessman. I like it. Zimbabwe, Lake Kariba. Magnus arrived at the location of his port key, which was set by his man from the Dragon service. He was on the south side, near the mouth of the Sanyati River, which originated from Lake Kariba. Lake Kariba was a huge lake, which was divided between Zambia and Zimbabwe. A major river flowed through it eastwards, called the Zambezi River. This river went all the way until it drained in the Indian Ocean. It was right to say that it was the lifeline of many South African nations. The famous Victoria Falls also lies on this river. But, this river was not Magnus' focus, since the river already had a big dam on it, constructed by the British government back in the old Empire days. It was even officially opened by Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, mother of current Queen Elizabeth II. No, today he was here for another river. It was also a huge thing they were about to do. They were going to terraform a minor river into a major river through a dam. As soon as Magnus arrived, Mark Smith, the Dragon Service member, came to greet him. The agents of Dragon Service were the most loyal and fanatic believers of Magnus, and most of these were wizards with a wide variety of skills and a knack to learn anything thrown at them. "Your Majesty, it's a pleasure to have you here. Please allow me to welcome you." "Why?" Magnus stopped him. "Mark, I appreciate you being here, you know me. I am here strictly for work. So no formalities. The day Zimbabwe joins I will celebrate. So, can we start? Of course, Your Majesty. Come with me, I will take you to Emery Construction's engineers. Mark led the way to a tent. Inside it was a map of the local area and a team of 4 men, looking like normal Muggle engineers, wearing the safety helmet and the vests. Nobody would think they were wizards. Your Majesty. They greeted with a bow quickly. Thank you for the hard work, gentlemen. So, what's the plan? Magnus asked. The chief engineer explained, we shall create a dam first, then slowly open it and increase the flow in the river. Our aim is to create a new major river in Zimbabwe since the dam on the Zambezi can't sustain us. We also need to share electricity with Zambia under an international treaty. One more thing, we believe that the Kariba Dam has the possibility of falling. The reason being that its spillway pool is so deep, about 90 meters, 300 feet, that the dam can collapse over itself because the pit reached the dam's base. The spillway is too powerful for the rocks just under. Of course, we will work on it later to fix it. I don't care what you do, all I want is that we don't get any bad press. Make sure you utilize the media and tell them the benefits of what you are doing. Make sure no harm is done to any animals in the region and relocate them to other locations if you have to. Magnus instructed them. The chief engineer assured him, do not worry, sir. We have already completed the survey. Animal relocation is underway. The country is barely populated, so we have no worries since a few live beside the river, as it's barely a river as of right now. Its benefits are great, a lot of new agricultural land will open up due to it, as well as new water sources. Good, how long will this project take? Magnus inquired. A year at most, but just half a year if you can help us, Your Majesty, the man said. Magnus was intrigued, how could he help? What do you need? Sir, we were thinking of how to make the strongest dam. So we came up with the method of first building a normal strong dam, then covering it with molten magically treated rock. Now, we have no way to melt so much rock so quickly. They explained their problem. Magnus knew how hot of a fire it needed to melt rocks. So he had an idea, I can ask a dragon to help you. But remember, she will come with a person who will be able to communicate with her. And you must treat her with the utmost respect, as she is a very shy and sensitive dragon. Her name is Pebbles. She should be able to help you. Just tell me when you need her help. One more thing, pay her in gold. The men were ecstatic. Initially, they hoped Magnus would use his own powers, but a dragon was better, since asking the King of Britain to make a dam was too demeaning in their eyes. With that, Magnus left the tent with Mark. They came by the muddy riverside. But there Magnus saw a few cute curious fellows. Ah, that's a hippo family. They are peeking from the water. Come here, cute ones, I'm a friend. Magnus walked close to the river and called the family of hippos. There were 2 adults, with 1 huge male and 3 kids. They were animals and understood the law of nature. They didn't see the human body of Magnus but his monstrous presence that was invisible to most. But Magnus also radiated an aura of friendliness. So they slowly wobbled out their fat bodies from the water and came to his side. Hello, my chubby friends. Mark, make sure animals like these are never harmed. These are the true treasures of Earth, not us humans. We only know how to destroy. Magnus ordered. A baby hippo growled and tried to play with Magnus, trying to bite him. He even got Magnus' arm in his mouth, but couldn't chew it off. What a curious little boy, he just laughed and patted the baby hippo. His parents were pretty scared when they saw the dumb little boy messing with the apex predator. Babies were like this, they have no idea what fear, pain are and the law of nature was. They are just curious meatbags. Magnus played and cast a few charms on the family, to make them clean and healthier. Then, he sent them back. Bye-bye, we will probably never meet again but take care. He had a way with animals. He was the male version of Disney princesses. Being in a good mood, he waved his wand and erected his tent on the river banks, overlooking the hippo family, playing in the water. He then took out small camping chairs and a makeshift table. Come, Mark, let's have some nice masala tea and chicken sandwiches while we talk. He invited the stiffly standing man. Taking it as an order, he took a seat opposite Magnus. Calm down, Mark. You work for me, I won't eat you for acting like a human. You can show some feelings. Just relax and talk to me normally. So, what's the progress report? Magnus asked, and it was clear what he was asking. The coming few months were going to be very important for Magnus here. Chapter 316. Sir, our candidate is currently at the forefront of the elections. His popularity rating is 89%. We also did an underhanded survey across the territory of what they think of Britain. A whopping 98% said highly favorable. This was possible because most of the population of this country has in one way or another benefited from your policies. Be it countless schools and tens of big colleges you constructed, thousands of hospitals and clinics, bringing more jobs with large construction projects, helping people get better farming tools, get electricity, get water, or helping the talented ones get scholarships to the United Kingdom. Everyone has gained something. And most of them know that the cause was you now. Mark detailed. Magnus sighed, good, I truly want the people here to live a good life. I mean, this is such a resource-rich country, yet it's poor. All because of the corrupt governments. Not just Zimbabwe, nearly all of Africa is resource-rich, but it's fed over by corruption. No more. I do not care about race, religion or color. All I see are meat bags with blood. I, you, they, all of us are meat bags. If Africa can be rich and prosper, I will be one step closer to completing mine and Merlin's dream. What was Merlin's dream, sir? Mark asked. Peace, peace throughout the world, where all could live happily, with no wars and large conflicts. He made order of Merlin for that, but the greedy families and corrupt ministry turned it into a simple award, stepping all over the legacy of Merlin. Magnus said. He was just installing some patriotism in the man. Mark cheerfully replied, Sir, I fully believe that by next year's end, Zimbabwe will become Greater Britain. Good, at that point, United Kingdom will become a country with states, only for administrative reasons, not like how it's in America. States have too much power there, which creates a problem when implementing large-scale policies. Everything above Manchester will become Northern UK, everything in and under it will be Southern UK. More focus will be given to the northern part to make it more developed. Zimbabwe will become 3 states, Eastern Greater Britain, Western Greater Britain and Southern Greater Britain. Zimbabwe will retain its name, heritage and culture, in fact, we will preserve it and make it a strong point for tourism. They already use our national anthem, so that will be retained. All we need to do is reform their politics. Ted will come later to help you with such things. For now, this should be enough. Well, I shall return now. Contact me if anything happens here. Magnus packed his items, said bye to Mark as well as the hippos and left with the portkey. Magnus Mansion. Pop. You. Holy F, Ragnar suddenly jumped from the couch as all of a sudden Magnus' loud voice came right behind his seat. Come on, man. I had little Maximus in my arms, Ragnar roared at him. Ah, sorry, I didn't know. Where is Mum? He inquired. Grace rarely gave the little babies to any of them, and it was the right decision for the most part. She's getting ready. She said she had agreed to go to a fundraiser at the zoo, and she did not want to break her promise. Ragnar said. This was the sad part of being a royal, too many such requests were received and you had to go no matter what, as these events publicized the special guests. Magnus didn't want her to go through, she still needed some rest so he ran to his mum's room. Knock knock, Mum, it's me. Grace called him in. She was standing in front of the mirror and fixing her pearl necklace. You're back. Ragnar said you were going to Saudi Arabia and Zimbabwe. It was funny how Grace and Adam had already accepted the absurdities as a daily occurrence. Now they don't even bat an eye whenever Magnus says he's going to some faraway country. I've completed my work, Mum. And you know what, you stay here, have rest, take care of my 3 little siblings. I and Ragnar will go to the fundraiser. I'm sure they will accept this exchange, besides, I'll just donate some money to them. He suggested. But, it was me who promised. She muttered. No buts, they are mad to think you will come just a few days after giving birth. Change into something comfy and have fun at home. He pushed her to sit and left. Arriving downstairs, he smacked Ragnar on the head, let's go, we're trading places with Mum at the charity event. Why me? He cried. Would you rather see Mum get tired there and then get sick? Magnus asked. That was enough of a threat for Ragnar, understandable, what should I wear? Both wore simple semi-informal clothes and arrived at the local zoo. Abe was their driver today, driving a modified Rolls-Royce which ran on batteries. The company wanted to sue them for doing this, but Magnus just bullishly bought about 10% of them and threatened them with dumping their stocks and destroying their valuation. Then buy when people panic sell. The technique worked, they even asked Adam to allow them to use his batteries for a fee. They probably found it better to just officially announce an electric Rolls-Royce and say, look, even the royals use it. The zoo was running like normal, there was just one part reserved for the event. Even normal people could come and watch the event from the back. But Magnus and Ragnar decided to go around and see the zoo first. Ahaha, look, Rag. That's you. Magnus pointed at a sloth, stupidly falling from a tree while trying to change his nap position. Ragnar replied by pointing too, and that's you. Magnus puffed his chest, that's a mighty beautiful gorilla, I'm honored to be compared to him. Look, a lion. Magnus walked towards the lion enclosure. He saw a majestic lion, standing over a rock with his mane fluttering in the air. Boy, you look good, he gave a thumbs up. The lion turned to him and gave him a small bow, then went back to looking majestic. Meanwhile, the people around them looked at Magnus in awe. And as some started to recognize him, he ran to the charity event. It was an event to gather money for the welfare of the animals, giving them a better environment and upgrading the facilities. Magnus alone gave them £200,000. After that, they were actioning some animal items, like a fallen tooth of a diseased lion, some paw marks of different animals and other things. Magnus bought many of them as they were really cute. Then, at last, he was asked to come to the stage and say some words. It was not in the deal, but now that the announcer had spoken, he could not deny it. Though the man would get fired later for sure. Thank you for participating in this event. My mum could not come, as you know, birthing triplets ain't easy. I really like this zoo, been here so many times since I was small. I hope all animals here get taken care of nicely. Magnus started stopping mid-sentence for some reason. But it was in fact due to some voices he was hearing from behind him. Looking back, he saw it was a reptile enclosure, and the glass cage was probably brought outside for aesthetics. But what bothered Magnus were the Komodo dragons inside it. Somehow, they recognized him and started to scream. Out King is back. Our king. My dead pa used to tell me stories of him. Is that really him? Everyone, scream. If he looks, it's him. And Magnus made the mistake of looking back. Hence, all of them started screaming, even making so much noise that it spooked the organizers. My king. Make me your servant. Boss, I would die for you. Magnus felt a headache and finished his speech quickly, so he could go and shut these guys up. He whispered to them, calm down, don't scare the people. I will take you to my big island later. You can live in the jungle there, but no hunting innocent animals. Yees. We've been recognized. Our worship worked. Praise the old reptile god Ragnarok. Your Majesty, we shall be your faithful toe biters and meat shields. He sighed and just left them be. They had somehow developed a freaking religion in the years he met them the last time. What the hell was that? Ragnar asked him. He shrugged, they think I'm their king. Ragnar chuckled, of course, you are the slimy snake of Slytherin after all. Magnus shook his head, no, Pendragon, I'm a dragon. You're Ouroboros, a snake, that makes you the slimy snake of Slytherin. I'm the mighty dragon of Slytherin. Hey, our name has nothing to do with it. Ragnar objected. But Magnus just ignored him, which was more annoying. Chapter 317. After the auction, there was a small lunch party. It was held indoors in a separate hall, away from all the visitors. They didn't really want the people to see them eat and be unable to join. Magnus and Ragnar just ate and left silently. They didn't need to spend the entire day with them. However, while coming out of the zoo, they saw a boy, about 15 years old, selling some t-shirts. All of them had Magnus' face on them. How much for this? He asked. Just the boy froze as soon as he saw him. He looked left and right. Don't think about running, friend. Tell me, do you have the authorization to sell merchandise with my name and face on it? He inquired. Dad told me this is all fine when he was drawing them, the boy nervously said. Magnus' eyes widened and he took one of the t-shirts from the stack. Holy moly. Ragnar did the same, bloody hell, your father drew all these? The boy nodded, yes, he used to work at an art gallery and made people replicas of whatever art they wanted right in front of them. But he was fired due to the gallery being closed. Magnus was surprised. Each t-shirt was hand-painted, and all of them were near identical to his face. The talent was just too damn high. Come with me and take us to your home. We will talk to your dad. Soon, the boy found himself sitting between Magnus and Ragnar inside the big Rolls-Royce. There they found out about the boy's history. His father lost the job, now did this to help them make money. The boy had a brother 1 year older and a sister 2 years younger. His mother was a waitress at a restaurant. By selling t-shirts on weekends, they made money for paying school fees, while his mom helped pay for the food. Such conditions were really common in the current United Kingdom, as the economy was down, businesses had shut down. Although it was getting better, the damage had already been done. Soon, they arrived at a small apartment building in a not very kind area of the city. A police car was parked outside, from it came out Tom, in his police uniform. Seeing him, the boy, named Leo, was scared. But Magnus assured him, "Don't worry, I know him. He's not here to catch anyone." He walked to Tom, looking smart in uniform, new assistant commissioner. Tom chuckled, "Well, thanks to you and some others, me and my team have been solving cases like it's a cakewalk. But, I mainly run my own department, called Sigma, Special Investigative Group for Metropolitan Area. We handle most of the overly violent, urgent or unsolvable cases. There are only supposed to be 4 assistant commissioners, yet I'm the 5th one. Anyway, why did you call me here?" "Well, this boy's father is a really good artist. I want you to recommend him as the official suspect photo artist. I also had something else to talk about with you. Let's get this over with first." Half an hour later, Magnus and Tom sat in the car. Tom had already offered the job to the father of Leo. "Why did you go to such lengths for just one man?" Ragnar asked him. It's a long game. Leo has 2 more siblings. All of them marry someday, have kids and grandkids. They just met me, the future king, and got their dad offered a job. Do you think they will not proudly tell their coming generations about this incident again and again? I have just now won the loyalty and admiration of at least 30 people with this small act. I'm not even counting the countless friends they will tell." Magnus revealed his game plan. "That random act of kindness can go a long way. Damn, I'm not even gonna ask from now on." Ragnar was just awestruck. Tom as well. "So, what did you need to talk about, Magnus?" Tom inquired. "Tom, get ready for a big job next year. Most likely, Zimbabwe will become a part of the United Kingdom, mainly England. After that, we will need to fill a lot of positions there. I will be sending you as the special head of internal security. Your job will be to make sure the police does its work with no corruption, our appointed officials don't do corruption or be racist to the Aboriginals. Those people will be as British as any of us from then on. I want them to happily be with us. After this assignment, you will have enough clout to directly enter the cabinet of the Prime Minister. Whoever sits in the seat at that time does not matter," Magnus ordered him. This was a huge responsibility. Zimbabwe was bigger than the United Kingdom. It was also uncharted territory. But thankfully, Zimbabwe had even less population than the current London. Tom had the experience of London, so he hoped it wouldn't be too hard. "I will start thoroughly reading about Zimbabwe's people, culture, religion and geography. I will do my best," he promised. Magnus had confidence in him. "I know, that's why I selected you." Tom was pretty legendary at this point. He, from the simple rank of a newly recruited patrol officer, rose through the ranks to reach such heights. People admired him, he was the crush of the newspapers. Magnus had other things too, but they didn't require his direct involvement. He just advised the Prime Minister to force Parliament to allow the current House of Commons chamber to be expanded. The Queen also advised it. But most couldn't understand why. Only a few knew that they would soon be getting a few more MPs and it would get crowded. Whoever will be in charge of the building will most likely give the contract to Emery's Construction anyway. The company was now a big name in the country, responsible for the creation of the Channel Canal and many other projects. However, Emery's Construction was more active outside the UK. Anyway, after ending his meeting with Tom, Magnus left alone for Adam's locomotive plant. All that was needed now was to buy a locomotive company, incorporate Adam's design and start production. Even Bobby was asked to come, as Magnus also had one idea he wanted to tell Adam and Bobby, to see if it could be implemented. It was for the new Saharan land he was trying to buy. Ragnar went home with the car as he had work to do. He was still trying to make new potions to help himself in using magic, as well as make himself stronger. The huge warehouse was full of noise and activity. Though thankfully the office made for Adam and the administrative staff was soundproofed. They didn't do much manufacturing here, most of the items were pre-built in FutureTech Industries' various workshops. Only the main engine designed by Adam was manufactured here and then assembled into the locomotive frame. Adam had just come from his office, so he was still in his military uniform. Meanwhile, Bobby was in a plain t-shirt and shorts. Nobody would say he was a super-rich CEO if they saw him like this. "Dad, why did you not say no to Mum for going to charity?" Magnus asked. "I did, but do you think Grace listens to anyone?" Adam sighed. Magnus had to agree, this was indeed Grace they were talking about. "She can be stubborn at times, so don't worry, I and Rhaegar went there in her place. Anyway, let's sit and talk." Magnus cast a charm to make the conversation private and started. "Well, how's the company going, Bobby? We're too big now. I don't even know all the things we're doing. We're in consumer electronics, computers and now even defense. I'm also interested in space, knowing we don't really have a successful space program. Maybe one day we can send a ship to the moon." Bobby dreamily said. He continued, "Anyway, I just make sure that there are no spies, thanks to your agreement papers, I get notified anytime there is a leak. Other than this, I just make sure my employees, especially the researchers, are happy and I keep on bringing new talents. I just give them the freedom to develop whatever they want in the particular field I have told them to. Out of the 10 things developed, 9 get rejected, but that one item helps me make millions, if lucky, billions. But even those 9 are not wasted, as they are also innovations and their technology is later used to make something else later. Our largest revenue stream, for now, is computers and mobiles. Innovation is our key." Chapter 318. Adam nodded, "Correct, innovation is the key. Even I have already started to work on the next version of the locomotive. It will be completely electric. Magnus, you need to understand, in the future, maybe in a few decades, the world will slowly try to shift towards electric power cars, engines and everything. Using coal and liquid fuel that generates pollution will be seen as bad. Now I want you to imagine, what if the United Kingdom keeps on investing in it and by that time, we become a world leader in electric technology. Our home industry can be worth trillions, and we personally can be a major percentage of it. With the improvement of science and education, people will slowly start worrying about the planet. Heck, I am working on an electric motor called electric traction motors, it does not use any magnets at all. Magnets, typically using rare earth metals like neodymium. I have ditched that whole process. The design uses no magnets, instead, it uses powered coils in its rotor. It transfers power to the spinning rotor using contactless induction, so there are basically no wear surfaces. The best part, the lack of expensive metals should make it cheaper to manufacture than typical permanent magnet motors. And even better, it has allowed us to achieve efficiencies above 95%. I'm going to use these motors in the coming car designs as well as locomotives. Combine these with my solid-state batteries, and we have truly entered the age of long-distance travel with one single charge. Do you want to see the designs?" Adam enthusiastically showed them. Bobby easily understood them, Adam made it easy for Magnus to understand as well. In short, Adam was no less than a genius. The man was probably restrained due to family conditions and lack of money in the past, but now, as he had no worries, his real talent was coming out. Bobby rubbed his chin. I would like to get the authorization of the patent from you later. I might be able to make super silent vehicles for surveillance for the military with this later." Magnus, meanwhile, felt dumbfounded. He knew he was a wizard, a brilliant one at that, but for some reason, he felt he was pretty stupid and ashamed to Adam and Grace's godly genes, I guess. I should start focusing on Muggle studies as well. And since I am so good at alchemy, why not go with metallurgy and chemistry? Maybe I can help Dad and Bobby by finding stronger and lighter metal and also help Pfizer by using chemistry and alchemy together, he thought. Magnus put a file on the table. "Dad, to build not just locomotives but entire trains in the future, you will need to have a company that can fulfill those commitments. So, I have a few shortlisted. 1. You can buy Lohner Werke, a Viennese luxury coach-building firm founded in the 19th century. During the early 1900s, the firm manufactured aircraft. After World War I, the company manufactured trams, and after World War II, the company began manufacturing scooters and mopeds. Now, the company is up for sale, and a Canadian aircraft manufacturing company called Bombardier Inc. is interested in buying it. Well, my idea is to go for Bombardier Inc. We are living in a special time when mergers and acquisitions are easy. So why not go for the big one? I mean, we can give them a juicy deal, that by getting bought by me, they will be having access to batteries and technology of Dad and future tech for a pretty low price. But, they also make aeroplanes, I don't know if we want that. What do you say, Bobby? Magnus asked. We are developing many military equipment and vehicles, that includes researching jets. So we're soon going to make jets engines. Maybe we can make a safer and weaker civilian version for aircraft. Maybe we can do something with the airline manufacturing aspect. Bobby weighed the pros and cons of buying it. Magnus closed the file. Cool, I will pass it on to Ted. He will oversee the acquisition of the company. Now, towards my newer announcement. Bobby, you already know about my Africa plan, but there has been more development. Dad, you don't know, so I'll tell you. Next year, Zimbabwe is going to permanently join the United Kingdom, as Greater Britain. All its citizens will become British. So, it's a good opportunity for you both to expand to that region. Dad, the Saudi king also ordered 30 of your engines. Anyway, beyond this, I am also trying to buy the land a size bigger than that of the UK in the Sahara Desert. Adam was taken aback and interrupted, and this whole plan of adding Zimbabwe was yours? Yup, why let them go when we can make the overseas territories ours permanently by just treating the people right and giving them the same opportunities as us? The UK needs to become bigger if it someday wants to compete with the United States in terms of the economy. Magnus explained. And what's this about the land in Sahara? What are you going to do there? Bobby asked. This is where he explained his plan. Food, my idea is for food. That land will be a wizard stronghold as well as a super economic zone for muggles. How will you grow food there? Plants are gonna burn. Bobby inquired. He knew Magnus had an idea though. My friend, what I want is underground, indoor vertical farming. I got this idea when I learned about LED lights and how similar they are to the sunlight, as well as when I learned about plant alchemy. I want you two to imagine, we can have huge underground facilities, with vertical walls as tall as a 5-story building. Each wall grows food crops of all kinds. With the help of plant alchemy, we can make super crops that give high yields. If we do this, we can make sure something like year 536 can never happen again. If you don't know, that's when a cataclysmic volcanic eruption in Iceland spewed ash across the northern hemisphere. After which a mysterious fog plunged Europe, the Middle East, and parts of Asia into darkness, day and night, for 18 months. For the sun gave forth its light without brightness, like the moon, during the whole year, wrote Byzantine historian Procopius. Temperatures in the summer of 536 fell 1.5 degrees C to 2.5 degrees C from normal, initiating the coldest decade in the past 2,300 years. Snow fell that summer in China, crops failed, Lo starved. The Irish chronicles record a failure of bread from the years 536 to 539. Such things can happen today as well, and still, we won't have any way to clear off the sky. Hence, by using this method, we can ensure the survival of humanity for as long as we want. We can also use gene editing with magic to make new plants more resilient. And the best part, we can cover a part of the Sahara Desert to provide us with unlimited renewable energy. We already have super highly efficient batteries. All we need is efficient solar panels and we're good to go. And one thing, there is a huge application of this, why don't you guess? Removing hunger from Earth? Adam asked. Making Britain biggest food producer. Bobby added. With a frustrated sigh, he shook his head, then nodded, wrong, but you two are also right. Yes, hunger will be removed and we will become the largest food producer. But, something even better. Dad, Bobby, with this, we can finally colonize the moon and Mars. Just imagine. Damn. This changes everything. Bobby exclaimed excitedly. Magnus chuckled, yup, man, with the help of wizards, humanity can colonize the entire solar system in one single generation. Do you need water in an emergency? You can have it with a single spell. You want to travel instantaneously between locations, wizards can do it. I actually wonder how far can Portkey go? Can we go to the moon with it? If we can, Future Tech can become the first private company to establish a moon base. Once there is one base, the rest will come in a fast flow. Then, it becomes more important that we invest in space tech. We gotta send people into space by the end of this decade. Then to the moon. Bobby planned. And I will be on that mission to the moon. I will be the strongest wizard by then, and I have the most magic, so it's better that I test the limits of Portkey. And it will be pretty cool for the people to see their awesome king go to the moon. My name will be in history then, the first British monarch on the moon. Wait, why just moon? I shall become the first man to step foot on Mars. Magnus proudly thought. He could already see the image of himself putting the flag of his country as well as the planet on Mars. Bobby also dreamily thought, make it two then, brother. I'm not leaving you to enjoy the view alone. Adam laughed suddenly. If I was sitting with normal kids or if someone else was listening to you he'd just laugh, thinking these are dreams of kids. But, I know terrifyingly well you two are going to do it. Of course, I promised Ragnar that I will take him to Mars so he can find more potion ingredients. Though I don't even know if magic will work outside Earth. Magnus fell into deep thinking. It was a big question to ponder. If he is able to use magic outside Earth, that would end the debate of whether magic is due to our body or the air around us. Chapter 319. It was the new year. The whole world was in the mood for celebrations. Be it a country that celebrated it or not, all countries at least did some decorations on this day. The celebrations in South Africa were particularly in focus, as they were saying it was their first Christmas and New Year as a truly free country in its history. So the people were celebrating a lot. Magnus was also being named a lot here and there. The reason was Dragon Holdings. This company was the one that was publicized as the one that was providing much cheap food and free food services to the poor as well as consulting services for people to find jobs. So, people were grateful. And adding Nelson Mandela also recognizing Magnus' efforts to help their country, the people just loved him. Now all that was needed for this nation was to have good policies and no corruption. Something impossible, but not when Magnus had literally put guns behind people's backs. Magnus was with his family. The New Year had many grand parties going on around the country. There was one in Buckingham Palace too. But he didn't go, as he wanted to spend time with his family. All parties didn't matter to him anyway. It was the people who wanted to get close to him, not the other way around. And if there was any group of people talking against him, he would know it anyway and deal with them. Chad, be careful. Never raise your claws near the babies. Always keep your soft chubby paws out. Magnus patted Chad, who sat on his lap and lazed. They were all sitting on nice recliner couches that also gave massages. A sweet relaxing aroma was present, magically induced to make them feel like they were in their favorite climate, be it any. Magnus also had his little sister, Clementia, in his arms, tucked in a blanket like a burrito. Adam held Aurelia and Ragnar held his little brother, Maximus. Grace was free and relaxing. The television was showing the night programs and news. The fireplace gave them nice heat. Martha was flying around in the kitchen, cooking the New Year meal, as she said she wanted to prepare a special one, in the name of welcoming the babies. This is so relaxing, Grace muttered and melted in her seat. Abe was giving her scalp a massage. Thanks, Lady Grace. Abe accepted the words of praise. Ragnar chuckled, I bet this is the first time Mum is relaxing like this in years. But now this will be an occurrence every year. Magnus agreed, we're going on a nice long holiday in the summer anyway. First, we will head to the United States, then we will go to Bhutan, a nice green mountainous country in the lap of the Himalayas. And if everything goes right, we might even make a short official visit to Zimbabwe. Bhutan. Grace muttered. Why not Bhutan? Well, it's an absolute monarchy. There is a ban on television. You can say that it is not connected with the world. It's the best place to relax for us, a family that is followed by folks with cameras everywhere. Magnus explained. It made sense to them. Even in the United States, they will be followed everywhere unless they use magic. That evening, all of them just lazed around. New Year was gone, it was 1974, a new year for the country because Magnus had already started to heavily change the history of the nation. Where it was supposed to be just another European country that acted like the little brother of America, now it was rising again. With the right policies and more freedom to education and business, lots of millionaires were appearing. Magnus' firm, Dragon Holdings, was also an angel investor group, headed by Bobby. Their job was to find any national startups that had a future. And nearly all of the tech-related startups had Magnus funding in them today. They were also slowly looking at startups in the United States. Such an environment helped the country a lot, and slowly a new region called a Special Economic Zone for Technology was proposed by the government, Future Tech and Dragon Holdings. This was basically the Silicon Valley of the United Kingdom. It will be developed with a partnership between Magnus and the government. So, in the end, Dragon Holdings and Future Tech ended up owning 60% of the city. The rest was owned by the British government. And surely, it couldn't be situated in London, as the city was full already. So they selected a nice seaside port city called Plymouth. Plymouth was a port city in Devon, southwest England. It had a nice harbour where ships could dock. It could be made bigger later for more ships. This made it easier to trade. Future Tech, Medtronic, AMD, Intel, Daily Mart, FT Motors, Eternal Energy Solutions and many more tech companies opened their large offices there. Some even bought large warehouses to do light production. The city would mostly be about tech-oriented development and not an industrial city. But at last, it was time to return to Hogwarts. But no matter where Magnus was, he already set elaborate plans and his competent people made sure his agenda was always being followed at full speed. Where is Summer's cage? Ragnar looked around the house. Accio Summer's cage. Magnus cast the charm quickly as he tied his tie. Chad, you're coming as well. Summer gets lonely without you. And now that Mum has 3 little bundles of joy, she doesn't need you anymore. Magnus told the kitty. Chad, as if heartbroken, looked at Grace with big cute eyes, as if asking, Mom, you don't love me anymore? The attack seems to have worked. Grace quickly picked him up and hugged him tight. Ah, I can never not love you, my fluffy goofy potato. Don't mind Magnus, he says mean things to you as a joke. Meow, Chad nodded and left a kiss on Grace's cheek. It was less of a kiss and more of a boop on his nose by her cheek. Soon, Chad was cheered up and followed Magnus to enter his temporary cage. Magnus then flicked his wand and all his luggage got packed in the bags. Let's go, Rag. Magnus was ready. Today, Grace and Adam will not be coming along. Magnus had worked hard to make them agree, as this was for their own good and safety. Besides, the media follows them too much. Magnus and Ragnar would be going through the apparition, something that Magnus had mastered to an extent. He still couldn't go too far though. But reaching the station was easy. Take care, my sweetlings. I wonder if the new trio will also be wizards someday and go away like you. Ah, it will be tough on my heart. She complained and kissed their foreheads. But Magnus' eyes shined, as did Ragnar's. And just like that, another competition started among them. I'm gonna make them the best potioneer in the world. Ragnar said. No. I'm gonna make them the best charm specialist. Magnus argued. Pop. Magnus operated away with Ragnar while they were bickering. Grace just chuckled and went to check on the triplets. Hogwarts. Dumbledore was ready and happy for the resumption of the school. Nothing major happened and Magnus' side was also pretty normal. It was a good day in his books whenever nothing happens that either shakes the magical world or the muggle world. He knew that by now Magnus was on the train and nothing could happen anymore until he arrived at the school. Ah, it's a good day, Fox. How is your family, wherever it lives? Dumbledore asked his friend. Fox replied. Understandable, Dumbledore said, though he understood nothing at all. Sip. He just drank his lemon tea and ate the lemon drop candies. His favorite sweet was this candy, he just couldn't get enough of it. Oi, have you seen my package? Arthur suddenly appeared in one of the pictures. What package? What did you order? Dumbledore inquired. Nothing, just some wizard drugs mixed in lemon drops. I was going to gift them to the French president. Arthur revealed as if it was nothing. You did what? Dumbledore suddenly had a very bad premonition and he looked down at his tea and the small plate full of lemon drops. Arthur noticed something and burst into crazed laughter. Wahaha, FCK. You ate them. Good God. Look at your face, man. Your eyes. Dumbledore quickly brought up a mirror and looked at himself. He didn't like what he saw. It looked as if he was stung by a bee near his eyes. Terror grew in his heart, as he saw the clock, and the time for dinner was arriving. Why did I jinx myself by calling it a good day? He cursed himself silently. Chapter 320. Dumbledore panicked. What's the antidote to it? Arthur laughed. There is no antidote, it's a drug. It makes you high and see things you don't usually do. Though it seemed to have reacted to your body and made your eyes swollen. Merlin's beard, the dinner is about to start. Feeling a sense of emergency, he called his trusted teacher through a Patronus message. Soon, Professor McGonagall entered the room with haste. She only got the words that Dumbledore needed her and it was an emergency. However, when she arrived, she quickly took out her wand and pointed it at Dumbledore. What did you do, T.O. Professor? Who are you? East Asian wizard? Dog of Voldemort? Dumbledore felt like crying. No, Minerva. It's me, Dumbledore. Arthur ordered some drugs mixed lemon drops and I ate them, unfortunately. How do I appear in front of the students now? But then suddenly Dumbledore walked forward and slammed his palm on the wall. Ah, a weird bug. There is nothing, Headmaster, McGonagall told him with a confused face. Dumbledore sweated. It's taking effect, Minerva. I'm seeing things. What should we do? Ugh, I shall tell everyone that you are busy and have left the school for work. She suggested. But he rejected. No. I can't. Today is the first day of the semester, it's one of the main feasts for every school year. And 7th years soon will graduate, for them, I must go. Suggest me a solution. McGonagall thought about it for a second. Then she noticed Dumbledore's glasses. Perhaps this will work. I saw Mr. Pendragon wearing one of such things. It's a black shaded spectacle. I can transfigure one for you if you need it. Do it, Minerva. This is an emergency. Dumbledore aloud. McGonagall soon made sunglasses and handed them to Dumbledore. Here, please try them. Dumbledore took them and put them on. Then he looked at himself in the mirror. It makes things look dark, not suitable for indoors. But this will do. Let's go, Professor. Dumbledore and McGonagall left the office with Arthur's laugh still echoing in their ears. Magnus had no idea what kind of mess Arthur had created. He had just arrived at the school and wanted to spend a calm peaceful semester where he focused on studying and getting stronger. While at the same time, his plans in the Muggle world came to fruition and his army hunted down Death Eaters in the Wizarding world. He was happy with the results he was getting. Rag, let's have an eating competition today like the old days. And today, we shall eat your favorite chicken. I'm gonna defeat you in your own game. Magnus suggested. Ragnar proudly scoffed, you can try, but let me warn you, your overconfidence will get you defeated. Emma, you be the referee, Magnus told her, at the same time winking. Ragnar saw that, I saw that. You want to fix the match? Cheater. Sev, you be the referee. Severus rolled his eyes, fine, I will go along with your childish games. Magnus chuckled, he was just messing with Emma, that's why he winked. Cool, now we just have to wait for old man Dumbledore to come and give his generic speech and start the feast. Where is he? He's late today. Whoa. Whoa. Boss Dumbledore. Sirius shouted. Magnus and Ragnar's attention was brought to the hooting of the students. Looking in the same direction, they saw Dumbledore walking to the podium, wearing black sunglasses, looking like some gangster on a mission. Good evening, students and teachers. You must be wondering why I am like this. Well, on a very dangerous mission, I contracted a curse of eyes. To not affect those around me, I have decided to wear this until the antidote is ready. Dumbledore lied through his teeth. But, the old man was also cursing inside, as he saw too many strange things right now. He was seeing imaginary angels, demons and insects flying around, some were playing, some were pooping on the food that was on the table. He tried his best to just say what he wanted to and go back to his seat. At the same time, Slughorn felt confused and asked McGonagall, Professor, who is preparing the antidote? I and Ragnar are the best potioneers in the country, we are both here. McGonagall coughed, he made it himself, it's getting completed in his office. That shut Slughorn up, not doubting the abilities of Dumbledore. But Magnus had already guessed that Dumbledore was lying. He's lying. Look at his nose twitching. He does it every time he lies. It's because when one lies, his heart gets faster, generating more heat. When the nose gets warm, the area under the glasses becomes sweaty. Magnus noticed like a spy. What happened though? Why is he lying? Emma wondered. Magnus looked around and noticed Arthur laughing madly in one of the portraits. He smiled, I think I know who caused this and can tell us the truth. Let the feast begin. With Dumbledore's announcement. Everyone started eating. But, when he returned to his seat, he saw a weird creature, with the head of a chihuahua, the body of a duck and the legs of a cat pooping on his food. His appetite died right there. Even though he knew it was fake, it was too hard to eat with the big smelly looking dump garnishing his plate. So, He just sat there like a robot, with his eyes under the glasses closed. Whoever spoke to him just nodded. When Magnus and Ragnar were having an eating competition, just a small distance from them, on the Slytherin table, a discussion was taking place between 10 members of the gang of Slytherin. This was all that was left of them as everyone else had joined Magnus' side. Even among the 10, only 4 were old members, the rest were new fools. The entire Slytherin house supported Magnus and had already shown allegiance to him. All of the 7th years who were going to graduate already had job letters in their hands in various companies owned by Magnus. Magnus was even setting up jobs in the ministry now. Mulciber too cursed, that BTCH McGonagall, look at her smile. She's a werewolf, how can she be even allowed to remain a teacher? Yes, the Board of Governors should have fired her on the grounds she's a danger to the students. Evan Rosier added. Wilkes nodded, you two are right, but you can't really trust anyone. They are all slaves of Magnus now. The Board of Governors is too afraid of him, and they are, in fact, happy since many international students are applying to study here due to him. And unlike local students, international students pay the full fee. FCK, what can we even do? We have not heard anything from Lord Malfoy or the Dark Lord since the battle. Are they even alive now? Mulciber too questioned. Evan Rosier, the most senior of them, slammed his palm on Mulciber two's head, do not utter such things. Nothing can happen to them. Bam. All of a sudden, all 10 of them felt chicken bones falling on their heads. Each covered in grease and sauce. It spoiled their hair, faces and clothes. Magnus and Ragnar came running. With an unapologetic face, Magnus apologized, I won the eating competition so I threw it in a spur. And I lost so I threw it in frustration, Ragnar added with the same face. You bastard, how did they fall only on us specifically then? One of them dared to stand up and shout. Bam. Magnus slammed his fist secretly at his stomach and made him sit down. Soon he vomited whatever he ate. Ragnar and Magnus then put their arms on their backs and spoke in a menacing voice. You blood-sucking lovers of that inbred monster Voldemort. Do not think I have forgotten anything. I told you at the start of the year, that I will make your lives a living hell here. And it starts from today. Magnus spoke while releasing a bit of his magical aura. Magnus himself didn't know what it was and attributed it to his dragon blood. Ragnar nodded, yes, so if you don't want to someday slip and fall in an acid pit, I recommend you suck up everything we throw at you like good little Voldemort's betches you are. Magnus then gave them a way out, you only have 3 options, face everything we do to you, leave the school and be good for nothing failed wizard, or make an unbreakable vow with me and leave the dark side. But remember, the terms of vow will do nothing to me, at the same time they will kill you if you break them. Now, good night, little wenches of Voldemort. Waving their hands, Ragnar and Magnus returned to their seats, leaving the 10 horrified and scared Slytherins. They wanted to slither away like snakes and hide under some tables and furniture. But sadly, they knew they had no place to hide. For the rest of the dinner, the 10 silently watched each other's pale faces. Nobody had the mind to talk about McGonagall, as their own days were turning into hell, and at the same time, they wondered, maybe it'd be safer to be in Azkaban prison cell. Chapter 321. Ahahaha, that's crazy. You're crazy, Arthur. Magnus, Ragnar, Severus and Emma heard everything from Arthur, about what happened in the headmaster's office. It was funny, but they decided not to tell the whole school, the old man was trying to hide it after all. The coming days were filled with relaxation, a lot of studying and training as hard as he could. Not just himself but now Merlin from the Locket was also helping, always guiding him on how to bring forth the maximum power from a spell with the limited use of magic. Ragnar drowned himself in research of potions and alchemy. He found that plant alchemy was the only path he had not really studied. Magnus suggested that he learn about gene editing in plants if he wants to have a deeper understanding. Hence, he bought a lot of books about gene editing. Severus was trying to better his potions while honing his transfiguration, charms and other normal subjects. His goal was to be the best overall student, with above-average talent in all subjects. But, unlike Magnus and Ragnar, whose dreams were becoming the best wizard king and becoming the world's best potioneer respectively, Severus had nothing of sorts. He had no aim or idea of what he wanted in his life. Emma was a happy girl. Magnus didn't push her away anymore and she now stayed close to him. Other girls were jealous of her and she liked it. She still kept herself within the limit, however. While her hobby of making brooms was coming along well. She will probably be the inventor of the world's first war broom. Like this, 2 weeks passed by. Magnus' birthday was here. And surprisingly, the English Quidditch team was still in the game. For some reason, they rarely got to play against a strong team. And the night Magnus turned 14, he received a letter from the team, from the managing director himself. He was officially 14 years old and was granted a license to play professionally. Now all he needed to do was go and play for the team. And play he did. January 16, 1974. The first match in which Magnus participated was held. He was the seeker as planned before. The team was very ecstatic about him being with them. Magnus didn't care, he was just playing because Emma said it was tough. So he tried to test them. The match was against Belgium, a really strong team. But, just after 1 minute of playing, he learned what was different. It was maturity. The brooms were the same, the items and the rules were the same, yet, the players had a sense of maturity in their play. They used their minds behind every move. The seeker would always try to trick him into taking a wrong turn, the chasers would deliberately throw the quaffle in a way that it passes through in front of him, making his eyes look away as even a short moment was enough to let the golden snitch disappear. The players acted like they were focusing on the whole field and not just their respective roles. This was new to Magnus. But, he shrugged in boredness. The rules were still stupid in his mind, and his objective was to prove the same fact to them. The brooms were the same as before, hence, as long as Magnus used his special physical abilities he could easily win. No matter how you plan and plot, you can't really win against absolute strength. So, at third minute, Magnus ignited the fire on his feet and leaned himself forward. His speed became too much for any player to follow. Pahia! The air horns resounded in the stadium, as Magnus showed everyone the golden snitch. The stadium erupted in loud cheers. But Magnus looked like he had done something he did every day. However, the same could not be said in every single match. While in the first game it took him 3 minutes, in the next games the time kept on reducing. Eventually, the crowd became dead, nobody would cheer until the game ended. The spectators who were supposed to cheer for the other teams would not even come, already accepting that Magnus would win. The magical newspapers were already posting articles that the English team had already won, they were just passing time now. The opposing teams were terrified of Magnus' emotionless eyes and rare yawns. Then finally, on January 25, the World Cup finals came. On this day, the stadium was packed completely, it was huge and crowded. The people cheered, made noise, firecrackers burst around and magical advertisements played out. 90% of the audience was British or his fans. Bosbaden's entire student population had also come, just to support Magnus. This was the last match, against the Syrian team. It was the strongest team in this World Cup. But Magnus had some other thoughts. He was going to catch the golden snitch as soon as possible. His goal was to embarrass the organizers after all. Hence, the second the whistle resounded, Magnus ignited his feet and zoomed past all players, directly jumped onto the golden snitch. He caught it easily, but then he was falling down toward the ground. He whistled loudly and like a faithful horse, the broom came at top speed to him. 69 seconds. That was the time it took Magnus to end the Quidditch World Cup. The ticket for this match cost a minimum of 3 galleons and a max of 1,000 galleons for the best seats. The advertisers paid for the complete game, including special ads at halftime. But, all lost money today. The people were initially confused, but still raged and cheered just because Magnus had won. It was expected from him, the people came with the expectations of watching a 3-minute game anyway, but they saw something even shorter. Many even got late to watch as they were too busy for too long at the food stall. The winner of the 1974 Quidditch World Cup is, the United Kingdom. The MVP award goes to, Mr. Pendragon. The Best Seeker award goes to, Mr. Pendragon. The Best Broomer award goes to, Mr. Pendragon. Slowly, the announcer started sweating as the list he got had 50 awards, and out of them, 40 belonged to Magnus. He still announced all of them and Magnus took the awards with a plain face. Then finally came the time to give an interview, and Magnus' agent, Rita, was there. She was the most popular journalist in the country. She had already received her instructions on what to write, what to focus on and what to ask him. "So, Your Majesty, how do you feel?" she asked. He answered, disappointed. The game was too easy. She chuckled, hee, of course, you are the heir of Merlin after all. Everything is easy for you. He sighed and shook his head. No, what I meant was, the game isn't challenging enough. The rules of the game are too pointless. There is no time limit, as if there was a time limit the players would be under constant pressure, bringing more excitement to watchers. But again, the golden snitch makes everything pointless. The moment you catch it, the game ends, the catcher's team gets 150 points. The same number of points that takes a team 15 successful throws of quaffles into the hoops. Tell me, won't it be more exciting, if the game was not decided by just one person but the whole team? Just imagine, what if catching the snitch only gave the team 30 points, while the rest of the team keeps accumulating the points? Just catching the snitch does not mean the game ends, it means that the referee will sound the whistle and the snitch will be released again. The deciding factor should be 2 hours limit of the game. Whichever team has the most points at the end of 2 hours win. This would make the game so much more exciting, as the viewers and the team will know they only have a limited time. If it's a tie, the game goes into 15-minute long overtime. Of course, the speed of the snitch needs to be decreased slightly to keep it relevant. Anyway, I won't be playing again unless they make these changes, it's really boring and pointless otherwise. I can just always catch a snitch in record time and win. He ended his small lecture. It was going to make big headlines the next morning. And sure enough, while Magnus was just waking up back in Hogwarts, the morning newspapers went out with front-page headlines, Quidditch reforms. Do it or fade away in history. Well, Magnus was the unofficial boss of the ministry. The Department of Magical Games and Sports quickly contacted Magnus to discuss the changes. As soon as the British ministry made the changes, the world followed. And that's how Magnus enforced the Quidditch reforms, making the game more fun to watch. Of course, Magnus, the mad capitalist greedy dragon, didn't do this just for the game, but also to earn money. He was soon going to launch FutureTech's color televisions, all of which will be dipped in Nicholas Flamel's anti-magic liquid. They will work just fine on the magical side. He aimed to start special broadcasting channels based around magical communities. Of course, Muggle shows will still have the most slots. The Quidditch was soon going to become a televised sport. This was one of the reasons he proposed 2 hours limit. Magnus being the first and only player in the industry will make giant profits. The rest of the semester was uneventful for Magnus. He made progress in his magic for sure, but nothing interesting happened. He suspected he was becoming too addicted to crises. Slowly, the months passed, summer came. The year-end exams were held. Magnus this time was able to make a potion, it was a first-year potion though. Slughorn still gave him full points as it was already a miracle. This year too, Magnus won the Student of the Year award. But shockingly he shared it with Severus, who also got perfect scores and had the same house contribution points as Magnus. The House Cup was won by Slytherin, there were no doubts. Then after the grand feast, they all boarded the train on the 30th of June, 1974. The past 4 months may have been uneventful days in Hogwarts, the same could not be said about the Muggle side. Big things had happened. The elections were held in Zimbabwe. Saudi King Faisal spoke with the 4 African nations about the sale of Saharan land. Emery's construction ended the project in Saudi Arabia, marking the end of a deal worth billions. Magnus was, unofficially, the world's youngest billionaire now. And his thousands of wizard employees were all millionaires in Muggle currency. Chapter 322. Undisclosed location. It seems we are soon going to need a new member in our group. A masked woman spoke. But he's a wizard. We can't have him among us. A fat man replied. Yes, but he is also going to be the king of Britain later. He has the blood of Pendragon and Merlin. If anything, his existence will boost our ranks and influence. We will be able to repeat countless Great Depressions with his help. The first woman said. An old man then spoke, but we must be careful. We do not know where his allegiance lies. Is he someone like us, or someone with an inflated sense of justice? Perhaps, we can test it. I heard his mother just gave birth to triplets. Now, if any of these children or his mother were to die inside Buckingham Palace, we could pin the blame on the royal family. If he kills the royal family, we can make him join. If he lets the police handle it, we can prepare to get rid of him and his wealth. Agreed. All 10 people sitting around the round table slapped the tabletop with a triangle and I logo in response. The secret organization had some of the world's wealthiest and most powerful people. These people never appear in any magazine or news, nobody knows about them, but they decide which country rises and which country falls, which country gets invaded by which power or when an economic recession should come. This was the group whose ultimate goal was to make wealth as much as possible at the expense of the world. The secret society was initially aimed to promote the education of reason and philanthropy and oppose superstition and religious influence in society, but it was now ruled by the scummiest humans alive. And now they had their eyes set on Magnus. But it was to be known if their eyes will be gouged out or their bodies get eaten by a cute dragon named Duck. London. How are you, my cute little sisters and brother? Ah, Magnus entered his house and saw 3 babies dressed in cute clothes crawling towards him. He quickly ran up to them and made them fly into his arms. Ah, this is heaven. He muttered as he pecked on their heads. Ragnar soon came running and did the same. Both of them fawned over their siblings. They'd die for them and make others die too if it came to it. How are my little, you two grew again, already reaching my height. I wonder how much taller you will grow later. Grace appeared and hugged the two. I can't wait for my voice to become deeper, Magnus said. Yup, and I can't wait to grow a nice long beard. My name is based on the Viking king, might as well look like him now. Ragnar added. Grace chuckled and ruffled their hair, my sugar cubes, don't grow so fast, let your mother make many happy memories first. Who said we'll be leaving you when we grow older? We're together for life. Magnus hugged her tighter. Adam was still at his office. The ritual of them coming to the station to pick them up had ended already since Magnus would just apparate home now. Things were changing for sure, and it was going to be a long holiday for Magnus, as there was just too much to do. He asked Ted to come and tell him about the many developments. His assistant Vanessa was useless in his secret matters and she was only responsible for Muggle affairs. Ted quickly put a lot of files in front of him, each with a label. He picked the first one with the label Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe was perhaps his most important goal and the work had been going on since he was in second year. How is our work in Zimbabwe? He inquired while reading. Ted briefed, the election was a success, our backed United Reformist Party has won by a landslide, you can say the opposition has been eradicated, with us winning 99.3% seats. With this, we are in full control over the government and all its aspects. By December, a referendum will be held, which will 99% be a success. The people are in love with Britain as we have shown such a tremendous amount of development to them in just a few years. There are currently around 1 million Zimbabweans living in the United Kingdom, remind you, their total population is 6 million. So, 1/6 of them are already here and loving it. They are telling the same to their friends and families. Magnus, meanwhile, read about all the developmental projects going on. The biggest ones were hydroelectric dams, roads and train lines. There were already 5 international airports in the country. On top of that, the country had become a big area for investors and general people to find employment. There were jobs for doctors, engineers, teachers and sports coaches. Magnus then picked the next file, tagged Emery's construction. Ted explained about it, they have completed and moved out of Saudi Arabia already, handing over the projects to the Saudi government. They have returned to the United Kingdom and have started to push for the completion of the Channel Tunnel in a year. The project is supposed to generate about £2 billion, the British and the French government have funded it. Magnus nodded, but then his eyes fell on a few lines in the documents. Why is our company not able to penetrate the American market? Ted sighed, gatekeeping. Lobbying is everything there. Our company faces a lot of problems in getting government and environmental clearance when making projects. Sometimes we are not even allowed to bid for projects, rejecting us while citing some vague rules and complaints. We currently have pending cases against the state of California, New York, Texas, Pennsylvania and dozens of private companies. I am personally representing the company. Magnus sighed, my friend, you still have not realized the biggest weapon in our hand. Money. It's the big daddy in the US. Just start funding and slowly taking over their media houses. Every single news channel should have some level of our influence. Start showing programs about the great achievements of Emery's construction, make the news channels talk about how our company's lower bid was rejected and the government paid a higher price to build something. All paid by taxpayers' money. I can guarantee that all these states and companies will get in line. Besides, I'm going to the United States in a week, I will be meeting the president of the Muggles as well as wizards there. Ted chuckled, I don't know about the Muggle president, Magnus. There is talk that Nixon will resign in a month or so. Then I shall meet the vice president. Anyway, what about the land deal? Did King Faisal talk? Magnus asked while picking up the files. Algeria and Libya are interested, they want some economic benefits and other agreements. Niger and Chad want a lot of bribe money, and whatever Algeria and Libya get. They are being greedy. King Faisal said he can break them into submission if you want. Ted revealed. Magnus scowled. No war. This has to be peaceful. Send a member of Dragon Service. Make sure you cooperate with the BBC and other news channels. It's time Niger and Chad get purged of all their corrupt officials. Make as many sting operation videos as possible. Make sure the local people see them and understand that the reason why their lives suck is due to these leeches in the government. What about the corrupt officials here? Ted suddenly asked. Magnus' face turned serious. What do you mean? How many corrupt officials are there? Hundreds of thousands, Ted answered. Magnus stood up, annoyed by this. His home turf was full of leeches as well. They were just much better at hiding. I will hire Meta and Tonks to conduct a secret audit of the whole British government. I want to know every single scam that has been done or going on. The biggest money lovers will be put on trial for treason. Because wars kill people, and corruption kills nations. Ted was happy to oblige. His company was good at this work, and knowing the size of the British government, it was a big project. I will form a team then. What about my hospital? How is it doing? Magnus asked. Ted scratched his bead. It's making losses. Although a lot of crowds are coming, the British population is just not enough to make that huge of a hospital profitable. Magnus thought about it and came up with an idea. I think I have a plan. Medical tourism. We shall sign agreements with all the rich nations around the world, giving their people an option of air ticket at cheap if they are coming to get some sort of treatment at my hospital. Our problem is money after all. This might work. Or we might shoot ourselves in the foot. If the influx increased too much and it got crowded, it would be a mess. Ted warned him. Magnus shrugged. Just relax. If that happens, Emery's construction will make more such hospitals across the country. They are now experienced in it after all. He sighed and got up. I will go and help Mum pack bags. By the way, meet me in Bhutan on the 1st of August. I'm going to influence the two nations with the most population from there. They are a huge market, but sadly poor right now. First, we need to analyze how to make the whole of Asia at least full of middle-income countries. And I heard Bhutan needs help with their wizarding population. It's easy work. Magnus revealed his grand plan. Ted sighed and nodded, though he wondered where it was that Magnus heard such things since he was the one running Dragon Service. But knowing Magnus' world peace plan and as a member of the Order of Merlin, the agenda was clear. The world can only be at peace when all live decent lives. Mind you, Magnus has no crazy dreams of making everyone rich, he just wants everyone out of poverty, at least able to afford health, education and food. After that, Ted left, and Magnus picked Chad. Come on, boy. We need to pack your bag as well. You're coming with us on the trip. Meow. Yes, really. Now close your mouth and be happy. Magnus patted the kitty. Chad, seemingly too happy, hugged Magnus' neck with his soft paws. He had thought he was going to be sent to Camelot like last time. Pat pat. Your family, Chad. And family stays together. Magnus patted his back. Chapter 323. There is always room for family. Vroom. Boom. Get off of me, you bald CNT. Magnus suddenly woke up, sweating and disturbed. He looked left and right, seeing it was his room. He calmed down. What kind of dream was that? Who the hell was that Charles Xavier? And why does he put his family's life in danger all the time if he loves them so much? What a dumbass. Meow. I'm okay, Chad. Just a bad dream. Let's go and eat breakfast. We're leaving for the United States in the evening. But first, I got a meeting with the Order of Merlin to select new members. Do you want to be a member of the Order, Chad? He asked the cat while walking downstairs. Chad quickly meowed and nodded. You are already the mascot of the Order, my boy. They arrived at the dinner table and noticed the full family gathered together. Martha was flying around the three babies and putting some magic spells on them. What are you doing? He inquired. Oh dear, you all are going out of the country. I can't possibly appear in public. So I am putting protective charms on everyone. Of course, except you and Ragnar. She said. He nodded in gratitude. Thanks, Grandma. Soon he had dinner and dressed up in normal clothes. Ragnar also followed behind. They apparat to the Dragon Tower's top floor. The Order members had already arrived. This included Round Table members as well. Severus and Bobby were here. Emma was not yet a full member, so she was not included. Ted Tonks, Adrian Durand, Tom and Zenrock were here. Edgar could not come as he was in the United States, focusing on the expansion of the company. They sat around a round table. It was nothing special, just glass. All had a similar chair, except Magnus, whose chairs seemed to be larger and more expensive. Magnus believed that a hierarchy was very important in any organization. At least everyone should know who the boss is. Let's start then. Any notable news from the world? He inquired. Adrian spoke. Well, your previous guess was right. Bangladesh's political circle is messed up. Gross negligence of logistics is happening, which has caused a famine. 5 million people might die if nothing is done. Magnus nodded and wrote something in his diary. Good, I want you to publicize the traitors to the public, provide the evidence to a non-profit health organization there and make sure the case is filed and honestly judged in the court. Besides this, I will send food to that country, but it will be distributed by Pendragon Foundation. I will also ask the government to urge the European Union to help. Hopefully, we will be able to save most of the lives. Adrian nodded and wrote points in his own diary. Then Bobby spoke up. America launched their first space station, Skylab, in orbit. I want to start working on our private space program as well. But the British government has not opened the space industry for private companies. Magnus nodded and wrote in his diary, I will tell the Prime Minister to enact the appropriate laws. We can't be left behind, not when we are soon going to be a very rich nation with my interference in the economy. Got it. You are going to the United States, right? I will be there as well. We are going to showcase a few of our vehicles and guns at Arms Expo there. You can come and see it too. Bobby invited him. Cool, I would like that. I wonder what you have been making there. Ted, what about you? How is everything on your end? Magnus inquired. Ted read a lot of things from his notebook. Magnus, I have already caught 1,000 corrupt officials in the British government. The audit is a success, however, we have just started. Other than this, the Zimbabwean president is excited to meet you. He's already in our ranks anyway. Your Muggle companies are doing well. You are most likely the richest Muggle in the world. And now with your US trip, the market is looking good. But, I am getting some disturbing signals from the US. I hope you are careful there are chances that you will be attacked. He nodded, don't worry. I will take care of everything this time. And Dad will be the big man in front of the world, as he's the crown prince. But I will need someone to help me there in arranging a few things. Harvard will help you, he's been promoted to head of Meta North American operations, Adrian added. Good. What about you, Tom? Are you ready to be the chief of internal security of Zimbabwe? Magnus asked. Tom nodded confidently, I am only waiting for the letter now. I have already studied the local languages, geography and customs. All I need is to do some practice. Amazing. We cannot mess this up. The future of the country depends on how we operate in Zimbabwe. If there is even an ounce of racism shown by any British national working there, he must be prosecuted with the harshest punishments. I don't want the same mess that America is going through right now. Magnus sternly warned him. With the advent of cameras, he needed to be very careful with public opinion. As long as I have a team of wizards and obliviators, I can keep the whole region in peace. I will be able to solve all communal conflicts and crimes with that. Tom said, indirectly requesting the staff. And this was exactly what Order of Merlin was for. Adrian quickly helped, I will lend you some men. Ted already has a dragon service member working there, he can probably help you better. Ted nodded, absolutely, my men there are busy establishing a wide network of informants. The country is huge, we need as many eyes as possible. It was wonderful. But they had one problem. Criminals don't always confess their crimes. Sometimes, there are criminals who leave no evidence, but with legitimacy, they know the man is the criminal. Yet, due to lack of evidence, they can't get him punished. Ragnar came to help here. The guy already had an automated factory running that made potions. I can provide you with a diluted, weaker and subtle version of Veritaserum. You can give it to the criminal in food, then the man will slowly start confessing to his crimes if you ask. You just need to get it recorded. Tom thanked, that will be of great help. Then finally, it was Zenrock, the peaceful diary writing goblin. This was his first meeting like this. He was surprised by how far and wide Magnus' operations were. It filled him with pride that he was a part of this group, knowing that what they do and decide here has an effect on the world. Your Majesty, the entire operation of Gringotts is under our control. But only the Diagon Alley branch is our main base. The branches around the world are subtly under control. We are still in the process of putting our goblins in key positions. Still, if you need anything, we can do it. Knowing your visit to the United States, we have already started focusing on the branch there. Other than this, goblins, in general, have a good view of you after you forgave the werewolves and gave the status of the same as humans. We strongly hope now that you will do the same for goblins. Zenrock briefed. But his last words were also his requests. Magnus acknowledged his words. I understand you, Zenrock. Give me 1 year, the people are still digesting the new law about werewolves. If I do the same with goblins now, some might riot. Before I take this step, I will have to do some social reverse engineering. I will be launching Muggle television soon, and through them, I will subtly change people's mindsets. Zenrock bowed a little in gratitude. His mind was at ease knowing Magnus was already working so hard for his community. There was nothing to fear, he assured himself. Magnus then spoke about his own agenda. Okay, everyone. You know my dream is world peace. So we need to specifically focus on the major factors that might someday destabilize the world. Soviet Union, China and North Korea should be our major focuses. All three are communists, we have no way of getting information from inside there as they are hostile to democratic countries. The major threat is that 2 of them own nukes. I am against these weapons of mass destruction and will in the future dispose of all of them, but until then, we need to make sure no foolish leader dares to start a nuclear war. About North Korea, it's a small weak nation, it's still in its current condition due to the support of China and the USSR. China is not strong right now, they will not stand against the West. USSR is the biggest backer. So, Adrian, I need to know when USSR is at its weakest, that's when we will take over North Korea. What about the Middle East? Ted inquired. We will soon be a major power in the African region, stabilizing the entire African continent. I will be creating an African Union, similar to the European Union. If we are able to get land in the Sahara Desert, we will be very close to the Middle East. With having Saudi Arabia as a partner, I believe we can do something. And if I am able to get India and Pakistan to act like the twin brothers born of the same land as they are supposed to be, then we can surely see the rise of the whole Middle East and Asia. Ted, I want you to create a secret organization, its only job will be information gathering. Gringotts will silently help you. I want a file made on every single country in the world. Which military general wants to start a coup, which country is about to start a war, which politician is about to die, I want to know everything. I know, all that I am saying is pretty big, and I am not asking it to be done in a year. I give you the entire decade, this is my task for you all. We have this whole decade to stabilize the world. Because after a decade, the technology will become too good for us to infiltrate anywhere easily. Magnus said so many words that no one could even reply quickly. They just continued to write everything in their diaries, all except Ragnar and Bobby. This did not concern them. We will do it, Ted strongly nodded. Good, now, let's see who should join Order of Merlin. Everyone, put your candidates on the table. I will start with myself. Lord Mountbatten and Goldruck. Magus put 2 files on the table. Chapter 324. Lord Mountbatten. Are you sure? Ted asked. Magnus nodded. Yes, his motivations are his life, he wants to live longer, he also still dreams of someday seeing Britain be truly great again. He has a lot of pull over the many lords and ladies in the country. He can serve us well. Of course, that is if you give him a clean chit that he is not corrupt. Oh no, he's clear. His wealth is enough to last a long time, even after his death, his generations will live happily. Well, if you think he is a member worth keeping, then let's agree. Ted voted yes. Soon, Adrian, Tom, Ragnar and Bobby also voted yes. This made Lord Mountbatten a part of the Order of Merlin. My next candidate is a goblin, Goldruck, he's extremely loyal to me, and he's also the current boss of Gringotts. He's the one who took over the bank. Magnus revealed. Yes. Adrian and Ted immediately agreed. Having this guy in the order would help them tremendously. Tom had no idea who this even was, but he agreed since he knew Gringotts was supposed to be a big bank. Well, this was it from me. What about you all? Magnus folded his files and let others suggest names. I got none. Ragnar raised his hand. Me neither, Severus added. Well, it was expected since both of them were with Magnus most of the time. But Bobby had a few people. He was very much dedicated to the Order of Merlin, and since he was a member of the Round Table, he felt his responsibility was even more. He put 3 files, look at these 3 files. I have been watching these 3 people for a while now. One is from my Oxford University, Yusuf Ahmad. He's a top-tier economist, with a great ability to predict the market mood by looking at the policies of the governments, conflicts, crimes, social issues going on in any country. The problem is, he's from Pakistan, so I don't know if his ultimate loyalty lies with his country for the betterment of the world. He did show a high level of reasoning and common sense, however. And with how Magnus is soon going to try to solve the India-Pakistan disputes, I think his loyalty can be ensured. Magnus thought about it. Man, I will just try to do it. I still have to think about what I can do. They just fought a war in 1971 for God's sake. So, it's going to be a mess. But, I agree with you, Yusuf can become an observer member first. He shall not know about the order and our identities. You can just give him the task that he is supposed to predict the future 10 years of the economy for the UK, US and the whole EU. Give him access to the resources of the order. Bobby happily wrote things down and introduced his next suggestion. Second is Amelia Huaman, a Native American girl, top of her class in school, got a scholarship in MIT, studied aeronautical engineering, currently doing her master's. The best part, she's only 18. She's a very well-mannered girl, smart and witty in mind, extrovert and intelligent. I offered her a job in my new space division of Future Tech and she has accepted. But Magnus and Ragnar were looking at each other's faces and smirking. Ragnar then spoke, my friend, you got hots for her. Bobby's face became embarrassed, that had nothing to do with me choosing her. She is a very honest girl, and due to her heritage of being a Native American, her loyalty is not too deep to her nation. Oh, she also loves nature. Magnus chuckled, fine, she can be a member, but only an observer for starters. After a while, Adrian will conduct a secret investigation to determine their loyalty. Don't take me wrong, I just allowed my entries to become complete members because 1, I hold Mountbatten's life, and he's one of my subjects, he knows I can dispose of him anytime. And the goblin, well he's so loyal that he'd die for me. They could understand. Bobby gave the last introduction excitedly, and the last one is, I bet you never thought about this. It's a retired U.S. Army Lieutenant General, Frank Willis. He was responsible for the war in Vietnam for just 6 months. He was discharged after that. The reason was that his wife and daughter were taken hostage. He wanted to send all American forces to find them, but the higher command didn't give the permission. He still decided to go through, but was stopped, stripped of his rank. Still, they gave him voluntary retirement instead of court-martial. Was his daughter and wife found? Adrian inquired. Bobby denied, no, it's been a year now, there has been no news about them. The war is near its end so I don't think they are alive. But, I think even if we're able to get their bodies, the man will be in peace. He hates his own country, as he said many times while he was in charge of my security in the United States. I know many of our future plans will force us to fight sometimes. He can probably help us in preparing some things or even provide a military point of view. All we need to do is get him his peace of mind. Magnus quickly faced Adrian and nodded at him. Adrian understood the meaning, got it, I will send some wizards to Vietnam. Slowly, their meeting moved forward. Adrian suggested just one guy, a wizard, and his second in command. His name was Tim Brooke. Ted had 2, one of them was a man they knew. It was a prosecutor, Liam Smith. The same person who prosecuted Oscar, the child trafficker. Magnus agreed with this man. The other man was an accountant, a damn good one at that. Ted revealed that the man was alone responsible for all the financial cases. In the end, Magnus agreed to all of them. They will become observer members first after the secret inquiry, they will be given a permanent membership. With that, their long meeting came to an end. Magnus was tired by now and decided to return home, as he would leave for the United States soon. Did everyone pack your luggage? The car is waiting outside. Grace asked for the last time. Magnus sighed, Mom, don't worry, even if we forget something I can just return here with a port key and bring whatever we need. They were headed directly to New York. Ragnar wanted to see the Statue of Liberty. They already had an argument on it and Ragnar assured them that he didn't want to see it because he was horny, he was just interested. This was an official visit, so they had to use a plane. And by now Future Tech Industries and Dragon Holdings had their own big private luxury jets. However, Magnus put a charm on the cars they were using to make sure nobody followed them around. Soon, through the VIP entry, they directly arrived at the plane. It was a big Boeing 747, modified to the brim to have all the luxury possible. Magnus didn't buy it himself, it was Bobby's. He had one more like this. Whoa! This is huge. Ragnar gaped at the sight. And once they entered, Adam and Grace were also in awe of it. Is this how royals travel? Grace wondered. Magnus scoffed, no Mum, I bet they can't afford this. No, this is my private property. Let's enjoy, watch some movies and play. There is also a bedroom, so if anybody wants to sleep you can go. Well, nobody wanted to sleep, they wanted to have a tour of the plane. Magnus also wanted that, so Ragnar, the bastard he was, found the hottest looking attendant and asked her for a tour. The three babies were the goodest kids possible and never cried. They also silently looked at the various places and features of the plane. There was a big kitchen, bowling alley, shower, conference room, billiards table, massage room and much more. Simple to say, they didn't even know when they landed in New York City, as their flight was just so comfortable. Once they were out, they were greeted by a few US government officials, and the British ambassador was also there. They were bored now, so they tolerated it until they reached the British government-owned house. However, Adam had a lot of meetings to do today, so Ragnar, Magnus and Grace ditched Adam to go out themselves. They hired an expensive luxurious limousine to take them around. It was booked by the embassy. Mum, what would you like to see? Magnus inquired. I don't know. I only know about the natural attractions, not man-made ones. So you're the guide for me. Grace said. Magnus didn't even ask Ragnar, as he knew what he wanted. Anyway, the three sat in a car with each holding one baby. They were headed to take a ferry ride to reach Liberty Island. However, after a few minutes, the cars suddenly started to go faster than normal and became uncomfortable. This was not like how a luxury car driver would drive. This made Magnus alert. Mum, I think something is wrong. Whatever happens, don't panic. We're all fine, nothing can hurt us, even AC4 can't kill us with the charms I have on us. I will take you away with apparitions so don't worry. Grace nodded. It had become so common for strange things to happen. And she had full confidence in her son's abilities. Ragnar nodded at Magnus silently, already understanding something was wrong. Bam! The cars suddenly stopped and the doors opened. Two men entered jumped inside the car, and both had Thompson submachine guns with them. Alright, no need to panic, your highnesses. You are all being kidnapped, we will let you go as soon as your royal husband pays us $10 million. Don't try anything, that's for the best of you. The two men brashly said. They were long coats and hats, basically what was in mafia fashion. Seeing this, Magnus wondered what had gotten into these men. Didn't he just bankrupt them not long ago? So he asked, are you sure? You will be making an international scene. Neither yours nor our government will make this public. We know we can't kill you, and we won't. They need to save their reputation, and so they will quickly pay us money, one of them said proudly. Thinking their plan was best. Cough, don't smoke, there are babies here. Grace coughed. Bam. Magnus noticed the other man, who had lit a cigarette. Enraged, he slammed his fist into the man's face, breaking his jaw and nose so hard that his jaw was left hanging and his nose shattered and pierced into his skull. The man didn't even cry in pain as he was restrained by a spell. They tried to use their guns, but somehow the two guns had melted in their hands, turning into handcuffs. Rag, hold them. I will send Mum to the big house, Camelot. Magnus moved to Grace. Rag nodded, go, brother. I will take good care of these men. Hee. Mum, grab my hand. Whoosh. Magnus took his siblings and Grace to Camelot. British Embassy. A fear-stricken man entered the ambassador's office where Adam was talking and revealed, Your Highness, we just got a call, Her Highness and the princes and princesses have been kidnapped by the mafia for ransom money. The ambassador's face paled in fright, this was a huge blunder, why Your Highness, don't worry. We will. Adam just raised his hand, it's fine, let's get back to work. They will be fine, I know. Of course, Adam would not fear anything, after all, he knew about Magnus' exploits in the magical world, he knew about Magnus killing 1,000 werewolves and fighting the Dark Lord and his army. So, what was the Muggle Mafia? The ambassador was shocked and utterly confused about what to do. Chapter 325. Wea, who are these little humans, Dad? Duck immediately flew to Magnus as soon as he appeared inside Camelot. Grace chuckled, she didn't know Duck called Magnus Dad. But she could understand, Duck was born in the presence of Magnus and even grew up around him. She patted Duck's face, the dragon had grown too huge, he could probably eat a small house easily. Duck, these are the 3 newborn siblings of Magnus. That makes them, my uncle and aunts. But, I'm older than them. Duck felt confused. He had already learned the syllabus until 8th year of school through Grandma Martha's classes. He was proud to say that he was the best in the class. Magnus chuckled and hugged Duck's face. Duck, you just call them by their names. The blonde boy is Maximus, the blonde girl is Aurelia and the little black-haired one is Clementia. Now, someone just attacked us outside in a city, that's why I brought them here. So you take care of them, okay? Rhea, who dare hurt my family? Duck roared in anger. Pat, calm down, just some foolish weak muggles. They don't deserve your mighty fire, my boy. You just keep everyone safe here. Duck nodded and sat down, curled around the 3 strollers with his body and tail as if they were his biggest treasures. Don't worry, Dad, I'll be the best boy and protect these little ones. Grandma Grace, don't worry either. Ah, Cuddles, Basilisk, and Pebbles, dragon from Gringotts, are also going to come, they will also protect them. Grace chuckled and nodded. They were in the castle anyway, and Duck was too smart so she felt fine with this arrangement. Fine, dear. I and Martha will also sit here. Magnus, be careful. Magnus nodded, don't worry, Mum. I bet Ragnar has done a good job on them already. I will return to take you back soon. I will send Dad a message as well that we're safe. British Embassy. Beep beep. Adam received a message on his mobile phone. Message, Mum and little ones are okay, they are in the box house. I will deal with the criminals and return to you, Dad. Adam sighed and put the phone in his pocket. A tall building. Knock knock. Mr. Corleone, the 4 families kidnapped the royal prince, Magnus, his mother and siblings. A member of the old Corleone family, now called Corleone Corporation, reported to the old godfather. He didn't hold this title anymore. He was just a clean businessman with some connections to dangerous people. Michael sighed, I'm too old for this. You keep an eye on the situation, most likely New York is going to be mafia-free from today onwards. Got it, boss, the man left. Michael silently looked out of the window. Fools, attacked someone before knowing anything about them. Inside the car. The driver had no idea what had happened in the back. For all he knew, he was just supposed to drive to the warehouse where they were supposed to keep the royals until they got the money. After the land-selling deal that they made with Future Tech Industries and subsequent stealing of their money left all 4 families poor and looking for ways to make money. But the assets they sold to Future Tech were something they got to own after decades of hard work. It was impossible to establish yourself from the ground in the city again. That was why the 4 families got together and made this plan. The fastest and the easiest plan. The government itself would be mad about keeping it a secret and giving them money as soon as possible. But inside the back of the car, Ragnar was beating the hell out of the 2 men. Bam, dare to smoke in front of my little siblings. What if they had gotten addicted or sick? The 2 men cried, F for FCK's sake, it was just 1 cigarette, and I didn't even get to have a puff. Bam. Excuses, all I hear are excuses, no apology. Slap slap. They cried again, please forgive us, we are just pawns. Kick. Ragnar kicked their heads this time, apology not accepted. Do you think you can get out of this? No, your entire mafia group is going to be butchered today. How dare you even look at us with malice? Pop. Magnus returned and the first thing he did was punch the 2 hard enough to make wounds deep enough to show their skull. They were crying in pain, but nothing mattered now. Which family are you 2 from? He inquired. Banano family. Colombo family. Both of them gave different names, which made Magnus angry. How many families are involved in this? All 4, sir. They answered. Tisk, Rag, get your biggest weapons out, we're going to kill some people. I will call for some backup as well. Magnus called Adrian and asked him to send some wizards from the army of Merlin to end all the 4 families. After a few minutes, the car seemed to slow down and enter a warehouse. There it came to a halt and the door opened. The men were left in shock the moment they saw the bloodied bodies of their two people. But, they looked around and couldn't see their victims. Whistle. A loud whistle resounded in the warehouse. Everyone turned and found two young boys standing with swords in their hands. You dared to try to harm my family. I have to say you are daring, but sadly, foolish at the same time. You people forget the first rule of the business, learn your enemies before you make a move, and sad for you, you utterly failed. Rag, let's start. Whoosh! Magnus operated in front of a man with a machine gun and slashed, cutting his arms and legs with a swing. The man fell down in a puddle of his blood with cries loud enough to scare a banshee. Bang bang. The men seeing the blood got scared and madly started to fire at Magnus and Ragnar. But, sadly for them, this was not a battle they could win. Ragnar moved with great agility and dodged the bullets or blocked them with the sword. Heck, some even touched them but nothing happened to them. The men were going crazy. Who the FCK brings swords to a gunfight? Shut up and shoot. How can they dodge bullets? What are they? Fking monsters. // Magnus didn't use magic at all today. Only pure physical strength was enough today. Ragnar too didn't use any potions, he had drunk enough in these years to be superhuman. He, you are dead. Ragnar was crazily laughing and butchering them. Honestly, Magnus gets creeped out sometimes by Ragnar, but knowing the boy's past, he accepts his brother as he is. Bang bang. The submachine guns were firing at them like crazy, magazines after magazines were being unloaded, but still, the men only found their brothers dying. Heck, Magnus was often deflecting bullets in a way that would hit their own. Bloody insects, Magnus cursed seeing more and more men coming in. But, both of them didn't stop, the two brothers madly continued to fight them. However, they were not doing this butchering aimlessly and randomly. The two were using quick legilimency at the same time to read their enemies' minds. Those that were new to crime only got hands chopped, those that had hurt someone got their legs and arms chopped, and those that had killed or reped someone got their souls chopped out of their bodies. The bloody massacre went on for 15 minutes only. By the end, they had killed 50 men, injured 200 and spared only 10, since they were new to the gangs. Magnus and Ragnar were not tired, they still took seats. Ragnar sighed, looking at the blood around them. Man, if I was not a crazy bastard, I would have vomited. Ah, look, that arm is still twitching. Magnus nodded. If he had not experienced the werewolf massacre he would have vomited. Well, let's clear it then, or the police will create a fuss. Fiend fire. Magnus masterfully controlled the scorching flames and masterfully made it burn all the dead bodies, even those he spared got their wounds burned by the fire. In a matter of minutes, the bodies were turned into ashes. And after a while, the ashes were also minimized. The blood as well got evaporated. But there were still many stains. So he used a water spell to use a jet of water to clean it, then an air spell to make it dry. However, by then, all the muggles were shivering in fear. These muggles were too low level and didn't know about the wizarding world. Rag, let's obliviate them. Ah, obliviate the entire lives of those who have their limbs cut, and just obliviate the recent events from the spared ones. Soon, they were done with it. Magnus and Ragnar then took one of the men whom they spared from obliviation to take them to their boss. The four bosses were in a nice big house in Long Island. They entered with ease, making all the guards fall asleep. The four bosses were in the basement, playing cards. Bam! Party's over, suckers. Ragnar busted inside the room. The four quickly recognized Ragnar and Magnus. What, you two are? Magnus though spoke something that nearly made their souls leave their bodies. We both are wizards, strong wizards. God help us, the fours paled and prayed with instinct. They knew they had f'd up big time. Chapter 326. Dad, we're back. Magnus arrived back at the embassy. Though it was in a different car this time. Grace was also there, all safe and sound. The ambassador, who had nearly shat himself before, came running to look at Magnus and his siblings. He made sure they were fine and then fell down, unconscious. He was probably being threatened by the London side that if something happened to any of them his life will be in a mess. The Prime Minister of the United Kingdom and also the Queen were informed about this incident, though they merely shrugged and went on to do their daily work as if they didn't care. But they did pray for the souls of the attackers before. Grace smiled and went inside the building with the kids. Magnus didn't do that, however. He told the ambassador's secretary, "Connect me with the vice president of the country." The secretary looked at Adam, who only nodded at him. Taking the order, the man led Magnus inside the ambassador's office and connected the call. Magnus took the phone and told the man to leave, then he cast a spell so nobody could enter. The call was already connected, so he waited for the vice president to pick it up. "Hello, Mr. Ambassador, I assure you that we are looking into the situation with utmost priority. We have deployed every single law enforcement officer to this case." Vice President Gerald Ford. Magnus spoke. The vice president didn't recognize the voice and it felt too young. "Who are you?" "I am Magnus Grant Emery's Pendragon. You should know about me since you're about to become the next president of this country. Call back law enforcement. I have taken care of it. You should thank me, I just gifted you a present that will make your presidency stable," Magnus said in one breath. Gerald Ford was stunned. "What is that, Your Highness? You don't have any mafia left in New York City now. The 4 families are completely dead. Do not worry about their bodies, you shall only get the bodies of the 4 bosses. Take care, and we shall probably meet again soon." He hung up the call. Gerald Ford, sitting in his office, thought about what he had just found out. "If I play my cards right, I can take credit for this. But, I cannot tell them they attacked the royal family." Anyway, the mess was cleared, though the massacre of the 4 families was still going on as the army of Merlin dealt with them mercilessly. Magnus had returned to be with his family, and with a stern warning he told all the officials to stay away from his family's relaxing time. They didn't come here to attend meetings and charity events. This time he hired Meta to take care of his whole tour. Everything from the cars to the planes were theirs now. "Okay Mum, where do you want to go?" he asked her. She had probably already enjoyed her time in Camelot more than she would here anyway. Duck was just so fun to be around. I have never seen a desert. I heard the Grand Canyon is beautiful," Grace suggested. And so the plan was finalized. "Let's call Duck, he can be our flying machine." And so, Duck was called. The boy was so happy to be a part of family events. Magnus nearly felt bad for him, as Duck just wants to spend more time with him, but his size does not allow him. "Meow." Chad said hello to Duck after getting on his back. "Hello, Chad, see I've grown up and you're still small." Hee, Duck had fun teasing Chad. Soon, they all sat on his giant back, but Duck then started speaking. I saw this in a movie. Passengers, this is your captain speaking. Please tie your seatbelts, I forgot the rest, here we go." And so they flew over the broad, intricately sculptured chasm of the canyon, containing between its outer walls a multitude of imposing peaks, buttes, gorges, and ravines. A few rivers flowed through the drylands. The heat was high, yet effects of magic, they felt nothing. Duck enjoyed his time with his family, showing them the best areas and animals he noticed on the ground. "Dad, where to go next?" "Niagara Falls." Adam spoke. Duck turned his face at Magnus, asking for help in navigation without speaking. Magnus found it cute. He patted him and directed him, "Go north." With Duck's speed, it was super easy to watch all the natural wonders of the country. Now all that was left was to experience the man-made things. Poor Duck was tired and satisfied from flying the entire day, so he decided to rest back in Camelot. For the coming week, they would go around the whole country and look at various museums, monuments and whatnot. In the second week, they were invited to the White House by Nixon. Magnus didn't reject it and in fact, asked the wizard president to come as well, and Magnus was more interested in meeting the wizard one since the man was an acquaintance, his first-year data professor, Harrison Ford. Magnus met them at the White House. He ignored Nixon. The man's career was gone. Gerald Ford was the main deal now. He told the man about his companies facing illegal monopolistic opposition from American companies, and the man promised to look into them. The rest of the time was spent talking to Makusa President Harrison Ford. "How are you, Professor? I thought you were going to retire after coming back to the United States." The old man chuckled. "Oh, I wanted to do that so much. But seeing the condition of Makusa, I felt I needed to do something, and hence, I ran for elections. I am taking your example, doing something good for the world." Magnus nodded in approval. "Only if everyone was like you, Professor. But I have a suggestion, why not run for Muggle elections? I can see that you will do so much good for the nation. This way we can be better partners. Currently, I don't see the United States as a beacon of freedom and democracy anymore. It has fallen into the money pit. Human lives are worthless to it now. I feel the same, but I do not have any dreams of standing up for Muggles. I feel a wizard running in Muggle elections is unfair. Leave this, are you going to come to Ilvermorny? Harrison asked. Yes, their headmistress invited me herself. Well, I'm going to go and talk to some rich folks now. He moved on to talk with other people. Their vacation in the United States lasted 2 weeks. At that time, Magnus also went to Ilvermorny, where he gave a speech and just left after that. He wanted to avoid the same disaster as the French one. After second week, their time in the country came to an end. Their next stop was Bhutan. The Buddhist landlocked kingdom on the Himalayas' eastern edge, known for its monasteries, fortresses and dramatic landscapes that range from subtropical plains to steep mountains and valleys. The country had a population of just about 300,000. Bhutan was a monarchy, and the people of the country completely supported this system, without anyone forcing them to. It was also among the newest country that joined the United Nations, just in 1971. Bhutan maintained strong economic, strategic, and military relations with India. Heck, the country had handed over all its foreign affairs to India, in 2007 it was revised. For Magnus, this was the perfect place to have his stronghold. He was in the middle of China, Tibet, and India. He can help the Bhutanese with his wealth in return for their ignorance. On top of that, due to their small population, the wizards were in just hundreds. Magnus' army of Merlin had more than this. When their plane landed in Bhutan's capital, they were greeted by the current king of Bhutan, Jigme Sinji Wangchuk. The man was just 19 and had recently been coronated in June. On top of that, he had studied at Heatherdown School in England. Magnus was chill with him, he had no problem with monarchs being young, he was also young. All he cared about was that the man must be smart. And from the looks of it, King Wangchuk seemed smart, he behaved orderly with them. Though the reason behind this was that King Wangchuk had Buddhist wizard monk advisors, and getting a copy of Magical Daily was not hard. Hence, they knew very well of Magnus' grand secret identity. That evening, they had a grand feast. There were no journalists around them. Grace, Ragnar, Adam enjoyed the fresh Himalayan air much more than the United States or the UK. They roamed around in the fields, plucked apples, climbed mountains, milked cows, herd sheep. It was an amazing experience. Slowly, Magnus made the young king a friend, though he knew the Bhutanese king was wary of him, mainly due to his country's colonial past. Yet, they talked a lot. Magnus liked the fact that King Wangchuk was smart when it came to world affairs. He knew what was going on in the West, in the Arab world, and of course, in the UK. Magnus, I refuse to believe that you seriously came here just for vacation. Don't get me wrong, you and your family are always welcome, but I just can't understand how this small nation which most of the world don't even know about caught your attention. You have everything, power, fame, money, what can you get here? King Wangchuk curiously asked. Magnus chuckled, I have a dream, my friend. A dream to one day see the world at peace, with no wars, humanity united and strong together. It's wishful thinking, but if I am able to achieve even 70% of that before I die, I will consider my mission successful. And I can't do that without having the two most populous countries calm and peaceful. King Wangchuk chuckled, you want to use Bhutan to influence India and China? Come on, Magnus, they can bomb my country out of the world map in minutes. And China has nukes, while India is developing them. No, Wangchuk, I do not want to bring you into this mess directly. Instead, I want to make you stand out as an example. I want the world to see how profitable it is to ally with me. I shall turn your country into an eco-friendly economic powerhouse, bigger than most countries in Asia. I can do it easily as your population is low. And that's when India and China will take each of my words seriously. I do not care about your religion, I care for no religion, all I care about is peace. So don't think I am colonizer 2.0. Think about it and tell me your decision. I will leave in a week. Take care. Magnus returned to his family, leaving the young kind in a storm of thought. Magnus was honest, and he wanted to lead the world by example. This was his way of clearing up Britain's unsavory colonial past. Chapter 327. Does the world even want to be corrected? Will the countries, the people, and the coming generations appreciate all the changes? Will the peace even last long? Such questions always scared Magnus in his sleep. He was slowly and sometimes quickly taking steps to fulfill his dream. In the future, he knew he would have so much magical strength that he could bring any nation to its heels. But he didn't want his powers and fear to be the basis behind the peace. He wanted it to be development, health, social security, a better life, such things to be the basis. But he knew that there were places in the world with such brainwashed population that it couldn't think beyond their religion, or places with such state control that the people had no choice to do anything that the state does not like. These were going to be Magnus' biggest challenges. He didn't even care for the Soviet Union, as he knew it won't last too long. It was losing too much money in their mad Cold War with the United States. While the United States was growing at a rapid speed and getting rich, having more money to attack the Soviet Union didn't have such a miraculous boost in their economy. The country was still mostly reliant on its human resources. But, it was God's grace that Magnus was too good at making money and had friends like Bobby. Bobby might seem like a useless link in the round table, but perhaps he was even more important than Magnus himself. Bobby was a god when it came to finding people to develop new technology, no matter which field. He pumped money in and made sure future tech stayed on top. Their research and development department drank money like a sponge. And with Bobby's help, Magnus knew that he was going to rule the tech and mass media world like a boss. This was a big deal for him. Reason? Well, whoever controls the media controls the world. He had learnt this lesson already. After all, he used this means to demonize Voldemort to such a height that even some of the dark wizards hated him now. Magnus was taking baby steps, and the baby was a giant. In Bhutan, Ted soon arrived as per the plan. Magnus told him about his plan. The United Kingdom was in Europe, Zimbabwe was in Africa, and now this. If Bhutan agrees, he will have influence over the world. Well, America can be subdued as long as the United Kingdom makes more money and becomes successful. The United States only followed the superiority of the dollar, nothing else. So you want to show off Bhutan as an economic miracle? What can they produce? They are a small mountainous region. Ted inquired. Magnus chuckled, a lot. You need to understand that the Bhutanese people love nature. They love their forests, the clean air, but they too want to see the world, the modern life-improving amenities. Currently, Bhutan exports iron and steel, which is the majority of exports. Other than this, they export salt, sulfur, stone, cement, coffee, tea, spices, wood and vegetables, fruit and nuts. Most of them go to India, Nepal and China. What I see in the country is that they lack a brand value and educated population. My goal is to make big eco-friendly towns as trading and business centers in each of Bhutan's 20 districts. These towns will be connected to all known villages of the district with roads and trains. Most of the country will remain untouched, its wild beauty shall remain as it is. I want to promote this country as the country of nature. They shall produce world-renowned products, all made from organic farming and cultivation. The company will be called Himalayan and each product will have the logo of Made in Bhutan. The major exports will go to rich countries. Just imagine the world eating vegetables and fruits of Bhutan with its logo. But, for this, people need to be educated, taught about organic farming, new and effective ways of farming. Again, not everyone can survive on farming, so they will grow flowers as well. I will also make the country a center for nature tourism, extreme sports and hiking. I will also open a few workshops for a few of my companies here. As long as the population is controlled correctly and the increase happens gradually, we can employ everyone. Ted silently thought about this seemingly grand plan, but honestly, this felt smaller than what they were doing in other parts of the world. This is certainly possible. Nice, then I want you to make a beautiful showcase booklet for the King of Bhutan. I want to show him what I have envisioned. Magnus gave him work. Ted nodded. I will return to the UK with the port key then. It will be ready by evening. Magnus was supposed to meet the wizards of the country next. Merlin was famous around the world it seemed, and all were interested in him and his powers. He headed to Paro Taksang Monastery. It was a beautiful monastery that looked like something straight out of some fantasy book. Constructed on the side of a tall cliffside, with a tall straight mountain on one side. It was established in the 9th century as a meditation cave. Magnus arrived there on his broom, along with Ragnar. These were new brooms, made by Emma. They had comfortable seats. The monastery was full of bald monks in their orange and red tunics. They wore sandals made of wood as well. Then at the front of them stood a few elders. They were most likely the leaders here. Even among them, the one in the center stood out. The man gave Magnus Dumbledore's vibes, not in terms of strength, but in terms of wisdom and oldness. He was bald, with a long white beard and brows. He wore some sort of armored robes and held a long staff in his hands. There were also beads around his neck and in one hand. At the same time, he seemed as if he had never smiled in his entire life. As soon as Magnus landed and put the brooms back in his bag, He gave a slight bow for greetings, and in return, everyone bowed back. Then the long-bearded man walked forward. "Welcome to our little nation, King Pendragon. I am Grand Master of Wizard Monks of Bhutan, Charing Yangchen. This monastery is a small academy for wizards as well. All the monks you see here are also wizards in training. The man on my right is Karma Chime, teacher of spells, and the man on my left is Jigme Layton, teacher of potions." Magnus took the greeting and introduced himself. "You may already know, I am Magnus, and this here is my brother and potions genius, Ragnar. It's a pleasure to meet fellow wizards. The Hogwarts school does not teach much about the magical communities of other countries. So pardon me if I don't know about your traditions." Yangchen nodded. "That is because most of the magical communities are shrouded in secrets. And that's one of the reasons why we see wars among wizard kind," Magnus replied and followed the Grandmaster inside the monastery to the Buddhist shrine. Yangchen spoke in his low and heavy voice. "To become a wizard in Bhutan, a wizard must master Buddhism first. We believe in spiritual balance to be the key to staying on the right path of magic. Power is known to corrupt, hence, one must first learn to have faith in the right ways. That's why the world has not seen Bhutanese Grindelwald and Voldemort, I guess. We mostly just teach students magic and hope for the best," Ragnar said in a brash tone. Surprisingly, Yangchen chuckled. "Oh no, you are wrong, Prince, we do have evil wizards from time to time, those who have lost the way of Buddha. We were luckily able to control these evil wizards in time. But sadly, it is becoming harder now, as a few evil ones receive support and backing from those expansionists who want to take over Bhutan, A/N, you know whom I'm talking about. For the same reason, I wish to speak with you." Magnus silently rolled his eyes. "Sire, I thought this country was perfect." "Please, say it, Grandmaster. We need support to make our wizards stronger to face these threats. Despite having a rich past, we are a poor nation. Our wizards rely on mountain herbs to practice potions, but those are limited. The materials we buy from the major markets in China and India often cost us many times. So we are never able to use them to teach." Yangchen requested with a head held low. It was embarrassing for a man of such high standing to ask like this. Magnus understood this was why he brought them to this shrine, to speak alone. "Say no more, Ragnar will open a potions shop in Bhutan. I will also donate a lot of books and brooms to you. If your king accepts my proposal, you can send a few of your exceptional students to Hogwarts to get higher level education. I am here to make Bhutan a better place, Grandmaster, and I have no ulterior motives than to show the world that I mean good," Magnus told him. Ragnar agreed. "Sure, I'll open a shop, as long as they pay the normal market price. The market price is what we want. And I understand you, King Pendragon, I see the truth in your heart. I will convey the same to His Majesty. In the meantime, feel free to look at this monastery. Maybe meet a few monk students." Yangchen suggested them. He then took them out to the courtyard and introduced a few students. As he had to go to the royal palace now, Magnus was happy. With Yangchen filling the king's ears, the chances of King Wangchuk agreeing increased by a big margin. "Rag, how about we teach them Quidditch?" Magnus suggested. Ragnar chuckled and slammed his fist on Magnus' back. "You bastard, you want to make it popular here and then make money?" Magnus made the best poker face. "I'm not that greedy, my friend. Come, let's play." Chapter 328. Their holiday was coming to an end. Ted had already shown the booklet with the plan to develop Bhutan to King Wangchuk. Magnus was now waiting for the news while enjoying his time with his family. The three babies were just the cutest little bundle of joy. They had started crawling and loved Magnus and Ragnar. So they followed them if they weren't put inside their strollers. Not just that, they also liked flying around with Magnus' magic. He was totally spoiling them and nobody had any right to stop him. "I'm your big brother, say brother, he played with them. Ragnar did the same, not wanting to stay behind. Grace and Adam sat at the side on recliner seats, watching them play. It brought great peace to their hearts seeing their family being so close to each other, so loving. "I must have done some really great deeds to have such a loving family," Adam muttered. Grace looked at him with a doubtful gaze. "I thought you were not religious, since when did you become a believer?" He chuckled. Please, you also know it. Merlin has confirmed that God does exist, and recently, Magnus told me that hell also exists, as he has seen inside hell with a treasure left by Merlin." "He did? Why didn't he tell me?" She muttered sadly. "Don't worry about it, Grace. He's getting big and we both know he's mentally much older than he looks. There are bound to be things he can't share with you, besides, you were pregnant, he didn't want to give you any stress. Adam advised her. But, I know he can't share some things, but, I want him to at least share his problems, sorrows and fears. I don't want him to ever feel lonely. She worriedly said. Adam sighed and replied, Dear, we are normal parents of extraordinary children, worrying is a full-time job for us. And we don't even know if our 3 new gremlins will be wizards or not. Grace's face paled, No. No. I can't face so much tension. Don't worry, by then Magnus and Ragnar will be out of school, they will be the bosses of Britain and possibly the world. Grace, you don't know some things but know this, Magnus and Ragnar are vastly powerful, and Magnus' influence is spread around the world. You will understand that in a few years. Adam confided in her. She fell silent and just looked at her children playing. Then all of a sudden a man came via apparition, he wore a monk tunic. He bowed to Magnus and told him something. After that, Magnus informed them he'd be back soon and left. Grace was taken aback. How blind I could be. I didn't notice all that's happening around Magnus. I call that parent bias, Adam blurted. Royal Palace. Magnus was greeted by many ministers of the king's government. Most of them were old men with one step in their graves. But surprisingly, besides the king stood Grandmaster Yangchan, this made it clear that the Bhutanese government worked closely with the wizards. Welcome, King Pendragon, we have a lot to talk about. Let's sit. King Wangchuk sounded much happier today. Though a few ministers were frowning. There was a big elliptical table in the middle of the hall. The king, Grandmaster and the 5 ministers sat on one side and on the others was one single chair for Magnus. It was as if they were doing some negotiations. Magnus internally frowned, wondering if he was going to end up being angry after this meeting. So, what have you decided, King Wangchuk? You can call me Sinji. You will find it interesting, the formal designation of the king in Bhutan is called Drukgyalpo, which in English means Dragon King. And you as well, are supposed to be the Dragon King. King Wangchuk started. Are you by any chance related to dragons? Magnus inquired. As it was his experience, that most people who claim to be related to dragons are not really that. That is a debate for another time. There is no way to ascertain that. Even the Bhutanese people call themselves dragon people, so who knows, he replied. Magnus seemed disappointed. But, he liked that there was a society where dragons were so widely accepted. Duck will be seen as a god here. You can call me Magnus then. I prefer that, even the Saudi king calls me that. So, have you made a decision? What did you think about the plans Ted showed you? Magnus inquired. He didn't bring Ted along to see the king's sincerity. Ted also didn't care, since Magnus was much better than him in making money. Even deals that may seem unprofitable now are supposed to make loads of money in a few months with what Magnus plans. First I want to ask you, Magnus, how much are you willing to invest in Bhutan according to your proposed plan? The king asked. Well, I am planning to invest £1 billion in the coming 5 years. He revealed. £1 billion, about 10 billion in 2021, was a huge amount of money. It was many times more than the entire GDP of this small nation. They erupted in their talking. The ministers who were frowning a while ago were now gleaming with smiles. Magnus added further, and I did not include investments that various of my companies will make. So the end amount is much more than 1 billion. And who shall be overseeing all this money? One of the ministers asked. Magnus saw greed in his eyes and immediately decided to poison this man if the king agreed. Certainly not you. I don't trust governments, they tend to be more sloppy. Only a company that has to worry about losses can be efficient and effective. The money, the investment, all of it will be done by me. Remember, it's not the British government's money, it's the personal funds I am using. I am taking a huge risk. Magnus stated. This was true, he was investing from his own pocket. Not because he was a saint, but because the British government didn't have this kind of money to spend. Also, by doing this, Magnus will be ensuring huge returns. The king nodded. I understand, Magnus. I accept your proposal of making a national brand, and to give you a 51% administrative and 50% money stake in the Himalayan parent company. As promised, you will help us with our educational and health infrastructure immediately. In return, we will waiver taxes over your companies involved in nation building and waiver 40% taxes on companies that set their firms here for 5 years. Your Majesty, that's being too lenient, you should not be blinded by the dream, the Prime Minister spoke up. King Wangchuk glared at him. Prime Minister, do you have £1 billion in your pocket? Can you build a total of 100 schools, colleges and hospitals in a year? No. Then stay silent, this is not your place to speak. I know what I am doing. Damn right, that's what a king is supposed to be, Magnus thought. But, then he noticed something concerning and tried to mentally talk with Grandmaster Yangchan, who was silently sitting at the side of the king with his eyes closed. Grandmaster, can you hear me? Nod if you can, he talked. The old man suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at him across the table. This was enough proof for Magnus, so he spoke further. I do not know if you have laws against reading minds, but I just read the minds of all your ministers. Your Prime Minister is colluding with your enemies in the north, he has taken the bribes. While two are in contact with them. The old man's eyes shined red, showing anger. He glanced at the ministers and possibly read their minds himself. He then started radiating a very dangerous aura. Oh boy, I guess these men are taking their last breath, Magnus muttered. In the end, the deal was completed. The King of Bhutan was officially allied with Magnus. One more thing happened. Later, Grandmaster Yangchan caught many spies in the government and even in the ministry. They were all given a public trial according to the imperial constitution. The biggest ones were given capital punishment. The country had not stupidly stopped capital punishment. Treason was still a crime for which it was given. As seen in 1964, when the previous king's own brother, the head of the Bhutanese royal army, attempted a coup and got capital punishment when it failed. After these events, monthly secret legitimacy audits became normal. Magnus was happy. Magic should be used in such cases. He wholeheartedly supported this. Chapter 329. After this, his work was done and he decided to leave for Zimbabwe, for a 3-day tour. This will be an official visit. In the flight, the 3 babies started to cry, but there were only 2 breasts to feed the babies. Hence, one had to either wait or be given something else. Grace innocently told the flight attendant to bring their bags. Adam took the baby formula from it and made some for Aurelia. However, just when Adam was about to feed the bottle to her, Ragnar came running and snatched the bottle away. Bam! Dad, how can you do this? How can you feed her this? Ragnar was very angry. Adam staggered back. What happened? I was feeding her milk. He threw the bottle in the dustbin. That baby formula is a lie, it's not equal to breast milk. Do you really think man-made powder, mixed with synthetic items, can be equal to real milk? It's all a false advertisement. It's because of our crappy capitalist world that these companies are allowed to do these things. Let me see which company it is. Ragnar checked the box. Bam, he threw it as well. Nestle. God, it's the evilest one. Magnus, who was sleeping, came running after hearing the noise. What happened? Ragnar explained, I checked every single baby formula with potions and alchemy, none of them is equal or better than real milk. They don't provide the immunity that a real baby needs. But, these companies are allowed to mislead people, saying baby formula is a better substitute. Magnus took this matter seriously. Sigh, why must these companies adopt the bad side of capitalism? Why can't they be like me? I will ask Meta to gather all evidence for lies this company has created, then I will ask Ted to bury the company in lawsuits until they are on the verge of bankruptcy, and I will make them confess and apologize to the world. The tests on their formula you did, can you replicate them with Muggle tech and chemicals? I should be able to. Ragnar nodded. However, this served as a problem. Adam asked, that's fine and all, but what do we give the babies then? A mother can't produce so much food for them. Ragnar thought about it. Fuck it, I will start my own company with real healthy and strong baby formula. For my siblings, I will make a magical formula. Ragnar, language. Grace quickly scolded him. Ragnar shrank his neck. Sorry, Mom. The plane landed in Zimbabwe, and they were greeted by the new Prime Minister and a few native dancers. Then they were given a guard of honor, with the military parading in front of them and saluting. Well, technically, Zimbabwe was still a British colony, though it is called overseas territory now. But, nobody really complained since Britain had done so much for the country. Their main reason for coming here was to make the public worship the right royal, not the one sitting in Buckingham Palace right now. Magnus met a lot of people there, though the main meeting was especially with the current Prime Minister, who was already a man under his control. What do you personally think, John Komu? Do you want Zimbabwe to join Britain and become one? Magnus inquired. John Como knew this was a test of sorts. Of course, Zimbabwe has changed a lot in the past few years, and some people might forget it, but it's the truth that all of it was because of you. The day you stop helping us, we will go back to the old days. You were the one who removed all the mafia and warlords who had taken over many mines. You rooted out all the corruption. I truly believe we can be better as one with Britain. Magnus nodded and asked further, and what about the matter of you having to give up your Prime Minister seat and letting the British Prime Minister take over? I accept this arrangement. I understand that this cannot go the other way. But I am worried about how the British Parliament rules from beyond an entire continent and sea. John Como asked back. Well, we have already come to a solution. The British parliamentary sessions last for around 10 to 12 months. We will build a new parliament in Zimbabwe as well. For half year, the UK will be the seat of parliament, for the other half, it will be Zimbabwe. Now, I know your next question, the House of Lords. Well, I accept, it's an unconstitutional part of the government that is useless as it just drinks money and gives not much in back. It has more members than the House of Commons for God's sake. But worry not, I shall be slowly replacing all lords with elected members. Since the UK will be becoming much bigger now, we shall have states, and those states will have something called super districts. Initially, we made states too big, so we have now corrected it. Scotland shall have 4 states, England shall have 8 states, Wales shall have 4 states, Northern Ireland shall have 5 states. Zimbabwe, which is bigger than the United Kingdom, will have fewer states since it depends on population density. I also want Zimbabwe to not lose its natural beauty. So, it shall have 5 big states in total. Just like in the United States, where each state sends 2 elected senators to form a 100-member Senate. Here, each state shall send 5 members, elected via a direct vote, to sit in the House of Lords. The House will then consist of 130 members, as there are 26 states. They will have similar powers as a U.S. Senate. Each state shall have a governor, but he will not enjoy as much power as an American one does. And overall, as per the Constitution, the entire government shall derive power from the Crown, as it already does. Magnus explained the new political system. This system will also ensure any further expansion. Each member getting elected as a lord into the House of Lords will have a lord added before their name as long as they serve in office. John Como was at peace with this, knowing that he could still be elected as a lord and sit in the high position. Or even the governor of a state. Magnus then let Adam and Grace do charity work since they were the main royal couple, not him. He was still a kid for the world, a kid with too much money. I wonder how the world will react when they find out what I am up to. I wonder if someone will write a biography on me. Wait, wasn't Rita writing a book? He remembered her. It was time to return home for Magnus and the family. Their relaxing vacation was spent pretty well, even though Magnus did a lot of work, it was still enjoyable. He didn't work every day. They got on the plane and headed back to the UK. And just right then, Bobby was checking the progress of the R&D department outside London. The department was supposed to make him stuff that can then generate money for the company. The common theme was that it needs to be something that can be used by the masses. Soon, he arrived at the energy department, where things related to electricity, heat, all kinds of energies were being researched. Sir, this is our progress report. An old man in a lab coat came to Bobby, who was also being followed by a few company executives. Bobby looked at the file and frowned. What the fuck, when did I sanction thorium reactor research? The researcher frowned as well, then he explained while mimicking Bobby's voice, well, it was last year, Mr. Armstrong. You said, if Uncle Adam can make awesome, efficient batteries, then I can make awesome clean energy, then you signed this research. Bobby tried to remember, damn it, how much did I sign? £50 million, 484 million pounds in 2021, the researcher answered. Bobby started sweating, this was too much. Wait, I remember now, I had just returned from a party at Magnus' house. Ragnar had given me something weird. God. Please tell me I didn't just waste 50 million pounds. That is exactly why I came to you, sir. We have achieved a breakthrough. With the help of your large funds, we were able to explore all expensive means to reach success. Although much work is still due, we believe the reactor is feasible, the researcher revealed. Bobby's sad eyes nearly popped out. Are you serious? Really? All we needed to make these reactors was money? Yes, no country or company wants to waste money on new reactor research when we have already functional uranium reactors. And besides, the reactors we already have were made during World War II, and you know why they were made. The man said. Bobby was elated. Whoa, man, the company can get a Nobel Prize for this. When can I get a functional reactor? This time the researcher made a conflicted face. We need more funds, Mr. Armstrong, I truly believe we can build it. Bobby thought about it. A glance at the executives behind him made it clear that the company can't afford such huge expenses yet. That's when the idea clicked. Agent, you go and start your research, no matter what, I need a working reactor by the year end. About money, I know a real big rich fat cow that shits money. The plane. Achoo. Sniff sniff, Chad, come here. Why are you cursing me? Wait. Why are you running? Why are you running? I won't use you to wipe my nose, I promise. Come back, my fat boa. Chapter 330. Magnus, in his dozens of companies, employed more than 500,000 people. Among these were thousands of wizards as well. Now, it was human nature to have the 7 deadly sins in their psyche. It was extremely hard to avoid all these temptations. And the hardest one was greed. Oftentimes, among the Muggle workers, many would try to sell company secrets to other companies or would try to jump the ship. To their bad luck, the paper on which their contract was written was not ordinary. As soon as they break the contract, it gets notified to a group of 10 completely loyal wizards. They would then find the man, look into his head at what he did, with whom he shared the secrets. Then, not just he gets obliviated, but also those who got that secret. Later, that man would be sent back to work, only to receive a letter of termination. This was how all secrets remained a secret. The thing was harsher for wizards. Magnus was the only big employer of wizards, there was nowhere else to go. So, the treachery here was a much bigger crime. Some wizards would either accept to damage something in Magnus' company for money from families that hate Magnus, or from some dark wizard. These wizards get their entire work life obliviated, their bank account gets emptied, taking away all the money they made by working for Magnus, then they are thrown out. The people who hired these wizards in the first place are given a letter of threat, that if they try this again, they will die. Though treachery among wizards was extremely rare, they truly respected Magnus and were thankful to him for providing them with a job that makes them feel like an efficient part of society. Treachery was most common among the Muggles, as they don't really know about the consequences or that they are being watched no matter what their position is. It does not matter if you're a janitor or a director. Meta was the only completely loyal organization to him, as it only employed wizards and due to their work, they were by the contract signed, made to go through mind checks every week to prove they had not been compromised. Only a select few and Adrian did these mind checks since this involved sometimes seeing a personal memory of wizards. Magnus returned home from the long trip. It was fun as well as bountiful. By the time he arrived back at home, in the US, Nixon had resigned and now Ford was the president, and as discussed before, he kept his words and checked the problems being faced by Magnus' company. Soon, everything got solved and all the monopolistic activities ended, with Emery's Construction starting to receive contracts from fair bids. At home, everything was just fine, the economy was still facing an upward trend, completely opposite to the entire world. Currently, the US was facing a GDP growth of 0.54%, as compared to the previous year's 5.56%. It was an annual decrease of 6.19%. The UK meanwhile had a modest 3% annual growth, less than last year's 6.2%, but still acceptable since the world economy was down. Next year when everything goes up, their numbers will be better than ever in history, A/N. In the real world, the UK faced a pretty bad decline, much worse than the US. All was Magnus' miracle, only those in the upper circles were calling it this. People were happy, protests against the government were non-existent at this point. Only one thing was left in the UK that was still troubling them and damaging their economy. In February, 11 people were killed in the M62 coach bombing. Of course, done by none other than IRA. The bus was carrying off-duty defense forces and their families. Casualties included civilians and kids as well. What was worse was the IRA Army Council response. O'Connell, an Irish Republican, replied that the coach was selected as a legitimate target because IRA intelligence had indicated that the vehicle was commissioned to carry military personnel only. Magnus didn't like this level of disregard for life. He honestly didn't care about land or boundaries, all were human to him and he wanted nothing but progress to hit all. But, as the monarch, he could not just cede land, as that would put him in a bad position. So, to ensure peace, he finally sent Meta, a team of master obliviators went ahead, making the Irish side stop their armed conflict. When peace talks ensued, Northern Ireland was given the right to resolve any issues it had with the South. Other than this, the UK would still govern Northern Ireland like any other part of the country. Magnus wanted this, as he knew that they would not agree to let the UK govern. But, if he wanted to boost the country, he needed to divide it into states. For this agreement was necessary. By July 30, 1974, the agreement was passed between the countries, finally ending the bloody conflict. We have a report for the Nestlé company. They have been found to lie about all their products. For their chocolates, slave labor is used in Africa, their baby formula is absolutely not healthy or as good as a real mother's milk. Their water bottles are mostly just tap water sold as mountain water. Sometimes they even subvert water pipelines in developing countries to fill their bottles, leaving people to drink contaminated dirty water. All in all, it's an evil company, as evil as it goes. Adrian revealed the entire report to Magnus and Grace in the living room of Magnus' mansion. Grace was shaken. How did they go for so long without being shut? It's as if they are against all human rights. Well, this is what gives a bad name to capitalism. Magnus sighingly said. But the bigger bomb was yet to drop. Cough, Lady Grace, Magnus, this isn't even the worst part. I checked all the old documents, from the inception of this company. I have found that Nestlé was allied with Nazi Germany and used Jewish imprisoned slave labor in their factories. Adrian revealed, A/N, this is true. In 2000, Nestlé paid $14.6 million as a settlement with Holocaust survivors. Ragnar whistled in astonishment. I'm from a wizard family, we were never taught about Muggle history, but man, even I know Nazis equals bad. How is this company still operating? Does the US's FDA know about this? Magnus inquired. Adrian nodded. They have received a lot of complaints and evidence, but they keep ignoring it. They are well fed, it seems. Magnus nodded. Fine, this is what you will do. Send all the evidence to the US president via mail with my stamp. Send it to a few real human rights organizations around the world. Send evidence of their alignment with Nazis to major Jewish organizations. Then, drown it in lawsuits, bring the company's market value to the ground. And when it hits rock bottom on the verge of bankruptcy, buy it. Are you going to run it? Adrian asked. Magnus scowled in disgust. Never, I'm going to end the company, it will never see the market again, it will be delisted and become a piece of history. We will create a new company and take away all the current Nestlé's assets. The company is the bad one, not the many of its workers. And this time, we will do it right, with Ragnar's healthy products and chocolates not made with slave labor. Ragnar nodded, sure, as long as you pay me money. Magnus sighed, and here I thought we were family. Look, Mum, how greedy he is. Grace chuckled, isn't Ouroboros a dragon? Magnus shrugged, I'd say it's a mix of snake and dragon. No wonder he's slimy like a snake and greedy like a dragon. You're no better, Magnus, Grace added. And this was critical damage. Bobby sat at home and looked at the news. Due to Ragnar's potions, his dad's cancer had been completely eradicated. Magnus made sure of it by trying to sniff cancer on him, it was nowhere. Now, Mr. and Mrs. Armstrong were retired and run a charity foundation that watches over helping poor kids go to school or college. They were extremely proud of their son, and also Magnus. Bobby, albeit being super rich, still acted like a good little son and spent family time at home. Mum, look, all this was done by Magnus. That Netzel company was purely evil. Really? I should stop giving their boxes to charity. Mrs. Armstrong, a retired kindergarten teacher, said. Bobby nodded, but don't worry, Magnus himself is launching a new company, it will be a real healthy baby formula, he's even launching an adult version, saying that adults also lack a lot of nutrition in today's busy times. I will buy some for you too. Slowly, time went by and came September 1st, time to return to school. But Magnus had not much to do now, so he had decided to spend most of his time researching things he wanted to. One of them was medicine with the help of herbology and alchemy. He wanted to become famous in the Muggle world after all, only then can he exert more influence. And the best thing he could think of making was medicine to cure something that most people have but never admit having it, depression. Chapter 331. Spells to cheer people up already exist in the magical world. All he needed was to find a way to make a physical cure that is not addictive and actually makes the person better that at one point they'd stop taking the medicine. There should also be some way to make it so that if a person is not depressed the medicine won't work anymore. With magic, it was clearly possible. All he needed to do was to make a pill with magical means first and then ask Ragnar to help find materials from the Muggle world that can make the same thing. And to be completely honest, it was really hard. He had to read so many books about brains, medicine, magic and whatnot. Thankfully, Merlin was very helpful. He would tell and teach him the secrets about the human mind. This year, he did not participate in the Quidditch, yet, the Slytherin team won the House Cup. They proved themselves to Magnus, that they were worth something even without him. Emma, who was the captain, deserved a gift this time, so Magnus organized a party in Slytherin House again. Complete with food, music and dancing. Older and much more mature now, Magnus danced with Emma as well. Not the romantic kind, but the fun kind. Man, I pity the other houses. They can't have this much fun ever. Ragnar laughed. Don't say that, Rag, look at Severus, he's missing Lily, Magnus said, targeting the brooding Severus. Eventually, they had to drag him to dance. Later, they found out why Severus was brooding. It turns out, he wants to buy a new house, but he didn't want to leave Lily either. You fool, just build a new bigger house right there, one with all kinds of safety mechanisms, why move away? Heck, even build Lily a new house while at it. Magnus suggested. The government won't give permission, Severus said, after all, the land around his house was public land. Ragnar blurted, fuck the government. Mag here is the boss, he will get you the permissions. Isn't that whole area like a ghost town already? Mag, why not turn that place into a posh locality with expensive homes? Magnus shrugged, sure, I don't mind. A lot of wizards live there anyway, their lives will become better with that. Magnus. Can I get a television? I saw its advertisement in the papers. A seventh-year girl excitedly asked him. Magnus nodded, sure, in fact, every single kid and teacher in the school will get a television unit for free. There will also be television sets fitted in each of the 4 houses' common rooms. Ha, let me brainwash you into a more civilized society, you fools. Magnus was having his evil mastermind moment in his head. Ragnar left for Syria to participate in the 82nd Wizarding School's Potions Championship. Severus didn't go, saying Ragnar was going so it was pointless. With Ragnar also went Professor Slughorn, since he wanted to brag about his best student ever, Ragnar, to the entire wizarding potioneering community. During the competition, Ragnar was too bullish, making potions in each round that would give the judges orgasms of satisfaction. They start singing the praises of Ragnar. Slughorn would every time feel that he made the right decision by becoming a professor at Hogwarts. Fufufu, you can't win. Ragnar proclaimed in the final competition, against him and a Syrian wizard student. The potion they needed to make was liquid luck. And, due to Magnus' greed, Ragnar had already mastered it. The end result was, Ragnar won. He received the grand prize of measly 5,000 galleons, a certificate, a gold medal and membership of the highest tier in the World Potioneer Guild. A week later, he was proudly welcomed into Hogwarts and praised by Dumbledore at dinner. Dumbledore was genuinely happy, as he saw Hogwarts be the best in so many things. Heck, Magnus won them the World Cup. Are we seeing the new golden age of Hogwarts? I hope Magnus' siblings are just as extraordinary, Dumbledore hoped. During this time, in the Muggle world, after the huge Nestle scandal and the bullish way its market cap was brought down to just $6 million, with the majority of its factories and plants closed, the company filed for bankruptcy. The CEO of the company and all its management even came forward and publicly apologized, yet the protest against them around the world did not stop. Then, the company's CEO made a foolish statement at a U.S. congressional hearing, saying the company did not have the responsibility of how the people consumed their products. That it did not matter to them if people add dirty water to their baby formula. Well, hell broke loose then. The CEO ran away, back to live in his ranch in Switzerland. Magnus made sure to fuel lawsuits against that as well, on the basis that this property was bought with slave labor money. After being constantly hounded by Magnus, Meta, Tonks and Tonks, they finally decided to sell. Magnus' spokesperson proudly announced that they will buy the company, delist it and let it become history. On top of that, they also gave all the money Tonks and Tonks got for out-of-the-court settlements to various Jewish and human rights organizations. In the end, they came out as saints, while also entering the food and beverage business. Kit Kat was owned by Magnus now. And the first person to eat the new batch was Emma. Great Hall, Hogwarts. So, how is it? This is the first batch of chocolates made by real workers, not slaves. It also has some health supplements. Magnus asked her. She was just eating them happily. Well, it's pretty tasty. What are you doing? Ah, Kit Kat. I like these. You used my formula, right? Ragnar quickly took one and ate a big chunk. Magnus stood up in shock and disgust. You heathen. How can you eat a Kit Kat like that? God, look how you butchered this chocolate. No. You eat it one small bar at a time, not with a big bite in the middle. Ragnar shrugged. Whatever, it's just chocolate. Anyway, I just found a new material that might help you in making that depression medicine. Magnus hugged him. Really? You're the best, Rag. Here, eat more Kit Kats like a heathen, I won't mind. You have depression? Emma exclaimed. Magnus annoyedly put his hand on her mouth. Calm down, it's for the Muggle world, my new invention, not for me. Ragnar, with this, I can complete my medicine development. We need to find people to test it on. What about the Gryffindor 4? Magnus suggested. Ragnar looked at them. Nah, you need a brain first to be depressed. Sigh, true, so, maybe I can find someone in Azkaban. What about our prisoner? Magnus inquired. Ragnar's face lit up. Hee, how did we forget him? He's the best guinea pig possible. If the medicine works and he becomes cheerful again, I will have fun breaking him. If it does not work, no harm is done. Let's go after dinner. Magnus and Ragnar planned. Rodolphus Lestrange was still alive and facing every torture known to mankind for the past 8 months. The man was healed to the best condition every week only to be broken again. And it was working. Slowly Ragnar was growing bored of him. The day Ragnar decides to let him die will be the day he truly lets the past go. In the Muggle world. To bring the image of the royal family to greater heights. Magnus ordered for a new organization to be made. It was named Royal Administration for Food Safety, in short RAFFS. Its main purpose was to check every single consumable item entering the British market for health hazards. The tests will be done by both Muggles and wizards. Anything hazardous would be kept away. All the research was also publicly published in papers for all to see. Magnus' new company, Royal Delight, was the one that took over all the products, operations and assets of Nestle. They rebranded everything, changed the baby formulas, water bottles truly started to get water from the mountains, and cocoa harvesting didn't use slave labor anymore. The new RAFFS report revealed that this time the new baby formula is truly safe and good for children. Yet, on the box it was written in big warning to only use clean water and that nothing can ever replace mother's milk, so only use baby formula if you cannot give mother's milk. At the same time, Magnus made sure to grill Who with lawsuits and public relations disasters. Magnus' company openly scolded Who for not taking any action. This was like the old cigarette commercial disaster again, where smoking cigarettes was shown as good for health. Who apologized and promised to work better this time. And guess what, a lot of food and beverages companies doing illegal stuff became good by quickly stopping their evil ways. This was exactly what Magnus wanted. Chapter 332. We must get back to him, he's been winning all this time. First, that fake lover prank, then many more followed. Gryffindor has been losing the fight with Slytherin ever since Magnus came, so we have to do something. Sirius spoke with much enthusiasm in the Gryffindor common room. And what's your plan? Remus asked him. We will put pictures of him around the school. Embarrassing pictures. James suggested. Someone yawned and said, man, that's too much work. And besides, Magnus is a cool guy, he's fighting for the rights of the wizards, fighting Voldemort. He's not like the earlier Slytherin, even the Slytherin house is changed now. They don't look for fights with us. Heck, look at that awesome television on the wall, we watch movies, songs and news on it every day. Why would we go after him for no reason? Sirius snorted, you are blind, this is what Magnus wanted from the start, he wanted to influence us and now he already has. Get up and fight. Meh, I'd rather sit on the couch and watch the movie. Look. Patton is starting. It's a Muggle war movie. Come guys, let's huddle together and watch it. A 7th year shrugged and sat in front of the television with many others. Remus shrugged, accept it, you two have lost this battle completely and utterly. Just enjoy it like the rest of us now. Never. A Gryffindor never quits. If we stop now then we can never see ourselves in the mirror with dignity. Come, James, we will get him on our own. Magnus planned to slowly change the mindset of all wizards with music, movies and pop culture. Also, tell them about the Muggle world while at it. The fact that Magnus made movies with the help of magic made a lot of wizards excited to see what it was all about. Rita Skeeter also became the first wizard news anchor. Despite her annoying habits, she was still a young and beautiful blonde. A lot of men preferred such women, hence the interest in the news hours was a lot. Magnus and Ragnar were, however, at Camelot right now, experimenting with Rodolphus. Okay, try the next batch. Magnus ticked on the notebook. What is that? No. The last one made me see nightmares and shit my pants. Rodolphus screamed. Ragnar was not interested. Well, you had to clean it yourself then. Anyway, open your mouth and eat it, or do you prefer torture? Rodolphus opened his mouth to eat the tablet. They fed it to him and waited for a few minutes. Then Magnus started asking him questions. Tell me what you feel. Happy? No. Sad? Yes. Anything else? Rodolphus paused for a second before replying, horny. Magnus and Ragnar looked at each other's faces. Bam bam, they beat Rodolphus up and left the room. Sigh, it was our 14th test, why is none of the pills showing any effect? Magnus sighed in defeat. Dears, here, drink some lemonade and cool down. Grandma Martha came to them flying, with a tray full of snacks and a jug of lemonade. Ragnar was quick to start munching on it. Duck also came to see what was going on. What are you doing, Dad? Magnus shrugged, just trying to make medicine for muggles which makes them happy. That's it. They should just get out and play with friends. I play with Cuddles and Pebbles, it makes me very happy. Duck innocently reasoned. Ragnar chuckled, true, Duck, but humans are very pitiful creatures, they would rather cry about a problem than solve it. That is why we are making this medicine. Oh, why not use Phoenix music? I always make them sing for me whenever I miss you all. It cheers me up. Duck suggested. Magnus hugged Duck, boy, you can use the port key to come to me anytime you want. But only when I am at home. Meanwhile, Ragnar had an idea, bloody hell, I think you are right, Duck. Phoenix songs have the power to change the mood. If, their songs are nothing but magic, if we can somehow add their music's effects to the medicine, then I think we can have something. We are making Muggle medicine, you have to tell the various health organizations the components of the pills. How will I explain Phoenix tears? Magnus pointed out the flaw. Ragnar insisted, come on, brother. We can be the only players in the world in this medicine category. Just imagine, as long as we can have even a slightly helpful anti-depression pill made of just Muggle materials, then we can boost the effect with Phoenix music. It will be our secret ingredient. Many would try to copy us, but none shall have medicine as good as ours. Magnus thought about it, we will be a monopoly. But, if we can heal people, let's do it. Duck, thanks for the suggestion, you will get to eat 50 tasty roasted chicken tonight. Hee yipe. Duck grinned and cheered, showing his sharp teeth, yet he seemed cute to Ragnar and Magnus. So Magnus and Ragnar went back to developing the pill, they needed to do the tests for others as well. By now, Rodolphus had lost the effects of the last one. A new hell awaited him. Halloween came. It brought back memories from last year, as it was the anniversary of the Battle of Hogsmeade and the Battle of Thousand Beasts. Magnus held a memorial this day, in the name of the good wizards who lost their lives in that fight. The ministry also announced Halloween as the Wizards' Martyr Day. Eugenia Jenkins was still the Minister of Magic and she was really popular. The reason was her success in everything she did. All the policies of the ministry had shown a good result. On top of that, the ministry was now the least corrupt and much stronger. Despite many efforts made by some to bring her down from the position, she stayed strong. And with Magnus' support, she stayed in the office, A/N. In canon, she was made to resign at this time due to being unable to handle Voldemort's threats. So, how many did we get this month? She presided over the weekly meeting with the major department heads. Moody was the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement now and ran it like a well-oiled killing machine. We caught 5 traitors this week in the ministry, killed 3 Voldemort's army members and caught 1 more Death Eater. Their properties have been confiscated, the vaults have been sealed. She nodded, good, what about the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes? It was a young man, minister, there was an outbreak of nifflers in southern England. Thankfully, Mr. Scamander was there to resolve it. And what are this year's plans for the Department of International Magical Cooperation? She asked the next person. It was a woman. Minister, since last year's inter-school cup with France was so successful, we have decided to bring more schools together. Now, the Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has also joined. Next year, the competition will be held in the United States. Besides this, I think an official inter-school Junior Quidditch World Cup can also be held, since due to the new rules suggested by His Majesty, the game has become much more competitive, exciting to watch and profitable. She suggested. The head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, Hamish MacFarlane, nodded, absolutely, His Majesty has revolutionized the sport. Now with the televisions, the game is accessible for even those who cannot go to the stadiums. I will try to contact the International Quidditch Federation and suggest the under-17 school-based World Cup. But, Minister, if His Majesty could also give some support, I believe the Quidditch Federation will agree faster. She nodded, fine, I will write him a letter and ask him for his opinion. Any other matters? No. Good. Now, remember, each of us here is a high-ranking member of the Ministry. Never do anything that can damage our image. Always denounce Voldemort and the Death Eaters, and if you see anything suspicious, tell me or Moody, we will hunt them down. Dismissed. Moody was the only one left soon after. Eugenia talked to him seriously, did you find anything? What is Voldemort doing? Moody shook his head in a disappointed sigh, no, it's like that animal has disappeared. Only a few Death Eaters have been seen, but the main upper branch has vanished. Eugenia frowned, keep your eyes and ears open for all our informants. He must be recovering and planning something bigger now. We can just hope that His Majesty and Dumbledore are able to find those quickly. True, they were afraid that as long as Horcruxes were there was no way of defeating Voldemort. Chapter 333. 74-years-old Lord Mountbatten was much too excited when he got the letter from Magnus. It hinted at his membership in an extremely secret society headed by Magnus himself. He was ecstatic about it, as this would mean that he can get closer to Magnus and live longer. He had no sons to speak of, only 2 daughters, both married, and the eldest one was to inherit him. Honestly, he wanted a son, not so he could inherit his title and wealth, but so his bloodline could go on. By now, he felt orgasmic about what he knew of Magnus' future plans. For the past few decades, he was honestly disappointed in the monarchy, it was going downhill and losing all the goodwill and power. The fact was, nobles like him derived their powers from the monarchy itself. Though now he knew that Magnus was not in favor of keeping the nobility too strong and only letting the monarchy be the sole noble power. He didn't mind it, as the monarchy was also going to be stronger. In short words, Magnus was his wet dream of what he dreamt about the monarchy of being. When he was small, he saw the days of the great empire, although the empire was declining, still, the national pride was at its peak. But since World War I, it has been on a decline. Now, Magnus, a Pendragon, was the only hope. Papa, what are you reading? His daughter asked him. She was in her 40s. Nothing, dear. Your father is just going out for some work. Don't expect me to return soon. He got up and left quickly to meet this new order. Magnus was not himself present there. He didn't want to become someone that is too accessible. The order members were supposed to feel a sense of mystery and awe towards Magnus. Only the first founding members were supposed to be close to him. Though not even the founding members knew about the Round Table. The one orienting the new members about the order was Adrian, as he had the most experience with interviewing people. The Muggles were mind-checked to make sure they were not already compromised, while the Wizards were made to sign the contract with the clear terms written that if they betray then they will be dealt with. Now, it was up to them to think what dealt with meant. Edgar had returned to the UK from his long trip to the United States to expand the business. This time, he had come to the Prime Minister's office with a proposal for a huge countrywide developmental project. Since the Prime Minister already knew about the eventual integration of Zimbabwe and the division of the country into states, this project became instrumental. Though the meeting was to be done along with the Minister of Finance and Home Secretary, but they had no idea about Magnus' plans or the wizarding world. Edgar was a big man in the country now and was given the respect he deserves. He was jokingly nicknamed Edgar the Builder. Gentlemen, look at this map. All the lines you see are bullet train tracks. Each leads us to the major cities and the coming industrial cities that the government is making, or the cities that are most likely to become huge soon. It will connect the port cities as well, and the best part, it will help us distribute the population around the entire country. The train will travel at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour. With more advancement, the speed can also reach 500 someday. Hence, the tracks will be made to withstand higher speeds and also have upgradability. For the best part, it will also have freight trains running over it since each line will have 3 tracks. Edgar showed the proposal. The 3 people looked at each other's faces. The Minister of Finance coughed and asked, "Mr. Bones, how much will this, esteemed, project of yours cost the Treasury?" Edgar looked at the man's face, it was that of taunting. Calling it esteemed was his sarcastic way of saying useless. He sighed, "Perhaps you do not know about the recent changes in the country, Minister. The grand plans of reviving the economy and bringing it to the forefront of the world. Perhaps you need more education. The future of the world is in speed. If you cannot do something in the least amount of time, then someone else will beat you to it. Time is money, and bullet trains have already proven to be efficient in Japan. While what we are doing is something even bigger, as our trains will also carry freight. The total cost will be £5 billion, 40 billion in 2021, it will be constructed in 5 years with 5 phases." The 3 had their eyes nearly popping out. This was an outrageous amount of money, as the entire GDP of the UK was just $209 billion. The finance minister scoffed, "This is an outrageous dream to have, Mr. Bones, and the government does not run on dreams. We need money to work, to fund the police, the NHS, the postal service, the military. Building the Channel Tunnel and investing in that new dream of Magnus Silicon Valley in Plymouth is costing us too much. We cannot fund this." At this outburst, the Prime Minister and Edgar looked at the man in pity. Not because of what he said, but because of how he referred to Magnus in disdain. The Prime Minister warned him, "That's His Highness Magnus for you. He has alone added billions to our economy, so do not forget to use the right words. And Mr. Bones, the other things he said are right, we do not have the money." Edgar nodded, "It was expected, and I am not asking you to invest, Prime Minister. Emery's Construction will build everything and then run the entire railway system. Since we are a private company, for us, profitability and maximizing efficiency will be a priority. All we ask is to get all the necessary permissions in building it so it can go smoothly." Well, this was a sweet deal now. The Treasury will make money from the sale of the land. But, the Prime Minister asked, "So it will remain a private entity forever?" "That depends on you. It will remain as a private entity until we have earned the full cost of building it and 20% extra by us. Once that happens, the government will be allowed to buy a stake in it. But it will never be completely public property." Edgar stated the terms. With that, the deal sounded much better, even for the general public. They would love to see the bullet trains running around the country, it will make them proud. The 2 secretaries soon left to work on the deal. While Edgar remained. The Prime Minister quickly apologized, "Forgive him, he's too straightforward." Edgar shook his head, "No. That's not it. The blatant disregard for His Majesty and disregard for the future of the country and the inability to predict the future based on the current patterns are proof enough. Please fire him. We need a man who is smart and loyal as the Minister of Finance. After all, he's supposed to handle the royal treasury. His Majesty has already specified, corruption and incompetency in such high-level positions that decide the future of the country will not be tolerated. I will leave you to think about it now, Mr. Prime Minister. Have a happy Christmas." Edgar left and called Magnus to inform him of the deal. It was Magnus' plan to develop the bullet train, and it was not just going to run in the UK, but also in Zimbabwe. Though not many were told about it yet. However, there will not be any bullet train network between the UK and Zimbabwe, as that would be outrageous to even build. The 2 were separated by a continent. For such a large distance, normal flights will be there. All this was to prepare for the soon-to-start economic boom. Hogwarts. It was Christmas and Magnus could not ask for a better gift from the imaginary Santa. The medicine finally worked. Rodolphus became happy, though he was tortured to be sad again. Still, they tried the medicine so many times on the man that all their doubts were gone. The last part was to integrate the magic of Phoenix songs into the pills. It was only doable with the help of magic itself, and even in that, Grandma Martha helped. But, the end result was sweet as honey. Yes, the medicine literally tasted like honey. For this, the Phoenixes received an entirely new building made for them as their home. Also, a nice dedicated chef to make food for them every weekend. Severus, try this. You have deep depression, which I know from observing you. Although you are much better, it has still not left your body. Magnus offered his friend a pill. This was the beauty of it, it even worked on wizards. Severus, this time knew that it was the final product. So he ate it and waited for the effect. After about 15 minutes, his dull eyes opened completely and his face seemed to have changed slightly. It seemed more expressive and bright now. How do you feel? Magnus inquired. Like I am in a field of sunflowers on a beautiful spring morning. I want to jump around and laugh. It feels delightful, Severus said with joy. It looked way too out of the ordinary. Clap. Magnus and Ragnar high-fived. Finally, after their months of trial and error with Rodolphus, they were successful. And now it goes to Muggle clinical trials. Magnus excitedly announced. The next day, without telling anybody, he told the newspapers to publish the articles. And so, the first thing Grace and Adam saw in the morning was Magnus' big photo and the entire first page filled with praises of him, the family and his invention. The title was, The Treasure Family, Prince Magnus Achieves the Impossible. Chapter 334. There was an uproar. Magnus made the world's first cure for depression. And what was making people crazy was the fact that nobody knew where he was. Many of the news channels had set up their cameras at the gates of their house, yet nobody came to make an announcement. However, the newspapers kept on getting new news, since Magnus had stakes in many of them. They told about how successful it is, that it does not cause any kind of addiction and in fact, it forces the user to stop using it after they are healed of depression. The game was all about the many hormones in the body. It was revealed that it had gone into phase 1 clinical trial in the controlled environment of Pfizer lab on the Mother Grace Hospital campus. Easy to say, the major folks interested in this new drug were Hollywood celebs, actors, directors, all kinds of artists, politicians, stock market investors, the entire Wall Street basically. It was funny how now there were so many fans of not just Magnus but the entire Grant family that whatever they do they support. Heck, there were some talks that there is a secret cult somewhere in Britain that prays to Mother Grace as an angel sent by God. The police were still trying to gather more information. In a recent survey, about 90% of people supported the monarchy, though only the Grant family. Meanwhile, 5% tilted towards support, 1% were undecided and 4% said they don't support the monarchy. The last bit was those NGOs and activists. Nobody takes them seriously. They will cry even if Magnus literally makes every citizen a millionaire. However, there were few powerful people who had decided to test Magnus, to see if he should join them or not. For that, they came up with the really stupid plan of trying to hurt Grace and the 3 little babies. And what better time than the Christmas dinner at Buckingham Palace, and since it was the winter holidays, Magnus would also be there to attend. After all, he was also going to be announced as the Crown Prince on his 15th birthday on January 15th. Hogwarts, Headmaster's Office. Magnus, my favorite student, come and take a seat. Want something to eat? Dumbledore acted a bit too giddy for Magnus' taste. With suspicion, he asked back, what is this about now, Professor? I didn't do anything this whole semester. I was busy. No, it's not about all that. I just called you to hear your thoughts. A one-on-one conversation. Dumbledore said. He was probably trying to correct the mistakes he made with Voldemort. He had left the boy to himself after bringing him to the school, while he should have continued to talk to him so that he could have changed his radical ideas. Magnus shrugged, I'm fine, what about you? How are you going to spend your Christmas? With your brother? My brother and I, we don't get along very well, and since he has his own private life, I can't impose myself on him, Dumbledore replied. Magnus scoffed, oh, I know him, he'd probably just get drunk. You should try to mend your relationship with him, Professor, he's the last direct relative you have and you two are old, who knows which year's winter will be too much for your old bodies. Wait, this conversation was supposed to be about him. When did it turn into my family problems? Dumbledore realized a problem. I will try to talk to him, Magnus, don't worry about me now. Talk about yourself. How are you going to spend your Christmas? I believe with family. Dumbledore inquired. Magnus nodded, of course, I am going to spoil my 3 bundles of cuteness and maybe visit the royal palace for dinner. Dumbledore however was scared, you must not spoil them too much, Magnus. You don't want another spoiled Lucius Malfoy now do you? Immediately the scene of his 3 little siblings appeared in his mind, where they were small and wearing Slytherin robes while proudly proclaiming, my big brother will know of this. Humph. He quickly shook his head to shake that thought off, no. Never, I will never allow that to happen. I will spoil them only in a few matters, when it comes to morals, they will be taught by Mum herself, after all, if she was able to make me a good guy, she can make them too. The old man nodded, there was no doubt about that. Grace has done a marvelous job in teaching Magnus about morals. Then I feel assured. Well, here, take these. I made these protection charms for your family, knowing how important they are for you, and from seeing all the Muggle newspaper, they are important for the world as well. Dumbledore handed him 7 small pouches made of gift wrap. Magnus looked at Dumbledore's face first to see if there was anything hidden behind this. After all, he knew that sometimes the old man can be pretty foolish in his choices. He ends up creating more damage than good. I think I have given them enough protection already, Magnus said. Dumbledore insisted, safety is something that is never enough. The more the better. And these charms will keep them safe from all kinds of harm, be it physical or mental. And no, I did not put anything to track or manipulate you on this. I may have gone slightly senile but not to that point. Magnus chuckled and took them. I see you have done some soul searching. You have to do it when you see a boy decades younger than you doing a better job at bringing peace than your entire life's work. Dumbledore sighingly said. I think you just couldn't find the sweet balance better where you should use your absolute strength to crush enemies and where you should ease up. You ended up easing up on everyone, and this only strengthened the enemies who knocked on our doorsteps today. Magnus told him about his evaluation and decided to leave. He needed to pack his bags to head home. Dumbledore silently stayed seated, apparently looking back at all his memories, seeing where he could have used extra force to make the problems of today disappear. I should have gone easier on Grindelwald and reasoned with him. Maybe then Ariana would have been alive. And I should have killed Tom when he first showed his signs of madness. Magnus arrived at home via apparition from the train station. Emma and Severus also came as this time the holidays started close to Christmas. They were going to the Christmas party as well. For 3 days he just messed around and had fun with his friends. They went to Bobby's company and embarrassed him a bit. After that, he got them nice suits and dresses from Kingsman Tailors. Well, the Kingsman chapter was also unique. After how Magnus killed their top agent, they held an internal inquiry, and they hired Meta for this since they knew Meta had wizards. So, after a long secret investigation, both physical and mental, it was found that there were about a dozen people compromised, some allied with Soviets, some with businessmen, some with the United States. In short, none were loyal to the United Kingdom. They were quickly obliviated about every single thing they knew, and their memories were also taken to investigate whom they shared the info with. Meanwhile, Magnus gave an ultimatum to the Kingsmen to become his subordinate or stop existing. They had lost their credibility since even their best agent had betrayed them. After that, they made the decision to become Magnus' subordinate, with the core principles intact that they would safeguard the British interests. However, Magnus put them as a branch of Meta. Just more secretive. Anyway, they headed to Buckingham Palace for dinner. All the big lords and ladies, along with many big businessmen, had been invited. The Queen, however, was less of an attraction now, as most just wanted to meet Adam, Grace, or Magnus. Though thankfully most people stayed civil and didn't disturb them. Mum, try this one, it's tasty. Magnus put pudding on Grace's plate. Dear, I will get fat if I eat all this. She complained. But Ragnar winked and said, don't worry, I got you covered. You can enjoy all you want today. She chuckled, all right then, I shall indulge myself in the way of fatty foods. You eat some too, Magnus. Emma and Severus, have more. Adam, why are you not eating it? Adam frowned. Magnus, don't you find it strange that only our plates are of a different color? Magnus looked around quickly. Everyone had plain white ceramic plates with golden edges, but the ones given to his family had extra patterns on them. He quickly called the security advisor from Meta and asked him. Don't worry, sir. We have dealt with everything. Please enjoy the meal in peace. You will get the detailed report as soon as the dinner ends. The man reported dutifully. Sighing, Magnus told the same to his father, don't worry, Dad, it's all been taken care of. I have set 4 layers of security around us. Meta's wizards are the last layer of defense, and nobody gets past them without getting their brains checked. However, Magnus did have a look at the Queen, sitting on a different table not far from him. And she felt it too, only to wonder what the heck happened now. Still, Magnus avoided jumping to conclusions, as there were just too many people who wanted to harm him. After the dinner, some events were still being held and people were socializing. At that time he and Severus went to the kitchen where a Meta agent was waiting for him. He handed him the file. Sir, this is what we found. Your plates were coated with a special frozen poison. It looked like an intricate pattern initially, but when it touches warm food it melts and mixes with the food. The waiter who was supposed to bring your food turned out to be a disguised muggle or wizard. But, with some unknown help from inside the palace, he was able to escape. The agent revealed. What kind of poison was it? He inquired. It attacks the brain, sir. It gives a brain hemorrhage and the person dies suddenly due to ruptured veins in the brain. We changed the plates before they even reached you, the agent answered. Any ideas on who it was? Was it the Queen, the unknown help? Magnus asked him straightforwardly. Severus spoke in denial, saying, most likely not. She is not dumb enough to do something like this in her own home. She will be blamed by many. Whoever it is, they probably underestimated your mind, they probably want you to think it's the Queen. Sigh, man, why can't they just attack face to face? He sighed and called Adrian, initiate alert 0. An attempt on my and my family's life was made. You have the permission to knock on any door, search any house or mind you need, go to any corner of the world you need to, I need to know who did it in 24 hours. He ordered on the phone. And so, the nightmare started for a few people who thought their money and power made them supreme. Chapter 335. Adrian knew very well that this was not done by some simple people who just wanted to kill Magnus. It was certainly not done by the royal family since they were the first to get their minds read. About the man who was there as a waiter was still being searched around the country. The waiter whose place the man had taken was searched in the brain for every single moment in his life and nothing was found other than him being hit by something invisible and falling down. This left the guests, and all of them as well got their minds checked, none had anything to do with what just happened. Meanwhile, the cooks were rounded up and their minds were checked, once again, none were found to be behind it. The reason Magnus and his family were given different plates was due to them running out of more similar plates and these were the new designs that came in just a day before. This sent their investigation outside. They looked for the company that made the plates and checked all their people and their packages. Yet, only the ones that were sent to the royal palace were found to be poisoned. What was shocking was that the other plates that were sent to Buckingham Palace didn't have any kind of poison. Only those that Magnus and his family were to be given had it. It left the question, if no one was involved in this from the palace, then how did the specific poison plates reach the Grand family? This was by far the most complex investigation they were facing. And those behind this were surely not normal, this was given. This kind of elaborate planning takes too much money, planning and resources. Still, for Muggle investigations, it may be hard or impossible to find the culprits, but for wizards, there was always a way. Even a small clue could help them find the big clue. And they found one in the factory that manufactured the dye that was used to make engravings on the plates. Only one small bottle of it contained poison in it, and it was found in the dump. After this, they looked for every single employee of the company. There were 5 that had left the company just a day ago that raised their suspicion. But, sadly, they were all found dead. It is possible that only one of them was the lead and others were just decoys to make us waste time. Bring the scene recreation magic experts. Adrian ordered as soon as the bodies were found. The scene recreation magic was something that the company developed and also taught to the Ministry of Magic's Horrors. This involved analyzing every single thing inside the crime scene and checking what moved from its original position. It's very complex and hard to master. But this was also one of the highest earning professions in magical Britain right now. With the help of these wizards, a crime scene could be recreated with magic to understand how things happened, from where the murderer entered and where he went afterwards. Though sadly, they could not find what the murderer looked like. The investigation became a huge spider web, spreading so far and wide that they were having to pour a lot of their resources. Every single clue would lead them to hundreds of other clues and the chain would go on. Out of all these clues, only one would be the real one and all the others would be a decoy. Whoever was behind this clearly knew that wizards would be investigating it, hence, so many fake clues were made. Sadly, Magnus given 24 hours were not enough to end the investigation. When Magnus found out how deep the web went behind this whole assassination attempt, he became angry. The next thing he did was make his family shift to Camelot. What happened, dear? Why are you being so agitated? Why did you suddenly bring us here? Grace asked him. He explained to them what had occurred in the past 24 hours and that he still didn't know who was targeting them. And honestly, this was scarier for him than even Voldemort. Because with Voldemort, he knew who his enemy was and to an extent, he knew what to expect. However, now, he had no idea if they were muggles, if they were wizards or how he should address this problem. Thankfully, Grace and Adam accepted his worries and stayed in Camelot. They understand that with them outside they will always be in danger, and that will make Magnus uneasy. Be careful, Magnus. Tell us whenever you find something. Grace worriedly told him. Don't worry, Mum, I will not go easy this time. I am taking this as if God himself has waged war on me. I will be armed to teeth at all times. He assured her, as he had already learnt the lesson after the Battle of Thousand Beasts. Magnus left to find the real perpetrators behind all this. He asked Merlin for help in this matter since the current magic did not allow anyone to look in the past. But even Merlin's magic didn't allow one to see the past, hence, Magnus was in a pickle. With no major clue found, his time was up and he had to return to Hogwarts. However, the investigation went on. Word was already spreading in the magical circle of major magical countries around the world that an assassination attempt on Magnus and his family was made. All were cooperating now. When the Queen found out about it, she too told all the people she could to cooperate with Meta as much as they could with no questions asked. There was an air of tension circulating around the magical community. They felt uneasy as they didn't know if it was done by Voldemort. However, most elder wizards ruled that out. Voldemort was too proud to do assassination, but they also said that it is possible Voldemort might have changed after his last defeat. Amidst all this, most even forgot that a referendum was taking place in a British overseas territory called Zimbabwe. The referendum didn't make any news and occurred silently. When it was already underway and the votes had been cast, the world was allowed to know that this had happened. As expected, a few called it colonialism 2.0. Many called it the return of imperialism. But, these were only minor independent newspapers. All the major ones were silent on the matter. They would stay silent not because they were fed money, but because they were paid to at least wait before the results come. If the results are in favor, they should say good things and even go do ground reporting. If the result is not in favor, then they can say anything they want. Magnus was busy with finding the assassins, studying and getting stronger. By now, he didn't really have to get stronger as his last battle had proved that he was stronger than a majority of wizards. But what Magnus wanted was absolute strength. So much that none could threaten him. By mid of January, he was given the result of the referendum held in Zimbabwe. But at the same time, Adrian made a very risky move to find the criminals responsible. The ministry also helped in this as they allowed Adrian to use something that they had kept safe, inside the safe house. The instrument sanctioned to be used by Adrian was none other than a time turner. Adrian knew that this move was risky. But he also knew that he was not present at Buckingham Palace when the whole thing took place. Hence, he had the best chance. However, the time turner being used by him was not normal, it was a more ancient one, made by an unknown person and seized by the ministry. To get back to the night of the dinner, he will need to jump a whole 20 days in the past. By the time he comes back, he will be a month older. But this was a trade-off he was ready to make since his honor as an investigator was on the line here. In the controlled and safe environment of the Meta safe house, he jumped back into the past. He faced the first problem, that he could not enter the party looking like this. It would alert Magnus when he calls Adrian later. So, he knocked down a Meta staff member, disguised as kitchen staff and used his hair to add it to a polyjuice. As he was the CEO of Meta, he created all security protocols and secret passwords. So, he easily took entrance to the premises. Inside the kitchen, the first thing he did was put a tracker on every single plate with the same pattern as the ones given to the Grant family. This tracker was in the form of an invisible gel, so anyone who touches this plate will be marked. Then he put magical spy cameras in every single place he could, not leaving any kind of blind spot. However, he still put a marker on every single guest and staff member in the entire palace. Soon, when the food was being taken out, he noticed the plates with patterns as well. They were not the ones he had put his tracking gel on. This made it clear that someone took 6 plates from some secret place. He noticed the waiter that was taking the plates. He had seen the man before a minute ago, but he felt wrong, as his way of walking, his expressions and manner did not match the man from before. He deduced that this man had also used magical means to turn into this. So, he silently came in his way and touched a plate. "Do you need help? Let me carry some for you." But, the man refused with an annoyed face. However, this was enough for Adrian to touch his hand and make contact with his skin. The tracker was placed, it was in his blood now, and unless he dried it completely, he wouldn't get away. But even now, he was wondering how the heck these plates got swapped later with the non-poisonous one. Suddenly, an idea arose in his mind. Could it be that it was me in the first place who stopped the plates? But, then how did this loop even start? This does not make any sense. Now he understood why time turners were kept secret and far away from the general public. It was just too much of a headache. Still, he was scared, he had no idea if it was him or not. And if he made any wrong move, it would mess up everything. Oi, whose plates are those? Bring them over here, I didn't finish cooking yet. The head chef suddenly shouted. This immediately alerted every single Hidden Dragon service, Meta, Army of Merlin, Golden Company, Kingsman members. And boy oh boy, 60% of the entire cooking and catering staff was made up of Magnus security forces. FCK, even the Ministry of Magic had sent 5 Aurors on permanent Magnus security duty, and even the janitor was a wizard from the Order of the Phoenix. Immediately, they all pounced on the man and took away the food and the plates. Soon, they had the confirmation that the plates contained the poison. However, when they went to take the man out of the cell and interrogate him, they found that the man originally whose position the wizard took was there, the true assassin was gone. The 5 guarding wizards were on the ground, unconscious. Adrian did not have much time left, he could not go after the assassin right now. He quickly found the meta agent whose position he took over, implanted new memories in his head of whatever Adrian did concerning the original job. Then, he quickly appeared back inside the safe house in the present time. Immediately, he went out to look at the tracker monitor he had with him to locate the man who was in the palace that day. Magnus, in Hogwarts Castle, received 2 good pieces of news on the same day. Chapter 336. Adrian came directly to visit Magnus in Hogwarts and tell him everything. But, at the same time, Ted was there to tell him other news. We have done it. According to the referendum held in Zimbabwe on December 28, 1974, with 98% of people voting in favor, Zimbabwe has decided to become an extension of England itself. The people of Zimbabwe will be both English and Zimbabweans. You have done it, Magnus. You solved the land problem of our nation. Ted cheered for this news. And that made Magnus happy about it as well. That's good. How is the reaction of politicians and people here? We were quick to control the public narrative. We deliberately made it seem as if the people of the United Kingdom welcomed them. This caused even those who didn't want to welcome them to change their minds. As for the politicians, I can't say it's all good. Some still see overseas territories as colonies and the people there as inferior. I have already told the Prime Minister to address this issue before anything happens. He will be making a public statement soon, telling the world that Zimbabweans are accepted here like our own, and if they face any problem regarding discrimination, then the strongest laws will be applicable. A silent message will be sent to all those in high positions. The Queen will also be making a public speech on live television. What about you, Magnus? Ted asked him for his plans. Knock knock. Adrian went into Magnus' office. I found a major clue. We need to head to Colombia. Magnus and Ted both looked at him with questions. Ted then explained the whole time Turner mission and the new clues about the assassin. The man was hiding in Colombia, it seemed. Magnus quickly got up. Fine, Adrian, call 1,000 wizards for this mission. Also, call the 10,000 men wizard co-op company from Golden Company. We must get this man alive, and whoever comes in our way will die. Magnus quickly got permission to head out of the school. Ragnar also followed, but Magnus didn't allow anyone else. They all used a port key to arrive at an office building owned by Tonks and Tonks. The South American country was a poor one and was one of the playgrounds of the United States. The presence of the American agencies was a lot here, so Magnus called the American president beforehand and informed him about the operation he was going to conduct, and that it was better to keep the Muggle agencies as far away as possible. The next thing they did was crazy. There was a reason why Magnus brought so many wizards. They blocked the entire country's port key and apparition magic. Then they went to find the man in question. The tracker showed he was somewhere deep inside the jungles. On their way, they came across many small and big cocaine factories. They killed all the men inside and destroyed the facility as well as the substance. Magnus was astounded by these drugs being found. How the hell does the US not know about this? It's impossible. Who says they're not involved in this too? They probably take a cut as well. Ragnar snarkily added. Ted, who had the information, told him, a majority of these belonged to a new cartel, called Medellin Cartel, belonging to some upstart wannabe drug king, Pablo Escobar. Transmit my orders to all. Be on the lookout for this Pablo Escobar. If they find him, kill him. Magnus ordered it immediately. Slowly, their journey took them to some ancient ruins. These were most likely pre-Columbus, from the times when the natives of these lands inhabited it. It was in the middle of a forest. "I can feel it, there is magic here," Magnus exclaimed. His words made everyone alert to the surrounding. Soon, they started using revealing charms to find the entrances. There was something hidden inside the ground, that was for sure. After looking for an hour, they found a secret entry. Forcefully entering it, avoiding every single trap, they arrived inside what seemed to be a pretty modern-looking bunker. But, it was too big. There was a big hall with a large round table and chair around. "I think we are dealing with multiple people who are trying to kill you, Magnus." Ted guessed. Magnus frowned, this meant more investigation. "Adrian, where is your tracker pointing?" "It's pointing right here. The man must be around here since it's impossible to get rid of the marker." Adrian muttered and looked around. They knocked on various places on the floor, only to find one small part that didn't feel full. And behold, the man they were looking for. He had cramped himself in that tiny space to save himself. But sad for him, they had the tracker. He was a wizard, so they immediately cut his arms and legs. Then the real interrogation started. After a bit of a nice treatment, the same as Rodolphus, the man spoke like a friend who said he won't reveal your secrets to people. You can't get to them. They are gods in this world. They rule everything, every single country that rises, every famine that occurs, every war that happens, every coup that takes place, it's all their grand plan. Their wealth exceeds most nations' GDPs, they can collectively change governments, borders and, you. And they are SARGH. BAM Ragnar suddenly punched the man in the face and broke a few of his teeth. "What the fuck was that for?" Magnus asked him. Ragnar caressed his fist, just felt like punching him. "The bastard was telling us everything but not what we wanted." "Oi, tell us who they are and what they want." "Hee, you are fools if you think anybody knows their identities. Only they know each other, nobody else knows them. We just follow orders and get paid." The man answered. Magnus sighed, "You're not being much helpful to me, you know." "Fine, I will go good old Dumbledore on you then." The man was named Costello, and he was brain dead now. This is what happens when someone's entire life gets read in a second with every single detail being focused on. "HSSS, Team King, come in." Adrian spoke through the magical wireless and got the information. He told everyone, "It seems we did well by coming here. Pablo Escobar just got killed by our men. Not just him, they found many more drug lords. All are dead now." Magnus nodded, "Good. Let's head back. I think I have an idea on how to deal with this so-called secret society now." Unknown location. A grand council was held of the entire order of the Illuminati. The name of the group was not what they gave, it was given by the world for some reason. They had initially named themselves the Order of Eyes. The meeting was special today, since they had underestimated Magnus. They had no idea about Magnus' true strength all this time, and now they were finding that he was probably alone stronger than all of them combined. Possibly not in money but everything else. The organization was top secret in the world. There were about 20 members, and among them, 5 were the heads. These 5 were extremely old people who had stayed alive with the help of various magical means. "We have started this, then we must end this. If the naive prince does not join us, then it's better to deal with him." There was a common discussion occurring as they tried to find a way to deal with the current mess. "It's not as easy, he also has enough firepower to destroy any nation in the world." Raya. All of a sudden a loud roar resounded, so heavy that the room felt like shaking. Everyone in the room felt their hearts tremble in fear, knowing this can't be a good sign. Beep beep. Immediately the emergency protective measures got activated, signaling that an intruder was trying to get inside. Boom. WASR. A plethora of sounds came from outside, as they all huddled inside the room with all its walls and doors made of metal. A few men were screaming in frenzy, as they were wizards and yet could not apparate away. Bam. Finally, the metal walls started to show dents from the other side. They only increased. With each loud thump, the metal walls would cave in more and more. Their hearts were in their mouths with anxiety and fear. This was the problem with the most powerful and rich people, they feared death a lot. Boom. Then finally, for huge claws penetrated the walls and sliced a hole in the wall. Soon, amidst the cloud of dust, one shadow entered. "Hello, everyone. Won't you welcome me?" Magnus it was, with his answer of how to deal with powerful people. And the answer was, absolute strength. Chapter 337. Magnus entered the room full of 20-odd people. There were men and women. Then on one side, there was a small stage on which 5 chairs were set. "Dad, move aside, let me see too," a loud demonic voice rumbled. Magnus chuckled and moved in. Then, shocking the people, giant claws tore open a hole in the wall. And then appeared the monstrosity, a dragon, like never seen before. All black with shining scales, yellow shining eyes filled with a sense of intelligence. Even his breath was enough to make some pee in their pants. "Ugh, there are just humans, Dad. I thought they would be some monsters." Duck complained. "My dear Duck, often, monsters don't show themselves in the open. They hide under human skins. Did you not see Voldemort's photo? He was a human like these once." Magnus taught his boy. "Really? Then, will they too become like him?" he asked. "No, Duck, they are probably worse than even Voldemort. That's what I am getting from seeing those 5. Magnus replied, glancing at the 5 people who sat on the elevated stage. They were most likely the bosses of all these folks. Magnus did recognize a few of them. They were all big businessmen, though most others were new faces. The ones sitting at the stage were shockingly ancient people who should have been dead by official accounts. Starting from the left, it was John D. Rockefeller, widely considered the wealthiest American of all time and the richest person in modern history, who died in 1937. To his right was an unknown man. But, to his right, in the center, it was the guy that was the obsession of Hollywood. Adolf Hitler himself, wearing normal clothes and now with a bigger mustache. Supposed to have died in 1945. "Aren't you supposed to be dead?" Magnus asked the man. "Nobody ever found my body. Is there any photograph of it anywhere?" Hitler proudly revealed. Magnus sighed, "Tell me, do you really have just one ball?" "Arschloch, no, that's a lie spread by Americans." Hitler cursed. Magnus smirked, Duck also smirked and spoke, "Dad, he surely has only one ball. Why else would he get so angry?" Then, it was the next man, and this time Magnus felt somewhat surprised. "Rasputin? What the hell are you doing here? You aren't even rich." Rasputin, who now had a bun on his head and wore glasses, fixed them with his finger and replied, When you're the lover of the Russian queen, you run the Russian Empire. And did you really use a love potion on her?" Magnus inquired. He sneered, "Only the weak use that. It was my charm and my moves in the bed that seduced her. She was sweet as honey, goddamn Lenin and his Bolsheviks, motherfuckers killed her." Magnus wondered if this guy even knew the condition he was in right now, as it was no time to dream about a dead woman. Magnus then asked the other 2 who he didn't recognize. "And who are you 2? The first one spoke proudly, "I am Mayor Amschel Rothschild, founder of Rothschild family and the oldest among us." Mayor spoke with pride. Magnus scratched his head, "Aren't you a Jew? Why are you working with Hitler?" Mayor chuckled, You think it was him who decided the extermination? It was all of us combined who decided it. And it was a test for Hitler for his membership in our secret order." Magnus was left speechless at that. These people were peak heartless. No wonder the world was getting crazier and worse each day. After this, the last guy voiced, "I am the great Leopold II, King of the Belgians." I cray. He was interrupted by curses from Magnus. "Woh, hold it, you're that guy. I read about you in history. Is he a famous man?" Duck asked him. "Of course, he is one a great bastard, famous for the worst reasons. He used the Conference of Berlin in 1884 to acquire the Congo region of Africa. He established a private company under the guise of a nation called the Congo Free State. Can you believe it, he owned the entire country as private property, not like colonies of other empires like the British and French. This guy alone had complete rule over it. He exercised full control of the country as head of the private organization and used a private force of soldiers, tax collectors, and gangs to gather up the ivory and rubber resources of the region for the sake of profit. His troops forced locals into slave labor collecting ivory, and later rubber, for the company to sell. Laborers who didn't meet quotas were killed, families of laborers were held as collateral to ensure workers performed up to expectations, and hands were chopped off as proof that underperformers were executed. You know, at the time Leopold established the Congo Free State, Africa's population was estimated to have been between 90 and 130 million. Under his control, some 10 to 22 million people were murdered. Later, European countries finally forced him to cede the Congo Free State to the government of Belgium in 1908, but he would never answer for his crimes. He died as the wealthiest man in Europe and spent his massive profits on yachts, homes, and teenage prostitutes. No wonder he sits in this organization, he's as rich and scummy as they come. Magnus taught Duck about the history of this evil man. Duck also felt disgusted, and they call me a monster, humph. Magnus chuckled, hee hee, don't worry now, Duck. Their days are limited. This alerted all of them. Hitler spoke, or say cried, Magnus, hee hee, we did not want to kill your family. It was a test for you, and you have passed it. You found us. Wonderful. Yes, now you can join us and rule the world and bang as many chicks as you want, no matter how famous or powerful, Rasputin added. You want Africa? I just heard you took Zimbabwe, I like your tactics. Maybe we can cooperate. Leopold too said. Magnus spat on the floor, I'd rather kill myself by drinking acid than join you all. Our interests don't align. I do what I do for the better of the world, you do what you do for the betterment of yourselves. Goodbye. He started to move away from the room. Then 100 men entered, all wearing wizard robes. They were men from Meta. Whoosh. One after another spells flew around, paralyzing every single person. Then, forced legilimency was performed on them, all their memories, from their birth to now were taken and then stored in the form of memory strands. Each person now had a crate named after them with orderly and date-wise memories stored. Though when it came to Hitler and other old monsters, Magnus had to do it himself, since they had too many memories. This whole activity lasted 3 entire days. The people were kept hungry. And once they were done, all the crates were sent to Camelot with Dobby. Not even Adrian knew where these went and he didn't ask any questions. He was told that they will be copied and a copy of each will be given to Meta to compile a report on all of them. However, for the members of the Illuminati, or the Order of Eyes as they called, this was not the end. It was just the start of their end. Soon, only Magnus and Duck were left standing at the entrance. Slowly, Magnus took a few steps back and ordered, Duck, toast them. No. Wait. Please. GRAAW, Duck happily obliged and sent his flames. They could melt steel, what were bones and flesh. So, with horrifying screams and curses, they all died. The world was finally free from secret manipulators. But Magnus knew he needed to fill the void or someone else would. Though his ways would be different. I think, it's about time the Round Table and Order of Merlin went global. The threat was over, the people who were after Magnus and his family were dead themselves. Magnus had sent a strong message to all the secret societies and wizards in the world, that if they come after him, they died, simple. However, the world had no idea how great Magnus' deeds were. He had saved the world from many financial crises, wars and famines. But they were indeed celebrating something. It was Magnus' anti-depression medicine. The revolutionary thing had completed its trials pretty quickly and was available for emergency usage. This simply means, use it at your own risk, for now, we're still experimenting with it. California, LA. Depression was a disease in the Hollywood industry. There could be many causes for it, not getting work, incomplete dreams, being forced by some casting director to sleep with him, not having enough money, unable to get better at acting. There were millions of things and no solution to it. Like many, there was Clint Eastwood, a veteran and famous actor. He wanted to get rid of his cowboy actor image, but was unable to as all the non-cowboy serious movies he made flopped. Then came depression. But he was wealthy, and getting a hold of Cheerflex tablets was not hard. He tried it, and shockingly he felt better. In just a week, he was as pumped as on the day he got his first role. He told others, word spread, the stores made good money by selling them, and soon enough, Magnus was unofficially crowned the Doctor of Hollywood. Magnus didn't even know about this, as he just didn't care. He made movies, that was all the interest he had in showbiz. However, Magnus didn't know that it was being circulated in magical Britain as well. And the ones using it the most were those deemed as subhuman species to get rid of their sadness. It was a reintroduction to the dark side of the magical world yet again. Chapter 338. Within a few days, Magnus reviewed the report about the Illuminati. The first thing he looked for was their combined wealth. And boy oh boy, it was crazy. God, $200 billion. This is madness, about 1 trillion in today's economy. They had it spread across their countless companies, land, properties, cars, gold, and cash. When Ragnar heard this, his eyes nearly popped out. What? Hell! This is madness. Magnus shrugged. They did accumulate this wealth in a long span of decades. Now, we are just going to eat all of this up. But, we cannot let the world know that I own all these companies. What are you going to do with all this money? Ragnar inquired. Well, my brother. This money belongs to the entire world. Slowly, I will do things across everywhere. In each country where I will gain influence, I will use this money. Magnus planned for it. Magnus, Ragnar, come now. It's time for dinner. Grace called the two. She and Adam had returned now and they were just told that a secret organization of wealthy people was targeting them. They were not told who was in it. Both of them left what they were doing to spend time with family. They'd have to return to school the next day as this was not really a holiday. The year 1975 was important for many. Magnus was going to enter the 5th year of his school and take the OWLs. He knew he was going to ace them, all except the potions exam. Not that he was interested in the subject. The British wizarding world had calmed down by now and no murders occurred. The Death Eater menace was gone as they were hiding or running away from Ministry's neutralizer squads. The Muggle world was good too. Magnus Hospital had signed many contracts with countries in the European community. They had also advertised their hospitals in the United States, and many customers were coming from there since healthcare was pretty expensive there as the government had left the entire industry in the hands of the capitalists with no oversight and full-blown lobbying ongoing. About Zimbabwe, there was much going on. The infrastructural projects were already going on there. Now, railway lines were also being laid around the country for better trade. Most of the mines were inside the country, and another problem was the lack of port. Zimbabwe was a landlocked country. So an offer was made to Mozambique, a country east of Zimbabwe. They offered to lay a railway line from Zimbabwe to a new port that they would develop. This would open the sea routes to Zimbabwe. This also gave Magnus a reason to make sure Mozambique does not face any stupid coups and it's also relatively stable and prosperous. Soon, the current parliament of Zimbabwe will dissolve and new elections will be held. All parties will compete, even those from the UK. While in the Asian region, the small Himalayan country of Bhutan was seeing Magnus' sincerity. 5 hydroelectric dams were already in construction, and huge windmill farms were also in development. This was a crucial development as there were going to be many new industries in the country soon and all of them would need electricity. At the same time, a few railway lines were also being constructed. Bhutan, being in the cradle of the Himalayas, faced a high level of danger from earthquakes. Hence, all these projects were being made extra strong. But for Emery's construction, this was not much of a challenge as magic was one heck of a thing. Roads, railways and highways were being constructed. All this would seem pointless for now, but later these will be the lifelines of the nation. While the capital of the country was being replaced and reconstructed to make way for larger streets, bigger parks and tall buildings. For a city that was going to be the economic center, it was a must. But Magnus had also told his experts to start brainstorming on how to sort out the biggest regional conflicts, India and Pakistan. It was a common fact that the people of these two nations didn't hate each other, instead, the hatred was superficial, constructed by political parties so they can rally public opinion easily. Their biggest cause for the problem was the region of Kashmir. The conflict started after the independence of India from Britain. When India was being unified, with princely states signing to join the Union of States, Jammu and Kashmir, a princely state was also offered. The biggest problem was, the king of that state was a Hindu, while the majority population was Muslim. Still, the king in 1947 acceded his state to the Dominion of India. Well, Pakistan didn't like it. Then, in 1947, a war erupted, which divided the region after the ceasefire. But then, in 1963, Pakistan ceded a part of Kashmir to China. This was a stupid move as it made the already complex situation worse as they involved a third party. But what Magnus found a headache was the 1965 war between these two. At that time, Afghanistan was seen as important by the United States, and for that, Pakistan was a regional partner. So when the war started, the United States and the United Kingdom openly supported Pakistan, supplying them weapons. This pushed India towards the Soviets. Then, in 1971, another war erupted. This time West Pakistan was cut off and made a new country, called Bangladesh. This time, too, the US made an even bigger decision. Nixon ordered the US Navy's 7th Fleet, led by the USS Enterprise nuclear-powered aircraft carrier into the Bay of Bengal, to threaten India to withdraw its offensive. In response, India asked the Soviets for help, and the Soviet Navy dispatched nuclear submarines and other surface ships to trail the 7th Fleet Task Force 74. Of course, the United Kingdom supported the US and had sent a carrier as well. Now, for India, a country that gained its independence from Western powers after 200 years of struggle, how would they react to all this hostility? Of course, they would shut themselves off and rather choose to cooperate with the Soviets. This was, however, hurting India, as their socialist policies were just destroying their own country. And therein lies the headache. After the 1971 loss, even Pakistan stopped trusting the US. So now, both countries are against the West. So, solving the conflict between these countries was extremely hard. The US and the UK had already smothered their images in these two nations that they would never trust them again. Bhutan only agreed because it was Magnus dealing with it. But the same can't happen with these two nations as they were not run by a king. Ted came to him with one proposal that may be able to resolve the conflict of the region without a war. Why not just turn the whole Kashmir region into an SEZ? This will not only turn the region prosperous but provide money to both sides. They will have all the time to reach a peaceful solution after that. Ted suggested. But Magnus shrugged, I like your suggestion. But they hate us, so why would they accept this suggestion? Don't forget, they hate the British. The botched-up boundaries between the two countries we drew caused the world's biggest human migration, causing 200,000 to 2 million deaths, 10 to 20 million displaced. Those who died, their children and grandchildren are still alive there, and they hate us. The only way we can move into that region is if we show our sincerity in Bhutan, and stop any more conflicts between the two countries in the future, instead of taking sides. What about the US? What if they ask us to support them? Ted asked him. Magnus sighed, no more. The United Kingdom will not participate in any wars that the US plans to enter, not unless we see a reason to as well. It's about time we stop blindly following them. Ted nodded and got up to leave. Fine, I will get the message passed to the Prime Minister. Hogwarts was boring in the 4th year. Magnus felt that ever since last year's major war, everyone had mellowed down a bit. The enemies were now scared of making a move against him. This left him as a normal school kid, just a bit overpowered. Magnus. Why didn't you take me along? I wanted to help. Emma complained when he returned to the school. And then what? Beat them with your broom? Don't worry about me. I've dealt with everything just fine. Ragnar can tell you about it. Magnus shrugged and focused on the food. Ragnar started, of course, our little dragon, Magnus, was brave and stunning. He dealt with the enemies gracefully like a beautiful bird hunting for prey. Cough, I'm not a maiden, describe me as awesome. Magnus objected. Sure, so our little beautiful magnificent fabulous dragon butchered more than a dozen people, burnt them to crispness as they wailed in their shrieking cries, and then he took everything they owned. He blurted. Emma and Severus dumbly stared at the two. Severus coughed, that sounds like a description of a psychotic mass murderer. Chapter 339. The 4th year of Magnus ended with peace and calmness. Nothing mad happened and everything was peaceful. No dark wizard tried to kill him, instead, many of them were caught. Nocturne Alley was now not a stronghold of the dark wizards, it was just a market where things were sold under the watchful eyes of the ministry. Yes, they didn't stop the shops from selling the dangerous items, instead only made them abide by the policy of registering names and addresses of all wizards who buy the items. The banned items, on the other hand, were once again banned and made it criminal to have them in possession. This at least reduced the crimes to some extent. Also, magical accidents, since most of these were caused by novice wizards trying to prove themselves. This year, Magnus let others win the Student of the Year award because he had noticed that his fellow schoolmates had even stopped trying to win the award. He didn't want them to lose motivation. So when this time a girl from Ravenclaw won, many were surprised. House Cup however was still won by Slytherin, and it was one place Magnus would never compromise and let others win, as this was a matter of their collective house honor. What are you going to do this summer break, Magnus? Emma asked him. Magnus shrugged, I will stay at home all 60 coming days and play with my siblings. I have decided to dedicate this entire summer to them. He said. The three had become 5 years old by now and had started walking and speaking to some extent. He hated that he could not be around them for half a year and that was costing him the delicate and important bonding time. He had 3 cute little angel-like siblings for God's sake, if he couldn't even spare time for them then it's better to just kill himself, he thought. Ah, I want to come and play as well. Can I? Emma asked him with shining eyes. Sure, you can come. Sev can also come. Maybe we can study together, I can teach a few charms to you too. He suggested. It's set then, I will go home and say bye to my dad and come to you. She decided happily. Ragnar had the same plans, he would spend time with the three to at least imprint himself in their memories. Boom. All of a sudden a firecracker exploded in front of Magnus' face, blackening it and turning his hair pink. Ha ha ha. Gryffindor 4 laughed loudly and pointed at Magnus. Sirius was especially being overly dramatic, ha ha ha, we got him, boys. The slithering little dragon of Slytherin lost. Magnus scoffed and replied with a smirk, I recommend you look at your own pants first. All four of them instinctively looked down, and to their horror, they felt their pants were wet. Soon enough the yellow-colored smelly water spread around on the ground, alerting the other Gryffindor students. EWWWW, one of them shouted and jumped onto his seat. What is this smell? A girl screeched and pressed her nose with fingers. It's them. Look, their shoes look wet. A guy shouted, pointing fingers at the awkwardly sitting Gryffindor 4. The crazier part was that the fake pee was still leaking and spreading around. It was also smelly. Magnus laughed, ha ha ha, they wet their pants. Ragnar joined, man, they are so scared of you. Severus couldn't stay behind either now as James was here being shamed, such immature babies. Not even able to control their bladders. I guess they should get potty training from their mums again. Well, this was critical damage. Any school-going student has two biggest fears, finding themselves naked in the middle of a classroom, and wetting themselves in the middle of the classroom. They just faced their second worst fear. This time, Magnus didn't even spare Remus as he was laughing with his friends before. They all looked madly embarrassed now. They couldn't even say it wasn't their fault as their pants were wet and it was smelly. They just glared at Magnus who was smiling and waving at them. Emma chuckled, they are so unlucky, today is the last day of the semester, so if they want revenge they will have to do it next semester, 2 months later. Magnus laughed, I doubt they have such a long memory span. No problem, we can make them wet themselves again and refresh their memory on the first dinner hall, right in front of all the first years. Ragnar evilly suggested. And man, it sure was evil to shame them on the first day of school. Si choo choo. The train arrived at the platform. When Magnus got out of the carriage, he found a few people, mostly young and old girls holding Magnus posters. They started cheering and screaming as soon as they saw him. Magnus frowned, what is this? How did they enter here? Ha ha ha, my friend, they are not outsiders, look there, Ragnar pointed to the side. Looking there, Magnus laughed madly, wahaha, that's James' mother, right? Even she is cheering for me. Lily's sister too, Severus added. When Magnus noticed, he nearly vomited, ugh, I need to clean my eyes with acid, she just sent a flying kiss to me. I will chop that bitch's lips out. Emma angrily roared. Magnus quickly held her by her shoulder, calm down, crazy girl, calm down. She is no threat to you. You are a billion times prettier than her. Ah really? She blushed, her attitude changing in an instant. Magnus nodded, come on, go home and look at yourself. I can already tell that you're already pretty and soon will become smoking hot. So stop fretting about other girls. I'm so happy. Emma shrieked in an excited voice and hugged him. Magnus, too, for the first time got red-faced. The reason was that he felt something soft touching his chest. Shit, stay down, little dragon, stay down, he cursed himself. Today was the day when he finally realized and accepted that Emma was growing into a fine woman. Though he still didn't know if he was going to date her in the future. She was an amazing friend, but love, he scoffed at that. He could not afford to love, as that would take much of his time away that he could spend doing other important things for the country, for the world. Aw, my little munchkins are back. Grace ruffled their heads and hugged the living heck out of them. Both Ragnar and Magnus were already nearing her height of 6 feet. Magnus was actually already 6 feet, and Ragnar was 6 feet 1 inch. Grace only had her high heels to thank. Just behind Grace, they saw 3 little babies walking on 2 feet like zombies, slowly and carefully. But they looked excited to see the two and their eyes showed it. Maximus was most loved by Ragnar, so he ran to him while calling him, RRA, RRAG. Well, saying Ragnar was not easy, so this was acceptable. Fawning over him like an excited teenage girl, Ragnar hugged him tight and showered him with kisses. Meanwhile, Aurelia and Clementia walked towards Magnus. Mag. Magnus felt like an arrow shot through his heart. The two were too damn cute in their little clothes. He ran up to them and scooped them in his arms. Oma, my little sisters. I brought you presents. The two tilted their heads like puppies in question. Prez. All of a sudden, Ragnar's face paled. He looked at Magnus in fear. He had forgotten a present for Maximus. Haha, don't worry, my brother. I got you covered. Now, call me, Great Supreme Lord Magnus the Great, and I shall provide you with what you desire. Magnus boastfully demanded with his chin held high. Fuck. Ragnar cursed inside and bit his lips. Fine, Great Supreme Lord Magnus the Great, provide me what I need. Here you go. Magnus put a small packet on his plan. Ragnar opened it and found a capsule packet. What the heck is it? Capsules for vitamin B12. Magnus nodded smartly. Yes, my dear brother. Vitamin B12 is very important for our brain. Its deficiency causes one to become slower in the head. Take these twice a day and you won't forget anything ever. Bam. Ragnar angrily threw it away. You know what I wanted. Magnus chuckled and handed him another box, this time bigger. Fine, don't scare the little ones with your screeching. Soon, the two gave the three their presents. They tried to open the boxes excitedly with their clumsy hands. But their weak fingers were not good enough. He soon gave them the opened packages. Waa, pretty. They exclaimed at the same time in synchronization. The two received big Barbie dollhouse sets. They quickly hugged the dolls and cherished them. Meanwhile, Ragnar gave Maximus a miniature car in which he could paddle. He had in fact already started using it and driving it on Magnus and Ragnar's toes. Though Magnus quickly put anti-collision wards on it, so it won't hurt Maximus' two sisters and parents. As the three played, Ragnar and Magnus stood together, watching them. This is heaven, Magnus said. Indeed, a cute little heaven of our own. Ragnar agreed with the feeling. Chapter 340. Dad, I'm leaving home. I don't know when I will be back. Emma packed her bags and started leaving her home. Mr. Whitehorn, with a shocked face, stood up. He looked at his wife and asked, Dear, did I hear it right or my ears are ringing? She smiled, You heard it right. Ting. The spoon fell from his hands and he stood up, dashing towards Emma and hugging her. No. Don't leave your papa, Emma. Please, are you angry at me? Emma blankly stood there in confusion. Dad, I'm just going to Magnus' house to play. I will return later. Blink blink. Mr. Whitehorn looked back at his wife, who was chuckling. He asked, So you're not leaving us? Emma shook her head. Well, you still haven't given the company to me, so I won't. Cough. Mr. Whitehorn's eyes widened. I am never giving it to you then. Fine, I won't return home then. Emma started leaving. Where must I sign? He jumped. At home, Magnus spent his time doing what he planned to do before, playing with his cute little siblings. Severus and Emma came to play as well and they tried hard to make them remember their names. Then came Bobby from his busy schedule. He tried to leave time during the summer season to hang out with Magnus and friends. They were his only good friends after all. And finding new friends after getting rich and famous was the toughest thing out there. They sat outside under the bright sun and soaked up some good old vitamin D. The little gremlins were playing around with Chad and Summer. Okay, you three, you must remember my name. It is Brandon. Now say, Brandon. Bobby tried to teach them. Brah. Clementia, black-haired one, tried to speak. Brah. The other two also followed. Bobby frowned. No, it's not Brah. It's Brandon. Clementia suddenly noticed Magnus in the background winking at her. As if she remembered something, she proudly blurted, Bobby. Oh. Bobby quickly turned around and shouted at Magnus, You taught her. Whistling. Magnus looked away and started to act innocent. Let's go everyone, we're going to the zoo. Everyone quickly picked the babies in their arms and headed out. Today, the zoo was closed and it was the perfect day to visit the place in private. Magnus had to just donate some money to them. Beep beep. Two tinted glass Rolls-Royce silver shadows awaited them in the driveway. They quickly got in, avoiding Bobby's angry shouts and headed out. Bobby had his own car, so he followed in that. Of course, he had a driver. They couldn't wait to officially be 17 and be able to drive the many awesome vintage cars they had. Only Grace was with them, as Adam had to go to work. Grace had meanwhile retired from the army at the rank of lieutenant general. She wanted to focus on her children as well as the new giant hospital Magnus had opened. She was not just the chairman of the Grace Heart Center but also one of the 10 board members of the Mother Grace Hospital Management and Planning Committee. Adam meanwhile remained in the army as he wanted to give the country a message that their royals were actively working for the nation. It was evident as his new technologies in batteries, motors and propulsion were helping the defense industry. However, he was also getting the idea of retiring and joining FT Motors and Future Tech Defense, the automotive and defense production subsidiaries of Future Tech Industries. Magnus stopped him, that he should at least remain until he joins the army officially and gets announced as the Crown Prince. Anyway, their trip to the zoo started with a lot of fun. Magnus spearheaded and let the 3 little kids meet all the animals they wanted. "Don't worry, I'm basically a Disney princess, I have a way with animals. Wait, I will call that elephant here, he will give us a ride." Magnus told his friends and family and raised his hands. He respectfully called, "Hello there, my big friend." Quickly, 3 elephants came running to them, 2 big and 1 was a baby. They were curious and alert at the start, sensing danger from Magnus. But when Magnus talked to them and told them he was a friend, they warmed up to him. Next followed a happy giggle on the back of the elephants. They helped them get on them with their trunks, then even gave them a nice shower of water. Meanwhile, the baby elephant also enjoyed playing carefully with them. The whole day, they clicked a lot of pictures. Meow. That was when Chad spoke up. He pointed his paws at another enclosure. "What? Do you want to go there? Then let's go." Grace moved. She treated Chad no different than her children. Soon, when they arrived at the place to watch, Magnus fawned over the creatures. Look at that big cat, it's a panther. So cute with his shiny black fur. Chad, they are probably your ancestors." Chad looked at the panther with awe and the panther did the same. Seeing this, Magnus simply jumped inside, much to the shock of zoo workers. However, as soon as he reached the panther, it acted like a little house cat and showed the belly to get some rubs. "Huh, you're a good boy." Grr, the panther growled in happiness. Magnus' dragon blood had the ability to suppress all animals and make them his pets, that was what Magnus knew. And if his blood was from the same breed Duck belonged to, then it was understandable. In Duck's presence, these zoo animals would have probably died of a heart attack. Meow, Chad came running to him and sat down on the panther's back like some king. Technically speaking, Chad was smarter than these big cats, so it was possible that he was superior to them. Can I really touch him?" Grace asked him. "Sure, just go ahead. He knows he's dead meat if he harmed you in any way," Magnus assured her. Soon, Grace was having fun ruffling the soft fur of the panther. Never in her life, she thought she'd get so close to such a ferocious animal. Meanwhile, the entire zoo staff was stunned and rubbing their eyes. Many just accepted the fact that indeed, Magnus was like a Disney princess. 2 months passed. In these days, all Magnus did was play with his family, bond with his siblings, train and do calculations. What calculations? Well, the amount of money he was shilling on dozens of mega infrastructure projects could not be done without planning. There was supposed to be a feasibility study to understand if that plan would even help. So he worked with the feasibility study department of Emery's construction and planned. The bullet train network in the UK was a go, since the UK was even smaller than Japan, though not anymore. There was one less country on the UN list now. About 40% of Zimbabweans had already left their country and moved to the UK to enjoy life in developed cities. While many British who loved nature went to Zimbabwe. Anyway, a lot of people will be moving to and from since a lot of infrastructure was going to be built in Zimbabwe, meaning more jobs. Though a majority of it will be planned development with nature in mind. Other than this, Magnus also shortlisted the next target overseas territories to incorporate into their territory. The few main targets were 1. Brunei, an overseas territory, just 5,765 kilometers per sq big. It was surrounded by Malaysia and faces the South China Sea. It currently had a population of only 161,000. Making it much easier to manipulate and teach about the ways of modern society. 2. Belize, a Latin American, self-governing colony of Britain. It was renamed Belize from British Honduras in 1973. Belize had a population of just 133,000 with a land area of 22,000 square kilometers. It shares land borders with Mexico and Guatemala. It faces the Caribbean Sea, but it would also bring Magnus very close to Cuba, a country that holds communist ideas. In fact, many countries in South America were communist lovers, that's why the US was so hard on them. But it was full circle, they loved communism because the US was hard on them. Now, the main problem here was that the people were Roman Catholics. While Magnus was a Protestant and was supposed to be the head of the Church of England, aka Protestant Church, once he sits on the throne. Still, he could solve these problems once people start making money and prosper, they stop believing in a religion that much. And with Magnus' hidden ways, it was his aim to keep religion restricted to just being a mental salvation and not allow it to dictate the way of life. It was applicable to all religions. There were some more very small islands around the world with tiny populations. They will be much easier to get. Other than this, if he gets the deal in Africa done, the UK will have sizable land and its presence will be felt around the world since they will quite literally be everywhere. Magnus went back to school, 5th year had started and it was going to be a wild one. Why? Well, prefects get selected from 5th years. In his seat at the dinner in the Great Hall, he chuckled with an evil face, hee, once I become the prefect, I shall have unlimited power. Mwahaha. Ragnar shrugged, though he was jealous, what's so special about that? Magnus smugly answered, well, for starters, we get a special bathroom, much grand and luxurious. I can take house points away from houses. I could give detentions as a form of punishment. I will be the big boss, and since the prefects of the 6th and 7th years, and the head boy and head girl are my lackeys, I shall be the king of Slytherin. Mohahaha. Severus scoffed, don't bask too much in that glory, once a prefect misuses their authority too much, they can get their position revoked. Magnus patted Severus back, come on, don't be a party pooper. Besides, if Lucius could be the head boy with all the crap he pulled, why can't I, an innocent little boy, have some fun? It scares me that you are comparing yourself to that animal, Severus added. Magnus suddenly mellowed down, damn, you're right. But you pooped the party. Now as the tradition says, you gotta eat pancakes. I was just stating facts. Severus protested. This was a tradition against him, that whenever he says something unfriendly or mood-destroying he's punished by eating his most hated dish, pancakes. Oh, you were. Right, Ragnar and Emma? Magnus gathered support. Yes, he did poop the party a bit. Emma nodded. Ragnar too, absolutely. You poopy boy, Severus. Eat that pancake shit now. Magnus angrily glared at Ragnar, how dare you call that holy gift from the gods, shit. Ragnar uninterestedly shrugged, pass. Pancakes are like soggy flavorless sponges to be fair. They are what I say, shit. You're pushing it, bother. Gilderoy Lockhart. Professor McGonagall's voice echoed. Magnus calmed down, the ceremony is starting. I hope we get a nice one in our house, not that flowery boy, what's he wearing? Roses on his pockets? Slytherin. That damn dirty hat, I'm gonna burn it today. Magnus cursed immediately. Chapter 341. 1.5 years ago, when Magnus had just won the battle against Voldemort and the werewolves, his name was spread far and wide. There were many little kids who got inspiration from him. One of them was a little boy, Gilderoy Lockhart. He was born to a Muggle man and a witch, and had 2 elder sisters, both of whom were squibs. Lockhart's mother loved him more than any of his siblings, and this, combined with the revelation of his wizardry and acceptance into Hogwarts, caused his vanity to grow like a tenacious weed. He and his mother forgot, in their excitement, that Hogwarts was a school for all British and Irish wizards. When he read about Magnus and how awesome he was, Gilderoy felt that he wanted the same thing, since he was so fabulous and a genius in magic. So at the ceremony, when the hat was near Hatstall, confused whether to send him to Slytherin or not, Gilderoy asked to be sent to the Slytherin, so he can prove himself more of a genius than Magnus. However, he had hoped to be greeted by whispers and stares, as in his mind he was already a fully fledged genius with an exceptional magical prowess. The fact that he was merely ordinary, that more talented and gifted children were there, and that nobody was particularly impressed by his naturally wavy hair, disappointed him. In his mind, he was the greatest wizard to ever exist in history. Sadly for him, his life was going to be one big pile of disappointment. Inside the Great Hall, as soon as he was announced to go to the Slytherin, all Slytherins made disappointed noise, as they didn't want this mankind's mistake with them. But then Gilderoy walked straight to Magnus. Everyone thought it would be to get an autograph or something. But, the boy proved he was stupid through and through. "Mr. Pendragon, I will show you and everyone that I am the greatest wizard to ever live. It is I, the great Gilderoy Lockhart's promise." "Humph," he proclaimed loudly and moved to his seat. Magnus was frozen, with one spoonful of pancake in his mouth, showing his bulging cheek. PFFFFT, Ragnar blew out the fruit juice he was drinking. Not just him, most of the students and a few teachers had the same reaction. Was it not foolish to challenge him? Magnus was world-renowned to be the best when it came to charms, and overall his power was sometimes said to be equal to Dumbledore, if not more. Magnus looked left and right. Was he talking to me? I'm afraid he was. Emma nodded. Degradation of Slytherin has started. Severus gloomily said. Well, he's going to be in our territory. We can always beat some senses into him. Right? Ragnar carelessly replied and continued to eat his favorite chicken. Magnus shrugged. Whatever, he's in the first year. He's a naughty boy and won't get my special notes that all juniors get. Well, Gilderoy just isolated himself by showing his hostility to Magnus. Magnus was the king of Slytherin. Also loved by all the houses as his policies helped everyone. Anyway, let's get going. Magnus got up to leave the great hall after the dinner was over and teachers started to leave. The next morning, at 6 a.m. in the morning, just before everyone woke up, Chad was having a bad dream while sleeping on his favorite bed, Ragnar's face. Inside his dream. Boy. Meow. Boy. You dumb pussycat. You are in the presence of the god of cats, Hats. Bow to me and pray. A large gray cat with a huge grin appeared. Meow meow. Chad spoke. Bam. The huge gray cat slapped Chad. No. I am not your future wife, you dumb stupid cat. I am your species god. I have come here to give you divine command. You have spoiled the name of my species. Despite being so smart and powerful, you have put yourself as a servant to humans. You need to rise against them. Moo. Chad angrily shouted. His meaning was simple: I love Mum Grace, the little kids and Magnus. Hats nodded. Well, it's fine if it's them. But no other human should have your love. You are a mighty cat. Bringer of chaos. So bring chaos. Meow mew. Chad saluted with complete faith. Whoosh, then the giant cat suddenly disappeared and immediately Chad woke up. Meow meow meow. He started to cry loudly. Ragnar jolted up in anger. Fuck. It was you? No wonder I suffocate while sleeping these days. Go away. He threw him away at Magnus. Moo. It was as if he was on some kind of a drug. He madly tried to bite Magnus' arm. In a sleepish and tired manner, Magnus woke up and looked at the arm. It was half in Chad's jaws. Magnus smacked his face. You want your balls chopped, boy? Chad's eyes now had panic in them and he wondered if biting the hand that feeds him was the best thing to do. He immediately concluded that this was not a good idea. His fangs had not penetrated Magnus' skin, so he retracted his mouth and softly licked the marks. Meow. Go away. Bother Severus, not me. Anyway. Wake up, peasants. I am headed to the prefect's special bathroom. Magnus picked up his towel and toothbrush. Wait, you're not prefect yet. Ragnar woke up quickly. Magnus smugly smiled and showed them his badge. I received one from the head boy last night. Bye-bye. Ragnar cursed once he was gone. Fuck. Why do they get a special bathroom? Why are the normal bathrooms made to look like they are meant to discourage us from using them? Maybe the teachers just don't know about it. I bet they have pretty clean bathrooms for themselves. Severus suggested. That's it. That's the reason. I'm going to Professor Slughorn. If he wants to use my name to boast around, he better give me everything I want. Ragnar also left angrily. Magnus entered the special bathroom on the 5th floor. When he entered, he saw two ways, one left and one right. Ah, Magnus? Emma's voice came. He turned around and saw Emma, in her bathing robes. Thankfully, they covered everything from her neck to toe. What are you doing here? He asked. Well, I became the girl prefect. What? You thought only you will get to enjoy this? Bye, I'm off to bathe. She headed into the female section happily. Magnus as well went to the other side. Taking his first step in, he was left in shock. The place was too damn luxurious. First of all, it was so clean that there was not a speck of dust. Then, there was the marble floor, paintings around the walls and a chandelier. Then, in the middle was a big swimming pool with bubbly water. There were many taps and even a ramp to jump in. Though he was not alone, as a few boys were already in it. But the one he particularly recognized was from Gryffindor. Remus? You became the new perfect. Remus nodded and lazily relaxed in the hot bath. I must say, all that studying till late nights paid off in the end. Hee, then let me join in. Magnus took off everything except his underwear and jumped into the water. However, a few of them felt nervous as they saw dozens of deep scars all over his body. Magnus noticed it. What? The scars? Well, sadly there is no remedy to heal werewolf claw marks. Don't mind it, we're not in Japan. What's that got to do with Japan? A sixth-year Ravenclaw prefect asked. Prefects once selected, held their position until their graduation in their 7th year. Magnus rested back and answered, I read that those people with tattoos are not allowed inside normal public bathhouses. Since tattoos are a sign of Yakuza, Japan's criminal world. I wonder if they also have wizards in their ranks. Remus wondered. Magnus had the answer, they do, not many, but they do. They sent 7 of them to kill me 2 years ago. Now that I remember, I wonder what happened to them after I gave them to Moody. Dead probably, everyone thought, all too well familiar with Moody since he taught Dada at the school last year. After half an hour of nice bathing, Magnus heads back to the dorms to get the books. He was now dressed in his uniform. They were just black robes anyway, one could wear them on anything. Oh, hey there, Regulus. How's everything at home? Magnus saw Regulus, all grown now, in his 4th year. Regulus warmly greeted back, I am fine. I have now mastered the art of manipulating my mother. I just told her to let me be and happily complete my studies if she wants me to be the heir, or I will also run away from home. She's basically happy that my grades are good. All thanks to you, not that she knows. Magnus laughed, attaboy. Good for you. Here, notes for the 4th year. Study hard. He went away like some big brother. He could not wait for his 3 little bundles of happiness to grow up and he wanted all 3 to be wizards. Chapter 342. Slytherin, Common Room. Magnus arrived in the common room to find a crowd gathered in the middle. Some jazz music was playing in the background. What's going on? He asked them. Mr. Pendragon, look, that new kid, Gilderoy, is challenging other first years. One of the other prefects informed him. Heck, even the head boy and head girl were standing at the side and watching. He moved in and saw Gilderoy with a wand out. Magnus quickly cast an Expelliarmus and took it away. No, magical fights are not allowed in dorms. If you want to prove yourself, then prove your physical strength. Let's have a fist fight. Magnus' cheerful shout pumped everyone with excitement. Gilderoy frowned but nodded. I shall prove my strength then. Magnus chuckled. He saw the opponent of Gilderoy. It was a Muggle-born kid. He had sharp and smart eyes. Ever since Magnus reformed the house, Muggle-borns getting sorted in Slytherin had become common. Who do you put your bets on? Ragnar asked him. On the Muggle boy. He's small in stature but I know he will win. With utmost confidence, Magnus bet on 100 galleons. This was worth a month's salary to many people, but among the super-rich, their bets were also extraordinary. Ragnar scoffed, Gilderoy is dumb, but I bet on him. He's bigger and taller. We'll see. Magnus focused on the fight. As expected, Gilderoy came hard on his opponent, sending a punch to the face directly, while the other boy was struggling due to his smaller stature. I am the greatest wizard to have ever been born. Gilderoy shouted in excitement, feeling powerful over his opponent. Take this. Gilderoy threw a straight jab in the face. But, surprising him, the Muggle boy sidestepped and sent one punch straight to Gilderoy's face, on the nose. Bam! Thud. Taking a few steps back, Gilderoy fell down. He was silent now. Soon blood started coming out of his nose. He felt wet and numb on the face, so he checked with his hand. And the instant he saw red blood on his hand, he screamed at the top of his lungs, "Boodoo!" Thud. He fell back, unconscious now. The funny thing was, the Muggle boy was in a much worse state, as he took more and harder punches. Yet Gilderoy fell first. Magnus quickly got up and waved his wand over the two, healing them with a minor spell. Then he took out a pouch of 100 galleons and handed them to the Muggle boy. Good job. I am not appreciating you for the fight, it was an act that deserves punishment. But instead, I am praising your strength, your tenaciousness to not fall. Most importantly, you taught a lesson to this overconfident dreaming buffoon. Get a good night's rest now. And take these 2 special notes for the first-year syllabus, made by me and Ragnar. The boy happily took both, but the notes were more of a treasure to him. For every Muggleborn who knows nothing about Magnus, it only takes them one single visit to Diagon Alley to learn about how great he is, since the entire Diagon Alley is full of chatter about him, and there are many posters too, all thanks to Daily Prophet. Then when they learn that the awesome British prince is also an awesome wizard, they automatically feel a sense of loyalty towards him. This was basically softcore brainwashing, but Magnus wasn't deliberately doing it. Anyway, after the fight was over and everyone dispersed, Ragnar asked him while giving him the bet money, How did you know? He chuckled, simple, by the look and behavior of Gilderoy, it was easy to see he was one spoiled brat, told by his parents that he's the best, when he's not. Often people like him are a wuss. Good night, Rag. A month later, it was a full moon. As always, Remus had to go to the Shrieking Shack. However, the shack did not shriek anymore, as Wolfsbane potions had become so much affordable that even Remus could buy plenty. This is what mass production does to cost. It wasn't even a profitable business for normal potioneers, as the work was too much. Remus arrived at the Shrieking Shack and sat down, waiting to turn into a werewolf, but thankfully, with the potion, he could keep his senses in that form too. I guess I do owe it to Magnus and Ragnar, they have helped me, and many like me, he thought while sitting in the darkness. Every once in a while, he'd hear some wood creaking noise, but he was accustomed to it by now. The past 4 years have been full of experiences. Are you sure we should be here, James? Asked Peter. Calm down, my spineless friend. We are here to see Remus' secret. I and Sirius have been noticing that he disappeared every month for a night since last year. We are here to see why. James shushed him. Do you have any idea what it could be? Peter asked him. Sirius answered, of course, but we need confirmation. Now move your ass, don't block the tunnel. The three were traveling through a secret tunnel passage leading to Hogsmeade. They think that only they know about it, not knowing Magnus had known about it from the first year and was even a user. They secretly entered the Hogsmeade and soon arrived outside the Shrieking Shack. Scratching noises were coming from inside and it genuinely scared the three. You're scared, Sirius? James asked in a joking tone. Sirius really was scared, but he denied, not more than you, James. Let's go in and see it for ourselves. Shrieking Shack did not have any doors or windows, so it was pretty hard to get inside. But the three used magic to transfigure the wood into a door and enter. They lined up to get in, but Peter stopped. Guys, I will wait for you outside. James and Sirius just scoffed and ignored his existence. They were interested in their current adventure. To unravel the secret of Remus. Remus? Is that you? Sirius voiced, perhaps a way to feel less scared. Growling, "Gah!" All of a sudden a big beast jumped out of the darkness and landed on Sirius. Merlin's cunt. James cursed, stepping back. Seeing Sirius pinned down, he took out his wand. No. Wait. Sirius voiced. He's just licking my face. Seeing this, James asked, Are you, Remus? The werewolf nodded and growled even more. This made it clear that this creature, this werewolf, was Remus Lupin, their friend. Sirius forgot all his fears immediately. James, now you owe me 5 galleons. I told you he's a werewolf. Soon, they pulled the same prank on Peter, by calling him in and then letting Remus jump on him. Peter wet his pants that night sadly, suffering great humiliation. He was too much of a scaredy cat, it was weird how he even ended up in Gryffindor. They stayed the entire night with Remus, playing with him. But by the morning they had all fallen asleep and Remus was in his normal human form. When they all woke up, they panicked. They had decided to return by midnight, but they didn't. And now it was bound to be found out by the others that they were missing. Guys, please don't tell anyone. Dumbledore secretly enrolled me into the school, otherwise, they would not let a werewolf like me enter the school. Remus requested them. Sirius patted his back, it's a secret that will die with us. But, you don't really need to hide anymore. Even Professor McGonagall is a werewolf. And I'm sure, Magnus would not allow anybody to make you leave the school. James nodded, there might even come a time when more werewolves are among us here, studying. Remus felt touched and thanked them, thank you. This secret was taking a toll on my mental health. I can't believe Magnus didn't tell anybody all this time. Wait, Magnus knew? James questioned him. Yes, he found out in the first year. Back then, I wasn't even in control of myself. The injury mark on his left eye, I gave him that. He too entered here back then, just like you. But he had to fight me in my maddening state. Remus revealed the secret. James was taken aback, I didn't know this was the reason. I used to mock him for that. Meanwhile, Sirius was in his own world, you gave him that cool scar. Remus, when you turn next time, I will be here, give me a cool cut mark as well. Chicks dig that, man. While talking and laughing, they returned to the school from the secret entrance. Quickly, they changed their clothes and headed to the classes. They had already skipped breakfast. But, sad for them, just before they could enter the potions class, Professor McGonagall was there. She stared at them angrily, do you four think that us teachers are fools? To Headmaster's office, right now. Then they received a verbal thrashing from Dumbledore. Certainly, Dumbledore had a way with the kids, A/N sad-faced degree. He talked so politely even when scolding, and that had an opposite reaction since the kids feel more pressured. I hope that you four have learnt your lesson. As a punishment, all four of you are to report for detention every day after school for 1 hour for the week. I am also taking 40 points from Gryffindor. Now, go back to your classes. They went out, blaming each other. But they soon even forgot about all that. Now they had a new idea. Why don't we become animagus and travel around with Remus whenever he's in his other form? James suggested. Yes. Sirius was on board, his love for everything illegal and rule-breaking was too much. Every worried Peter spoke of his concern, however, but, it's a really dangerous process. What if we made a mistake? Come on, don't be a coward now. James and Sirius barked. He's right. You might die or get stuck half in the animal body and half in human. Remus added. Now, this was scary, not death but being stuck. Then how can we do it? Remus came up with an idea but didn't know if others would agree. We need a genius to help. And the biggest genius in the school, we all know. Never, no. James was against it. Great Hall. Magnus sat with crossed arms and a prideful face. Well, this is going to cost you 4, lads. Chapter 343. Magnus was in the Great Hall. It was currently study hours, right before dinner. The place was big enough to act as a place for all to study here or do homework. This also helped them focus, as they would not have to move for dinner. He was reading a book about organic chemistry. Emma soon came and sat beside him. She looked at what he was reading. Whoa, those are some nice designs. Are these tattoos? Facepalm, these are not designs, Emma. This is chemistry, something like alchemy but for muggles. It is the study of natural and man-made elements. Believe it or not, their study is much deeper than ours. It's giving even me a headache. So many stupid exceptions. He explained to her. She embarrassingly nodded. Magnus noticed this and he patted her hand, making her heart race due to this sudden closeness. You are not dumb, Emma. If you are, then all other students in this school are retarded. It's our own shortcomings that we have deemed all Muggle subjects pointless and backwards. Wizards still think about Muggles from the point of view of before the 1800s. This is the result of our isolation policies. Then, do you suggest we remove the statute of secrecy? She asked him curiously. He scoffed, sure, if we want to start a war between Muggles and Wizards, then why not? No, what I suggest is that the ICW holds Muggle World evaluation every 5 years to see what has changed in the Muggle world in every single category. Then compile all the data in 2 parts, useful to Wizards and not useful. Subjects such as physics, biology and chemistry if taught to Wizards can help us greatly. Emma suddenly jumped in her seat and grabbed his arm. This time Magnus internally blushed. Emma had forgotten that she was not flat-chested anymore. He could feel a soft sensation on his arm. But he managed to keep a straight face. Magnus, why don't you become the headmaster of the school after you graduate? Magnus thought about it. I can easily get the old man to retire. Too much work. That job ain't for me. I'll let someone else be the headmaster and advise him. What are you two talking about? Oh, romance. Go on. Ragnar suddenly arrived and saw them sitting so close to each other. This gave Magnus an easy chance to tease Emma. He suddenly put his arm around her shoulder and pulled her even closer. So what? She says she likes me, even proclaimed it publicly in beaux batons. This much intimacy should be normal. Bah, ma, I need to go. She stuttered and quickly ran away, her face flushed and cheeks reddened. However, in all that overwhelmingness, she forgot to notice that his words implied something, that he didn't reject her feelings now. Back in the hall, Ragnar smugly looked at him. He saw it through. You acknowledge her feelings now? I hope you do. He's right. Severus also sat beside him. Apparently, he saw it all. Including 36 girls who were now fuming with jealousy. He continued, please don't play with her if you don't feel anything. Magnus snorted, slightly angry, then you two don't know me, I guess. I'm not stupid, you two. I know her feelings are genuine. For Merlin's sake, she was ready to fight Voldemort and his army, just because I asked, and she isn't even magically that strong. Then, after my battle with the werewolves, she searched for me the whole night, exhausted, beaten, injured from a few curses, she flew all over the Forbidden Forest. She was on the verge of dying that night, man. Her freaking boggart is my dead body. So if her feelings are not real, then I don't know what is real in this world anymore. Magnus said this loud and clear, making other girls hear him too. This was his way to make sure nobody dares to bully Emma, or else they shall face his wrath. Then why don't you just accept her? We are clearly in the dating age. She had clearly hit puberty long ago. Severus inquired. From how Magnus spoke, it was clear that he was also serious about her. Magnus sighed, in a show of internal frustration in his mind. I have some personal problems that do not allow me to make such decisions. I'd end up hurting her in the future otherwise. Ragnar, who sat on Magnus' other side, patted his hand on his back. He knew what that problem was. It was a curse of impotence, a price for all this power he had. Severus didn't know though, but he was smart enough not to ask any further. All I can say is, from my experience. It is better to not hide your feelings and problems from others. You should at least tell her what your problem is. If she is ready to die for you, I think she will keep that secret and still feel the same about you. It's better than making her go through all the frustration. Magnus and Ragnar noticed Severus sadly looking at Lily, sitting 2 rows from the table across the room. She was sitting with her female friends, but the Gryffindor 4 were not away either. They were talking with each other and laughing. Magnus felt something was not right, so he asked, "Did you confess?" Severus nodded, "I did." And? Ragnar inquired. Severus looked down at the glass of water and his own image in it. He spoke, but before that he stealthily waved his wand, initiating some spell. It was new as Magnus and Ragnar had not seen it before. I confessed to her this summer. I tried to make it as romantic as possible. I had already cleared my feelings to her long ago. But, I had never proposed to her. I had felt that we had gotten very close to each other in the past year and a half. We basically spent all our time at each other's homes during holidays. We also studied potions together at school. So I guessed, it was the right time. But, he suddenly looked up at Magnus and Ragnar's faces. There was a conflict in Severus' eyes. You are going to hate me for this. What did you do? Magnus inquired seriously. I used legilimency on her when I confessed. The moment I told her about my true feelings, and intentions to date her publicly, she looked frozen for a few seconds. I couldn't take it, so I looked in her head as she gave me the answer. She told me that I was sweet, kind, friendly and reliable. She liked me, but only as a friend. She never saw me the other way. However, she wished me luck that I find someone like myself, a compatible woman. She then offered to continue the friendship and forget what just happened. He revealed. What did you see with legilimency? Magnus asked him straight. Severus sighed, it sounded highly disappointed. I saw the truth. The real reason why she didn't respond favorably to my proposal. The moment I told her about my feelings and intentions, the first thing that ran in her mind was her future life images of what if she were to say yes. As she saw me as an ugly, hideous, unlikable, antisocial man. She saw herself being mocked by others for dating me. She saw marrying me but not being able to live happily. She saw herself having my child, who looked hideous as well, borderline demonic. I learnt that she saw me this way from the start. But due to my intelligence and willingness to help her, these thoughts of disgust towards me had subsided. But they resurfaced as soon as I proposed to her. There was much more, that I don't want to say, it was just not good. That bitch. Ragnar angrily got up. Don't be angry at her. Severus stopped him, I'd do the same if I was her. She is a beautiful woman with a cheerful and likable personality. She rejects a dozen love letters every single month. I too would have wanted a beautiful partner, perhaps I was the fool, trying to score above my capacity. It was probably just infatuation. She was my first friend, one who was beautiful. I was a simple fool, who blindly followed the first person to be warm to him. Severus said in a condescending tone. Don't worry, I will concoct an awesome beauty potion for you. It will make you a handsome man. Ragnar offered him. Severus shook his head, albeit showing an appreciating smile. Thanks, Ragnar. You are one of my two best friends. I am graced enough by fate, if it exists. But I don't want that potion. To alter myself is to reject myself. Bellatrix is a beauty, Lucius is a handsome man, but are they the same from the inside? No, they are rotten. While I may be ugly from outside, I can proudly say that I fight those monsters, that I am a brave man from inside. He faced Magnus then. I wasn't going to tell you two all this, but after seeing Emma, I decided to do it. Magnus, if you don't like her, just tell her right now. Don't make her face this agony. Because if you drag this until the future, it will hurt much more. And I don't know if she has the same strength as me to handle it. Magnus smiled and patted Severus' shoulder. I understand. And goddamn, I got busy with work just for a year and our boy Severus grew so much. My friend, my brother, I can tell you, your soul is beautiful. To be able to still not hate Lily, I bow to you. Because if it was me, I'd have bullied her. I know, I'm a bastard. God knows why so many people like me and follow me, as if I don't have any flaws. While in reality, I have so many flaws, perhaps more than anyone. Ragnar laughed. Nice, here I thought you were a delusional bastard. It calms me to know you're instead a self-enlightened bastard. Severus and Ragnar laughed at Magnus' annoyed face. So he decided to make fun of Ragnar as well, but then for some reason, the Gryffindor 4 came to him. Oh, what do we have here? For detention lovers. What do you want? Magnus asked them, teasing them at the same time. Sirius stepped forward and with utmost confidence, voiced, Magnus, we have come to bargain. Chapter 344. What's with this one-liner? Just tell me what you want, Magnus asked them straightforwardly. James came forward, not here. Come with us. With a raised eyebrow, Magnus tried to see what they even wanted. It could be a prank, after all, he did prank the heck out of them at the end of the last semester. Let's go then. Rag, Sev, follow us. They can't, fine. Sirius relented. They soon arrived at the empty corridors of the 5th floor. Remus was the one to break out of the tensions. Magnus, they found out about me. They want to ask you for help in becoming an animagus. So they can roam around with me in their animal forms. Magnus smirked, hee, what is this? Do you need help from this, Magnus the Great? Fine, but it's going to cost you. Money is not the problem. James blurted, of course, he was the rich young master of the group. Magnus scoffed, like I need your money. No, what I want is not money. For 1 whole month, you will become my underlings, do whatever I order you to. The 4 looked at each other's faces in uncertainty. This was not really what they wanted. They had no idea what Magnus would make them do either. They weighed their options. How long will it take to become an animagi? Sirius asked. Magnus looked at them as if they were fools. They had come to him without even doing some research. It takes at least a month to turn into animagi. The process is long and arduous. First, you will have to keep holding the leaf of a mandrake in your mouth for an entire month, then using the leaf, we will make a potion, then one must recite an incantation of Amato Animo Animato Animagus on a daily basis, then you drink the animagus potion during a lightning storm. Remember, if you make any mistakes during this process, you are done. Either dead or disfigured. Do you still want to do it? As always, Peter started crying that they should not do it, but he was shut up by the angry glares of others. We are Gryffindors. We will never back down. James proudly voiced. Fools, Magnus laughed inside. What will we have to do? We need to set some limits. For example, no making us run around naked, no making us your servants. Remus tried to argue the terms. Magnus shrugged, sure, we can do that. The agreement was soon signed. Magnus made the Gryffindor 4 do his, Ragnar, Severus and Emma's homework. It was a hassle anyway for them. Meanwhile, they had fun. Amidst all this, Magnus was notified that King Faisal wanted to talk to him. So he went to his secure office and spoke on the phone. Magnus picked up the phone. How are you? What made you call me today, Faisal? King Faisal chuckled, but his voice sounded tired. It's good to hear from you again. Well, I just wanted to talk to you. I am afraid my end is near, Magnus. Magnus stood up in his seat. What? What do you mean? You're just 69. A good number to die at, I'd say. King Faisal joked and continued, well, I don't know what will kill me. It's certainly not a disease. Most likely an assassination. I have been made aware by someone. And nobody can fight the fate that Allah has already decided for his subjects. I will distance myself from the people now and let fate run in its due course. Magnus snorted, then you can prepare to enter hell. Do you not see it? The greatest duty, the greatest act of kindness you can do is by continuing to be the king, help me make not only your country prosper but also the world. What is a greater service than this? And now if you die, it might be considered a suicide, since you knew about it and didn't prevent it. And from what I know, suicide is one of the biggest sins in most of the religions. King Faisal was left speechless for a minute, the realization slowly seeped into his head, then he exclaimed, crap. I shouldn't have talked to you. No, I can't die now. It'll be suicide in heaven's eyes. Magnus chuckled, see, I told you. Now stay put, I am sending you my Meta Saudi Arabia chief. He will find out who wants to kill you and why. Fine, talk to you later, if I survive. King Faisal sighed and hung up. Magnus laughed alone, like hell he was going to let that man die. He didn't know how the next king would be, would he have a moderate mindset like Faisal, or would he become too religious and head towards extremism? There was always uncertainty. He found the number of Saudi Arabia's head of Meta and called. The man was a Saudi Arabian wizard, from a distant family related to the Saudi royals. He had come to the UK and studied law in Oxford, only to get recruited by Adrian and then trained subsequently. The man was called Abdurrashid Abdullahi Tarabi, a hardworking man. If everything went well, he'd get promoted to Middle East head. Mr. Tarabi, King Pendragon speaking to this side, Magnus started. Formal greetings came from the other side. It is an honor to speak with you, Your Majesty. I have a high priority task for you. Mr. Tarabi. The Saudi king, a great friend of mine, King Faisal, has received the intel that he will die soon. It is going to be an assassination most likely. So I am going to need you to head to him with your best men, protect him and also catch the assassin, dead or alive. He briefed Abdullahi. If something happens to Faisal, everything will be messed up. His land deals in Africa and peace in the Middle Eastern region, all will get pushed back. It will be done, Your Majesty. I will head to the royal palace immediately. One more thing, sir. I would like to report to you some dangerous activities. We have caught a few smugglers who brought in British, French and other European nationals, kidnapped. Women were to be sold as sex slaves, men were to be sold for organ harvesting. There were some kids as well. We have reported everything to the Saudi government and they have given us complete freedom to deal with this matter. Abdullahi grimly informed him. Magnus felt alerted, he didn't receive this news. Thank you, Mr. Tarabi, I will look into it. Keep me updated on this case as well. Magnus quickly called Adrian at that. I got the news from Abdullahi that human traffickers were caught there with European men and women. What is going on? Adrian frowned. We did not get any such news. If this is indeed the case, then it must be strictly done by the Muggles. Investigate it properly and report to me what's going on. We don't want another Oscar now. Go and interrogate the traffickers caught in Saudi as well. Magnus ordered an investigation and hung up. October 1975. It was the month that marked another great achievement. Finally, after an entire year of production, Magic Made Studios, under Warner Bros., owned by Magnus, released Superman Origins. The new DC movie, full of all kinds of special effects, explosions, badass fight scenes, beautiful flying shots, over the mountains, oceans. The trailers were being shown around the world in theaters before the start of other movies. There was already a lot of hype around it. The main actor, the Superman, was a British actor, his sister was a wizard. Hence, he knew about the wizarding world. The company's priority was to at least have the main leads know about the wizarding world. Still, it was not a major issue, they had already come up with elaborate plans to make their illusions even fool the muggles at the set. The best part about the company was that they can do as many destruction-based shots as they want since magic could fix anything. They could also shoot amazing aerial shots with the help of brooms, as they gave much better maneuverability than helicopters. In total, the cost of the movie was $10 million USD, $50 million today. It was a pretty conservative price honestly, as the cost was minimized by magical means. The date of release was December 20th, perfect for the winter holiday season. Chapter 345. King Faisal was an amazing king, who had truly opened the country's economy and made people richer. Although it was still not a democracy with many rights, it was still a big step away from whatever it was before. However, it was not easy to change people's mindsets. Only the poor folks appreciate the better life, while the rich and powerful instead hate it, as poor folks are easy to fool and exploit. When King Faisal instituted secular reforms that led to the installation of television, it provoked violent protests. Prince Khalid bin Musaid, one of the two sons of King Faisal's half-brother, didn't like these reforms and joined the protests. Prince Khalid led an attack on a television station in 1966, and he was shot dead by a policeman. Who could have thought that matter would come back to bite King Faisal, as the brother of Prince Khalid, Prince Faisal bin Musaid, the second son of the half-brother of King Faisal of Saudi Arabia who had just returned from the United States, decided to kill the king in vengeance. He confessed to his mother, Watfa bint Muhammad al-Rashid, of his assassination plans. Wafda then informed King Faisal about her son's mad plans. However, instead of simply arresting and killing the prince, King Faisal silently replied, "If it is Allah's will, then it would happen." He distanced himself from worldly matters. He was constantly having dreams in which King Faisal's father would appear in a car and ask him to get in. According to Islamic beliefs, if a dead person takes a living person in a dream, the living person will most likely die within a short amount of time. Due to these dreams, King Faisal didn't even try to fight to survive. However, something changed then. He had another dream. In this one, everything went on the same. His father appeared in the car and asked him to enter. However, this time, a loud roar also came, and soon a mighty giant dragon, likes of never seen before, landed beside him. On its back was Magnus. In the dream, Magnus asked him, "Come on, old man, don't you want to fly on this good boy's back?" And without thinking, in the dream, Faisal decided to go with Magnus. Later, when he woke up, he called Magnus quickly, unable to understand what that dream meant. However, after he hung up the phone, with his mind changed, he prayed and thought, fate is indeed strange. The heavens favor this young boy greatly, it seems. A few days later, King Faisal was sitting inside Majlis, council. An event where the king or leader opens up his residence to the citizens to enter and petition him. With him sat many more ministers, so they could solve problems instantly. Outside, in the waiting room, Prince Faisal spoke to Kuwaiti representatives who were also waiting to meet the king. Soon, he was allowed to enter. King Faisal had calm and collected eyes, but he eyed him curiously, wondering how this boy was going to assassinate him. Prince smiled cheerfully, only focused on the king, failing to see the new and strange faces in the room. "Uncle," the prince went forward to embrace him. King Faisal leaned in to kiss his nephew in accordance with Saudi custom. Bang bang. All of a sudden, the prince took out a small pistol from his pocket and fired point blank. The first bullet was aimed at King's chin and the second at the forehead. Clank clank. "Arrest him." However, immensely disappointing the prince, out of nowhere, a sword appeared between the bullet and the king's head, blocking the two bullets. Before he could try more shots, two guards had already pinned him down and knocked him with a hit on the head. King Faisal sighed, feeling burnt by the adrenaline rush. "Thank you, Abdullahi. I will allow Meta to investigate this matter in detail. Please forward my thanks to King Magnus." Meta head, Abdurrashid Abdullahi Tarabi, was prepared for this. They knew who the assassin was, so it was pretty easy. Heck, King Faisal was made to put a special protection potion over his body to nullify damage a bit. His clothes too were sprayed with strengthening potions. I need to focus on ideological reforms as well. It seems even if there is a 1% radicalized population, it can be a danger to the rest of the country, King Faisal felt, now having an even stronger resolve to work. Mozambique. Just 3 months ago, the country got its independence after a long war against its colonizers, Portugal. The newly independent nation was on the brink of internal civil war, as now many people eyed the high offices. Like vultures, they started fighting among themselves to split the country's wealth. Instead of focusing on building the nation, they were only interested in building themselves. For Magnus, this was an opportunity. The Dragon Services in Zimbabwe mega-state came with the plan to make Mozambique a good, capitalist democratic country with a strong judiciary that stops corruption. Hence, they chose one single party in the country that aligned with their interests and agreed to cooperate with them after winning. Well, it was easy after that. The people wanted peace, they were already exhausted and fed up with constant wars, first with the colonizers and now themselves. The Dragon Service used propaganda to publicize their candidate and brought the entire country's army under one flag, that only answered to the people of the country, protected them. The army was made to force an election under the command of their supported candidate. In a month, election results came, and the candidate won with over 90% votes. Other troublemakers who wanted to start revolts or civil wars were disposed of. Then, Mozambique went on to sign a number of deals with the British government. 1. They signed a 50-year defense pact, under which the United Kingdom will keep Mozambique safe from all external threats. 2. Mozambique will use British pounds as their currency. 3. They will spend 50% of GDP on healthcare, education and infrastructure for the coming 5 years. 4. Mozambique citizens can enter the United Kingdom visa-free, study in superior schools and get medical treatment. The same applies to British citizens. 5. Free trade agreement and preferential treatment of British companies and their local companies. The population of Mozambique was more than Zimbabwe, a total of 10 million. With these trade agreements, not only will the British companies get to enter the market of 10 million, but Mozambique will also flourish at extreme speed. However, the sweetest deal was the land sold to Emery's Construction at the cost of just £1 million. Now, a major private port will be made there, and it shall be connected to Zimbabwe through a rail line. Hogwarts. Magnus was informed about the thwarted assassination. He just praised the meta staff and focused on his own work. How much will it cost to make these animagus potions? Magnus asked Ragnar. 20 galleons each. I recommend we make them pay for all of us. Ragnar suggests. I want to become an animagi too, Emma voiced. Magnus smiled and nodded, of course you will, I already counted you in. Though I do wonder what you will become. Tell me, which animal do you most resonate with? Emma thought about it. I like anything that can fly. Eagles are mighty and pretty. He wrote it down. What about you, Severus? I know Ragnar will be a slimy snake, what about you? Oi. I won't be a bloody snake. It will be you. I shall become a mighty dragon. Ragnar argued back. Magnus scoffed, magical beasts cannot be animagi forms, that's a known fact. Now shush, so, what about you, Sev? Severus' face looked as clueless as it could. I don't know. I never really tried to feel resonated with an animal, it felt dumb. Then it's not a problem. You will become what your nature is the most similar to. Well, I know what I will become. I shall be a mighty sexy dragon. He proclaimed. Ragnar jumped in anger, no. That's against rules, just like you said. Magnus smugly snorted, foo, boy, I ain't normal. If anyone, it shall be me who becomes a magical beast, a dragon at that. I believe you. Emma nodded immediately. Ragnar scowled, your opinion doesn't matter, you're his Bellatrix. However, even Severus agreed, quite possibly, it may just happen. From what I've seen in the past 4.5 years, Magnus' nature is similar to a dragon. Strong, brash, quick to anger, natural love for money and gold. He's already a dragon in human skin. Ragnar raised his hand but couldn't refute anything. He melted in his seat in anger. We'll see it when it happens. Chapter 346. 1 month had passed by, they had been preparing to become an animagus diligently. All of them held a mandrake leaf in their mounts while chanting the spell like some holy chant. They were all pretty excited about this. All were interested in seeing what animal they would become. Of course, Dumbledore knew about this, but he knew that Magnus would not listen to him, so he only said that he wanted to have an oversight on them to make sure they did things right and didn't end up becoming a half-human hybrid. Fine, Professor. Tomorrow, the weather report said that there will be a storm, so we're preparing to do it then. Do you want to come with us? We will be going to the Forbidden Forest, the centaurs there are my friends, they will provide us security as well as medical help if needed. Magnus told Dumbledore of his plan. Dumbledore quickly nodded, "Of course I will come. If I don't, what if something bad happens? In the end, the blame will be on Hogwarts. Trust me, Professor, I will be fine, most likely. See you later then." "Oh, Fawkes will be returning soon, he now has another son." Magnus revealed and left. Dumbledore instinctively looked at the perch of Fawkes. "That boy is going too fast, he has no self-control." The next day, it was cloudy outside. It was also Saturday, and thankfully classes didn't go on for too long. The Gryffindor 4 and Magnus with his friends arrived at Hagrid's hut. "Blimey, no, Magnus. Ya have gone mad. Shouldn't I be knowin' the dangers? Y'all get punished. And, Merlin. What if you die?" "No no no, can't have that." Hagrid was having a panic attack as soon as he heard Magnus' plan. "Come on, Hagrid, Professor Dumbledore will oversee it too," Magnus revealed. Should have said that before. Got myself worrin' for nothin'." Immediately Hagrid changed 180 degrees. It was crazy how much faith he had in Dumbledore. "Boys, get in position. We shall start the thing when the thunder strikes. Warm yourselves up until then." Magnus ordered the rest. Meanwhile, Ragnar and Severus started preparing for the potion. They had asked Hagrid to use his fireplace, and the gentle giant went as far as giving them a few ingredients that he picked from the jungle. However, most of their work was already completed. Currently, Ragnar was just making a potion that would ease their minds after transformation. For the whole month, they had prepared well. It was really arduous work. First, they needed to put the leaf in their mouth, at all times. Then, put it in a small crystal phial. Put the saliva-filled leaf inside it along with a hair of their own. Then, they needed to add a silver teaspoon of dew from a place that neither sunlight nor human feet have touched. Thankfully, Gringotts provided it. They had all the ingredients for everything. And since they aren't humans, they are perfect to cultivate these things. Then they had to add the chrysalis of a Death's Head hawk moth to the crystal phial as well. Then put the mixture in a quiet, dark place and leave it alone until the next electrical storm. They had already put the mixture in a quiet place. It was so hard to make this potion, now they know why most wizards didn't try it. During this whole time, they had also chanted the spell while placing the wand on the chest. The instructions suggest doing it until you feel there is a second heartbeat inside the body. Boom. Finally, it strikes. "Let's go." Magnus cheered. Just then, Dumbledore also arrived and followed them behind. The phials were hidden inside a cave in the forest. It was under the protection of centaurs. As soon as they took out 7 phials, they noticed there was some kind of a mouthful of blood-red potion inside it. Ragnar cheered, "We did it, the potion is perfect." Next, they asked to keep their wands with Dumbledore, and also anything else they had on their body. Magnus didn't bring much stuff as he knew this would happen. Other than Remus, they all stood up in a line and held the phial in one hand and the wand in the other. "Everyone, place the tip of the wand at your heart and say the spell, then immediately drink it," Magnus instructed them. "Be careful and say the spell clearly," Dumbledore warned them. He felt truly helpless here. Magnus nodded and looked to his left and then right. "Emma, Severus and Ragnar, be careful." Then he turned to the other 4, "Just don't die." They scowled at that, but this was not the time to argue with him. They stood in a line and put the wands on their chest. Emma, who was standing on Magnus' side, held his hand in slight fear to get reassurance. He gave her a tight squeeze of the hand and nodded towards her. "Don't worry, I've checked your incantation. You are doing good." She nodded and spoke the spell at the same time as others. "Amato animo animato animagus." Gulp. "Arg, bitch. It feels like burning." James cursed. "It's normal. You feel an intense double heartbeat now. Do not fear, face it with strength and pride. Good luck." Ragnar gave them advice. Dumbledore POV. Magnus is like my grandson, one of the last descendants of the Dumbledore family. It fills my heart with pride and great joy that he is so strong and wise. But, for how long can I turn a blind eye to all his dangerous endeavors? Yet, he has proven himself by putting Voldemort in his place. And, he won't listen to me. I warned them, Magnus, be careful. Everyone else, if you feel any complications, tell me. I saw everything with my eyes. They started to change in shape. Sirius and James started to gain fur on their bodies, while Peter started to grow smaller, also having fur. Meanwhile, Severus looked like he was becoming some kind of a bird, his face started to change, his nose and mouth turned to take the shape of a beak. His stature got smaller in size. Meanwhile, Emma was also turning into a bird, but a bigger one, possibly an eagle. I am mostly interested in Magnus and Ragnar, the two strongest wizards of current batches. Ragnar may not even be average in charms, but he is certainly strong. This time, I was shocked. Ragnar started to grow bigger and his body turned blue. I had no idea what he was going to become, there were no such animals in the wild. Meanwhile, the most shocking one was Magnus, as his body just kept on shrinking more and more, then once it was just a foot tall, a white shell started to form around him. I saw Magnus panicking slightly, as even he had no idea what was happening. Then before I knew it, Magnus was engulfed in a quaffle, football-sized egg. I ran towards him, but stopped, meddling could do more harm than good, what is happening? Even for snake animagus, they don't turn into an egg first. In the end, I saw the final forms. Peter was a fat grey rat, James was a shining red stag, Sirius was a shaggy black dog. On the other hand, Severus was a big, adult arm-sized pitch-black raven and Emma was a beautiful, tall and large golden eagle, with a wingspan of 2.5 meters. However, I was yet to know about the other two. Ragnar was still changing and Magnus was stuck in an egg. Magnus looked around himself. He had no idea what had happened and where the heck he was. What is going on? Why is everything so dark? Why can't I move? What am I? He wondered if he had turned into some kind of a blind animal. However, when he felt he could twitch his body, he felt his skin touching a wall. He tried to kick it. Anybody there? Let me out. Old man, help. Poor thing, no noise came out of it. Soon, he felt his body getting tired and he stopped moving. Man, what kind of weak-ass animal have I become? Ragnar is going to laugh at me. Chapter 347. Hello, someone. Goddammit, what the hell is going on? But, he did feel his strength slowly increasing. He was getting stronger and his arms and feet were punching and kicking the walls harder. He felt that they would soon be coming down. Take that, HA. Take this, stupid walls. He kept doing it for a long time, then he heard a crack. A tiny speck of sunlight came inside. He excitedly looked at it, YESSS. Using all his energy, he started punching and kicking it even more, slowly the cracks grew bigger. Freedom is here. Outside, much had occurred. The Gryffindor 4 were happy with their transformation, well, except Peter, nobody likes to be a rat. Emma and Severus were in joy, they loved to fly in the sky. However, none had left their place as they saw a quaffle-sized egg where Magnus stood not long ago. All of them were confused and baffled by this. Even Dumbledore had no idea how this could be. So, a stag, dog, rat, raven and eagle surrounded the egg. Emma, in her eagle form, tapped on the egg with her beak, only to be warned by Dumbledore not to do anything. Caw. Severus voiced suddenly, he saw the cracks appearing on the egg. It seems he's coming out. Dumbledore deduced. Crack crack. Freedom, wait. What the fuck? Why are you all so huge? No. Why am I so small? Magnus screamed as soon as the egg broke open. His words were understandable human words, just in a squeaky voice. Dumbledore's jaw dropped and he was left speechless. He rubbed his eyes twice to make sure this was real. Magnus? Magnus turned his head. Professor, what happened? What am I? Give me a mirror please. Dumbledore nodded and conjured a mirror, then placed it in front of him. Magnus turned his head left and right to make sure it was him. Then he cried loudly, no, why am I so small? Foo, look at me. I am huge. A heavy demonic voice came. Magnus turned his head and saw. The voice belonged to Ragnar, so he knew it was him. But his jaw fell, WOAH. You're an alchemy. That's awesome, a level 4 magical beast and you can speak, just like me. Magnus was actually happy. Ragnar had turned into a huge, 20-foot-tall alchemy. The alchemy was a two-legged, winged, serpentine magical beast native to the Far East and India. The alchemy was known to be choranoptyxic, meaning it grew or shrank in order to fit available space. It was also a known possible but rare corporeal form of the Patronus charm. So, in theory, it is possible that if something can be one's corporal, then it can also be their animagi form. Ragnar's beastly face looked smug, ha ha ha, I can just exhale at you and your bones will be crushed. Magnus also smugly replied, hee hee, did you forget how Duck grew up? In a month, I will be as big as a car. Then in a year, I will be. Ragnar's face paled, a fucking truck. Foo foo foo, Magnus laughed with his head held high. He was a dragon, just like Duck, with 4 limbs and 2 wings. The only difference was, he was in golden color. He remembers that there was a warning written that when the first time turning into animagi, whatever the body has will get combined into the new form. Magnus had galleons in his pockets. Dumbledore, confused, knelt down and picked Magnus in his hand. Amazing. You just broke the rule of animagus transformation. You and Ragnar became magical beasts. Magnus nodded, he turned to look at his friend, Emma, you look so beautiful in that form. Surprisingly, even eagles could blush. Magnus then nodded at Severus, yes, this was expected. Magnus had thought that he'd either be a bat or a raven. Then, turning to the other side, he noted that James was Stag, a beautiful animal. But he laughed at Sirius, ahaha, you're a dog. Be careful now, Sirius, don't go close to dogs in heat. And you Peter. Why am I not surprised? Being a rat suits you. But good on you, you can be a great spy now. Anyway, you 4, go and get registered in the ministry. Us 4, we don't have to. Magnus ordered them. But his squeaky voice was funnier. Okay, how do I turn back into myself? Magnus inquired. Just think about your human body hard enough. Ragnar did it and in a matter of 5 seconds, he turned into his normal form. His clothes also appeared again. It takes extra concentration to get the clothes to transfigure as well. Magnus tried to do it, it took him a few more seconds as he needed to grow up, but it was painful, damn, it hurts to change shape. You will get used to it, Ragnar assured. Soon, Severus also turned back. However, when Emma started to turn back, her skin started to appear. Magnus quickly jumped and transfigured a piece of stone into a big cloth towel. He covered her and then hugged her tight, you need to focus more on it, Emma. You need to concentrate to transfigure your clothes as well. Emma, grateful to Magnus for keeping her modesty secure, nodded. Severus quickly helped her by transfiguring some simple large robes. Look at these dumbass, a horny stag, dog and rat hoping to see a girl's body. Ragnar noticed the open jaws of the 3 animals. Being called out, they looked away and also turned back to their human forms. Bahaha, Magnus burst into laughter, as all 3 were naked now. Tables have turned, humph. Emma sneered in indignation. Let's head back to the castle and get you 3 checked by Madame Pomfrey. Then you 4 will head to the ministry. Dumbledore instructed them, as the headmaster now. But, why not them? James asked in annoyance. Magnus laughed, boy, I run the ministry. I don't need to do anything. While you, if caught, you get Azkaban. This system is rigged, unfair. Sirius complained. But, what could he do? Like this, they successfully completed their transformation. London. Things were not right. There was something going around in the hidden alleys and night streets. People were scared of going out late at night. The number of murders, kidnappings, robberies and rapes had increased in many folds. The biggest problem was, it was not just in London but the whole country. The police, the government, all kinds of agencies tried to find a reason but they could not. In the end, they called back the best officer they ever had. Tom, who had been sent to Zimbabwe aka Greater Britain, as the Commissioner of Super State Security, returned and took command of the countrywide police force. It was a special position created by the Parliament, called Commissioner General of United Kingdom Department of Police. He quickly started investigating with Adrian from Meta. And it didn't take them too long to realize that there was something magical involved with this. The crimes all had no trails left. As if the criminals would always vanish. Banks that were robbed suddenly found men vanishing from their vaults with the money. People kidnapped would suddenly disappear with the kidnapper as they take a turn in an alley. There was enough evidence that a large-scale wizard secret operation was going on. The Muggle world was for the first time now the main target. Magnus was informed about this, as was the ministry. He quickly headed to the minister's office. Dumbledore, Moody, Eugenia, Tom and Adrian were present. What is going on? Who are they? And, I just got the news, a similar trend is being seen in other European nations. Magnus asked them. We have no idea. They are well organized and coordinated. We need to catch them first, Adrian replied. Magnus sighed and sat back. This is frustrating. They are breaking the statute of secrecy so openly. Wait, what if this is Voldemort's doing? We know that we have emptied all his vaults, they don't have any money left, even the pure-blood families associated with them have their vaults frozen. They must be hungry for money. Dumbledore sadly sighed, so they have even started to sell adults and children. How do we stop it now? Tom asked. Magnus quickly ordered, get me the Prime Minister and Minister of Defense. We will need to bring wizards into the fold. Top police officers will need to find out about the statute of secrecy and the wizarding world. Get their signs on magical contract. Once we have dealt with this mess, we will obliviate them. But I hope this does not go out before we have caught a few of them. Or else, other wizarding countries will blame us, since they think Voldemort is just our problem. Got it, I will get them on the line. Tom quickly left. He was the highest police authority in the country after all. Chapter 348. Birmingham, UK. So let me get this straight, you refused to act on the report you received from your constable, and instead called for an inquiry on him and went back to talking to your son on the phone. Tom, in his awesome uniform, as the head of the police of the entire country, interrogated a police captain from Birmingham City. The one in question was a female cop who had received regular reports of children going missing. And just a week ago, one of the constables working under her reported to her that he was following a kidnapper. The captain in question ordered him back and scolded him to let the cops expert in it handle the case. The constable argued that he was following the kidnappers, but he was scolded, since the kidnappers had just vanished all of a sudden a moment later. So, he was blamed for falsely reporting a crime and dismissed until the investigation got completed. The female constable cried, but Tom shrugged, don't think your tears will work now. What you did was criminal negligence, and the kid who got kidnapped was the son of your own city commissioner. We got him back, but that proved what you did. One more thing, do you have any proof of from where the £10,000 in your account appeared last month? It was a lottery. She blurted. What a convenient thing to have, you will be charged with criminal negligence and corruption. He sent her away to be locked in the cells until the court sent her to prison. Adrian entered and talked, it's confirmed. Voldemort is behind this. He's aiming to get cash. His army was on the brink of revolting against him, so he sent his men to do this instead. A perfect thing to not only get him money but also satisfy the sadistic sick needs of his men. His Majesty will be coming here soon. His Majesty? Tom's assistant stuttered. Tom sighed, Monty, I already told you about him so many times. And as my assistant, you should not be flustered by powerful people. Your own sister is a witch, boy. This shouldn't come as a shock to you. Monty, a young 24-year-old lad, nodded, Sir, I just felt a little excited. I will not repeat the mistake. Pop. Magnus portkeyed in, appearing directly inside the police station. He looked around, finding Adrian and Tom, and another man. I've finished my meeting with the Wisengamot. You have the green light. Tom, I'm afraid at this time you can't do much other than assist my army of Merlin, the Order of the Phoenix, Golden Company and Meta's men will start the hunt. You are to kill any wizard you find committing a crime. However, if they are minor, I want you to obliviate them for their entire life and send them to Ministry Prison. Understood? He quickly instructed them. One more thing, Tom, you will get the achievement credited and push for a higher post, most likely Secretary of State for the Home Department. With this, you shall control law enforcement in England, Zimbabwe and Wales, matters of national security, issues concerning immigration, oversight of the security service, MI5, prisons and probation. Magnus dropped the bomb. Tom was shocked, he had climbed the ranks so fast, but with his achievements, it made total sense. I will do my duty just and right. Magnus nodded and turned to Adrian, you will be officially named as the person and the agency that helped the police in securing the country. Meta from then on will be allowed to hold joint operations with MI5 and MI6. Adrian bobbed his head, thank you for the help. Great, if you get the news of Voldemort, do not approach. Inform me immediately. Good luck. Magnus operated away as he came. Tom was numb, to be honest he remembered the day he met Magnus for the first time. In that park, a little lost boy, while he was a new recruit, life sure is strange, in my case, probably crazy on steroids as well. Magnus returned to the school. It was nighttime. The corridors were empty and menacing. The school seriously needs modern lighting and repaint. What do you all think? Should I get the school repainted and put on better lights? He asked the paintings. Yeah, I can use some dusting, one of the paintings said. Of course, it looks like a sex dungeon otherwise. We seriously need a repaint. Arthur hijacked the painting and spoke through it. It had been a while since Magnus had talked with him. How have you been, Arthur? I heard you found a new girlfriend. Yes, she's a bit fat but there are not many options. Arthur looked sad. Merlin also appeared. That's because you have already messed with every woman present here. Only the ones that you initially didn't try are now left. Magnus, why don't you take us to the French or American school and leave us there? Arthur blurted out the request. Pfft, dream on. Magnus fastened and left. Like hell was he going to help this pervert? I'm not a pervert, son. It's my dragon blood. Arthur justified his horniness. Magnus scoffed, really? Then why aren't I or Merlin doing the same? Arthur laughed suddenly. Wahaha, I don't know about you but Merlin has also dated nearly 80% of women here already. He's not too far behind. Wide-eyed, Magnus stopped and looked at the two. Like hell I'm helping you two perverts. Merlin, like a saint, quoted, Son, there is no wrong or right. Accept your blood and just do it, because YOLO. What's YOLO? Magnus inquired, his face with creased brow. You only live once. Merlin replied as he caressed his beard. Magnus was taken aback by their shamelessness. Not wasting a moment, he returned to his dorms but the two portraits followed him. He answered to them, no thanks, I don't need YOLO. I am happy with one Emma. Slap. Hearing this sound, he looked at the two. They were high-fiving each other and laughing. Confused, he queried. What was that for? Merlin chuckled, hee hee, boy, we had just come up with a plan. It seems you have not realized what you said. You just confessed to liking Emma. Magnus stared at the two deadpan and barked back, you fools. No shit, I do like her. She's loyal and damn hot and I would have kissed her already if anyway, I don't want to impose my crazy life and deadly problems on her. Not before I have secured the world from Voldemort first. Good night. He jumped on his bed and fell asleep quickly. Merlin and Arthur looked at each other's faces with a sad and guilty look, feeling that they had given all this sadness to the boy. Soviet Union, Moscow. The Soviet Union was going through an era of stagnation. Their war with America had now started to prove very costly and no matter what, they could not come on top. They were losing their influence and were planning their invasion of Afghanistan. But, they now had another problem. Out of nowhere, they lost all their influence in South Africa, then in more African nations. Even those that tilted towards communism have now moved away. After a long investigation, it was found that all evidence led to the British Prince, Magnus. Regarding this, Leonid Brezhnev, the General Secretary of the Communist Party, called a high-level party meeting with the important security personnel. What are we going to do about it? Recently, we have seen stagnation in our industries as well. Their CEOs have gone missing and all the companies have a new owner on whom we have no control. Countries are falling out of our sphere of influence. This brat, Magnus, is the reason. How are you dealing with this? I want to know all. He angrily shouted at his council members. The general in charge of the KGB spoke. Sir, we have compiled a file for him. He is not a normal person, hiding behind that childish face and personality is a ruthless and powerful wizard whom all of the world fears and respects. Our best agent will give us the report now. I sent him to the United Kingdom as soon as he joined the KGB. Comrade Vladimir Putin, you may begin. A young dirty blonde-haired boy stiffly stood up from seats beside the wall in the back and started speaking. A hint of fear, determination and dream to rise and one day sit on the seats beside the table was clear in his eyes. But, no one could see it yet. General Secretary, Honorable Council members. I was able to come in contact with a group of men who admired the British Prince. I was able to enter their wizard branch, and from there, I learned all this from him, A/N, it's just a fan club. His magical deeds start from the year 1969, when in a burning bus H. Vladimir gave his report with straight facts and a detailed timeline of all that Magnus did, it even had the adjacent timeline of all that occurred in Muggle world. Leonid Brezhnev sat back, he's certainly a dangerous man. The blood of the Merlin must be giving him strength. But we don't care about what happens in the wizarding world. What his actions are in the Muggle world have come into conflict with our interests. Comrade Vladimir Putin, you are to head back to Britain and meet this prince. Give him a direct warning that if he continues to damage our interests, we will harm his interests back. Putin saluted and stepped back to his seat. He was now looking forward to meeting this young prince, king actually, as he knew what he was doing. He couldn't help but somewhat admire the boy, as it was no small feat to become the Shadow Emperor. I hope we don't become enemies and can cooperate, King Pendragon, he muttered to himself. But whether it was his enthusiasm for the Soviet Union or his own ambitions, it was unknown. Chapter 349. Camelot. Duck was a happy big boy, he loved his family, his life. Often, he used to wonder who his real parents were, but he would always shrug that thought off, saying, they can't be better than my dad and grandma. He loved flying in the sky with his friends, also playing with pebbles and cuddles. They were his best friends. Today was usual, he had just finished his classes. It was getting hard each day, math was something he hated, but Grandma Martha would scold him if he didn't learn it. Still, he was at the top of the class. With him studied many goblins, Vela and centaur kids. He had a huge desk for him to sit at in the classroom. By Gunruck, by Tina, by Kargas. He flew away after saying goodbye to his classmates. With his specially made backpack and giant books, he headed straight to Camelot, his home. Grandma, where is lunch? I am hungry. He entered and roared like a spoiled boy. Grandma Martha came quickly with a lot of roasted meat that he loved so much. While eating, he told her all about his day, what he learnt in the classroom and all the naughty things he did. His upbringing was no different from a normal human child, the only difference was in size and strength. Martha chuckled, dear, I have something to show you today. Why don't you keep your eyes closed and follow me? Duck's face grew excited, his big eyes looking left and right to see what the surprise was. A present? I love presents. Let's go. Like an honest good boy, he closed his eyes and followed the voice. Every now and then he'd have an exciting giggle. One could not help but just love this big boy. Are we there, Grandma? He asked. Just around the corner, dear. Keep your eyes closed. She replied and soon brought him to the big hall. Then she stopped, open them now. Duck looked around, soon noticing something on the floor near him. His eyes immediately widened and his face turned into a big smile, WOH, a little dragon, just like my species. Hello, I am your big brother Duck, we can be best friends. The little golden dragon flew in the air and sat down on Duck's head. Duck tried to look at him cutely and giggled, hee hee, big brother Duck will protect you forever. Ah, my dad will love you too. He's very strong and awesome, you know. The strongest in the world I reckon. Graw, the little dragon cutely roared, prompting Duck to chuckle. Yes, that's the way to go. Soon you will be throwing flames as I do after the Sunday night spicy chicken dinner. It's painful but addictive. Grandma, where did you find him? Can I go to Dad to show him? He asked Martha. Martha laughed suddenly, alerting Duck. What happened? Dear, you don't gave to go to Magnus. He's already here. Martha said. Duck looked around in confusion, where? I can't smell him anywhere. Here, boy. Suddenly the small golden dragon flew and hovered in front of Duck's face. Duck was shocked and stepped back, WOAH. Grandma, this baby dragon sounds just like Dad. This is crazy. Magnus laughed in his squeaky voice, Duck, it's really me. Your first friends were Summer and Chad. You burnt Ragnar's hair when you were small, and you loved to get pats from Mum. Dad. But, how? Duck was very easy to convince. It seems he tilted his head in both excitement and confusion. I became an animagus, magic with which wizards can turn into magical beings they mostly associate with. I, being the strongest, became a dragon. Soon, I will also become big, then we both can fly around the world, father and son together. Magnus suggested to him. The plan sounded way too exciting to Duck, and he started dancing tippy-toed on the floor. Yay, I will go flying with my dad. We will see the world and burn bad people together. Magnus played for a few more hours with Duck to make him happy. They flew around Camelot to see things. Duck happily taught Magnus the ways of the dragons, the best techniques to fly and spew fire. The sun had finally become the teacher today, and Magnus couldn't be more proud of Duck. Soon, his short leave from Hogwarts ended and he had to return, but he promised Duck that he would bring the whole family to Camelot this winter to spend Christmas with him. Duck couldn't wait and had already started counting days by making a cross on the calendar. Magnus returned to Hogwarts. It was the month of November and it was already turning pretty chilly this time around. They were expecting snowfall soon. It was evening and everyone had returned to their dorms after dinner. Now, most common halls have televisions or music systems, so nobody ever gets bored now. Heck, Magnus even started special ads for wizards on television. It was just another way for Magnus to make money. The televisions were selling like hotcakes in the magical community across the United Kingdom. It needed a wizard to operate and start it, however, or else, if it ended up in a muggle's hand, it'd be a disaster. Anyway, when Magnus entered the common room of Slytherin, he saw everyone was sitting around the big 21-inch television, watching the movie called Star Wars Episode 4, A New Hope. The movie had just launched in the theaters and was receiving great praise. Since there were no theaters in the wizarding world, Magnus decided to let the wizards see it on the television. It was made by George Lucas, using the world's best special effects that made the movie look as real as the real world. The space, ships, and special effects were all created nearly life-sized with magic. Real explosions were made by levitating models in the air. However, Magnus had made a few changes, as he felt the movie was too complex for something to be part one of a series. There was so much information thrown around that one would lose focus. So, he forced George to make the story more streamlined, pre-plan the next parts for consistency of the plot, get a better dialogue writer, make the world's information less heavy on the story and allow bigger action and space scenes to take place. In the end, they had a well-polished film, that had not just complex politics, space battles, superpowered people a bit similar to wizards, dark side and whatnot, they also got a visual feast with realistic special effects. Heck, all the aliens looked completely real since they were wizards creating mass visible illusions. Hence, all the motion was as fluid as a human body. Magnus even played the part of a random alien, and also voiced the golden robot C-3PO, since having a British accent was a requirement. Enjoying the movie? Magnus took a seat between Emma and Ragnar. Emma was quick to slightly lean towards him and nod, "Yup, it's really interesting. It opens the imagination, making us wonder about space. Are there really aliens out there?" Magnus shrugged and Accio a can of fresh juice. Who knows? Humans are yet to explore space. But if we wizards focus, we can probably explore the entire galaxy in a short span of time. You promised me that you will take me to the moon and Mars, don't forget. Ragnar reminded him. Magnus sighed and nodded, "Yeah, Bobby is working on a space program. If everything goes well, we will go there in a few years." "Mr. Pendragon, are we going to have a Christmas party this year?" a third-year student asked him. Magnus looked at the many eyes that were now focused on him. He chuckled and spoke, I feel like I am spoiling you all. But, since the last big party 2 years back was ruined by Voldemort, we should have a successful one. Not going to Hogsmeade though. So, yeah, I will organize a big Christmas before we leave Hogwarts. When do the holidays start this year?" "On December 20th, sir." A boy quickly replied. Then December 19th it is. We shall have a big party, with music and dancing, in the Great Hall. Also, you can wear whatever clothes you want, no need for uniform. He announced it to all. Yeah. All hail Magnus. Everyone rejoiced and chanted. Though one voice stood out, "You can't decide that. You need permission." Magnus sighed and passed on a chilled fruit juice can to Gilderoy. "Kid, the more you shout against me, the more you're going to prove that you are an idiot. Remember, smart people speak less, and fools, well, you can see Ragnar." "Oi." Ragnar's protest came immediately. And amidst the laughter and ahs, while watching the movie, they spent the fine winter evening. The scene was totally opposite from what one would expect from Slytherin. It used to be dark, broody and depressing before. Now, it was a place full of lights, music and laughter. Dumbledore, McGonagall, Slughorn and most importantly Merlin were highly proud of this achievement of Magnus. Chapter 350. Today, Emma had booked Magnus to help her in her studies. So Magnus headed straight to the library. In all honesty, Magnus had started to somewhat reciprocate Emma's feelings. He knew he was old enough to date, it was just that his other commitments and aims in life forced him to not act on it. But now, he tried to at least be close to her, so she does not feel like he's not responding at all. "Here you are. So, what does my broomsmith want to study?" He sat beside her. Emma chuckled, loving the change in Magnus wholeheartedly. She now at least has the assurance that Magnus also likes her. I want to learn potions from you. The smile seemed to be lost from his face now as a frown took its place. Emma, I can teach you Muggle rocket science if you want, but potions, it's better you don't. But, if you want to fail in the class, sure, I can teach you. Hee, just kidding. Well, I thought, why don't I ask the best women charmer in the school to teach me some charms? I want to do well in my OWLs after all. She flirtingly replied. Magnus, taking her jibes all too well, reciprocated them. Fine, what does my sparkling grey-eyed kitty cat want? Charm to make a mind under control, or one to give bad luck. Or maybe a charm to make a mirror that tells you, who's the prettiest witch of all. She burst into uncontrolled laughter. Ha ha ha, I know that story. I've been reading them so that I have something to tell when I meet your cute little siblings again. But, why don't you be my mirror? Magnus, on my side, who's the prettiest witch of them all? Well, both Magnus and Emma were borderline adults, and wizards reach biological adulthood faster. Puberty had hit them hard and nice. Magnus had now lost the baby fat from the face and some facial hair was growing. He was growing tall, broad and muscular. Meanwhile, Emma was like a rose. Beautiful, yet thorny. Her face too now had the charm of a grown lady, her eyes always giving her a unique look, while her body, well, Magnus' reply was sufficient to appreciate that. You are one fine wine, Emma. The more you grow, the better you become. A/N, for those who don't know, Emma's looks are based on Alexandra Daddario. Emma goofily punched his side. Let's study now. So, can you teach me how to impress my charms examiner? Teach me something that can leave them shocked. Magnus thought about it, while intentionally sitting close to her that their shoulders would touch. If you want, you should register yourself as an animagus and then show them your transformation. Never. I want my form to be a secret. The last thing I want is for some assholes to kill all eagles they see in the sky, hoping to get to me. She rejected the idea. Then, you should try to learn the Patronus charm. Now that you have an animagus, it's 99% likely that your Patronus will also be a golden eagle. So, now you just need to focus on happy memories while chanting it, he suggested. Patronus is one of the toughest charms that was sure to shock the examiners, even more so when coming from a magically normal wizard like Emma. She sure was superior in everything about brooms, but she was average or above average in most subjects. Yes, let's try this. Will you teach me? She asked with puppy eyes. Of course. There was a new gang in town now, it was called Marauders. It comprised Remus, Peter, James and Sirius. Their goal? Well, it was to get revenge from Magnus, bring back honor to Gryffindor and prank Magnus, and the school. But, for this, they needed a method to sneak around the school. Hence, they started researching a new invention. A map that can show where who is in the school. A map with which they can sneak around openly. It was not going to be easy, as they will need to mark every single place in the school and also get access to the school's name registry. But then they came face to face with a great spell, called Homunculus Charm. The Homunculus Charm was a charm that, when cast onto a map, would enable its possessor to track the movements of every person in the mapped area, through labeled dots that moved around the parchment. The charm had such a powerful effect that it was not fooled by various methods of concealment and disguise, such as invisibility cloaks, the polyjuice potion and animagus transformations. The four went ahead to work on it. Remus was, of course, the brain behind the entire thing. They would turn to their animagus form to travel around and check out the entire castle and its surrounding grounds to map it on the map. It took them some time, but the fruits of their labor were sweet. Using Remus' old map that he got in his first year, they created a detailed map that not only shows every classroom, every hallway, and every corner of the castle, but it also shows every inch of the grounds, as well as all the secret passages that are hidden within its walls. After long hard work and their combined strength to cast the final charm, they were able to do it. Once made, they started to openly sneak around at night and plant pranks around the school. Still, they were mindful this time, keeping well in mind what happened when that last time they went overboard and Magnus ended up teaching them a good lesson. Look at this. Emma and Magnus are sitting alone in the library. What do you say, we mess with the lovebirds? Sirius grinningly suggested. Remus was less than excited. Come on, not him. Every time we go after him it backfires on us. Let's just aim at others. James, seemingly having forgotten his date with Dobby, took Sirius' side, saying, let's do it, Remus. It's never fun to prank small fishes. Magnus is the biggest, fattest and juiciest fish in the school. Pranking him is the highest honor for us. Inside the library, Magnus was teaching Emma about transfiguration. It was a serious study time, they were not joking or flirting with each other. Then can I transfigure one thing 3 times in a row? Emma asked. Sure, but doing it the 3rd time will require much more concentration, as your previous transfiguration will try to fight to revert back to its original FO. Sniff sniff. Why do I smell 4 pests closing in on us? He suddenly looked left and right. What do you mean? She asked him. He put his finger on her lips. Just follow me and do as I say. She nodded. Magnus and Emma then jumped above the book cabinets and secretly looked. They are here, the map is showing it. James was excited. Their plan was to pour slime on the 2, which was a permanent glue that would make Emma and Magnus stick together for a week. We need to jump on them. Sirius stopped from taking the last turn and looked at his friends to prepare. He lifted his hand to signal, slowly counting to 3. Go, he whispered loudly. Splash. Got you now, Magnus. James and Sirius roared as soon as they emptied the bucket of green slime on that 2 figures sitting by the table. Thud. However, they realized that they were fooled, as 2 watermelons and wigs similar to Magnus and Emma's hair rolled down on the floor. Ha ha ha, fools. Bam bam. Magnus and Emma jumped on top of them, Magnus keeping down Sirius while Emma keeping down James. They had their wands pointed at the 2's heads. Magnus quickly took the paper from their hands and realized what it was. Interesting, a map that shows people's movement. Nice, maybe I can use my greater magic to make it cover the entire cities. Huh, thank you for the gift, you 4. I can't help but say, you are my best friends. My birthday is still more than a month away and you gave me such a nice advance gift. What's this? Madam Pants is coming. She's going to go crazy after seeing this mess. You poured slime on books. Whoosh. Peter tried to run away, but Magnus swiftly sent a freezing charm his way. He did the same with James and Sirius while eyeing Remus. You won't run, I know. Emma, let's go, we got a new toy to play with. He held Emma's hand and walked out proudly while avoiding Madam Pants using the same map the marauders used. When they were out, Emma asked, how did you know they were coming? He replied while checking the map, I can smell cancer, Emma. I intentionally memorized their smell due to their mad brains. Then, do I have a fragrance too? She inquired. He nodded and replied without much thought, of course, Ragnar's is similar to liquid luck, Severus is the same as a healing rotten wound and yours is a mix of roses and a few more flowers. I needs to buy more of those perfumes, Emma quickly made a mental note. Chapter 351. Mag, come with me. I have finally made the fighter broom. Emma came excitedly into his dorm room, shocking a lot of other boys. But it was now an open secret that both were into each other, so no one said anything. In fact, some said good morning. Magnus was sleeping in his bed when all of a sudden something heavy jumped over his body. Without opening his eyes he cursed Chad, Chad, you have grown fat again. No food for the week. Meow, Chad made sad noises from a distance, feeling wronged. Pat. Emma lightly tapped on his face, it's me, Magnus. Get up and check out my broom. I have finished making the first working prototypes. Ragnar just returned from the bathroom and saw Emma trying to wake him up, so he came to help. Wait, I know how to wake him up. Cough. He cleared his throat before shouting in a female voice, my god. Somebody help, I just lost 1 billion galleons, whoever helps me find can keep 100 million. Magnus' eyes shot open, his blue irises shining bright, but his shoulders fell immediately. Arg, it was a dream. Yawn. What happened, Emma? Check out my broom. Emma excitedly repeated. He nodded and slowly got up, wore his clothes, and cast a spell on his teeth and mouth. Let's go. Rag, you can also come. Where is Severus? He said he's going to the library to research making more spells. Ragnar shrugged and followed. It was morning. They arrived outside Hagrid's hut, as this was a place rarely visited. Hagrid was also somewhere inside the forest at that time, so they were free to do it. There was something on the ground, it was covered under a cloth. Emma sure had prepared for the reveal. She coughed and stood in front of her invention proudly. Behold my greatest creation, one that took me years to make, and sacrifice of so many nights' sleep. I have named this broom, Infinity Dragon 1. With its magic engine, it can go from 0 to 100 in 2 seconds, then to 404 seconds, and its top speed is 600. It can shoot magic bullets which are made of the magic of the wizard sitting on it. Its aerodynamic design can minimize drag. The special paint smoothens it further. The headlights in front of it will ensure night raids on low altitudes go successfully. There is also a storage compartment for first aid, and not to forget, the soft leather seats for a comfortable and deadly ride. Whoosh! She took the cloth off and the creation was for all to see. It didn't look like a broom but a miniature jet. Magnus and Ragnar whistled after seeing this. There were 2 of them. So, want to test drive? She asked them. Ragnar, although didn't like flying much, had started to love it ever since he turned into his animagus. I would love to. Magnus also went to one broom. But, after sitting, he looked at Emma. I could use the technician's help and tell me about the features. Why don't you join me, Emma? Her jaw fell, she was not expecting this. But Ragnar's teasing words brought her back to reality. You are drooling, Emma. She checked her mouth and saw nothing, responding to Ragnar with a glare. But then she walked to Magnus. I will gladly help. Magnus allowed her to sit in front of him, like in the old days on horses. Her back was pressed on Magnus' chest as he held the handle of the broom, squeezing her in between. She was blushing madly and stuttering. You know how to fly. If you have some questions, ask me. He chuckled softly and took off. Ragnar was behind him as well. Let's see how fast it can go with 2 people. Whoosh! Magnus went full speed over the deeper sections of the forbidden forest, wind pressing on the 2's faces. But, they didn't complain, as the beauty of the forest from the sky was overwhelming. Ragnar also flew close to him and spoke. Get a room, you 2. See you later. He sped up to Max and zoomed past. Magnus and Emma looked at each other's faces for a split second, then shrugged. Let's surprise the centaur tribe. And like this, they spent their entire day flying over the forest in the middle. They even saw Hagrid. The big man asked for a ride as well, so Ragnar ended up being pressed between Hagrid's fat belly and the handle of the broom. Get a room, you 2. Magnus taunted Ragnar, while Hagrid didn't understand what he meant and innocently replied, Why, Magnus? I got myself a fine small cottage. Ragnar hated making fun of Magnus now. December 19th had come. It was the day to celebrate Christmas party, organized and funded by Magnus. This time, not many outsiders were invited, except the ministry folks. Everyone there loved Magnus parties. People were allowed to wear party clothes. Even Dumbledore does not object to Magnus' such adventures, as he too understands now the meaning of such gathering. Slytherin House was the biggest example of this, after all. Dumbledore wanted the entire school to live in peace and harmony. The time was set for the evening. The party would go on from 8 p.m. to 12 p.m. Though kids from 1st to 3rd year will have to go to bed at 10. The reason was to give the older ones some space, especially the couples. There were all kinds of drinks, even butterbeer was there, as he had buttered up the pub owner at Hogsmeade for this. There was food, all kinds of pizzas for Emma to go crazy over, all kinds of chickens for Ragnar to fatten himself on. For himself, well, pancakes didn't go well with the party sadly, so he stuck to normal people's food. Magnus was wearing a nice black-colored suit with a black shirt, while Emma was wearing a lighter shade of black gown with a shirt-like top and an overcoat. She didn't like revealing her body too much, and it was also cold. Not everyone had an internal heater like Magnus. Ragnar was wearing a black suit as well, but with a red shirt, while Snape had the same but with a dark green shirt. The 4 were totally rocking in terms of looks. My man, you look good. Pretty sure Lily will be eyeing you. But you must not look at her. Ragnar said to his buddy. Both of them were single, with no romantic interests. Severa's situation was understandable, while Ragnar had a different argument altogether. He had said that, I will chase the girl who makes my little Ragnar stand up like a flagpole in one glance, and until now, he hasn't been able to find one. So, both of them just sat at the side and ate like pigs. Emma and Magnus were there too, eating pizza. Many girls had come to ask Magnus for a dance, but he rejected them politely. While many boys had come for Emma and she had rudely rejected them. You should be softer on people, Emma. We don't want people to really call you my Bellatrix. Magnus joked. She scoffed and ate her cheesy chicken pizza. Let them say whatever they want. I am far superior from that brainwashed broodmare. Magnus chuckled, your words sure are gonna cut many hearts deep. Slowly, the time passed, the great hall became emptier, with only 4th years and uppers being there. Even most of the teachers had left, including Dumbledore and McGonagall. Slughorn was there as in charge, but the man was drunk and dancing stupidly with a sober Flitwick. Other than that, most couples were there, dancing to romantic music. Gryffindor 4, all except Peter, were able to find dates as well and danced. Peter ended up going to bed soon after, unable to see his friends enjoying it. Jealousy was getting heavy on his conscience. "Sev, let's go and dance. You sure got long hair, you can pass for my date tonight." Ragnar stood up suddenly. The four were slightly drunk on Butterbeer and had a shade of red on their faces. Shocking them, Severus stood up and grabbed Ragnar's shoulder. "No, my friend. You are my date, my bitch tonight." Scaredly, Ragnar took a few steps back. Wow, easy there, Sev. We got to have some brotherly distance between us. The last thing I want is you hallucinating and seeing me as Lily and kissing me." As the two left, Magnus looked at Emma. "You want to dance with me, Emma?" She let out a frustrated sigh. "Finally, I thought you would never ask and I'd have to make do with eating pizza. Let's go." He laughed and held her hand, walking to the dance floor. Initially, they danced stiffly, as they had no idea where to put their hands. Emma grunted and forced his hands onto her waist. "I will not melt at your touch, Magnus. Hold me from here, look at the seniors, this is how you dance." She taught him, as she put her arms around his neck. Magnus looked into her sparkling grey eyes. A blush on her cheeks was clear. He smiled softly and relaxed, and with that, their movement became fluid. All around them were couples. The dimly lit dance floor and the soft slow music enhanced the experience. The only absurdity there was the bickering duo of Ragnar and Severus as they tried to learn how to dance while cursing each other. But none of that was audible to Magnus and Emma as they drowned into each other's intoxicating eyes. "Gah, it's getting hot in here, even when it's bloody cold. For Merlin's sake, how is your body radiating so much heat?" Emma complained, breathing out loud. "Then get rid of your coat, I shall do the same with my coat," he suggested. And with a flick of their wands, they got rid of them. They went dancing once again, but Emma still found herself feeling warm in her body. She realized that it was not Magnus doing, it was her own heart that was beating too fast. She had never been this close to Magnus. The boy she had been in love with since first year, the boy whom she saw as a usual snobbish rich brat, the one for whom she was ready to fight a Dark Lord and even die, she finally found her feelings being somewhat reciprocated. Yet, she always felt there was a wall between them, one raised by Magnus. And no matter what she did, she could not get past that wall. However, today, being so close, she felt that wall had thinned down, but it was human nature to be greedy and she couldn't help but hope for more, that there can be something real and open between them. But she was scared of pushing too hard and making Magnus distance himself. There were 1,000 words she wanted to say to him, but that fear made her keep them in her heart. It frustrated her to no end. She often felt like screaming. She tried her best, always trying to impress him, to be better in magic, in her speciality. Yet, the frustration was only increasing. The fear was only increasing. Sometimes, she'd think about directly confronting him, feeling that it'd be better to be directly rejected than to live in false infuriating hope. However, that courage would go away the moment she would see him, feeling her friendship was too precious to be destroyed for something so dumb. They kept on dancing, looking into each other's eyes. Soon enough, their movement became like a computer programming on repeat, while the music went on and 1,000 things ran in their minds. An hour passed, and Emma's eyes twitched, seemingly in agony. Then slowly, without any reaction or expression on her face, 2 teardrops slid down her eyes. Magnus panicked. What happened, Emma? Are you okay?" She snuffled and nodded, holding her tears back. "See, can we talk outside, somewhere quiet?" He nodded and followed her. At the same time he signaled Ragnar and Severus, who were still dancing, but away from each other now and looked more like monkeys. The two responded immediately. "Sev, let's go. We gotta make sure no Ho and Wap boy disturbs them," Ragnar said in a commanding voice. Severus had questions. "I still don't understand what that word means." "It means weak-ass Pepe boy," Ragnar finally revealed. Severus stopped in his tracks and glared daggers at Ragnar. "You have been calling me this the entire time." Ragnar smiled and patted Severus back. "Come on, you can't deny it. You indeed were a weak-ass Pepe boy." "That was an apology?" Severus questioned angrily. As they bickered, they also made sure nobody went behind Magnus. 3rd floor, on a balcony. It was 11 in the night, there were clouds in the sky and the wind was especially chilly. But neither of them were worried about it. Emma stopped there and turned to face him. Magnus stood close to her. What happened? Why are you upset? I want a direct answer today. This bullshit is agonizing my mind and hurting my heart. She blurted in the most shivering and stuttering voice possible. It clearly took all her courage. Magnus stayed quiet for a minute, he sighed and faced down with closed eyes, thinking about the situation. Here it comes, he thought, knowing all too well, he could not walk out of this situation today. Chapter 352. Why did Emma fall in love with Magnus? When did it really happen? It goes all the way back to the first year. When she first saw him, he was just a proud boy, associating with Lucius Malfoy. But then, shocking her, Magnus beat Lucius in a fight and declared himself unassociated with him. That was when her view of him changed. From a mindless sheep, he became a lion in her eyes. Then, the attempt on his life was made in Diagon Alley, where at the age of 11, he fought and killed enemies. Not just that, but he saved her dad from death. From then on, Magnus became a dragon in her eyes. How did she fall for him? She had no idea, but it was a gradual process. As she got to know him, his mindset, his ideas, his dreams and how normal he was in reality, she started to fall. Again and again, he saved people, he worked for the better of society. Everything about him went against Slytherin. But then she saw his cunning, his anger. She saw his mental prowess, his smartness. Then she saw his loyalty to his best friends. For Severus, he fought 1,000 beasts. For Ragnar not to feel lonely, he took him home. He was the perfect wizard in her eyes, as he had the traits of all houses. A true neutral wizard in every sense, who just wanted peace and prosperity. And from there, she fell deeper and deeper into love. Her morning would start with the excitement of seeing him and spending time with him, her nights ended with the thought of the next day. However, as days passed and became years, that excitement started to become painful. As she grew, her thinking did too. She was no longer happy with just sitting beside him, she wanted to hold his hand while sitting beside him. She wanted to feel valued beside him. And all that pent-up frustration led them to this very moment. As the cold wind blew around them, they silently stood on the balcony. She had already asked the question and was awaiting an answer, one she knew might hurt her really badly. Magnus sighed and looked at Emma. She was shivering, as the lack of a coat was not helping her. But he knew, he needed to answer her main question. Emma, I know you like me, love me. I know you are the most loyal woman I will ever find in my life. You are borderline crazy, and I love that about you. But, I fear. I have enemies, known and unknown. They will try to use you and your family to get to me. And let's say I can handle them, I want to ask, can you? Can your dad and your mum live in constant fear? For the past few years, ever since I started school here, multiple attempts on my life have been made. Many times I nearly died. Then I saw you nearly die. I saw Bellatrix hitting you with a curse and you fell from the broom. Injured, yet you got back up. Then you looked for me. You could have died that night. That was when I realized, I am not just a danger to myself, but also to those around me. I don't want to live with the burden of your deaths. Ragnar, he's a mad dog, he has fulfilled his wishes and does not care if he dies. That's why I keep him beside me, he can fight as well. Is that it? Because I am weak. I will train then, much more than before. Emma firmly said, hoping for these to be the words to convince him. Magnus sighed and held his face. Emma, you won't understand. You can't. Ragnar, me and Severus. We are broken people. Our only healing is to move towards our goals. I can't commit to you, as I will end up hurting you by not being able to give you my time and attention. My shoulders are heavy already. My last names, Emrys and Pendragon, they mean a lot to me. There are 4 billion humans and 2 billion magical beings who are intelligent. Millions of centaurs, werewolves, elves, goblins and more dream of a day when they can be equal to humans, treated with respect and dignity. I don't want to fail them. I do like you, Emma, a lot actually, and I don't think I will ever find someone like you again. But, I don't want to half-ass it and ruin everything. Not unless I have taken of some of the responsibilities from my shoulders. Emma sighed and looked at her feet, her eyes watering up. She nodded as she walked towards him and put one hand on his shoulder. I can understand you. I've seen you for this long, I know how firm your resolve is. It was selfish of me to think I could have you. Forgive me, I ruined this amazing night of ours. I hope you won't move away from me now. Her monotonous voice hurt Magnus, scared him too. No, Emma. Never. You are and will forever be precious to me. Emma smiled, but it was clear she was forcing it. She then started walking away back into the castle. Magnus watched her silently, words being pressed under his lips. He was already just an inch away from shouting that he wanted her. But Emma all of a sudden stopped. She stayed still for a few seconds, then turned halfway towards him and looked him in the eyes. Her eyes now had drops of tears falling, her lips shivered. She must want to scream at him, but could not. The fear of losing what little was left was too much. In a shaking and broken voice, she spoke to him. Magnus, why do you keep pushing people away from yourself? Don't you see? We care about you, we love you. I love you, you unconditionally. Her face was agonizing for Magnus. His mind and heart were in chaos. Merlin's soul piece in the locket around his neck talked to him in a one-sided manner. Son, I have made plenty of blunders in my life. But, I was never lucky enough to have someone love me so much. Arthur does not count. So, take my advice. Fuck the world, you are not a slave to it, you don't owe them anything. You do what you do out of the goodness of the heart. If you let her go now, I can feel it, that same heart will become slightly dead. Magnus' eyes shined again as if there was a renewed resolve. He smiled softly and let out a sigh. Inwardly, he was cursing himself, calling himself a bastard to even allow Emma to cry. However, his smile infuriated Emma. But before she could have an outburst, Magnus spoke while taking steps towards her. Emma, do you know, when you enter any kind of human undertaking in a relationship, it's an act of faith, that, you've given yourself up. Honestly, love is an act of surrender to another person, total abandonment, meaning, I give myself to you. Emma snorted and angrily yelled, here you go with your lecture again. Magnus, now at arm's length from her, suddenly grabbed her hand and pulled her close by her waist. I think you didn't hear me right, Miss Emma Vanity. I give myself to you. She resisted a little, confused by his words. Before she could react, shocking her, Magnus pressed his lips on hers, softly, smoothly, like a spring breeze. He didn't let go after seconds passed, as she finally felt the warmth of his lips, his cordial breath brushing off her face, his unique and strong intoxicating scent taking over her mind. She was startled, initially, and foolishly kept her eyes open. It was a first for both. But soon, she as well closed her eyes, reciprocating the same intense passion and welcomed him. She held his face as she showed her wild side, now pushing his face back and forcing Magnus to allow her to explore his mouth. He was amazed but welcomed this approach. He too held her closer, tighter, and felt her mature body on his own. She was not holding back at all, climbing him and strangling his waist with her legs, and soon, he found himself holding her in the air with his hands on her bottom, his body pressed against the balcony edge while she went wild with her wet, deep and long kisses. It lasted for minutes, but for them, they still couldn't get enough of each other, and those minutes extended to many more. With nobody to disturb them, they shamelessly expressed their love for each other that had accumulated in months and years. Like floodgates being opened, they let themselves go. The night was chilling cold, but the two hearts were ignited in a romantic fiery passion. Both knew there was no need to hasten. They went on for many minutes to come. Only when even their wet lips started to feel dry did they distance their faces, yet still held each other in arms, him supporting her weight on his palms as she kept her legs locked around his waist. They stared into each other's eyes. Words were not enough to describe what they felt for each other right at that moment. Madness, passion, crazy, it was probably a bit of all. But above all, it was love. I feel dehydrated now, thanks for making me cry rivers, Emma complained lovingly. Her face was still red from all the passionate warmth she felt not long ago. He chuckled. It was not easy, Emma. I had to make calculations. I have taken a big undertaking, and I want to make sure I do it right. And from what just happened, I believe I am going to enjoy fulfilling this undertaking. As his last words were spoken, he pressed her back onto the wall and deeply kissed her lean neck. She squirmed under his lips' soft touch and welcomed him. However, he pulled his lips away and looked at her face with fear. By the way, I must tell you something very important, Emma, just to be clear and give you another chance. You can still reject me if you want. I am infertile, can't have kids. What? She exclaimed in confusion and jumped down, releasing her leg grip from his body and standing straight. Chapter 353. By the way, I must tell you something very important, Emma, just to be clear and give you another chance, you can still reject me if you want. I am infertile. I cannot sire children. This is the price I had to pay for having dragon blood in me and all this magical power. Magnus revealed to her. She was shocked at first, but slowly her eyes turned softer and eventually became wet. She gently rubbed his face with her warm hands and asked, "For how long did you know?" 3 years, I tried to find a cure, but Merlin said even he could not find one. Only Rag knows about it, and Mr. Flammel. He answered with a heavy heart. She all of a sudden pulled him into a tight hug. Must have been hard on you, to carry all this burden, tension, all by yourself. Magnus was about to speak, but he silently hid his face on her shoulder, taking her comfort to his heart. He felt grateful. Thank you for understanding. She softly chuckled, hee hee, I'm no WAP girl, as Ragnar says. It means weak-ass Pepe boy, just so you know. And you don't have a, he clarified. Her face turned into a frown as she realized that it did not mean weak-ass peasant. You didn't hear me say anything. He laughed and held her waist in a hug. Let's make it official now. Emma was confused, but Magnus grabbed her hand and took her back to the dance floor again in the great hall, where the party was still on. Ragnar and Severus' eyes were on them. They were confused as to what happened. On the dance floor, he grabbed her by her waist with one hand, held her face with the other, and left a deep passionate wet kiss on her lips, in front of everyone. The kiss lasted an entire minute, giving enough time for everyone to stop whatever they were doing and notice them. The DJ, couples, teachers, Chad, Summer, Fox, all the single girls especially, gaped at the sight. Chad, Summer and Fox however cheered and even sang songs. Magnus pulled back from the passionate kiss and said to her in an audible voice, "With this, I have announced to the world today, that you are mine, and I am yours." She looked wildly into his eyes, then took a glance at the crowd still watching them. A teasing grin took over her lips as she replied, "I don't think they got the message. Let me reaffirm it." And she jumped to deeply kiss him again, this time on her own initiative, even harder than Magnus' last kiss. A lot of girls stomped their feet at this sight and boys lost the grip of their beer glasses. Even those with girlfriends felt jealous of Magnus, for having such a gorgeous and wild girlfriend. Many with gaping drooling mouths received a slap from their partners that night. What about Ragnar and Severus? Well, they were busy teasing the many girls and boys for their bad luck while forcing couples to do the same as Magnus and Emma and kiss. The boys among the couples gave the two an appreciative nod, however. He finally has a girlfriend now. One that's as crazy as him. Severus said in an appreciative nod. Ragnar snorted, "Humph, you're wrong. He just got his Bellatrix." "What does that make us?" "His Rodolphus?" Severus added. Hearing this, Ragnar vomited, but then his face turned pale. "Fuck, I forgot. I had put that bastard on a frying pan this morning. I don't want him to die so easily." With that, Ragnar ran away quickly to the dorm room so he could go to Camelot quickly. Severus didn't ask anything, having already realized what was the fate of Rodolphus. The man had been facing torture for the past 2 years now. Dumbledore, who was sitting in the office and watching the events that transpired in Hogwarts with a big happy smile on his surveillance orb, felt elated. So the dragon now has a dragoness. Fantastic. Why was he celebrating? Well, he was always scared and worried about Magnus' mental health, so he liked it that now he will have a female partner to rely on, share his deeper thoughts and worries. While he had doubts that Emma would not be that feminine, he still understood that she was the best among the girls who understood Magnus. The Gryffindor 4 who saw it live in front of them had their jaws hanging. James felt he was outdone. Sirius was whistling to cheer, as he was also a good friend of Magnus before being a Gryffindor. Remus just smiled, having already expected this would happen someday. Lily, however, felt jealous. Emma was in the place she dreamt of being. But, sadly, she was not his type. Slughorn, who was drunk, clapped, "Great, I must prepare a wedding gift quick now." Flitwick, who sat beside him, corrected him, "Mr. Slughorn, you're too drunk. They are still teenagers." Hundreds of kilometers away, in London, in a big mansion, Grace felt a disturbance in the air, and it made her overly happy for some reason. She had sweet dreams that night. However, the majority of Hogwarts was jealous, but thankfully, Magnus' reputation made sure they didn't do something stupid and learned to enjoy being on his good side. Magnus and Emma just danced together, while often engaging in wild kisses. They stood so close to each other that one could say their hug lasted an hour. They talked in low voices, laughed many times. Both had shining faces, and their hearts were truly happy. At 12 a.m. the party came to an end, yet Emma and Magnus didn't want to leave. Ragnar and Severus had to pull them from each other. "What the fuck are you, Magnus? You two have all your life, and you will see each other in the morning as well." Ragnar cursed them. "I hope you two know about the sex rules of Hogwarts," Severus added, spoiling their moods. Emma barked, "I'm not dumb, Severus." Magnus too, "Do not cite the rules to me, boy. I was there when it was written." He was quite literally the one who made Dumbledore change the kissing and make-out rules. "Anyway, unwanted pregnancy can get you two kicked out of school," Severus added. "What the fuck, man? I'm not dumb, and we just started dating." "God. You're crazy." Emma, utterly embarrassed, dashed away. "Rag, please follow her for me. Some witches might act upon their jealousy." Magnus asked his brother. Ragnar nodded and left. "Sure, more fools for me to target my pranks on." Magnus and Severus meanwhile walked together to the Slytherin dorms. Magnus gratefully said, "I heeded your advice. I couldn't hurt her when I clearly liked her." Severus patted his back, "I'm glad I could help." Magnus laughed and put his arm around Severus' shoulder. "So, you have your eyes on any new girl? Maybe I can help." "You don't have to do this, Mag. I am just grateful enough that I have good friends like you, Rag and Emma. I can't imagine how it even happened, even after our disastrous first meeting on the train. I am fine being without a girl, so don't worry." Severus clarified quickly. Magnus nodded and didn't bring this matter up again. He was mature enough. "Cool, then let's prepare a prank for the so-called marauders." Did you see the map they made? Help me juice it up so it can work on the entire map of cities. And even the world someday. The world? I can't imagine the amount of energy it will need to work. But, maybe a philosopher's stone can do it. Severus commented as they started talking about nerdy stuff. That night, Magnus had a really delightful sleep. With the worry about Emma over, and having finally accepted her, he felt warm in his heart. Chad and Summer also snuggled to his side and slept together. They too were happy, as if they were connected to Magnus. However, today, he was having a really strange dream, one that felt too real. Out of nowhere, he found himself sitting on a chair, in front of a table and another empty chair. All around him was white space. "What the hell, I was sleeping," he muttered. He realized that this was probably a lucid dream, where he knew he was dreaming. But, that went out of the window when another being appeared, wearing loose clothing, that seemed to be from a really old Japanese era. The man was tall and well-built, he had strange skin, too white. Then there were the red eyes and his long white hair. But the face told stories as well, that this man had seen some not-so-nice things. Magnus quickly asked, "Who are you?" The man seemed to be in shock as well, as if he had no idea how and why he was there. After checking him out, he took a seat and answered, "I am Shuriken Dama, what about you?" Chapter 354. "And I hope you grow stronger and are able to bring peace and equality to the world." Shuriken reciprocated and shook the hand. Bam! As soon as they touched, the world blacked out and everything disappeared. Magnus opened his eyes and found himself in his bed. Morning sunlight was falling on his face from the window. Chad was still snuggling beside him and hiding his face away from the light. Summer was sitting on his chest and sleeping. "What a strange man. Did you see all that, Merlin?" he asked. "See what?" "You were sleeping." Merlin from the bead inquired. Sigh, "Nothing, I just had a really strange and wholesome dream. Well, now I know what I must do to make the world better." He got up excitedly. He had no idea if this Shuriken guy was real or just an idea of his mind. He still thanked for the wisdom he received from the guy. Meow. Chad complained to Magnus for moving too much. "Boy, you're getting too comfortable in the bed. And it's morning, time to wake up." He patted Chad's cubby head. Getting out of bed, he remembered that from today, he officially had a girlfriend, but at the same time, he felt a huge dose of cringe and embarrassment. Damn, how was I able to say and do all that yesterday? Love does make one blind and stupid, I guess. Oi. Rag and Sev. Wake up. Magnus kicked his best bros on the asses and went straight to take a bath in the luxury prefect bath. There, he was congratulated by other prefects and head boys for getting a girlfriend. Well, today, all of them were heading home as the Christmas holidays would start. Just after the morning breakfast, all would aboard the train. "Mr. Pendragon, I want to say something." All of a sudden Lockhart came and stood in front of him. Magnus nodded. "What? You finally realized your foolishness and now want to apologize?" However, Lockhart scoffed and pointed his finger. "I will show you. Next year, I will find a hotter girlfriend than you. You may be good at magic, but in looks, I am the best." "And I am the headmaster of Hogwarts," Magnus replied. Bewildered, Lockhart asked, "What are you saying?" "Well, you think you are better looking than me, a pretty good thing to dream about, so I also said made-up things." "Oh wait, I can actually become the headmaster if I want, but you?" "Waha, you can't change your face, it's genetic." Magnus taunted him back. Lockhart decided to run away, but Magnus didn't let him be at rest. "Boy, with that attitude, no girl in this life will ever get close to you. Change that attitude, or else, I will not be easy on you next year." Giving that warning, he headed to his room to pack the bags. Ragnar and Severus had already woken up and left the dorm for their peasant bathroom. He flicked his wand and immediately all his stuff packed itself. Ah, magic is so convenient. It sure is. All of a sudden he heard a voice behind him and arms wrapping around his neck. He chuckled. "I half expected you to be doing this. But don't do it so much that old Dumbledore changes the rules again." Emma laughed and released him, only to sit on his bed and pat Chad. "I was bored after packing my stuff, so I came here." "So I am your pastime?" Magnus sounded hurt. She chuckled and licked her lips, and much more. "You are one crazy girl," he said and lifted his bags. She also jumped on his back. "I thought that was why you liked me." "Yup, already regretting it." He blurted. "Hey. The Hogwarts Express was fine." Although Magnus had the privilege to sit with the head boys and prefects in a different compartment, he decided to be with his friends. Now, the Gryffindor Four rarely traveled with them since they wanted to keep a distance. Still, Sirius and Remus would come to talk every once in a while. "So, Emma, what's your plan this winter?" "Ah, wait, you have not seen my other home, right?" Magnus realized she had not been to Camelot yet. "What second home?" she asked. "Hee, you should spend Christmas with me. I will be going there with my entire family. Rag will be there too, not Sev though, as he will spend it with his mum. Though all of us will meet the next day and have a big family lunch." Magnus invited her. That was all it took to convince her, as her mobile phone was already in her hand and she was calling her dad. "Dad, I and Magnus have started to date officially. I will spend Christmas Eve with his family. The next day, you and Mom are invited to his home for lunch." However, her face suddenly turned red as soon as her mom took the phone and told her to use the right protection. "I'm not a fool, Mom. And that's not going to happen anytime soon." She hung up to find Ragnar cheekily eyeing her. "What's not happening?" Emma knew that the bastard had understood it. "Shut your mouth if you want my new broom. It's a deal, Miss Vanity." So, Emma decided to tag along with them. Due to security reasons, Magnus operated to his home with her. Rag. The three little goofballs, Maximus, Aurelia and Clementia, had grown 2 years old by now. They were able to speak in broken sentences. "Aw, my munchkins." Magnus picked the three into a big high as they giggled and kissed his face. Then Ragnar did the same, even giving them safe healthy candies to gain more brownie points than Magnus. There was always a state of war between the two in this aspect. Soon, the three eyed Emma curiously, but also seemed a bit scared of the strangers. So they hid behind Magnus and Ragnar's feet. "You three, this is my girlfriend, Emma. You saw her last year as well. Say hello to her." He tried to refresh their memories. "Wah! Chocolate sis!" the three exclaimed as they remembered she had spoiled them. However, Grace came out of the kitchen running at this point as she heard him. "You two are dating?" Magnus sighed and looked at her with puppy eyes, pleading to not embarrass him. "Yes, Mom. Since yesterday." Grace chuckled and caressed Emma's head. "Well, I always knew it was going to be her, I'm not even surprised." "What's that, mother's instinct?" Ragnar asked her jokingly. "No, it's stating the obvious. They already looked like couples." Grace replied, shutting Ragnar up with her blunt answers. "Okay, get fresh, take a bath and come to the dinner table. Lunch is ready, I will call your dad to give the good news." She happily skipped away. "Mom. We are going to Grandma Martha for Christmas," he informed her before she disappeared. The mansion was huge, there were plenty of empty rooms, so Magnus showed one to Emma and let her occupy it, meanwhile he went to his. But, as soon as he put his ass on the bed to take some rest, his muggle business-related phone rang up. He grunted annoyedly, "What, Ted? Have you placed a tracker on me that tells you the moment I reach home?" Ted chuckled, "No, I just got the Hogwarts Express schedule. Anyway, I needed to inform you that a man named Vladimir Putin from the Soviet Union has come to meet you. He's a KGB agent and refuses to tell anything to us. He's got strong mental shields, so I think only you can read it. Fine, tell him to come to my office tomorrow." He gave the timing and was about to hang up when Ted stopped him. "I also have really juicy news from Japan. Magnus, are you interested in buying Sony?" Ted shocked him with this offer. "Interesting, please elaborate." Magnus was interested now. Ted explained everything. "Well, my secretary received a call from a guy who works as the chief law advisor at Sony headquarters. The man had found out that the CEO and a few powerful board members were using company money for personal expenses, like buying properties around the world through a shell company. So, the guy went ahead to tell this to the board, as it was his job, but he was then demoted and transferred from headquarters to US operations. Mind you, this guy was up in the chain. Well, it was all fine, until he got a visit from the court and a few officers, who forced into his house, terrorized his family and kids, then took his personal computers, floppy disks and some diaries. There was no court-issued search warrant. Realizing he was in a deep mess, he contacted us, and then I got the news. I went to Japan myself and behold, we were being tailed by the Yakuza. I asked Meta to get involved, and after that, we not only got all the evidence back, the whistleblower is also safe. We now have the power to destroy this company or move all board members like our pawns." Magnus thought about it for a second and asked, "How much did they embezzle?" "The company is worth $11 billion. They have cheated $460 million by now." Ted replied. "Whistle, man, they are good, but I guess not that much. Okay, get me the sweetest deal possible." He gave a green light and hung up. Chapter 355. December 21, 1975. It was the day when Sony's board members and the CEO realized that they fucked up big time, no matter whom they hired, be it Yakuza, Russian Mafia, Chinese Mafia or even freelancing wizard assassins, nobody accepted the assignment to kill the whistleblower, all saying that the man was under Meta's protection and they don't mess with Meta. Next, Sony's CEO got a call from the CEO of Toshiba, who told him about his own experience with Magnus when he messed it up by fighting Adam's battery patents and sent assassins. He just told the man, "You're fucked." After that, everyone fell into their place and all became a puppet for Ted to control. However, it was also the day when an extremely violent man was assassinated. His name was Idi Amin, the de facto military dictator of Uganda. He took over in 1971 through a coup. He destroyed the constitution and the courts and gave himself the power to pass a decree. His rise was violent, but his rule was more savage. Like every dictator, there must always be one part of their country on which they can put all the blame on. Like how Hitler did with Jews. Idi Amin declared that the reason Uganda was in a bad shape was because of Asians. Most of these Asians were Indians, Pakistanis, and Bangladeshi. Back during colonial rule, the British brought people as slaves from the British Raj to build roads and train tracks in Uganda. These people never left, and truly, nearly 60% of the influential businesses were owned by Asians. It was easy for Idi to blame them. Then, one morning in 1973, he went to the national radio station and addressed the nation. In this, he said, "I see Asians are milking a cow, and they are not feeding it. Asians are responsible for today's Uganda." And then followed hate crimes, rapes and murders, eventually leading to the expulsion of all Asians. What happens when all the people who were experienced in running businesses are thrown away? Inflation. Yet, the West stayed silent mostly, including the United Kingdom. Idi killed hundreds of thousands of people in recent years, most caught up in vague accusations of being anti-government. Eventually, the man received many names: Butcher of Uganda, Butcher of Africa, Butcher of Kampala, Black Hitler, and many more. Amin's rule was characterized by rampant human rights abuses, including political repression, ethnic persecution and extrajudicial killings, as well as nepotism, corruption, and gross economic mismanagement. Then, one of the most powerful men in East Africa, the Anglican Archbishop, was murdered by Amin. When people saw through it and didn't like it, chances of an open rebellion became clear. So, to divert attention, Amin waged a war on Tanzania, for no reason at all. By now, Magnus had consolidated his control over most of southern Africa. South Africa was amazing now, with no ethnic tension like before. Greater Britain, Zimbabwe, was on the road to becoming an economic powerhouse. To keep Zimbabwe safe, it was important to keep the neighboring countries safe, stable and under the pocket. So, Zambia, Mozambique, Botswana and South Africa went through a process of getting their political sphere purged of all corruption and evil. They were now strongly affected by Greater Britain. So, when Tanzania was attacked, a neighbor of Mozambique, an important country for Zimbabwe, the Dragon Service decided that the man had to go. They broke into Idi Amin's palace at night, caught him and all his high-level supporters, brought in a few loyal men to announce that Uganda was saved, Idi Amin was caught and will be trialed for crimes. A long list was given to the people. Then, he was executed on December 21st. Like this, Magnus now controlled Uganda's politics as well. This was his agenda. He was not going to rule countries, only make sure their political circles stay free of any madness, were pro-democracy and pro-development. Currently, Magnus' Dragon Service had 4 departments. Each was responsible for one region. 1. The European department was aimed at making sure no new Dark Lord or dictator rises. 2. The Asia department was focused on bringing peace to India and Pakistan, tackling the Soviet Union and stopping communism from spreading. 3. The Africa department, this one's aim was clear and most developed. It aims to turn Africa into an economic powerhouse. 4. South America was the toughest region to crack due to the United States. The plan was to do what Magnus was doing with Africa. This was what he needed to fulfill his and Merlin's dream of a peaceful and happy world. Magnus arrived at his office at Dragon Holdings. KGB agent Vladimir Putin was waiting for him there. He quickly called him in. Magnus noticed that the man looked really young, most likely in his early 20s. It was strange for such a young man to be given such important tasks. It showed that this guy was promising. Putin eyed him with a strange interest as if trying to read the mind of this young king. He took a seat and spoke in a Russian accent. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Pendragon. I don't even know you, so I won't say it's a pleasure. I am on my holiday, so tell me why I should listen to you." Magnus asked him straightforwardly. "I have come to deliver this to you, a statement from the General Secretary." Putin gave him the envelope. Magnus read it with no care at all. "Blah blah blah, do not damage our interests, blah blah blah, we will damage yours if you don't stop. Sincerely." Magnus uninterestedly tore the letter apart. "Man, tell your commie General Secretary, eat shit. I am not afraid of the Soviet Union, and if you force me, I will kill every single party member of yours without you people even finding out. Oh wait, you guys are communists, corruption is second nature of your party workers. I certainly have enough money to make you guys poison each other." Putin's brows twitched, but he kept his patience. "I understand, Mr. Pendragon, I shall tell them what you said word to word." "Nice, I'm heading home then." Magnus got up to leave. Putin, however, stopped him. "Wait, Mr. Pendragon, that was just official business, I came here for something else. For more than half a century, we have tried communism, and we have failed pretty spectacularly. The current state of the Soviet Union is not good either, we have been defeated by the United States but don't want to acknowledge it. Communism has failed nearly every country it took over as none are richer now. While Japan, South Korea, and the likes are booming with economic activity. So I have a proposal for you." Magnus sat back with a smile. Interesting. Elaborate then." Well, the meeting with Putin was surprising but good. But Magnus forgot about that as soon as December 24th came. The whole family dressed up and headed to Camelot. For Emma, this was their first time heading there. "Emma, this is the port key, say the word with us." "Big brother Mag, pick me," Aurelia and Clementia requested him. Lovingly, he picked them in his arms and hugged them tightly. "Okay, hold big brother tight." "Mom, did you pack all the gifts?" "It's all ready and packed, honey." "Adam, why are you locking the doors, we have so many security personnel outside." Grace called her husband. Adam scolded back. "Moody told me to keep constant vigilance, I'm just doing that." "Ah, his madness is spreading," Ragnar commented tiredly. "Okay everyone, put your hand on the port key." Magnus hurried. Whoosh. Immediately, the big family appeared inside the enclosed port key room in Camelot. Until now, Emma was confused, but Magnus then grabbed her hand and dragged her to the highest balcony. "Welcome to Camelot. The secret island of Merlin and King Arthur. I own it all. A lot of different beast species live here with harmony. Goblins, centaurs and Vela tribes are also prominent here and consider me their sovereign. The outer world cannot enter this place without my permission, and nor can they see this place with satellites. Magnus revealed excitedly. Mouth agape. Emma looked at the giant city under. Soon she realized it was not a city but just a part of the castle. Rhea. She scaredly grabbed Magnus' hand. What was that? Magnus chuckled and didn't answer. To Emma's horror, a giant dragon landed in front of them. Wah, what, run, Magnus. He laughed. Ha ha ha. Emma, meet Duck aka Annihilus Grant Emery's Pendragon. He is my son, my cute boy. Who is she, Dad? Her eyes are pretty. Duck asked curiously. Well, this is Emma Vanity, I am dating her. He introduced. Duck, with interest, brought his big head close to her and sniffed. Then, you are my MOM? Ah, and no, Duck, don't. Magnus raised his finger to stop Duck from embarrassing him more. I love you, Duck, but Emma, as if all her fear was fake, suddenly jumped and hugged Duck's head. Duck too enjoyed and giggled. Hee hee, I love you too. What the hell, they befriended each other faster than puppies, Magnus muttered in his head and signed in defeat. Chapter 356. Is that so? Fine, Emma, if he's your son, then you should have no problem if dear Duck flies you around. Magnus asked her. He knew she was going to be scared the first time. Duck became excited. Yes yes, let's go. Emma nervously looked at the back of Duck. There was nothing to hold on to and she had no idea if she would fall. However, an idea appeared. Wait, Duck, why don't we fly together? You know, I can turn into a golden eagle. Really? That's awesome. Dad can become a dragon, we can fly together in the sky then. It's going to be so much fun. Duck was elated beyond words could describe. No. Before, we will have Christmas dinner. Get back inside. Duck, you too. You are our beloved family, I have prepared a place for you to sit as well. Martha came flying. It was thanks to the giant castle that even Duck could enter some places easily. Though by the speed he was still growing, it was unknown if that would always be the case. For now, he was happy as a puppy. They all arrived at the dining hall and took seats. There were the leaders of goblins, Vela and centaurs as well. The dinner was grand, all kinds of dishes covered the big table. Magnus, Emma, Ragnar, Abe, George and the tribe leaders sat on one side, while the three little goofballs and their parents were on the other. Grandma Martha was the head of the event. None of them were religious, so the dinner started immediately. Everyone focused on food. Magnus had his favorite pancakes as well, though he ate other stuff as well. Ragnar had his chicken. Emma had pizza and was happily eating it. This is tasty. Magnus chuckled and gave her another slice, but that was just a distraction. He whispered in her ear, thanks for wearing a skirt today. What? She nearly yelped. Magnus, don't. I love such things, but your parents are here, she whispered to him while glaring with eyes that could kill. He just smiled and kept eating, while his other hand rubbed her soft warm thighs. Emma soon had a red blush on her face. He teased her every few seconds by reaching the inner sides but never actually staying there. She continued eating. She reacted with audible breath as he suddenly squeezed a good amount of flesh. Magnus, enjoy while you can, I will have my payback soon. She tried to ignore it after that, though secretly she was enjoying it too. Magnus' hands were biologically warm. When Magnus realized that instead of being teased she was enjoying it, he stopped and focused on the food. But, his gaze turned to the left by instinct and he found Ragnar staring at him with a face of disgust. Man, you're one horny guy, Ragnar said. Magnus continued eating like a gentleman and responded, you're just jealous, I know. And there is no horny between lovers, only fun. Sure, by the way, Grandma Martha noticed, he blurted. Magnus automatically glanced at her, only to find her grinning and winking at him. His face turned red and he drowned himself in the food. After the tasty dinner, they turned the hall into a big Christmas room. The decorations were already there, they just made a few comfy couches around the fireplace. Behind all their seats, Duck laid down, circling them against the fireplace. The little kids played to their heart's content, even pulling the beard of Goldruck, the goblin leader, and the hair of Arcelus, the centaur leader. While Maximus was playing with Sylvie, the leader of the Vela tribe. He sure was enchanted by her charm. They all talked, exchanged gifts. Magnus gave Emma a ring that would allow her to contact him at any time as soon as she uses her magic on it. She excitedly hugged him. But Magnus made sure not to kiss in front of everyone. He gave Ragnar a moon rock that he bought from NASA at a high price. I don't know what you can find in it, but if it is something worth money, I will push FutureTech's moon mission. Ragnar was also happy and hugged his brother. This was something he could not have gotten if not for Magnus' political contacts. This way, they all talked, laughed and played until midnight. At that point, most had gotten sleepy so they headed to their rooms. As they were entering their rooms, Emma softly told Magnus, "My room's password is Duck's mum." Then she shyly entered. Magnus chuckled and entered his own room and fell asleep. "Why didn't you come? I wasn't able to sleep the whole night thinking you might come at any moment and take advantage of this maiden." Emma complained to him the next morning. "Emma, I forgot to tell you, Grandma Martha is the keeper of the castle, she sees everything that occurs here." He revealed. Her face flustered. "Did she, yesterday?" Magnus nodded, to which Emma turned red and ran back into her room in shame. After Christmas Eve, they were supposed to hold dinner at Magnus' mansion in London. Here, Emma's mum and dad, Severus with his mum would come. Sad for Duck, he was too big to stay in Magnus' house. "I will buy a new house in a week, Duck, don't worry," he assured the sad boy. He felt heartbroken seeing Duck being downhearted. At the house, they prepared the lunch on their own. Emma helped Grace with her mother and Severus' mother. Meanwhile, Emma's father talked to Magnus about how many brooms he was selling. Magnus then showed Adam the fighter brooms that Emma made and he couldn't help but admire them. It took inspiration from Muggle jets, that was clear, but it was effective. Maybe I can use some more magical help in my creations, Adam thought. Soon, the dinner was ready and everyone sat around the dining table. It was a smaller 10-seater table where everyone was much closer. Emma sat opposite to Magnus this time, between her mum and dad. Adam, Grace and Grandma Martha sat at the heads of the house side while others were on the remaining seat. Just after the dinner started, Emma did as she said, she started getting her payback. She used her feet to tease Magnus' legs, rubbing them. But unlike her, Magnus was wearing pants. He didn't even react and just kept on eating. She frowned and decided to go a step further and straight away pressed his nether regions. Seeing Magnus' brows twitch, Emma felt her triumph. She then kept moving her leg there, soon feeling a slight rising bump. She honestly felt so embarrassed that she wanted to run away, but it was for payback. However, her attempts fell heavy on herself, as her mother interrupted her seductive attempts. "Emma, sit straight, you will fall from the seat otherwise." Her face turned red, she had not even realized that to reach Magnus' nether regions she had slid her body down on the chair. She quickly stopped and sat straight. However, she noticed a gaze on herself, two actually. One was a disgusted Ragnar and the other was proud Grandma Martha, winking at her. "I'm so stupid," Emma cursed herself. Meanwhile, Grandma Martha felt proud, they are so cute. Like this, their Christmas came to a happy end. Magnus was really enjoying his life now. He had cute little siblings, a hot girlfriend who was crazy, loving parents, a mental brother, a brooding friend. "Ah, life is good," he sighed while laying outside in the garden on the grass and basking in the sunlight. He decided to move to one of the castles he owned to have more garden space so Duck could come later. Other than this, Bobby also came to greet him. However, with Bobby came another middle-aged man. "Magnus, I heard you started dating Emma. I always knew it was going to happen. Anyway, here, meet Yuri Bezmenov, a former PGU KGB informant who defected to Canada. I hired him, but I think he can help you." Bobby introduced the man. Magnus looked at the guy with suspicion. What the hell is going on? It's like raining KGB agents these days. "What do you mean, Mr. Pendragon, did someone else from my home contact you?" Yuri Bezmenov asked with interest. "Yes, some guy did. That's not important, what do you want from me?" "Bobby hired you, so there must be something valuable." Magnus asked him. Yuri Bezmenov smiled and replied in one line, "I can help you defeat communism." Chapter 357. Magnus shrugged, "My problem is not with communism, it's a concept that sounds beautiful. The problem is, nowhere communism is followed by the books. Compared to democracy, communism leaves bigger chances of fuck-ups of giant scales happening. Anyway, how will you help me defeat it?" "By making sure that it does not get into the Western society. Mr. Pendragon, I saw how destructive communism is, it does not give people freedom or a better life, it's an ideology based on suppressing people and making the government so powerful that nobody can fight it. My last official assignment was in India. I was sent as a translator to the ambassador. Nobody there knew I was a KGB agent. In India, we were giving money to all the influential people who were greedy, corrupt and had low moral ground. We gave them free trips to the Soviet Union and made them meet party officials. Our aim was to do what the British did, but much worse. Their government thought we were being good socialist friends, but our hands of friendship had poisonous spikes hidden. Yuri revealed. Are they doing the same in the United Kingdom and the US? Magnus asked him seriously. Yuri nodded. Yes, Mr. Prendragon. We have infiltrated the West since even before the World War. How do you think USSR was able to create nuclear weapons so fast? We had our people in the Manhattan Project from the start. Magnus nodded, still laying on the grass and enjoying the sun. How can you help me determine who is a communist and who isn't? On an individual level, it is hard, unless you have the means to gather information about every person, Yuri said. Bobby interjected, we are headed there. As a person who's too much into technology, I can see the world moving towards being so interconnected that anybody can find out about the entire life of another person. Yuri was amazed. Then, the threat of communism will be greater. Mr. Pendragon, as I know communism and Soviet deep state well, I can help you investigate any person or organization that you want. I can tell you if they are related to the Communist Party or not. Magnus appreciated this help. Fine, first, I want you to investigate every single MP and see if they are communist. You will get paid by Tonks and Tonks, but you will not be involved in any company business. I still don't trust you, you have to win it. And I appreciate your honesty. If you had trusted me then I would have suspected you, Yuri replied honestly. Cool, you can go now and report to Tonks and Tonks' office. He sent the man away. Bobby stayed and sat beside him. So, how's your life going, Bobby? Magnus asked. Well, it's all going fine and too good actually. But for some reason, a lot of companies around the world have lost their CEOs, a lot of big owners are missing. Bobby said in a worried tone. Magnus remembered something. I forgot to tell you, it was Illuminati. All these companies' owners were a part of the evil society which caused damage to the world for their own growth. They were headed by Rothschild, Hitler, Rasputin and the likes. I killed them all and took over their wealth. So yeah, now my assets are worth more than $300 billion, A/N, in today's amount it is 1.5 trillion. Though nobody knows. Fuck. You are richer than the entire United Kingdom, and this is just your muggle wealth. This is crazy. But, it's good for our business, this means we can now cooperate easily with each other. Bobby was excited. Yup, but I am going to make the country rich as well. Soon, we will be shocking the world with our economic numbers. As soon as the new law is passed that I had suggested, we will change. The Entrepreneurship Act will allow people to take loans on easier terms as long as they can convince that their business plan will work. I am also opening a Royal Investment Fund. During the Industrial Revolution, we were so innovative, but that tag was taken from us by the US. They have a much friendlier environment for inventors. Soon, our own Silicon Valley will also be completed, then we can make big changes to the computer world. The future of the United Kingdom is bright. Magnus happily summarized. Bobby also laid down on the grass, happy with what he heard. It's sad, people don't even know that we are doing so much for the country and the world. Don't worry, soon they will. Propaganda is an important aspect of staying in power. I was taught this by some old man. Magnus remembered the words of Shuriken. Now, I am going to sleep for a few minutes. Magnus closed his eyes and relaxed. Bhutan, a small country of 100,000 people, the lives of people was simple here, wake up, work in the fields and go to sleep. People were self-sufficient. But, in the new era of globalization, there were many things one could spend their money on. There were telephones, televisions, cable connections, electricity. Expenses were increasing but the income was the same as before. When King Wangchuck announced that many new reforms and investments were soon going to come, people were skeptical. However, in just a year, they saw their lives change. There were so many jobs available in the market that they could keep on working in fields, live a healthy life and still have so much money left to do whatever they want. Emery's Construction became the biggest construction company that made eco-homes. The lives of people changed so drastically that in just 1 year the country went from being poor to middle income. Magnus made sure to drum his deeds to the world. 1975 came to an end, the second semester of the 5th year started in Hogwarts. Magnus enjoyed his time with family but now had to go. Bye-bye big brother. Maximus, Aurelia and Clementia waved their tiny hands cutely. Magnus hugged them. Bye, take care of mum, okay? The dark-haired Clementia then took out a small paper from her pocket and gave it to him shyly. Big brother, I made this for you and brother Rag. Magnus looked. It was a simple family drawing made with crayons. It was bad, but the feelings mattered. He kissed her forehead. Thank you, sweetie, I will frame this and keep it in my room in the school. She nodded silently. For some reason, she was a very quiet and calm child. She rather liked to stay alone and play with toys than play with her siblings. Ragnar looked at the drawing and fawned over it. Aw, this is the best art ever. Maximus and Aurelia felt jealous by this and they loudly proclaimed, Big brother, we will make a drawing and send one too. They kissed them as well, with Magnus saying, Sure, I will eagerly wait for them. Summer here will bring them to me. Summer quickly puffed her chest in pride as her name was called. Then they got on the train and headed back to the school. However, as they were passing by the cabins, they saw the Gryffindor 4 in a room. What stood out was that Lily was also there, sitting beside James, too close actually. Did they start dating? Emma wondered vocally. Magnus quickly moved. Who knows, nobody cares, they deserve each other, a bunch of heartless people. He didn't really see Lily as that heartless but believed she could have handled Severus' situation better. Still, Severus did feel a bit sad. It was normal human nature. Sev, don't think much about them. If she likes dating an asshole then so be it. James is, well he's just an average wizard, not even good at Quidditch, which he boasts. Magnus tried to console him. N, due to Magnus, James could not come out as a rising star. I know, Magnus. I am not saying anything about it. I am quite happy with my life. I am again close to my mother, she's happy, I have a big house, money and name, what else can I ask for? Severus replied smartly. Ragnar laughed and nodded, correct, them bitches be crazy, man. You should find a retarded crazy witch as well, like Magnus. Did he just call me retarded? Emma suddenly stood up angrily. Severus nodded, yes, he did just that. Emma glared at him and took out a broom from the expansion pouch. Then she started beating him with it, you useless horny lizard. Wahahaha, I love this girl. Magnus just laughed and enjoyed the scene. Chapter 358. 1976 was the year when another genocidal dictator was killed by Magnus Dragon Service. In January of last year, the Asian division of Dragon Service was notified of a man named Pol Pot, a Cambodian revolutionary and politician who governed Cambodia as the prime minister. Ideologically a Marxist, Leninist and a Khmer nationalist, he was a leading member of Cambodia's communist movement, A/N, the regime was called Khmer Rouge. A funny name sure enough, but the man was a monster. Initially, Dragon Service decided to wait and watch, but then the man started organizing purges and executions. In just 1 year, he killed more than 300,000 people. What was even crazier that the man liked to keep skulls of people killed. The Pol Pot government classified people based on their religious and ethnic backgrounds. Under the leadership of Pol Pot, the state had a policy of atheism. Buddhist monks were viewed as social parasites and designated a special class. Within a year of the Khmer Rouge's victory in the Civil War, the country's monks were set to manual labor in rural cooperatives and irrigation projects. The country killed thousands of Chinese Cambodians, Muslims, Buddhists, Vietnamese Cambodians and many more. There was no end to the plight of this communist hellhole. The people were hungry and lived in poverty. Communist Party stupidly forced people to leave their families and instead create a large 500-1000 member communal family, then live in a big communal house and have a large common kitchen. The party ordered that all kids above the age of 7 were to live with instructors. Common to say, child abuse was at its peak. There was no accountability while the high-ranking party members enjoyed special privileges. Party members had better food, with cadres sometimes having access to clandestine brothels. Members of the Central Committee could go to China for medical treatment, and the highest echelons of the party had access to imported luxury products. The majority of the money the country was receiving was from China. By interfering, Magnus would make China angry, but he was not scared of USSR. What was China at this point? The order was given in December of 1975, to kill the man and all senior party members. A nice party was organized in Cambodia where all the big party members were invited. Then, when everyone had gathered, a big explosion occurred, killing all. With that, the entire upper echelon of the government collapsed. Dragon Service, however, never does assassinations without a plan to fix things. They created a new political party there, one which was pro-capitalism and a tiny bit socialist, as it was needed to help the poor. The entire nation was poor. The emergency government asked for food from the world. China and other communist nations declined, and the United Kingdom and the United States sent a lot. The US was just happy that a communist country was reduced. They didn't care about humanity. Not did the UK, it was just Magnus doing. With this, Cambodia also became a stronghold of Magnus in Asia. He would not let anyone interfere in the country anymore. Soon, elections were also held and the new political party won, officially ending communism in Cambodia. Hogwarts. By now, everyone knew Emma was Magnus' girlfriend, and sure enough, the envious gaze of the other girls was clear. Emma, however, was feeling proud that she had Magnus and he loved her back too. The first week went by normally. Nothing much fun occurred. Magnus and the rest started to train their magic again in Room of Requirements. Magnus had confiscated the Marauders map from the Marauders and he was having fun with it. However, then came Magnus' 16th birthday on January 15th, and he organized a grand party in Slytherin Common Hall. They ate, danced and laughed. He received many gifts from friends. Severus gave him a potion that can help him blend scars a little bit. He was grateful for this as his body was riddled with them. Ragnar gave him a set of 16 crystals that could show him places where he would put the other crystals. It was a nice thing to have when Emma's turn came. Well, she was crazy, so how could her gift be normal? But, he was disappointed when it just turned out to be a book. He didn't even open it and put it aside, though he didn't show any disappointment to her. However, in the night, when he was sleeping, he suddenly felt movement beside him. He opened his eyes and shockingly found Emma sharing the blanket with him, her body covering half of his side. She was grinning and her sweet rose scent filled Magnus' nose. She first kissed his lips and then whispered in his ears, "Happy birthday, my king." "Whoa," Magnus lightly exclaimed as he suddenly felt her hand digging inside his pajamas, touching things that were not supposed to be. Sensing her warm hand around the little dragon, he was in ecstasy. Emma started moving. Magnus couldn't help but enjoy it too. However, when he too tried to touch her, she shushed him and whispered again, "Not yet, I will turn 16 in September, and we will be in 6th year then." He asked back in whispers, "Why the 6th year?" She moved her hands much faster all of a sudden and spoke in his ears before biting, "We will have personal rooms from 6th year. Now, shush and enjoy." That was the best night Magnus had spent in Hogwarts. Although it only lasted half an hour, he loved it. The next morning, he decided to see what book Emma gifted him. It prompted him to shut it close immediately, as it had questionable imagery with the title of the book, The Complete Illustrated Kama Sutra. He just chuckled while putting it in his expansion pouch. Hee, what a crazy girl. Emma didn't visit again. Magnus didn't expect it either. They were horny and in love but not dumb. They focused on their studies and training as exams were coming. But one day, he asked Remus about James and Lily privately. When did they become a thing? I was surprised as well, but turns out, Lily spent her Christmas with her family at James' mansion. There something happened and they both started dating. James has even mellowed down now, rarely taking the advice of Sirius for pranking. It seems seeing you and Emma made him realize he wants someone special as well. Remus explained. Well, wish them luck from me. See you. Magnus returned to the Slytherin common room. As always, vibrant with activity. He saw Severus as being himself, working on some books. He didn't disturb him and went to ask Ragnar what he was doing. "I'm checking the moon rock you have me." "It's amazing, Magnus. Can you believe it? There is evidence of water on it. Just imagine how much water the moon holds then. There is also a substance called helium-3, it's rare on Earth but seems to be a lot there. I think I can make some sort of energy crystal with this thing, something like a philosopher's stone but weaker and less magical." Ragnar was amazed by his findings. Magnus affirmed, "Send all the details to Bobby later, he'd also appreciate knowing what's on the moon. Anyway, I'm going out to fly in my animagus form." "Wait. I will come too," Ragnar joined. Then, both of them had fun roaming over the entire Forbidden Forest. Although the wizarding world was boring for Magnus, crazy things were going on in the Muggle world. For once, a bill was finally passed in Parliament that allowed the Queen to choose an heir. Of course, in that case, Parliament can form a panel to scrutinize the selection. But it was just pointless formalities. All knew that nobody would decline the Queen's choice. At the same time, shocking news spread throughout the business world. Sony was being acquired by a British company called Dragon Holdings, owned by Prince Magnus. Dragon Holdings was said to unofficially be worth at least $100 billion, but all that wealth was not cash, just assets. Meanwhile, the Japanese government was panicking about it. Sony was a big name, they didn't want such a household name to be taken away. But, international regulations forbid them from stopping the acquisition. In the end, they had to give permissions. Then, in the middle of the process, an audit was done by Sony's internal team and wide-scale corruption was found out. The CEO, the board members, all were involved in it. They stole more than $200 million from the company. Simple to say, the market didn't respond well. The company's valuation came down from $1.3 billion to $800 million. Magnus' team, led by Ted, offered a price of $600 million and they will also pay the $200 million of debt owed by the company. In the end, he won. The only way the company could survive the disaster was by being sold. Soon, the stocks recovered as the market gained confidence by seeing how well all Magnus companies were doing. The board members and the CEO were trialed by the Japanese court and given a pat on the wrist. Rich folks never get punished in most countries, well, not in Magnus rule. They were then sued in the courts in the US and the UK, by shareholders and himself. They were heavily fined and given 3 years of prison. This way, Magnus became the owner of Sony, the creator of Walkman and much more in the future. Chapter 359. Slowly, as time passed, the 5th year's OWL came. It was a standardized subject-specific test taken during Hogwarts students' 5th year, administered by the Wizarding Examinations Authority. The score made by a student on a particular OWL determined whether or not they would be allowed to continue taking that subject in subsequent school years, and whether they might be successful in obtaining a particular job. For Magnus, it didn't matter, but, to keep a good image, he needed good numbers. Only potions scared him, however. To be admitted into a class at NWT level, a student first had to achieve an outstanding or exceeds expectations at OWL level to cope with the upcoming coursework, which would be much more advanced. Successfully completing the OWLs was a sign that the student was trustworthy enough to be a law-abiding citizen who could learn from their mistakes. Thus, any such students who were expelled would be permitted to keep their wands and continue to practice magic, though this would be a sign of disgrace forever tainting their permanent record, as Newton's commander underwent. If a student fails an OWL and still wishes to retake it, they are held back in that class. Anyway, the time came, the schedule was in Magnus' hands and he couldn't be more frustrated. Amazing, potions are on the first day. Well, I'm not even going to try. That's the right choice, trying and failing brings more disgrace, Ragnar added. In the end, Magnus decided to take OWLs in the study of ancient runes, arithmancy, astronomy, care of magical creatures, charms, defense against the dark arts, herbology, history of magic, muggle studies and transfiguration. He was taking 10 exams out of 12. There was no dueling subject so he couldn't do that. Ragnar would in fact take 11 exams as he decided not to skip charms, transfiguration and data. The same was the case with Severus and Emma. The one they were all not taking was divination. The first test, Magnus didn't even give as it was potions. Ragnar was called the potions genius of the century, however. The second was charms and he was the best at it. The examination was divided into two, theory and practical. Magnus had already memorized all the school syllabus until the 7th year by his 3rd year, so it was not a problem. For the practical part, each student will have to cast a charm that the 5th year's syllabus has. It can be anything that the examiners can ask. Magnus' turn came later as his name started with M. When he entered, he saw 3 old folks sitting behind a table. The room was empty with just one chair in the middle for the student to sit in. He haughtily entered and greeted the 3, "It's been a while, Mr. Pogger. How's your wife?" "She's great, Your Majesty. Thanks to you, my trouble at the ministry was solved and my wife was able to get the medical aid from St. Mungo." The old man respectfully said. He nodded, "Yes, ministry used to be really corrupt back then." "Well, let's start my test. What charm do you want me to cast?" "Surprise us, Your Majesty," they said. He thought about it for a while and then took out a disposable wand. Soon, without him speaking, a blue light came out of it and a humanoid angelic figure with wings formed in the air. It was his corporeal Patronus. Born from his strong feelings of love for his dear mum. The 3 examiners were excited to see it. this corporeal was in the same league or even above Dumbledore's, which was a magical beast, a phoenix. Bravo, and to cast it non-verbally. You are indeed amazing. They clapped and praised him like he was some dictator and they were his minions, hoping to not die by pleasing him. Honestly, Magnus could cast harder spells. Heck, his great fiend fire was so strong and huge that it could burn the entire school. But he knew this was enough. With that, he left, knowing he was going to get the top marks. After Magnus came Ragnar's turn. He also cast a Patronus, but not corporeal. And even this Patronus was cast because he used some secret external help from his new creation, the energy crystals. They were made with moon rock. Emma did the same earlier. However, she had received a lot of training from Magnus in the room of requirement, well, whenever they were able to focus on it other than making out and being horny. After she had achieved her animagus, it was easy to get a corporeal Patronus. It came out to be a golden eagle as well. She was on cloud 9 when the examiners praised her and even said that they expected this much from the girlfriend of Magnus. This was the first time she found out that the news had spread outside the school. Severus, meanwhile, shocked the teachers even more by casting his self-made charm, called Muffliato charm. It fills the ears of any person in the vicinity of the caster with an unidentifiable buzzing sound so as to allow for conversation without being overheard. The examiners were amazed by his skills and even recommended his spell be added to the school book. But Severus didn't feel proud. Magnus had made spells, invented items with runes and alchemy many times. If anything, he felt he needed to do better. Slowly, the week passed, all the exams were finished. Finally, all the Hogwarts dwellers took a rest. Teachers suspended classes until the summer holidays started, while Magnus held parties nearly every week. All of these parties had dance nights. They start with funky disco dance, and end with romantic slow dancing, perfect for couples. However, Magnus didn't rest for a single day. His training with Merlin had started. He was learning the secrets and the uses of Merlin's overpowered wand, that in his own words, could destroy the world if fallen in wrong hands. He practiced every night in the Forbidden Forest. His friends knew it but didn't worry. The Forbidden Forest was not a dangerous place for Magnus. The Centaurs were his friends, while the Acromantulas were scared of him. After a tough exercise, he rested down and looked at the moon in the sky. He brings portraits of Merlin and Arthur with him often, like today. You're getting good, kid. Merlin praised him. Magnus thanks to both of you. Actually, I should thank you two more. Because of the wealth you two left me behind, I am able to do so much. If I didn't have that money, the world would have chewed me and spat me away like a play tui. I spend £2 billion, nearly 16 billion in 2021, every year on propaganda. In every single country in the world, be it the United States, Yemen, Laos or Peru, my money feeds all mouths that can speak against me. I know, it's a wrong thing to do. I am misusing the capitalistic system, but if I don't do it, others will use the same system to destroy me. Whoa, how much is £2 billion though? Arthur dumbly asked. About 800,000 kilos of gold, Magnus replied after calculating. Whistle, goddamn, Merlin's rotten tits, that's a lot. Arthur cursed, much to the anger of Merlin. Shut the fuck up, Arthur, you're the one teaching the kids in school to say crap about me. Anyway, Magnus, the gold we left behind for the inheritor, which is you, and we're just happy you're putting it to good use and we can watch it. Merlin praised him. Magnus sighed, yeah, though I sometimes wonder, 1,000 years from now, how will history treat me? Will they call me an evil, capitalistic demon king, or will I be forgotten like you two, as a myth or something? The two portraits also silently thought about that, as they had no answer either. Daily Prophet's office. Rita Skeeter was happy with her life. She had written 5 books about Magnus up until now and all were bestsellers. She had long ago repaid Magnus' debt and now loved working for him, as she realized that the world order depends on his shoulder. She was also a proud member of the army of Merlin, not the order. This year too, she was writing a new book, and this time she was going to add some romance to it, as the dragon now had a dragoness. But first, she was to write an article in the papers. The heading simply read, "Sorry girls, the dragon is taken." Chapter 360. The 5th year ended, Magnus and the rest returned home. Emma didn't go with Magnus this time, knowing too well that they should give each other some alone time as well. For Magnus, he had a few important things to do. The first one was to move out into a new home. He had already asked his staff to compile a list of all the castles and areas that he or the royal family owned. Bye, Sev, come to my home later, we all should train whenever we can. He said goodbye to his friends and returned home through apparition. Ragnar could not apparate, as his magic was unstable due to biological reasons, and trying apparition in such a state was dangerous. Maximus. Aurelia and Clementia, look who's back. Magnus and Ragnar shouted as soon as they returned. Soon, the sounds of things being thrown came, and then appeared the three, clumsily running to them. The three were 5 years old now and had started to speak like a normal kid of this age. What were you doing? Oh, as soon as Magnus asked this, came out of the same room, Abe, George and Dobby. All three had weird makeup on their faces and wore wigs on their heads. Welcome back, sir. Would you like some tea? George asked like a proper gentleman. But sadly, his attire didn't suit it. Magnus and Ragnar howled in laughter at their plight. Where is Mum? Magnus inquired. Lady Grace said she had an emergency surgery to operate in the hospital, so she left, George informed. Hearing this, they looked at the three little munchkins. Are you hungry? Magnus asked. Then let's order pizza. Ragnar shouted. Yay! They jumped in excitement and latched onto Ragnar's legs. However, Magnus noticed something. Clementia didn't show many signs of excitement, although she seemed happy. He walked up to her and sat beside her. How are you, Clem? She gave the cutest smile possible with her eyes half closed. I'm fine, big brother. Do you want to draw with me? He asked her, as this was her favorite hobby. Although she was not good at it, she still loved it. Yes. She jumped into a hug with him. He laughingly picked her up and took her to the terrace. There he placed big canvases. Meanwhile, the other two played with Ragnar. After an hour of drawing and playing with Clementia, Magnus decided to clear his doubts about her. He called Grace. Mum, are you still at the hospital? Okay, I am coming there with Clementia. No, nothing happened to her, just some doubts I have. Don't worry. He put the phone down. Clem, let's go and see Mum. We will eat pizza outside. He extended his hand to her. She jumped towards him and held his finger in her tiny hand. Magnus couldn't help but feel really emotional whenever the three little ones did this. It would make him feel like doing anything for the three. He told Ragnar why they were going and quickly took the car out and arrived at the hospital from the VIP entrance. Using charms to not be seen, they soon arrived at the psychiatrist where Grace was already waiting for him. Magnus owned the hospital, so he didn't need to worry about privacy. Doctors, too, had signed special contracts. Rag, take Max and Aurelia to the VIP waiting room and get them to eat something, Magnus told him, as it was better not to have the two little ones distracting. Grace's face looked like she had seen a ghost, anxiously worrying about Clementia. She too had noticed some things but never thought much about them until Magnus told her. They told the doctor about her. That she stays silent a lot, does not react to situations much but is very emotional. After that, the doctor showed Clementia a few pictures of people. In some, they were laughing, in some crying. Each time, she would show reactions matching what she saw, even tearing up a few times. At the same time, the doctor wrote something in her notes. Mr. Pendragon, Madam Grace, it seems Princess Clementia has heightened empathy. We call such people empaths. Such people understand or feel what another person is experiencing from within their frame of reference, that is, the capacity to place oneself in another's position. Such people are also usually more accurate in recognizing emotions by looking at another person's face. Her problem is that she does not know how to not be influenced by emotions. She will need to learn that slowly, or else, some future complications could occur. Empaths can experience anxiety, panic attacks, depression, and fatigue, and may even show physical symptoms such as an increased heart rate and headache. This is because they internalize the feelings and pain of others without the ability to distinguish it from their own. The doctor gave them her diagnosis. Clementia confusedly looked at Magnus and Grace's face, wondering what all these words meant. She sat on Magnus' lap and asked, "Big brother, am I bad?" Magnus quickly smiled, realizing that his worrying and being sad would make her sad too. He patted her head. "No, Clem, you're not bad. In fact, you have special powers, and if you learn how to control them then you catch people lying easily." "Really?" she asked curiously. "Of course. Okay, let's go and eat the pizza." He picked her up and put her on his shoulders. He was 16 and 6 feet tall already. He already looked like an adult. "Mr. Pendragon, she needs the..." Magnus shut the doctor up. "That will be all, doctor. Thank you for your time. Let's go, Mom." Once out, Grace asked him, Magnus, are you sure? Dr. Hubert is good at her work. Yes, Mum. Our little Clementia can control her ability better if Grandma Martha treats her. She's a 400 years old cat lady, she's a walking encyclopedia of magic. And I believe if Clementia goes to Camelot every once in a while and plays with the animals there, she will become better, he planned. He knew Clementia was going to be magical, as he healed her using his own blood. So, it would be best if someone with magic taught her. Fine, but I will go with her to Camelot. Grace decided. She didn't have the heart to let her little daughter be alone there. Now let's go to Pizza Hut, they are supposed to have better and cheesy pizza. Magnus gathered the others and left. Clementia's situation was a surprise to be sure, but not something too problematic. Everything was going to be fine as long as she was treated and trained right. However, Magnus got busy after that day. His first task was to select a new home, and he did that easily. He selected Strawberry Hill House, a Gothic revival villa that was built in Twickenham, London, by Horace Walpole from 1749 onward. It spanned 46 acres of land. The best part, it was so close to Mother Grace Hospital, you just had to cross the Thames River and walk a few hundred meters. He told his parents about the decision and they agreed immediately. However, currently, the St. Mary's University College owned it. Magnus just paid their organization some money, gave them a new building in place to run their works and got ownership of the building. Of course, to avoid public objection, they just revealed that they will create personal laboratories for Adam, Grace and Magnus to work in such a huge place. No one had an objection then. Soon, a new 10-foot boundary wall will be constructed around the premises, then Dragon Team will send their best people toward it, charm it to the teeth. After all, Duck will be coming there frequently. The next thing he had to do was a bit complicated and important. Ted came to him with 10 boxes of paper. This is the result of my corruption audit on the British government and each and every single person working in it. All these people are the corrupt ones. The box with red markings mean they are the worst, the ones with green markings mean they have only started and haven't done much. The orange ones are in the middle. Magnus grunted tiredly, man, this is so much work. But, I must do it. And hence, he spent the entire night reading every single document. He also made a list at the same time, all the names and what he will do to them was written on it. He even dragged Ted to stay and work. So by the next morning, they had bags under their red eyes. Dobby. Pop. What can Dobby do for you, sir? Dobby popped in. Get us 2 nice herbal milk teas and some light breakfasts to go along with, Magnus ordered as he stretched his body. Let's get ready, Ted. It seems we're going to be whistleblowers today. All those that I have marked black will be killed with no questions asked. There are only 5, but they are too dangerous to be left alive, even for a day, for they can even bend the justice system with the things they know about influential people. All those with red markings will be arrested immediately with cases filed on them. The orange ones will be fired and an internal inquiry will sit on them, while the green ones will be demoted to 1 or 2 ranks. However, I have a better suggestion, Ted. I realize that since my aim is to change the world, how can I leave the home turf in danger? I need control over the government and the bureaucracy at all levels. So, you have my permission, all the positions that are soon going to be empty, you must fill our people in them. Magnus instructed him. This was the only way to ensure that nothing bad happens in the government, no foreign power can influence the country, and that it applies all his suggested policies. He could not ascertain power by being the king after all, but this way, he can and none will even know. Soon, the country was going to face the biggest shock ever. It will be a PR disaster for all and also a matter of national humility. But, this was the humility that it must endure, for only after destruction can there be a reconstruction. Chapter 361. Magnus and the family sat around the table having morning breakfast, in the distance the television was on, showing the news. They all listened to it while eating. News. Breaking news, a scandal that has shocked the nation, has come to light. This morning, the police and many media houses received a colossal dossier. It had evidence of massive corruption in our government, and the names go from bottom to the top. The police, under the command of Commissioner General of Police, Tom Redfield, has arrested a total of 2,000 politicians and bureaucrats. Many more are being demoted or fired from their jobs and are getting internal inquiries being set against them. In total, 15,000 people have been named in the documents and each has concrete evidence against them. We tried to get a response from the Prime Minister but we have not been able to get to him. The moment we get any we just received an update. I'm afraid this one is tragic, the Prime Minister and the 4 other members of the cabinet have been found dead in 10 Downing Street. All 5 seem to have taken poison together. The police will surely investigate if it has any relation to the dossier. News ends. Grace and Adam looked at Magnus' face. Magnus and Ragnar continued to eat as if nothing had happened. Magnus, of course, knew everything as he was the reason, while Ragnar just didn't give a shit and was rather interested in his chicken sandwich. Magnus, do you know about this? Adam asked him. Magnus nodded. Dad, some things aren't meant to be talked around. It's better if they stay a secret, that's the best thing for national security. The dossier, however, was indeed spread by me. I had hired Ted to do an audit on the entire government. This is the result. So it's a purge of corruption. It's a good thing for the nation then, Grace murmured and continued to feed the babies. What is purge? What is corruption? Maximus and Aurelia asked. The blonde twins were forever curious about anything and everything. Ragnar replied, purge is when you destroy something, especially evil, and corruption is something bad people do, it's like stealing. Does Big Brother Mag punish bad people? So cool. The 2 were radiating stars from their eyes. And this only made Magnus feel proud. He scoffed at Ragnar, yes, Big Brother Magnus is cool. Ragnar snorted, I taught them potions theory yesterday, they said the same to me then. It's their tactic to butter you up in order to maximize their returns later. Magnus jolted back and looked at his siblings, these 2, I fear for people now. Cough anyway, my beautiful family, George, Abe and Dobby included, pack your stuff, we're moving to the new house by evening. He announced. But at the same time, he realized I'm gonna need more house elves it seems, that new house is huge. The British Secret Intelligence Service, also known as MI6. Inside MI6 headquarters, the director of the agency sat in his office with a frown. On his table was also a glass with a tablet dissolving in it, meant for the headache. Knock knock. Come in, he called in. Soon, a man in a nice suit entered and took a seat. Mallory, is it about the news this morning? That's right, Bond. I need you on this, the Prime Minister and his 4 cabinet members have been assassinated. We need to know who did it and why they did it. Mallory ordered him, A/N, assume all the characters look the same as in the recent movies. Including Bond. James Bond, however, asked, I thought it was a mass suicide due to this leaked dossier. No, Bond, it was murder. And whoever did it, knowingly made sure that they leave clues that only advanced agencies like ours can detect. The police think it's a suicide and that's what the world will officially know. Your lead is this man, Adrian Durand, the CEO of Meta. I know we are not to mess with those guys since they've helped us a lot in recent times, so you need to pay him a casual visit. He was the last person who met the Prime Minister. Director Mallory briefed him. James Bond stood up, I'll get to it then. Adrian and I are already acquainted, it won't be a problem to have a chat. Ring ring. Mallory picked up the phone and only listened, didn't speak all the way until he hung up. A frown took over his face again, leave it, no need to investigate, Bond. James Bond's brows rose, this was unusual, who could even stop the MI6 from investigating when the Prime Minister was dead? What happened? It was Commissioner General Tom Redfield. He told us not to investigate, he got everything under control. Instead, Kingsman will be taking over the investigation. Mallory said, though he was internally happy, this meant fewer headaches. What do you mean they will take over? Kingsman is a private agency, they cannot do governmental investigations, not of this level. Bond argued. Mallory sighed, Bond, sit down and breathe. Don't be hasty. You know for whom the Kingsman works for, you know for whom Adrian works for, and you know whose blessing is on the Commissioner General's head. This case is not as simple as it looks. Bond scoffed, the last time I checked, this country was not an absolute monarchy. Care to tell me due to whom are we able to operate around the world with such ease now? Due to whom are we able to operate in Africa like it's our backyard? Due to whom is our economy growing faster than ever? Due to whom are we safer now than ever? Bond, you are smart, you know going against him is not right. Mallory tried to teach some sense to their best agent. Bond grunted, I know, His Majesty, the Pendragon, has done a lot for the nation. But killing the Prime Minister? He's the big boss, Bond, whether you like it or not. The things he does are a lot more complex than we can think. Crimes committed by wizards have been at a record low since the Battle of Hogsmeade, and the man deserves some respect. And thank you for using the right term. Yes, he may not be named king right now, but he already is. Now forget this assignment, focus on catching the Soviets who are smuggling weapons. Director Mallory dismissed him. I want in on it, the investigation. Make a request, make it a joint investigation with Kingsman, we've done it before. I want to know if my loyalties lie with the right man. James Bond requested. Director Mallory sighed and nodded. Tom has already told me he'll pass on the real investigation report later, but if this is what will quench your paranoid brain, then so be it. Go ahead and meet Adrian now. Magnus Mansion. What did the Prime Minister even do? Ragnar asked him while packing bags. Well, in the report, it was found out that about 15 years ago, in MP elections, he and his friends took money from our good old friends, the Soviets, for spending on the campaign and rigging a few polling stations. In return, they were to help the Soviets get a few people British citizenship, something they complied with. Well, the people who got citizenship were KGB deep-cover spies, and they were working in military, Navy or government science divisions, sending our secrets back home. Of course, they were also killed last night, but their bodies will never be found. Magnus revealed to Ragnar. Whistle, damn, the guy became the Prime Minister, but at what cost? Whom are you going to make the new Prime Minister now? Ragnar inquired. I have a guy in mind, he's a probation member of the Order of Merlin. Remember that little girl, Ava, who was kidnapped by Oscar and I saved her along with other kids? Yes, her prosecutor father entered politics and with my help became a cabinet member, he's the junior Secretary of State for Justice. Well, now that the main secretary is dead, we need someone to step up. Magnus had everything already planned. Later that evening. Whoa! Big new home. Maximus excitedly exclaimed at the sight of the Gothic villa. Hee, you can play hide and seek with your sisters all day here, Magnus said. They entered the living room first. It was huge, to say the least. There were comfortable couches put in front of the fireplace. It looked absolutely beautiful with all the art around the walls. This feels like I'm in some old castle, Grace commented. This is old. Just not a castle. Oh, I will show you your bedrooms, follow me. He led them to one of the 20 bedrooms. They too were grand, with enough area to sit around. Each had multiple windows to allow natural lighting in. In a true sense, they will be living like royals now. I will miss a few things. Like the entertainment section, the bowling alley and stuff. Also the pool, we have none here. Ragnar complained. Don't worry, it's still a work in progress. Emery's construction will be building everything in a few days. We've got such a huge backyard as well, so I'm thinking of turning it into a park with a paved stone path, with flowers on both sides. Magnus told them of his plans. Ragnar nodded and jumped onto the bed. Nice, I want to live like the rich fat kings of old times. They chuckled and continued their tour. Grace was the happiest right now though, as going to the hospital will now take her much less time. It will be ever lesser after Magnus makes a secret underground passage to the hospital from their home that he had planned. Throw 'em on me.